Well, good morning as we are here. Almost the exact 3 days in a row. Sunshine, swell, cold, cold weather. It's in 3 days exactly the same. My name's Pete Mel. Next to me, Adam Replogle. Good morning, everyone. We're going to be doing day 3 of the O'Neill Coldwater Classic today. And we'll be with you once again all day long. Hope you guys aren't sick of us yet. We're starting with women. 8 a.m. We're going to get a start here. Today's schedule, Thursday, women's QS. We're going to finish up those 4 heats of the round of 32. Move directly into the round of 16. And then we'll move into men's and do the same thing. We're going to do round of 32, 8 heats, and then 4 heats. So there's Matt Myers checking out the conditions. We do have new swell, Adam. It is a little slow on the pickup, but there is quality waves when they arrive.
There certainly is, Pete. As you saw this morning, we sat there and watched for probably about an hour before the event even started. And, some nice 2 to 4 foot surf out there at the moment. Relatively straight, though. You're seeing a different swell starting to fill in this morning, longer lines. But we should see the swell wrap in here a little better as the day progresses.
It's interesting. You start thinking about from day one what we saw condition-wise. Then into day 2, this time of year we do get this mix of swells that come from different directions. And once again, today, day 3, another different day. Waves, but a different swell direction. So it's going to be a different lineup.
Totally. And it's going to be really a sort of a wider environment out there, Pete, right now.
Than yesterday.
Yeah, than yesterday. As you can see right here, the contestants are wrapped up right next to the cliff again. But as the tide drops out and the swell fills in, you're going to see this wave stretch out longer, grab a lot of this reef, and open up some different opportunities.
Yeah, well, we'll go to that middle peak. It is straight. The swell's coming from a long way away. It's 17-second interval. It's more west than we saw from day 1. And definitely the south, probably still some waves there, but I think a lot of that's backed off. And this is going to be kind of more of that pure westerly angled swell today as the women are checking out the action. And this is one of the lineups, and we've touched on it all. The start of this event. And this is one of those lineups that this stuff has to happen. You have to stare at the lineup. You have to watch it at all different tides. You have to feel the vibration of what that swell is doing for you. Here's some the current conditions, 3 to 5 foot out of the west-northwest. We're going to have the same winds today. We'll probably get some of that easterly chunk, and then it'll smooth out. The tide's going to change slightly, a little bit more of a difference in coefficient there, 2.7 feet at 12. So we'll have that kind of slow roll out to the lower tide. 6 a.m. was that high tide this morning when we got here, and that's why it was probably a little inconsistent. It was a little fuller tide this morning. As we see, round of 32, this is the back half of the round of 32. Leilani McGonagle, Talia Swindle, Sarah Fryer, and Maddie Storer. We saw Maddie Storer yesterday pick up some good waves in her heat.
Yeah.
So let's watch her, local girl.
Yeah, Maddie surfed great yesterday. I think she produced a couple of 6s up in the 12-point range. So the local people will definitely keep an eye out for Maddie there.
25-minute heats once again this morning.
Nice.
So all day long we'll have these 25-minute heats, and I think that's critical because, the consistency it's been fairly low the entire event, right?
Yeah.
Some heats had a lot of waves, some didn't, and that's just the lane. That's how it works. You've got to understand and feel the vibe of what that swell is doing for you within that 25 minutes. And you'll see surfers, they'll break away. But ultimately, I think, again, we're going to see the slot be the place of choice today.
Yeah,
that's
primary.
where the quality waves will be.
No doubt. And you can see the lines in the background and up into the top of your screen there. They just haven't really filled in. As you can hear the countdown in the back, Pete, we're going to get this underway. But a swell like this, Pete, there can be conditions or swell, around town that could be filling in already. But the lane, once it starts to drop that interval a little, maybe the tide a little bit as well. But I think we should see some pretty consistent head-high surf today.
I did take a look at the buoys. It hit last night, actually. Before bed, we saw the buoys actually jump up in interval, which means that the swell was starting to arrive. This morning, get a look at what buoy am I look at here. That's the pop-up buoy. Let's stay away from that one for right now. The one I like to look at right here for the lane probably is the Half Moon Bay buoy, right? It's north of us, but with swell direction out of this time of year, that's kind of the buoy that's going to see the swell before it gets here. North winds on that buoy, which is good. That's great. It's light, 9 to 10 miles an hour out there with north winds. That'll keep things all good in here. 3.9 feet at 16 seconds, and it's been that way for a few hours now. right around that 3-foot range of swell. But again, I like the fact that there's not a lot of wind out on that buoy, so you're getting kind of a pure swell reading with that buoy reading.
Yeah. And two, with this westerly swell, Pete, we were talking about it earlier, there is a lot of straight handers. You know, a lot of them come in pretty straight through the slot right there that are really, really fast. And then you'll see some with really sort of a tapered wall that have a little bend in it. I'm sure the women will be looking for those waves that allow them that opportunity and that big shoulder past table rock. Seems a lot of the scoring potential for these women have been in that smoother face as it gets to the middle of the wave. But the judges definitely have been really rewarding that first maneuver in that critical section. So if those women do that, they should get a nice score.
Start of the heat, no priority once again, so bunched up against the cliff. Ultimately, whoever is closest to the cliff is going to be inside position, which is the spot you want to be, but how close do you want to put yourself next to that cliff on those set waves? That is the question. So that's that balance we're going to see here. You can see the blue jersey there of Talia moving away as we look at that cliff. Looking at tech, join us online. This is the place you get to watch us here on the World Surf League and the O'Neill Coldwater Classic. Hashtag Team O'Neill. Tell us what you're doing. If you're here on site, take a few photos. If not, if you're watching online, tag us, Team O'Neill. Yeah, I was going to say about blue is Talia was kind of moved onto the inside, so it looks like there's some action here.
Yeah, look at this beautiful little wave coming in here, Pete. Let's see if any of the women can find themselves in position to get going down the line. And see, that's a perfect example with that westerly slow, grabbing a little of table rock about the same time as it bounces off the cliff. So your timing on these waves is going to be crucial.
Leilani, your top seed here, having a look. She's up against the cliff. She's going to get herself her first wave here. That wave slipped underneath table rock, so it kept the waves pretty clean on the face. Costa Rica represented here from Leilani. Now gets to work on this inside section. Some beautiful hooking snaps.
Nice.
Nice confidence builder for first wave here for Leilani, your top seed.
Right on. Leilani McGonagle, she's got strong ties here to Santa Cruz, Pete.
Yeah, so true. And, I mean, she's actually pretty, I mean, it's funny, the McGonagle name, you know. And
for years,
yeah,
I've seen that.
It's been everywhere. And now, you know, residing in Costa Rica, Pavones is her home break.
Do you remember Amazing Surf Stories?
Yeah. I do, of course.
Okay, good. Classic. But, yeah, great to see Noe Mar, too, making a run.
Amazing Surf Stories is on YouTube, so you can catch any of it. But that's a good movie to check out as we see replay here, Adam.
Yeah, this is a nice wave for Leilani. You saw she was able to grab that wave right off the cliff, and there's that, you know, sort of a bowling ball of power behind her. She stays nice in front of it, able to get some little wall out here where she does a nice combination of maneuvers up into the lip. Just getting her first wave here, early morning Santa Cruz when it's cold. It's really nice just to build your confidence up on a waves. There's that power ball, Pete, that we were talking about.
And it almost feels like today that the wind, you know, we had that easterly wind that usually is blowing by this time in the morning, and it feels like it's pretty glassy. I mean, there's a touch extra, a degree of warmth this morning. I mean, some of you guys are saying it was colder. I felt like it was a tiny bit warmer, but either way, it doesn't have that same strength of wind at this time in the morning.
Yeah.
And so it feels like to me that we're going to see kind of more of a glacier conditions. I mean, every day changes just ever so slightly in regards to the weather. I mean, it's moving across the Pacific and moving inland.
You know what we have, though, Pete? We've had a high-pressure ridge on us for about 5 years.
So true, right?
So we've had really...
And it moves back and forth, right? So ultimately you want it to kind of move over kind of more of the northwest and stuff so we can actually get the storms to move closer to us.
Yeah.
Right now it's just still, it's parked offshore, so it's just been bouncing those storms away from us. We get this great weather.
Exactly. It seems like we have more Santa Barbara weather nowadays, and all the lows are hitting north of us into Northern California or Oregon. So there we
see the crew here are nice and early. I mean, that's one of the things. You come down here. This is one of the staples of the surfing world here in Santa Cruz is the lane, and this is what we do. Whether the event is here or not, we come to the rail and we check the surf, crack it on, and tell stories.
No doubt. As you see Junior Jack right there, looks like Midtown Shane.
Oh, yeah.
Got to have Garen Mile in there with Total Tubular.
And if you keep going back to that shot, Shane's going to be the one speaking the whole time.
Okay, great positioning here. Looks like Leilani Taking a look at that one, but she was a little deep, and also all 3 other surfers were a little deep as well. So you see them racing now to the shoulder to get on the other side of Table Rock, Pete.
Well, and I think once you get priority established, you'll see that they can start putting themselves in better position. Right now, they're just trying to stay deep on the lineup, but we will see this west swell leave a lot of surfers in that exact position today. It is going to feel like you can catch it up off the point, and it's going to run from you. That's the west angle. You know, I touched on it this morning. We were talking story. I mean, not my favorite direction is straight west here at the lane. I mean, some people might argue that point, but for me, I just feel like it's a little straight. You know, the tide's going to help that. And there's going to be quality waves. It's just a matter of where you find them, right? You're going to have to slide off, and you know, that's going to be helpful if you have that priority to be able to do that.
Yeah, as we see right here, wave pretty warbly off the top. I mean, warbly off the cliff. She's able to get a nice maneuver off on that one. So that was Sarah's wave. Let's see what that comes in at 2.5, Pete.
Okay, now another replay here of this from the drone angle. This is the one move. And she got a little stuck up there. You know, ultimately you want to see that punch of the lip and actually fly out into the flats and keep the speed going. But when you get up there and kind of hit it and stall out, there's a difference there. I mean, you could see a one maneuver wave today go upwards of the 7s and 8s if it's a really strong maneuver. But that one there is just a little bit stuck, and that's the difficulty that the lane is. You've got these little bounces, and so the timing of when you hit that section has to be the right time to be able to project you out into the flats and not get you stalled out.
No doubt. And the lane really likes you to sort of push back. There's quite a bit of water moving up and back. This is sort of like a soup bowl of water moving around. So you definitely want to use your power here at Steamer Lane. Looks like we have a nice little paddle here on the inside. Let's see if it bowls up off the cliff. Sometimes they back off right there, but this one isn't. Great little catapulting down the line, Pete.
Oh, and just again, that's why, third time this heat we've seen that happen.
There's going to be an adjustment here, I think, where the girls are going to start sitting with priority off to the side, Pete, and get on more on the channel side of this wave to get that clean phase.
You're watching it real time right here, Adam. Like Leilani and Sarah are sitting just now wide. They've established their priority. Now Storer instantly has given herself priority because she hasn't gotten a wave yet. So they establish it now. So now it's all established, and even Maddie could make a move over here. I know she surfs the lane. She's a local here, has spent time here. So that's where the position you usually are sitting. But I think that if she sees a set wave, you're going to see her bolt over there to the left and get onto the corner.
Yeah. And I mean, and strategically to sit off Table Rock, I think is a good theory, because you can get to the outside, you can go out to the point a little, and then you can move in even to the shoulder of the slot there. It's really hard. I mean, unless you were here earlier watching the waves, you really don't know exactly where to sit. And so a lot of these surfers came here early, were out there early, Pete, and you're still seeing those same mistakes. So today it looks like a really challenging day.
I would agree. I would absolutely agree. And we'll see how this is. I mean, we're in first, 10 minutes of the day. But we'll see. Most likely, if obviously we had Mike Lamb here, who's been coaching, and he was here at the crack, right? Matt Myers. He doesn't even have any women in the draw right now. He was working with. I'm trying to think who he's working with yesterday, but other than that, he's here, but he's on the beach watching the waves. So he's got 3 hours before one of his surfers surfs, and a lot of the coaches are here. Right
on. He might be working with Nolan Raposa.
No, I was going to say the women's side though.
The women. You're right.
So maybe Sam. Yeah, Sam is somebody you could be working with. But either way, as your coach, get down here, watch it.
Well, they're obviously figuring out too. There's a rhythm to this ocean. There's a certain pattern going on there, Pete, and you want to pick up on that pattern. You definitely want to be on the side of the rhythm of set waves and the best waves. For years, people would sit down there and time heats and sort of count how many good waves are going through a certain area to sort of determine where they would have their plan A. Steamer Lane's pretty nice as it opens up and gets bigger. There's definitely a lot of area out there. So if your plan A doesn't work to get away from your other competitors, you do have a chance to sneak away.
Couple lines here showing up from Maddie. You can see she's doing the otter, checking, seeing something. Which one do you want, the first one or the second one? And making a move here for the first wave of the set. Beautiful looking wave here for Maddie. See what she can do. Impressive start yesterday. Gliding across this section. Look at this. Beautiful wall in front of her. Now the pace starts to slow up. Oh!
Unfortunately, pushing a little hard right there. Not really pushing hard enough, maybe up off the top of that, Pete. But that was a great little wave and great
Two
start.
mistakes, even right there. We saw Leilani lose priority, ultimately paddling for that first one.
But looks like lines out the back, and
oh, she might get a fortunate rebate here. Let's see what Sarah has for us.
Yeah, Sarah, a nice little wave here. She's staying nice in the pocket, Pete. Yeah, this wave pretty frothy from that wave previous. But Sarah able to get a nice couple of turns off here. It looks like she still sees something on the inside, and she's able to end it with a nice little snap there as well. Let's see if there's more of it. A little rebate here and a little direction change.
Well, Sarah Ferrer, 2.5, and now her best wave going to go into her score line. And just by the fact that we're following Sarah, no one else picked up a wave after it, unless we see, actually Red was paddling out, so maybe she picked up a quick one. Yeah, according to our scorecard here, yeah, all 4 competitors have scores to come in. We're waiting on Maddie's last, as well as Sarah. Sarah's is in, 3.83. Talia's in, 3.33. She's actually waiting on one more score. Leilani, just another throwaway, so that's just a quick one there. She paddled again. Now a turnaround here by Blue, having a look.
Oh, wow. You see
Leilani
that?
says, thank you very much. I'll take it.
You know, Maddie was actually looking at that and sort of stopped paddling because Swindle was going to potentially go, and then lost her eyes on her. But McGonagle picking up a nice little wave, Pete.
Already a 4.33. Maddie Storer got a 5.5, even for the mistake at the end. So that was a golden opportunity there, although still a pretty good number with the 5.5.
Yeah, I'm sure she wishes she had that end of that wave again, Pete. Looking at that being a 5.5 for, she left a little meat on the bones. It was probably definitely maybe a 7 or a point, maybe a point and a half had she finished that wave off properly. Those are the little things, Pete, that you just try to really learn from, get back out there and sort of change the mistake.
Well, here it is. This is the wave. She did get these turns on the outside section.
Yeah,
nice.
Nice hack right there. I really like that down carve, Pete, going right up into the lip, but unfortunately right there not able to continue on as Sarah here grabs the one in the back and also gets a couple of nice little turns here before the wave flattens out.
3.83 for this one. And has enough for second position. Leilani McGonagle, a 3.77 on her last, which puts her in the lead. And Maddie, who has the best number in the heat, sits in fourth and doesn't need much. This is that last one here for the 3.77 for Leilani.
Gets her backup score.
You'd have to say at this point, though, still double digits is the goal, right? She's sitting on 8.1 points, so she's going to have to build on that. This is a replay here of Talia's last, 2.33. Sorry, that wasn't actually a 2.33. That was a 0.87 for her last. Still caught behind, but we've seen it again. Like a lot of the surfers getting caught behind on these sets.
Sure are now. And it's been hard. You're seeing some of the women here for the next heat making mental notes and really picking up on what's going on out there, so they have a nice strategy.
That's it. Eyes in the ocean. Matea. Or, yeah, Matea. I'm sorry if I just butcher your names. I'm still learning. Just figured out Dimitri Polos' last name.
Yeah, me too, Pete. And these will be names too, Pete, that will be around for a long time, and we will know that the correct pronunciation as we see these kids over and over again turn into the next level.
Dempfel Olin, Matea Dempfel Olin. That was who that was representing Canada. Autumn Hayes will be in that heat with her next. Heat number 6 of the round of 32. And, you know, we pretty high expectations for someone like Autumn Hayes, who is at her home break. First big-time cold water as we watch Leilani McGonagle here. On that backhand.
Yeah, no, she's looking to get rid of that 3.77, Pete, and without priority, she's going to be giving herself some chances.
Talia Swindle. She's looking loose. Getting a little release.
I like that. Those last 3 turns were pretty nice, Pete.
Yeah.
I really like that.
And you're thinking about Maddie Storer's 5.5. Where is this going to fit in relationship to that?
Right.
And as we see with priority is Maddie, and this is a golden opportunity once again. She seems to be on the right waves here. As this one looks like it's going to have a nice shoulder. She's not going to be left behind here. Just got to make sure she gets through that Table Rock section.
And she does, Pete. That looked like she conservatively surfed through that. She knows she fell on that last wave, so she wants to finish this ride. She's going to get a nice little backup score right here. So the local girl, Maddie Storer, getting her second
rider.
Yeah.
So this is a big event for her. Obviously, one of her first cold waters ever. Of many.
It's going to be many, Pete. You know, we were able to be a part of the early ones here, and they said it's been 35 years, Pete, since this has been running. So we've seen a lot of these events, but she's going to have a lot of chances out here. But there is something to be said about surfing in your backyard. You could be really nervous. You know, you could have a lot of built-up pressure on yourself to surf well in your backyard. And here's the replay of McGonagle.
Yeah, 4.27. So she did improve her position there with 8.6 two-wave total. So adding about a half point to the total there. This is Talia's last, still waiting on the number here. But this is probably one of the better waves of the heat. And it's sitting in third, doesn't need much more than a 3.01 to turn it and put herself over Sarah Fryer. As we watch the end, look at this, just this back end of this wave was good. Plus, she was able to get a few maneuvers outside.
She was, but she really did pick it up towards the end of that wave here as Maddie carves up and around that first section, get a snap off the top and a couple nice hacks right here. So starting to look like she's feeling a little more confident, Pete. And the local girl, sure she's stoked here performing in front of all of her friends and family.
4.6 for Maddie's last. That's enough for first position. 6.33 for Swindle. So a big flip-flop as we see Maddie into the lead. Talia to second. Leilani McGonagle now looking for a 5.34. She's in second priority with about 6:45 to go. Sarah Fryer moved into fourth position, but has priority. So this is going to be an important part for her. You know, as we've seen today, not a ton of the major sets coming in, so you figure probably in this next, 6.5 minutes, there might be an opportunity for one set wave. So this is going to be an important priority for Sarah, especially looking for a 5.84 to move into second position.
Yeah, and this is where it really tests the patience of the person with priority and really makes you sort of concentrate heavily on your next move. A lot like playing chess or a game board where you need to position yourself properly in relation to that wave, not really necessarily to your competitors. So look right now, Pete, if you have priority, you could sit pretty wide, and not to say block people, but you could sit wide enough to where people won't even be able to go if you even look at a wave.
Here's Swindle trying to improve on a 3.33.
I wish really they would move all over to the left, Pete.
Well, if coaches are there, that's one of their jobs is probably to help out that. As we see Maddie here on the corner, gets around it. Big turn for the first maneuver. Can she keep going? No. And again, caught behind. Those waves moving with that west direction, pushing away from you so quickly.
You know, obviously you want to take advantage of that first section of the wave, Pete, but if I were coaching one of these young gals right now, I would tell them to get their board speed up and get going down the line instantly.
Yeah, don't try and get the maneuver done right out of the gates.
Don't go to the bottom of the wave yet. Ride that top third of the wave, get a couple, hula
floaters,
pumps, shoulder shrugs, get going down the line, and then almost go faster than the wave. So your wave speed is going slower than you, so you can dictate what you want to do on this wave.
Well, and especially when you saw the surfers that got to that corner where the wave slows up, where it will at some point find that part of that little deeper water that it's going to slow up. That's where you start to rattle your maneuvers off. So again, just getting that board speed up right out of the gates, trying maneuvers that you're actually going to get like
speed with.
Yeah, accelerated and those accelerating snaps. Those kinds of maneuvers are going to work well today, especially on that outside section.
Yeah. You can see some bumps coming in out the back. The wind's gone nearly slack now, Pete. It was blowing, perfectly offshore. Now it's slack, and you're starting to see a little top water ripples there. We are, forecasting that northeasterly wind again, all but slightly, as you had mentioned.
Light winds, I think, most of the day today, just because you start thinking about the outside buoys on the ocean. That's really a true realm of where the wind is it doesn't have any local effects, right? So, and that buoy's 40 miles off the coast, 35, 40 miles off the coast. It's again 10 knots of north wind. That's pretty much glassy, right? For the most part of the day, the morning part of it. Then this local wind right here, which is this easterly wind, is steered by the warmth and the cold, right?
Yeah,
when you get that warm and cold together, and then also the ecology or the geography of our land here. We have a bunch of valleys, and where we sit on the coastline, we're in a bay, so you have the effect of that big bay of water that's in there. You've got the Salinas Valley, which is steering winds. So those are all effects that localize the winds here and give them their own little microclimate.
No doubt. Speaking of our bay here, Pete, we have a great couple groups here supporting the Monterey Bay. The Save the Wave Coalition is a great deal, and the Santa Cruz World Reserve.
Locally, and they're basically a global brand, right?
Yeah.
And they are the World Surfing Reserves all over the world, and we've got them in Australia, we've got them in Portugal, we've got them here. This is a World Surfing Reserve here. And they started all that, and it's an incredible organization that works with stewardship on everything, because we're constantly, trying to, we've got sea level rising, so we've got to have some shoring efforts that are going to try and protect municipal utilities and homes, and and how do you delicately maneuver that type of stuff that doesn't affect the surf? And that's something that, you have to have somebody holding up that flag for what this is. And ultimately you see the cities involved now with in regards to understanding how important surfing is to our community here in Santa Cruz, and to places like Portugal and Ericeira, which are World Surfing Reserves, and Bells, which are World Surfing Reserves.
Nice.
And so we have a voice as a surfing group, that's what Save the Waves is about.
That's awesome. Yeah, and local as well. As you see some supporters down here on the bench, Pete, this is our historical memorial little bench, and an area where a lot of surfers are remembered and thought about.
And you see a lot of time spent watching the waves from that bench. As it should be. Yeah. Robert Waldemar actually was pretty much the man who started all of that there, and his plaque is right there in the middle, and it's somebody that had that parking spot was his. We called it Walt's spot. It's still Walt's spot. It's actually memorialized by a parking spot. It's pretty awesome, right?
Totally.
And if you get that spot, you're like, I gotta be like Walt, which means you're gonna be down here watching the swell, know what's going on, and ripping.
And taking care. He definitely was.
Cleaning. He picked up the trash. He made flowers out there. A steward. He's basically a mini Save the Waves at the lane.
Solo.
And I think that's the best thing about this O'Neill Coldwater Classic, is that it gives us the opportunity to take that time and memorialize the people that have paved the way for us.
No doubt.
Celebrate what is here and now, and the locals here and now. 70 years in business that O'Neill is celebrating this season, or this year.
Yeah. Hey, look at this really though, Pete. We got a priority with white and red. They both need a wave, and above a 5, and we're down to less than 40 seconds. So this is pretty crucial.
This is a big moment here for Sarah, and again stalled up in the lip, wasn't able to get the projection. Now Leilani's going to have a chance here with 30 seconds. This is just so important, and this wave feels like it's stretched out, and looks like Talia ends up with it, and she was too deep.
Yeah. I think there's going to be an adjustment in this next heat, Pete, with the gals taking note on how many closeouts were ridden. As you look on the tally of surfs,
man. Yeah. It's unfortunate that as much as it focuses in here, it makes it very challenging to find the quality waves. There are going to be these shorter shoulders. Talia, but hey, Maddie Storer took the win there, so local girl through. Got to celebrate that. She was able to get herself a 5.5 and a 4.6. Talia Swindell was able to keep it alive too. Had the best wave of the heat and finishes in second. Unfortunately for Leilani and Sarah, they're going to have to come back to the next event. We'll be right back with heat number 6. We'll also have another local girl, Autumn Hayes and Samantha Sibley, coming up. This marks 70 years since O'Neill has become the first name in the water, bringing decades upon decades of innovation and performance with no signs of slowing down anytime soon. Jack built his life on passion and purpose. Some of the best moments of our lives have been spent in the water, catching the perfect wave that has taken us to where we need to be. And for most of us, that great ride has happened in a wetsuit that Jack invented. Round of 32, heat number 6, Autumn Hayes, O'Neill team rider, wearing one of those 70 years of innovation, wearing the latest and the greatest, most likely the Hyperfreak Fire. She's in the red jersey. Samantha Sibley will be in the blue. Matea Dempel-Olin will be in the white, and Ellie Larimo in the green. And we'll hope to see a bit of an adjustment, of course, at the very beginning of the heat. We're going to see everyone planted up against that cliff because there's no priority. As the women watch on, beanies on the heads, jackets bundled up because it is still quite chilly. You know, he woke up this morning, it is above freezing. It was above 32, but it was lurking around the 30s in some places in the coastline here.
Oh, yeah, and you felt that wind, Pete. That wind chill actually adds minuses at a couple degrees. So even though the puddles weren't frozen this morning, it was pretty cold. So I'm sure a lot of these surfers from out of town that aren't used to surfing in this colder condition, Pete, are challenged by this chill. Obviously, it's not as motivating to get out into that water when it's that cold. Your body reacts a little differently. You could be a little stiffer. Maybe not some of these younger surfers, but here's our Leilani McGonagle from that last heat. Yeah, obviously a little disappointed. She, great little surfer right there. Unfortunately, towards the end of that heat, didn't get the score she was looking for.
Yeah, and you know, nowadays trying to keep that spot on the Challenger Series is so tough. You know, especially with all the younger women that are coming up. And we just saw it. Maddie Storer, local girl, was able to take an upset there because Leilani is one of the best in this northern hemisphere, and matter of fact, the globe. You know, she's been putting on performances for a long time.
Here we go.
I was a little bit distraught. So Autumn Hayes in position.
Autumn, nice position right here up off the cliff, local girl. Great little hack into the pocket, Pete, for Autumn Hayes' first wave. I really like the torque on that one as well. So Autumn Hayes, showing her local knowledge, was positioned herself right next to the cliff, not a girl around her. So she still felt really confident, Pete.
And the wave choice was critical because it didn't have that stretched out line. She saw that it was going to have a little corner and moved to the inside without chasing it on the outside section. Just love a start like that for Autumn Hayes.
Yeah, I'm really stoked on this wave for our local girl, Autumn Hayes. And look, she actually took her time right here, Pete, off the point, and made that wave set up before she started laying into her wraps. And also noticed, Pete, her fluid little layback here on the inside really sort of put a nice little exclamation mark on the end of this wave, because sort of slow looking right here, and then you don't realize she has another little section, and there it is.
And chimed the wedge backwash coming off the cliff at the exact same time, right as it steepened up. So a good solid finish for Autumn Hayes. Number 9 in the rankings, so this is an event she can capitalize here. This is Sam Sibley on the backhand. Watch out for this woman.
Wow.
Just very quick in transition, just 4 in a row, up and over. And that's connection with the lip, different than what we saw from Autumn Hayes' wave.
Totally. That girl obviously rides right point breaks maybe. She knew exactly what she was doing there, Pete. And, wow, this has been a nice set. You're seeing some waves now with a little more shoulder.
It could be a southern angled set, too. There's still a little of those, too, right? I mean, it felt like that wave for Autumn Hayes was a very kind of southerly angled.
Yeah.
And what happens is it kind of has the wedge, right? It has a little bit more of a south angle, which then it reacts different to the reef here, and it slowed up. It wasn't that bigger, stretched out line, and that's what we're going to see. We're going to still see some south sets today.
Yeah. As you see right here, it looks like a nice little paddle battle here with Autumn, scratching back out into the primary takeoff spot. Yeah, she does.
She's a very smart competitor, very savvy. Like I mentioned, 9th in the rankings. So this is an event she's going to want to capitalize on. Getting into that top 5 is so important. Matter of fact, when you look at what happened right in the heat before her, the top seed, Leilani McGonagle, sits at number 5 in the rankings. So
opportunity there.
Chelsea Tuak, who's not in the rankings, right, or not in this event. Noah Clapp. So Kira Pinkerton's still in it, but this is an opportunity for Autumn to move up that rankings and get herself the opportunity to. And that's her goal right now in this event. Get a result and move up the rankings enough to get her a Challenger Series bid for next season. And, of course, who doesn't want to go to Snapper Rocks to start off the season?
I wouldn't mind.
The score is in for Sam Sibley.
Wow.
4.83, but Autumn Hayes got the best of it, a 5.67.
Okay.
And I think this wave is a testament to the fall and
yes,
how important
exactly.
it is, right? That you got to complete your rides here.
100%. And great little set here as you see all surfers here. This is Ellie riding on her backhand as well as this wave sort of flattens out here to the inside, Pete. But girls definitely doing a little better right now with what they've been given in comparison to the last heat, which I like to see sort of the improvement. Here's Autumn Hayes' wave. So the comparison between the two, Pete, the judges thought this was a little better.
Yeah, it's just gouging the rails. There was a bit of flow, and that's been something I'll tell you right now with
Clean.
the vibe of the judges. We saw it in some of the major scores that we've seen in both the divisions. If you've got that flow and drive and you're pushing through the rail, even if it's not in the lip, it's still going to score very well. Good timing on that final maneuver there. So timing, flow, carrying that speed well, all of those elements been rewarded very nicely by the judges.
Yeah, and they say it's above average, so just a little bit above average, 5.67 for Autumn Hayes. And so that is what the judges now are deeming to be the bar. They will judge basically everything off of that.
Still have a few more heats in this round of 32, and with that, think about one of the surfers that I'm seeing in this last heat, Heat 8, Bella Kenworthy. Very, very accomplished, great surfer out of San Clemente again. The translation from San Clemente to Santa Cruz, as much as it is a shock to the temperature, as you see Brent Power there, team manager for CI and for the crew, checking the action. They translate to coming to Santa Cruz very well.
Oh, yeah. And, too, they've been making the pill, they've been coming up here for years, Pete.
Yeah, as we make the way down there, too.
Yeah, no doubt. And, too, like we were talking with Dino this morning, he was saying either we go to Hawaii to get pounded or we come on up here.
Yeah.
And so a lot of times it's really easy for them just to bolt on up here, stay for 3 or 4 days, and then go back down the coast. But we see them up here a lot lately.
It's awesome. I mean, there's obviously the kinship that happens as well.
With the sponsorship, too. I mean, I'm watching now with Brother being on O'Neill's.
He's got a great excuse up there. It's a write-off to come to Santa Cruz.
Totally. Look at these women down here. They're really sort of studying the lineup, Pete. Really freezing, too. I'm sure this is something that not all these surfers are used to.
I would imagine that there's this is what you have to do, is eyes on the ocean. I mean, and it happens at every event, not just here in Santa Cruz, but it is a wave catching contest. So, you got to see the best wave and what does it look like on its way into the coastline here, and making that decision and positioning yourself during the heat to be able to get those opportunities. And it is a broad lineup. There's waves all the way, probably 100 yards to your left. There's some opportunity, right?
Yeah.
It's similar to, say, Huntington Beach does the same thing. I mean, it's a huge lineup, and you got to choose where you're going to sit on that portion of the beach. I mean, different.
It's funny you mentioned that. When I went to Huntington, it was Pier Bowl right.
Yeah,
it's going to be that's all I looked at.
Yeah.
I didn't look at Rob's Peak. I didn't go up the way. And so to me, that cliff or that pier was my cliff.
Yeah.
And I didn't go left into it. I just went right off of it. And so people do have, other little waves that sort of mimic an arena like this. But as this gets bigger, it turns into more of a sunset without an inside bowl.
Okay, so this is a distinct little difference. It feels like this is more of that westerly one, so it's running a little bit now, but good wave choice once again. It's shouldered off for Autumn, and she's going to slow up, and she's going to be able to do these driving cutties, which is scored for her in the first wave.
She read that wave really well, Pete. She stayed back on the power of it. She didn't go anywhere, but right in the pocket.
There again, timing that last move with the backwash. Now, This is Mattia, her first wave in this heat.
She's got a nice flow as well, Pete. Let's get her on a really nice wave. I'd love to see her open up.
Get her first score now. Sam Sibley, like I said, had the 4.83 Autumn Hayes got her second wave, so loving the rhythm for Autumn. You know, really picking and choosing her waves, and her timing for the quality waves is there.
Getting better.
Always love that.
Yeah.
6.5.
Wow, good wave for Autumn here.
Just the outside moves, right? She carries her speed well, but then that turn was huge.
That was,
you know, nice vertical section. It was the steepest section of the wave.
Yeah. I also like, too, that she gave the judges some variety with some different turns, some different approaches to the turn. And she, like you said, she matches that timing right there with that backwash really well, Pete.
Well, it's right in front of the judges. I mean, literally the tower is right there, so it's the closest you're going to be to the judges, so they get to see you, especially if you're throwing rod or off the rail. But the very first turn, very critical, and then the work here, good and flowy, kept the speed up, times it with the backwash on this final move, and that's why we saw it the best wave of the heat, a 6.5. Look at that's just like you see the little reverberation from the rocks that come off, and you just do. You got to time it perfectly. Another replay here. This is Mathia's first wave, and we're waiting on the score.
I like that release she got out of the tail. Nice hack right there. So this is an excellent wave, Pete. I mean, I don't know if excellent in the scores, but I thought she rode that wave excellently.
Yeah, she just didn't get the inside kind of extra boost that we saw from Autumn's wave, but the outside work was great.
Yeah. You know, it's interesting. We watch every wave, Pete. We're watching free surfs, and naturally our brain goes to a debating score.
Yeah.
And the judges are that way as well. It's a reaction. It's a feeling.
Everyone watching is the same thing.
Yeah.
And if you're paying attention to understand what surfing is, you're doing that exact thing.
Yeah.
And there's always that debate. That's why.
It's nice. I mean, it is subjective. You know, there are humans behind the score. They have a certain preference, which they like. But it is really nice. You see the high and low get dropped out, so they do have an average of scores here. And look at this, Pete. It's a family affair down here today. It's a really, I mean, obviously it's a little cooler for a lot of people, but it is a family affair down here. If you're dressed right, it's nice and cozy.
Sure is. And you know, again, what local surf break doesn't have, you know, that coastal community, right? That are watching on the shoreline. You know, you have your people that you see every morning. You know, Pat Wake Murphy is a prime example of somebody here on Westcliff that you're going to see, and he's going to chat you up.
Well, you know what was cool today? We saw Sid the Package.
Yep.
You know, that's awesome. The legendary
Sid Abruzzi.
Sid Abruzzi for the Water Bros.
But has great ties to Santa Cruz. I mean, him and Pat Murphy are good friends, and they've, you know, over time have been, you know, part of Santa Cruz for many, many years. Sid actually probably was competing here.
Yeah, well,
we should get him in here.
It'd be a lot of fun. He was, you know, early days. He was importing Overland surfboards back east from Santa Cruz, so he has, you know, that's in the 70s, and he's been associated here for years. As you see right there, really the memorial of Steamer Lane right here, Pete. You see a lot of the surfers sit there and really think about the past, but also get inspired about the future as well as the waves that have been ridden. Yeah,
a reminder of life.
Yeah.
Scores in there. Mattia with a 5.7, right in between the 6.5 and the 5.67 of Autumn.
Nice.
Still waiting to see what will happen here, but that wave of one single ride from Mattia got her to the 5.7. It has her in second position. So Sam looking for a 0.88. Ellie just looking for the 2.71. So 11 minutes, you know, another, you know, again, you just never know what the ocean's going to provide for you in your 25 minutes. Someone who's sitting there looking pretty darn comfortable, and I like the positioning she's put herself in with Fort Priority. She's gone, okay, well, if a westerly set were to come here, there's no way I can get it off the cliff, so I'm going to sit wide, and maybe someone takes off too deep, and then she gets the corner.
See, to me, this is the chess match that I really like, Pete. You know, and sometimes your positioning in the lineup almost...
Well, it affects the other surfers, too.
Yeah, right? Well, yeah. Even though she's in fourth priority, she could be up against the cliff right now and try to bait people into the this and do the other way. But she's still, I mean, from her positioning, she's still banking on trying to get rid of that 5.6 and trying to get a better wave.
And not worry about the priority.
And not worry about the priority as much.
She has probably the number needed to get through the heat.
To qualify through the heats. We were talking about this earlier, double digits, a couple of sixes, a couple of fives are going to get through a majority of these heats right now because it is sort of a tricky lineup. You know, there's two ways to skin a cat. Sometimes you get your 4 first and then your 8, or your 8 first and then you get your 4. But right now you're seeing surfers in that mid-range. We haven't seen anybody really sort of break out of that above average score yet. So the scale is open here for somebody to go from 4th to 1st really easily.
There is a few little creases here that might transpire into something. You know, and again, so this is the point where if you're sitting here as a surfer, you're looking at the angle of these sets and going, okay, when do I move? And how do I move? And how fast do I need to get over? Like, all of these things are all something you have to think of very, very quickly.
Yeah.
This is your surfer in second, too deep. You know, and Autumn had to basically give way, but it was going to be too deep. And now a similar situation here, because this is Barimo who has priority, and now maybe Autumn might find her way on her. There it is. That positioning. Oh, she missed it. You know, was that a good, solid wave that could have improved her situation? I guess we'll never know.
You know, if I was Autumn, I probably wouldn't have paddled for that wave.
There you go.
I would have probably been thinking more about that priority at that point, seeing that there was sort of a, you know, one of her fellow surfers had caught in a wave. Yeah, she would have jumped up the tree pretty quick. You know, PG had mentioned the city and the county of Santa Cruz really starting to back, or they have been backing surfing in Santa Cruz for some time. It's really cool that we have other regions, like you had mentioned, these surf reserves and these other places that have already been sort of the boilerplate of what we really can do. You know, obviously you talked about Bells and you know there's Hawaii, Portugal. But really, surfing is starting to blow up in Santa Cruz. Both you and I are into retail. You know, O'Neill's is massive into retail, and we've seen an increase in you know surf population probably by 100%. You know, through COVID, and obviously the city and the county has
huge amount of new surfers that recently hit the waters, which is great.
No doubt. And I mean, obviously we all seem to benefit from it. So it'd be hypocritical for me not to say I'm stoked on it. I just don't want to see them on the inside as I'm going for a wave.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, you know, I mean, it's yeah, exactly. I could talk out of both sides of my mouth, but I really am stoked to see the you know the involvement with the city really helping us out and realizing we have a good thing here. And great little position wave here, Pete, and she's slotting these turns perfectly in the lip of that wave.
Yeah, Demful Olin.
Whereabouts is she from, Pete? Do you have any idea? No.
This is it says Canada representation.
Rad. Okay.
So, yeah,
okay, cool.
She competes for Canada. She's in ISA, which is another association that sits coinciding with this, which actually is the ISA is the recognized association for the Olympics, and they are the ones who run it. And WSL also part of that as well because they qualify surfers there, so they're working in cahoots together. To and this year, you think about the Olympics, and this is the road to get there. ISA is one road. This is another road. You can do both, which is what we're seeing from Mattia.
Yeah.
And it's another aspect. It's so cool because you think about that International Surfing Association, and one of the things that they focus on is the development of new countries and beginning to celebrate all of the other, because there was just usually it was like Australia, Hawaii, America, South Africa, Brazil, but you've got Ecuador, you've got Venezuela, you've got Panama, and Asia, all through Asia now. China's getting involved, and the Olympics is really what has done that, and really the ISA has been the one that's been pushing the development of these new nations to come alive and celebrate surfing and start inviting surfers from their regions.
Yeah, it's been really fun to be a part of the ISA over the years. P, it looks like a nice looking wave right here as Sam jams that second turn. That would have been an excellent score, Pete.
Yeah.
A lot of risk involved in colliding with that lip right there, but unfortunately not able to come down off the top.
Yes, and with that last one, the 5.23 of Mattia, she was able to take second and add points to her total, which gives Sibley a situation there where she did have the fall before the 4.83. That was another great wave that basically could have gotten her through, and unfortunately with that pushing of the lip there, 3.4 only offered to her, so she needs a 6.1, and this is the replay of that wave that solidified second place for Mattia.
Yeah, this is a nice wave, just over a 5 right there, unfortunately falling, but a lot of the hard work had been done. Well, this is the wave, Pete, that was sort of had a little X factor on it right here. Nice blast. and then unfortunately getting caught up a little bit right there, Pete.
You see 2 big turns right there with that kind of commitment on a sizable set wave like that. That could fetch those excellent numbers. I mean, it literally was that type of maneuver that would have been able to do it. So I like the fact that she took that risk, but it's just unfortunate she didn't pull it off, and it might become, the situation, the mistake that actually is going to cost her this heat. She does have 4.5 minutes, but now sitting in that 4th priority. Matea surfed well. Good, smart choice of wave.
Yeah.
And, surfed solid. Did have the little fall at the end of that. That probably did affect the score slightly, but it was enough to be in that solid 5 range and into double digits, which is where we see a lot of these round of 32 heats. You can get 10 points or above. You have a great chance of moving on into that round of 16.
Yeah. She had a lot of nice flow on that wave, Pete. Really nice down the line snaps and connected all those maneuvers well. So coming into 5.23.
You think about Steamer Lane and the venue and, the history and the heritage, but the actual, probably the reason why this is such a cool and celebrated event is we talked about where it is on the coastline, but this right here, this stadium-like, this is the Coliseum, right? The Roman Coliseum of surfing. You get to line the cliffs and you get to watch it. You get to see it. You have a little bit of an above view, so you get to see the lay of the land. Obviously, looking back towards the the south and the east over there, you get to see the wharf and the boardwalk. And it's just lines this cliff, and so it's just it is literally an ancient Roman Coliseum for surfing, and it's been here for millions of years. So.
Yeah, and it's cool too. The like being on the sideline of a basketball game. The spectators are actually involved.
Yeah.
You get to be involved. You could be right there. You could be, talking smack for years.
Yeah.
I mean, it's un-PC now. You're not seeing a lot of guys heckling like in years past. But boy, it was really critical here for a long time, and not always constructive criticism either. It was pretty harsh. So there is sort of a some checks and balances here at the lane, and it's been a lot of fun to be a part of it. Also being on the heckling side and the heckled side.
Well, Autumn Hayes lets the first one go by. She does have priority, which gives an opportunity here to Barimo on the backhand, who utilizes that second priority. Takes the first wave of the set. This is the first time that we see Autumn kind of wait it out and see if she made the right choice. That one didn't have a ton of energy, and here's Autumn on a little bit bigger wave. And a first nice turn and a gouging second. So it looks to me if she can clean this one all the way through the inside that we could see another number. Oh, she kicks out, takes priority, thinking ahead, or actually the wave dies out. So she saw that, realized it, made that quick decision to try and keep priority over the top of Barimo, which was smart, and could conceivably better the 5.67. We'll see what the judges think.
Yeah. She'll hustle right back out there, try to get that third position in priority. Minute 45 seconds remaining, Pete. It's coming down to the wire here. Looking at what the girls need, looks like Sam needs a score, and Green also needs a really, an excellent score. So it'd be the best wave of the heat so far. So she's got a lot of stairs to crawl up here right now if she wants to get into that advancing position.
35 years of the O'Neill Coldwater Classic, but you think back to competition at the lane. 1969, the Smirnoff, 52 years of competition at the lane, which is huge. That's the very first professional events in surfing. Bells is one of them. Yeah, here, and this is an example of a venue that is because of, I think, a lot of reasons. Obviously the waves is a big part of it, but the Coliseum type atmosphere. Yeah. It has allured competition, and so you think back just at how Margot Oberg and where she started this in the women's division to be the first professional women's surfer here, starting at Steamer Lane in '69 at the Smirnoff.
And coming here and talking about it.
Yeah, and now
Too
living
much.
in the town. I mean,
yeah.
This is a historical, amazing place on earth. I mean, I can't say it enough.
Looks like it's gotten a little dark out there, Pete. Maybe the sun went behind a cloud, but you would be surprised how much colder it gets as soon as that sun goes down. Look at 15 seconds remaining, seeing an adjustment right here. I don't know if these waves are going to get in here in time, Pete, but they have definitely made the adjustment to sit off table rock now. Yeah. You can't even see the cliff now to the right of your screen, so they've definitely gone wide. as you hear the countdown right there. So you were talking.
Set in between. That's a bummer. A waste of a set. Autumn Hayes takes the win, though. 12.17. The local woman right here from Steamer Lane, her home spot, taking advantage. Bethia Dempfel-Olin from Canada in second. She'll move on into the round of 16, and we'll have more heats underway. We still have heats 7 and 8, and this is unfortunately not in the heat. That's Sam Sibley just after the fact, and she couldn't resist. Let's get to break real quick. We'll be right back and start heat number 7.
I can walk there.
I can surf there.
I could skate there.
I can ride there.
Anywhere you go in Santa Cruz, there's an O'Neill surf shop close by.
O'Neill, first name in the water.
And welcome back, everybody, to the 2022 Coldwater Classic here on day 3. As you can see by this aerial drone shot, it is a beautiful day down here in sunny Santa Cruz. We're in a round of 32, heat number 7. So this is our second heat of the day. We have a great heat, as you can see. Downer right there from the USA. We got Vila. Hey, these names are new to me too. So Shelby here from Mexico and Avery McDonald here from the USA. So we have a great heat in the water, folks. We have had a pretty consistent morning already, 2 to 4 feet out of the northwest, west-northwest, and we've seen some nice scores already. So let's see what the ladies are able to do. Last heat, quite a few girls, unfortunately, were caught behind on these waves. So I think the adjustment might be made to get out a little more to the shoulder here. As you can see on your screen, a couple of early paddles. So early days here in the round of 32, heat number 7, and we will hopefully see some fireworks here soon. Welcome back, Pete.
Thank you, Adam, for the quick cover. So did you get a nice introduction to this heat?
Tried my best. I tried my best.
Well, Eden Edwards got in, which is good to see, being that she was sitting on the alternate list.
Yeah, that is awesome. All right, Eden. She was our beach commentator here for the first day, so that's awesome. And also a local, really good friends with her family as well, her mom and dad. And we've been talking about this, Pete, about the Coldwater Classic being a family affair. You know, there's a lot of families involved in this event, obviously the O'Neill being the biggest family, but second, third generation surfers being involved in this event. And you know, I was thinking about it earlier. I saw that Taj Miller was in that. Obviously, Todd Miller's son. He's also a champion out here. You were a champion out here as well. What would that mean to you, Pete? I'll throw it back on you.
I don't know.
To have your son. How would that feel?
It's an interesting question because I was actually thinking about that, and I mean you think about how's it happened, you know. And it's not many times that you've had a father and a son win the same event.
Yeah, no.
I'm sure it has happened. It just doesn't happen very often,
Yeah.
right? So it would be a pretty neat achievement. I know that John's definitely driving for it.
Hey, he was out there. He was out there at 6 this morning, Pete. Yeah, he was out there in the dark and freezing. So obviously he wants it.
Yeah.
He was one of the first guys out.
Yeah. No, and of course, you know, and he's got a drive and a passion, and he does want to be, a champion at your home break. I mean, I think we all know the drive that takes, and also the fact that you feel like this is an event because you know the wave, that you feel like you can do it, right? So
True.
It would be. I mean, Brett Simpson's a prime example of somebody, and maybe Kobe at some point, right, will be winning the U.S. Open.
That would be super,
Right?
super cool.
That's something to think about. Brett's actually coming up against John. Funny.
Oh, no way. Right on. That's cool.
But, I mean, and the hose, right? You think about a pipeline event. You think Mason and Michael, but I guess, they're similar events. They're both at the same venue. They may not be named the same.
Right.
But that's one. I mean, start trying to think through those generational surfers. And it's going to happen more and more now as obviously we move through history.
I just love seeing all these second, third generation surfers' names coming back into the draw, as we've added. We have 5 minutes, 25-minute heats now, Pete. So we do have quite a bit of time, and only taking 2 waves. I'm thinking sometimes these girls should be a little more patient in making sure that they're on the right wave. And we saw some of the girls catching upwards to 6 or 8 waves, Pete, and getting caught behind on the majority of them. So it's not how many you catch; it's the quality of ones you do catch. As we have
Sierra Downer,
Sierra
deep. Once again, we'll say that a lot today.
Deep.
Too deep. Vela Mativ. Then Shelby Detmers is the one who was supposed to be in this heat. So Eden came in as a replacement for Shelby. And Avery McDonald. She's in that green jersey now, given priority, being that she has not caught a wave yet. So the start of the heats, once again, no priority, and they battle for inside position. And then as the heat progresses, you see that the priority starts to take a much more of an effect, and they'll move off the cliff. The beginning stages, they're all tight at the cliff, and then as it unfolds.
I like the start of these heats. I almost wish that, this is me freestyling. 12 and a half minutes, no priority. Imagine that, so half the heat, no priority, and then beep, priority, would be pretty fun, because all that cat and mouse game that we're used to seeing, all that sort of really good competitive.
So you're saying the start of the heat starts like the same thing as a no priority?
Yeah,
so
for a while.
You wouldn't just instantly go, okay, all of a sudden red gets it, but you have to actually battle. As soon as it goes beep, you are now battling for. I like that. It's kind of something different.
Yeah, who knows? But here we go. Nice little wave.
Hammered that section.
Yeah, she did. She did really well on that. Let's see who this is up and riding on this wave.
This is McDonald utilizing the priority here.
Wow, it's a nice shaped little wave right here for McDonald, Pete. She's getting her board speed up. She might see something down the line. Tries to do a little projecting float, but unfortunately the wave running off from her.
So Avery started out in the very first round, the round of 40, winning her heat there. That was that heat with Zoe Shate, who is one of the youngsters that is touted as watch out for her. Her name is going to be in that upper echelon at some point. Unfortunate that her first Coldwater Classic had to end in that, but it was a great learning moment for Zoe. But Avery took the win in that heat as we watch the replay here.
Yeah, great little wave. See, the sun has dropped. It's gotten really dark down here, but really like that end off the lip there, Pete. She committed to it, threw it right up in there.
3.67 for that score.
Now here,
Avery McDonald.
Yeah, and a much better looking little wave here for Avery. I thought she was loading up for a big maneuver, but decides to just throw up a little float. Would have liked to see her do something a little bit, a little more challenging with all that speed.
Yeah, well, and 2.83, basically the judges are saying the same thing. You use all that speed, you got to utilize it in a way that's going to be bigger numbers. Walking away from an O'Neill Coldwater Classic. There's some of the art there. That's O'Neill Surf Shop van. That same art you were mentioning on the T-shirts is now on the side.
Yeah.
O'Neill Setup Shop, 1952 in Santa Cruz, California. 70 years celebrating. That's a long time. That's basically the beginning of the surf industry.
Yeah.
You'd have to say that Jack O'Neill pioneered. He named and coined Surf Shop.
Yeah. I think he had a TM maybe for a second.
I don't know if it quite did. He should have TM'd it.
Yeah.
But it was something that hey, it's a surf shop. Now we all use it. It is literally you own a surf shop, you sell surf products that you use for surfing, right? And you can throw some other clothes and stuff little sidebar stuff, but ultimately you're going to have wetsuits, you're going to have booties, you're going to have wax, you're going to have leashes, you're going to have surfboards.
You're going to have thrusters, too. You see a nice little wave up off the cliff. Great little aerial drone view here, Pete. And we'll see who's up and riding here. I can't really tell the color
like
from
the red
here.
jersey, Sierra Downer. Just a .43 on her first wave. Much better here. Again, good angle on this from up top. You can kind of see where the wall is moving away so slightly.
Yeah, I have a hard time deciphering the wall from the vertical view. It sort of flattens the wave out. So I prefer that front view for really trying to analyze it as an armchair judge. But on the view, aesthetically, I like the drone view. Beautiful, as you see right in the backdrop right there, all those birds, Pete.
Gotcha. But if you're going to be the judge, right, you can't use the drone view because it's just it's a perspective, which is a great value to the broadcast, I will say.
Yeah.
But as far as actually calling action and determining if it's actually a quality wave, it is a little tough. Huh?
Yeah, it's a little flat. Let's see.
Well, here you go. You get to see it now from straight on, which is the judge's view. That's right there, literally on the cliff in front of the judge's tower. So this is the same angle they're getting.
And this was Sierra's.
That was the wave we saw on the drone. And
yeah,
it was
it was relatively flat.
Yeah.
So yeah, it wasn't that it flattened it out. It was a flat one.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot for the drone view. But I was noticing all the birds back there, Pete, and that's sort of a sign that we have a lot of fish in the bay right now.
I will say, considering what we've seen, I mean, you talk about climate change, but ultimately, climate change is actually, there's positives to it too, because literally we have bluefin now that are off our coastline. Yes. And the other day we had 3 days of humpback whales, literally 150 yards off the beach, doing their thing.
Yeah, that was rad. As you see, it looks like we have
Jessie
getting ready for this next heat. Pete studying the lineup, trying to figure out exactly what her game plan will be. I always remembered getting an ear on some of the coaches' information to their surfers, and they were really trying to dumb it down, make it basic. Only throw 1 or 2 things into their head, and I like that.
On game day,
on game day, yeah, because they've done all their hard work. They've done all their training. They've done everything to get prepared and ready for it. As you could see, potential fishermen out here. I don't know. Is that frog? No.
Inflatable, SUP, got some gear on there. Probably, you know what? It could be Chachi taking photos.
Exactly. Anybody, but
it kind of looks like a Chachi, but it is somebody who maybe might be taking. Oh yeah, there's a camera right there on the top. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Photos.
That's cool.
Oh, look at the angle. Someone getting creative.
Someone's
Chachi.
I'm calling Nelly. But yeah, that's you can see just by the sheer off the water. Really sort of slack wind right now, Pete. Looking really sort of glassy out there. Still some topical water moving around, but great little overview right there of its beach and the backside of Steamer Lane. As you can see these waves peeling up off the cliff right here, we have a potential opportunity for one of our surfers.
Yeah, it's Eden. She's got priority. She lets this one go by. Again, another lane local. Lives literally probably of all the competitors in this venue, she lives the closest.
Yeah, no doubt.
Literally right up the road on West Cliff Drive. She has the family home, and here she is. Let's see what she can do with this wave on the backhand. Beautiful snap to start it off right before Table Rock. So that's that local knowledge, getting the maneuver done before Table Rock. This wave starts to bend at the point, so the wave choice is here to have the extra power. And this is exactly what she needed at this point in the heat, is to get a finish, almost get a finish, but her best wave.
Yeah, no doubt.
Where does it fit in? I mean, the highest number we have so far is Vela with a 3.67. It feels like that's going to rival it.
Mm-hmm.
And she's going to be right in this heat with 11:25 to go. So great utilization of priority there.
It took her a minute too, Pete. She did have a small stumble on a wave, and then it took her a second.
Well, what happened too is that small stumble, 0.5, right, was the first wave of the heat, and it put her at the back of the line. So at that point, she had to wait.
Yep.
And this is when she got her opportunity. It was at 11.5 minutes, but it was a great choice of wave. She did the right one. It was only a one-wave set. 4.5 for Eden, and she is in second position now, but the best number of the heat.
That's awesome. And here it is again from the front view. This is what the judges are looking at. She stayed back on this wave too, Pete, to stay next to the powers. You could see her hugging the whitewater right there, just allowing that wave to sort of materialize before she goes up and does her off the top. I'm sure she wishes she would have sort of pulled down this last maneuver right here to make it clean.
Yeah, Yeah, the finish was critical, but that's all right because she does have the best number. You just got to get through it halfway through this heat, now a little after halfway, 10.5 minutes remaining. She's now moved over and going to get a little pickup. Nope. But that's what you do. Once you get your wave, do that slow crawl all the way around. And with this west swell, there will be opportunities at Middle Peak.
Yeah.
Especially when we see the tide drop, and which is what's happening right now. It's going to move out till, midday. We saw yesterday the tide, and it's going to have a bigger coefficient, so it's going to be a little lower tide and a little higher.
Unfortunately, a little late takeoff there, Pete, and that wave just peels off down the line. So that's also, if you notice, she was dropping in straight and not really angling down the line. At Steamer Lane, you almost want to be angling down the line if the wave's peeling pretty fast. Obviously, if it's a slow wave and you want to stay back on it, you drop in straight. So your trajectory, your angle going into the wave.
A little bit of a moment there.
Yeah, a little in the way paddle right there, but I really like this gal's spray, Pete.
Sierra, downer.
Yep. Nice little hack.
Your high seed in this heat. Yeah, Sierra is her first heat, this round of 32 for her. She was one of the seeds in heat number 7. And Vela, that was Vela Matif, who was on that wave previous that had some potential there, but yeah, a little bit too deep, and at the straight angle wasn't helpful. It didn't definitely get her down the line as quickly as she would have liked.
She just hung up just a little bit, and that really sort of hiccuped that entry.
Well, with that last wave for Sierra Downer, she moves into the lead, a 3.6, 2.0. Vela down to second. Now Eden in third. So Eden's got to find her backup score. This was the 3.5 or 3.6 of Sierra Downer. And look at this, more on the way. I mean, this is what I feel like we're going to start seeing is a lift in size. Because the buoys have got some readings on it, and it's early in the swell. And as the swell matures, hopefully you see a little extra bump in size and a little bump in consistency, and that's what we need here.
We do. These waves are stretching out along the point here.
It's definitely more of that west angle. Yeah, this is what happens. And it's a much harder lineup to read when you see the west swell because your intuition says go towards the point, but in reality you catch the wave. It's just too quick. Here's Blue Matif trying to better the 1.4, little error at the end, and now 3-4 waves coming in this next set. So who's going to get in position? You see the priority is with McDonald in green, who is paddling for this one. And then after that, it goes to Eden Edwards with a nice size set wave out the back. I don't know if the right choice here from Avery on this one because the energy level of this wave looks pretty low. So
yeah, unfortunately right there for Avery, that wave really didn't materialize. It was sort of a dud. And you get that too. If you have a northerly angled wave coming up off the point and doesn't have much of a wall, they potentially might look good, but they push too wide, Pete. They
or
don't
their
really
size. It's a set.
Size,
so you're
yeah,
like,
exactly.
Oh, it's a set. You're like, oh, I got to go on the set.
But it doesn't wrap back into the point. It sort of pushes off of them, and that's we through the years we've even watched world-class pros, Pete. During the WCT event here, we did see some of the world-class pros, take off on some of those waves and on some duds.
So it's deceptive. That's what we're kind of getting at, right? It
totally
looks like the wave to go, and sure enough, it just dies out quickly. And again, that's where that LK, that local knowledge, comes into play. When you've done that enough times in your life surfing this place, you realize that wave's not one to go on.
Yeah, and there's a lot of that where you're actually getting support from local people who know the wave or have the local knowledge. You'll see that all over the world with people like Carissa Moore. She'll just grab somebody that's really good in that area and really sort of pick their brain exactly what they're looking for. But here at the lane, you could have one of those locals up on the cliff, Pete, sort of directing you into your wave, or at least giving you the opportunity to say, hey, look.
You pitching a job here, bro?
For years, there was guys that were signaling. The guys have been doing it for years.
The hoes have done it for years.
Years. Yeah, but right here, you could almost talk to the person. Because you have priority, it's not like you don't have to tell. I mean, obviously you can't have any wire to their ear, but you could literally talk to them as you see some of the.
It's trying to stay warm. A little cup.
A little cup of verve. Yeah, as you see some of the surfers down here getting ready and watching, getting motivated from fellow surfers.
Say hi. No.
Looks like Ken Worthy in the back there. Haven't seen him for years.
Bella. Yeah, she's it's coming up. Next heat.
Okay, we're almost down to 5 minutes, Pete. So we're seeing some stuff sort of start to solidify here. Eden Edwards obviously looking for a wave, and same with Avery McDonald. We're getting down to that 5-minute mark here, and it can get pretty dicey. Being inconsistent like this, you definitely want to be in a better. You sort of want to have pole position come the last, say, 2 minutes. So it'd be nice to be in first or second and priority at the last couple minutes.
Yeah, well, priorities with Eden Edwards, and this is that pressure cooker with 5 minutes to go, needing a 1.1, which is a little more than a stand-up.
Yeah, here we go.
Ben Coffey,
here are the
Red
boys.
Power.
Nice.
And the Santa Cruz Board Riders, which is coming up. We're gonna Adam. Come on, dude.
I told you I quit.
You know what?
Quit competition.
No,
but look, let's talk about these
quit competition.
Board riders. I mean, maybe.
Okay,
hey, board riders right
50s, now. There's a spot opening up because someone can't compete on Sunday.
Okay.
Someone who's Loya. Josh can't compete.
Okay, we'll talk to Loya. Hey, but right now you can come down here, get some raffle tickets, buy
and
in,
support it,
and support into the Santa Cruz Board Riders. Beautiful Pat Rawson surfboard there, and a Channel Islands.
Fin, and then
that might be one of the new. I think one of the Happies.
Yeah, that's a 2 Happy right there, a little round tail.
Yep, and that's a cool little event too coming up at your shop,
Sunday.
Peter.
Sunday, there's the Board Riders.
Okay. We'll watch out for Sunday. Yeah, I'll come. No,
don't do it, dude. You can surf, man.
Yeah, I mean, anyway.
Anyway,
we're back up in here in this heat. Nice looking little wave right here.
Your heat leader. Nope, that's green. That's Avery.
Right on. Avery really needs this wave right here. This is a great little wave. She's going off the bottom, off the top. Looks like she's had some pent up energy in this wave, Pete. And she gave it to it.
Here's Eden, an important wave for Eden as well. So she's got to finish here. Oh, no. And a major set wave. Now looking at it as your heat leader, Matif. Late drop. Can't hang on.
I liked her approach in that entry, but unfortunately that wave just smothered her up. And still some waves coming in out the back. So.
And here's Downer, who is trying to improve on a 2.0. Good size set wave, but again, straight drop. Can she get around the corner? She does.
Get up into that lip.
Another carve. So again, the very end of this heat, this is that one set that came. Who's going to capitalize? Who's going to better the exchange? That looks like a betterment for Downer for sure. Eden's going to add to her total. McDonald's going to add to her total. Mativ is the only one who really didn't capitalize in that one.
Yeah, we could see a total flip-flop right here, potentially.
Yeah. Well, Eden, her scoreline just barely, if it's going to be enough, it does for a moment. A 1.2, she needed a 1.1, but we're waiting on scores for Sierra Downer, who is probably going to get a better number than a 2. This is a
nice wave, Pete.
Yeah,
her second snap right there. And
Avery's
the third. I really like this turn right here, right up into the pocket. Gave it to her back foot. And again, a nice little swooping turn. So some variety, some flow. And in the context of the heat, a really nice wave.
Yeah, these are the 2 waves right here. They're going to mean everything. Avery McDonald got her best wave. Sierra Downer got her best wave. So it feels like maybe these 2 surfers who are sitting in 3rd and 4th could conceivably go into 1st and 2nd.
And she rides out of that last turn nicely. So a finished wave for her. We're down to 1 minute 45 seconds remaining.
That was a critical moment in this heat.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what I believe it's Avery gets for her.
Sierra's score is in.
Wow, there it is right there.
It's a 3.93, and the score in from McDonald to the lead. So, again, the flip-flop.
Yeah, that's what I expected right there.
Avery goes to the number 1 position, Sierra down to 2. So now the situation in 3rd with 3rd priority is Vela needs a 3.87 in blue. Eden needs a 3.03. She has priority, though. Eden does. So now
she certainly does.
That's the spot. I talk about a pressure cooker.
Yeah.
She understands the situation. Doesn't need much, man. That 3.03. That's it's a wave, but it's not a really good wave.
Right, but something has to come to give her that opportunity.
Is there enough time? Look, there's the kind of a line. I'm sure Eden knows the situation. She's sitting right underneath Table Rock, like literally on Table Rock.
Yeah. Sometimes when the time is winding out, Pete, I like to paddle outside to try to greet something because the time could be your worst enemy right here. I mean, the wave could
Rather
come
than
in.
having it come to you.
Correct.
Right?
Yeah, you sort of match it.
You
You could be faster than the wave. You want to meet it at its point of entry. And
3,
so It's pretty hard right now to
look at
envision
the set move to the inside, and it's moving to Matif, so Matif's going to get maybe an opportunity.
Oh, unfortunately for her, again, that section closes down, Pete. That's that westerly direction we're talking about. So 20 seconds remaining. Still looks like another opportunity.
One more time. Can we see it? Can Eden get into it? This is important. She's working at it.
Yeah.
Paddling hard. 3.03. She's up. Late. And goes down, unfortunately, there for Eden. That is going to be the heat as we count it down into 1, and it's over. And what a moment at the end of that heat. Unfortunately there for Eden and Vela. They're out. But congratulations to Avery McDonald and Sierra Downer. They're moving on into the round of 16. And we continue here with the last few heats of this round of 32. Number 7, heat number 8 coming up.
Was rad, came down to the wire. So definitely awesome competition. My name is Omar Echeverry. I'm joined here with Adam Rapogle here at the lane. I love saying that, Rody. At the lane.
At the lane is beautiful overview right here, Omar, of this heat. It looks like we're in the round of 32, heat 8. We got Bella Kenworthy in the heat, Taylor Stacy, it looks like Lily Pierce, and Jessie Engel as well. So this is a highly contested heat, and just from what we saw in that last heat, I expect these girls to make a small adjustment again and try to get themselves on these better waves. Some of the better waves in that last heat went a little to the left of the surfers, so they didn't really gain all the opportunity in that heat.
Yeah, definitely. I was just coming up from the beach commentating booth, and when you see the whole arena, it's huge.
Yeah.
I mean, that's something that's hard to describe at Steamers Lane. You're dealing with kind of 3 different waves all in one, and right now you have that west-northwest swell, so those west peaks are really shifting way over there.
Way over there.
So yeah, super far. So I know the tide is dropping, so hopefully once we hit that low, kind of balances out, and we'll see those waves connecting. Wow, look at that. So beautiful. Adam, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Where do we live, buddy?
We live in a pretty nice place, and I wish I could have seen or really see Steamer Lane from this view a while ago. This is all new to me to see it like this, and you realize how beautiful this park is. My name is Adam Rapogle. I'm here sitting with Omar Echeverry, a longtime competitor here in Santa Cruz. You've had quite a bit of success out here too, Omar. And I know being, sort of on the back end of our surfing, careers, I'm definitely in the graveyard of mine. But it's nice to see these new generations. I know you're working with a lot of young kids and, a lot of young girls as well. But you too, you know how well these girls have been surfing and how long it takes them to get this good. So this is a long road to get to here.
No, definitely. It's so much work goes in before the heat, right? That's something that is so true, and I want everyone out there on the World Wide Web to notice is this is 25 minutes. These people work day in, day out, whether it's working out, working with a coach, and their competitive career starts so young now. It's insane.
Yeah.
I mean, you got kids starting in the 6 range, starting to compete at them. It's pretty nutty.
I mean, and that scares me. That scares me a little bit. I mean, I had, not the longest career, but I did start out as a 10, 11-year-old competing as a surfer. But, you do see a lot of people that sort of, burn out a little bit, and so there is a really strong push at a young age. But I'm noticing the kids that really do have a lot of fun and really enjoy just everything about surfing. And when they just put surfing, professional or competitive surfing into their life, it's just another little aspect of their surfing. But right now you're seeing a huge push in competitive surfing. It's really great to see the progression of women's surfing. I did hear through the grapevine that Kate Simmers pulled out of the event. I was really looking forward to seeing her surf. She is a huge inspiration to women's surfing. And
oh, bummer. Did she injure herself?
You know, I'm not sure.
Skinny?
I mean, personally, I think she saw the forecast and wanted to go surfing up north. I mean, she seems to be like a little surf hound.
I know. No, I surfed with her down at Pleasure Point, and she was frothing out. Waves were going absolutely nuts a couple days ago.
Yeah.
Jumping in this heat, though, we got a couple waves coming in right here. It looks like this is Blue up and riding. Nice bottom turn.
Wow.
Oh, I love the tail release right there, too. Bringing her to the right spot, just whipping that tail around. A couple nice turns for that is Taylor Stacy. Nice cut back into the whitewater. She's currently in the second position because she doesn't have a wave yet.
Well, yeah.
After that, she'll be definitely bettering her score of a 0. So keep an eye on that.
Hey, I really took note on her last little portion of her turn. She had a little whip to it, you know, sort of a point of difference in comparing just a normal wrap. We'll see this on the replay right here, but check out the little sort of. I believe this is this one Kenworthy here up and riding. Nice crack off the top. Bella gets a nice snap right there, and unfortunately not able to ride out of that little convergence. But here's the wave we were talking about. The little whip right there that Taylor Stacy's putting on her turns to me is a little point of difference, showing a lot of control and just putting a little exclamation mark on each little turn. So it is pretty unique, you know, breaking up that turn to make it look a little different.
Oh, absolutely love those replays too. A lot of times for everyone out there, those replays mean the judges are taking a look, dissecting every single turn. And it looks like scores starting to come in, a 4.33 for Blue for those tail whips.
Yeah.
And one other way for Bella. Bella got a 3.17. Bella Kenworthy's been on an absolute terror. The Kenworthys are awesome. And it's so cool to see generational surfing in our industry, Adam. It's pretty amazing to see. You know, we saw Carlos Cabrero's daughter. She moved through her heat yesterday. So many young surfers with dads that had great careers in the sport of surfing.
Yeah, and moms. You know, Eden Edwards, perfect example. Her mom Gretchen is a great surfer and charges big waves. Remember paddling out to Sunset one day and saw her and Mara, good friends of ours, out surfing, and it was, you know, all at 10 to 12 feet. So they are second generation women surfers, and they're receiving a lot of great information too, because all the information now is out there.
Yeah.
You can YouTube it, you can ask a question to your coach and get that information. Whereas in years ago, people held all that information pretty close to their chest. You know, you didn't give any of that information up. You know, you usually thought somebody had the secret. You know, what is the secret? But it really is just the hard yards of putting in surfing. You know,
the secret sauce.
Yeah.
No, I totally know what you mean. It's so true.
Yeah.
And it's so fun to see. And I know we brought up young surfers getting into the sport.
Yeah.
I thought a funny one. A friend of mine, his son is 9, and he's frothing to compete, which I thought was hilarious.
Well, that's
he's like, please, Dad, please.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, this is a new frothed out generation. Super rad to see. So fun.
No doubt. And you know, I had the opportunity to see a couple of the young surfers that you've been working with, and I would want to be competing too if I was surfing that well. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it is something, you know, like. It's nice to be nurturing and grooming them. As you see that backwash coming now from that right to left coming off your stream, that still wreaks havoc with these waves, Omar. Just the entry alone is challenging. Look how weird and warbly, nearly, you know, 2 or 3 different type of waves right there, unfortunately going down. But
no, yeah, I mean, just
lanes
like
are hard wave to surf.
When Kelly Slater was here, I remember all of his interviews, he was like, man, this wave can be difficult.
Oh, he hated this wave.
Yeah, if you can't catch it in the right spot, he's like, it's terrible.
Yeah.
You know, and that is our greatest athlete in the sport of surfing. So I like to say it, Steamer's Lane can be your best friend or absolute worst enemy in a heat or in a free surf. So beautiful wave right here, though. Kenworthy, take it away, Adam. Look at this nugget.
Yeah, Kenworthy, the judge is going to like that, just right off the bottom, off the top, right into the lip, and getting multiple turns here. You see this wave standing up nicely. So Kenworthy able to pick the eyes out of the lineup right now and get 4 consecutive turns off the top. So that's going to be by far the best wave of the heat. Kenworthy's going to go straight up into the lead, and you see Pierce up here on her backside. So A nice couple of waves right there. 9 minutes as he laps out of this heat. We have 25-minute heats in this round of 32.
I can't wait to see the replay of Kenworthy. That wave was
Yeah.
awesome. It looked like the flow was really, really good. And like you said, bashed it through the lip. I know speaking to some of the judges, they said that's going to be taking your average score, making it excellent. I'm going to break it down here. Look at that. Nice. Hit that first all-important turn, straight off the bottom, off the top. Slash off the top, getting the tail loose like you remarked earlier. Boom. And a second, that's a third and a fourth. I'm claiming that thing's going to the excellent. That was pretty rad.
Yeah, it was well surfed. I love this aerial view too of it, but like I said, off the bottom, off the top, almost stalling, not stalling, but sort of going straight down the wave to let that wave materialize. So very, very smart surfing right there for Belly Kenworthy to maximize the scoring potential out of that wave.
Yeah, definitely. Well, you and I brought it up yesterday. A common friend of ours, Brad Gerlach, I saw an interview with him and talking about flow, right? Wave flow. And that's what she had. It's almost like she waited, let the wave dictate her flow, and just let the wave offer her four epic sections. Looks like scores coming in. Oh, my gosh.
Great
8-1-7.
That's the best wave we've seen so far today, Omar. So that's essentially what the potential is out there to get excellent scores. And obviously, a lot of the other women surfers are going to be taking note on where Bella took off on that wave and the type of surfing she did to get the score.
I'm curious. How many girls do you think have spotters? I'm curious what you think.
Well, I don't know, but this is if there was ever a place to actually be involved in the heat and be a coach, this would be the spot.
Definitely. Definitely. It looks like Blue, taking a look at this one, she's currently in second position. Nice wave right here. She is just bettering a 0. So she already did that by standing up. That is the underwater monster that grabs your fins that we talk about. It's basically the side wedge. So the side wedge passes you up. You go into this dead area in the wave where, no joke, it literally feels like something is stuck on your leash, grabbing your fins and yanking your board downward.
Yeah.
So, those few feet separate tons of speed to absolute dead stop.
Yeah, there is that zone down there that's some dead water. So now we're down to 14 minutes. Bella Kenworthy's obviously rattled the cage here, and now she's already back into second priority. So she's going to etch herself back up into that ladder, get priority most likely, or challenge the person with priority and take her wave, maybe get her to think about something. But she needs to get rid of that 3.17 as we get into about the halfway mark of this heat.
Oh, look at the waves. They're nonstop, too. Looks like white up and riding. Nice little inside. Oh,
I know, but she used her priority right there, Omar. Unfortunately, that was an inside wave that had very small amount of scoring opportunity. Potentially an error right there. You see Bella Kenworthy now with priority sitting off to the left of Table Rock. So she's positioning herself for the wave with not considering the surfers at all.
Yeah, which is so crucial. And when you have priority,
nice.
Looks like Blue, she's looking to build on a 1.4. So
yeah,
I'd like to see what the judge probably.
Oh yeah, she's going to get the score on that. But I really like that bottom turn into that last section and blasting it. So
nice.
Yeah. I mean, to really make the off the top look really good, you got to set yourself up nicely off the bottom.
Yeah, well played. It's so fun to watch these young surfers utilize priority in the correct way. She was in fourth priority, so she was sharking around, just looking to back up that 1.40. Score still coming in. Looks like a 3.77, so she definitely ups the ante right there. Here is the replay coming around. Look, she's all the way on the inside. Other competitors aren't even looking in there.
Yeah, and nice bottom turn. Top snap. Really like that off the lip at the end.
Dude, I like her tail release.
Totally. And this wave again, so this is what the judges are looking for and looking at right now. Really like her patience right there off the bottom, coming down the face. Did some nice variety of surfing right here. As the wave sort of steepens up again, she's able to collide with the lip really nicely right there. It looks like she almost thought the wave was over. And then again, so getting a great couple of solid turns. And she didn't rush it at all, Omar. She wasn't looking rushed or hurried. And it really played out nicely. You talked about rhythm of the wave. She matched it perfectly.
Oh, totally. And bringing us back to old school commentating, I know Peter Townend used to say the power source. He used to always say the surfer's got to get back to the power source. And that's exactly what she did. She hit the lip, kind of waited, dropped back down the transition. That power source, that pocket, gives you the speed you want to slice and dice into 4 good turns, earning her an 8.17 highest score thus far in this round. There's the competitors. That's one thing I want to tell everyone out there on the World Wide Web, how into surfing the fans are at Steamers Lane. Like so, you go to a lot of surf contests throughout the world, and you could look at this type of view and they could be facing completely different ways, right? Like into the parking lot, up at the sky at a helicopter. Not in Santa Cruz. These guys are frothed out, staring at the competition, got this natural arena. This is one of the things I love about Santa Cruz. I mean, you could literally run into, a random person and they're going to tell you what happened. They're going to break it down to you, even if you're one of the commentators. They're like, oh, I heard so-and-so won. You're like, you're my checkout person at the grocery store. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
That's awesome. That's Santa Cruz.
Yeah, I remember years ago I was cruising around with my buddy Jeff Booth, right? We were on the east side of town, and just a random guy comes up and goes, Jeff Booth, awesome, what are you doing here, dude? And I paddled out with Jeff. We surfed Stewart Peak, had a great time, but we were talking out in the water. He's like, just the average surfer up here is so well educated on surfing. They're so connected. They're so involved. It does help that we have the likes of Nat Young and the Coffee Brothers and a bunch of people right now to really be watching. We saw Storer in her heat earlier, shred. So there's a lot of new surfers or young surfers in Santa Cruz that really get all the local people excited.
Oh, definitely. Just generations of surfers. Oh, looks like this is Green on a nice little insider. She's not looking for much to better her scores. She's looking for a 710, but she only has a 1.
Right. She's going to put numbers on the board no matter what. But it would be really nice for her to try to match one of the lowest scores of her competitors, to try to get that deficit lower, as she does right there now. Needing a 5.13, as we see Stacy up and riding, she decides to flick out. That's not going to help her cause. That can rattle your cage hearing that 8.17 with your competitor, but she has a backup of a 3 and now digging rail. So now lost priority. Doors opened now for Pierce to come in there. She needs a 4.60. That's to get into second. But you give her a nice score. Her second wave, her first wave is beating Kenworthy's second wave. So she could potentially find herself if she gets into that 7 range to move up into that first position.
No, definitely. And, I like to say it's not over until the horn rings. And we saw that yesterday in Kaikoura Nauenberg's heat.
Yeah,
I believe
we did.
With 1 minute left, the top 3 positions changed.
Yeah.
I mean, actually top 4 if you really want to dice it. So many surfers dropped scores at the very end that the whole heat was completely rearranged. And that's what the lane can do to you, too. You get these flurry sets that have 6-7 waves in it. If every surfer catches it and it's a tight heat, that thing will go all over the place. So always down to the wire here at Steamers Lane. Look at this beautiful place, natural arena. Which is an absolutely awesome place, right, Adam?
Totally.
I
It's a
love
beautiful,
it here.
beautiful place. And love having people come up into Santa Cruz when the weather is good and the waves are good. It really does show people what Santa Cruz is like. We've had some bunk years here, and this has been an A+ year for the Coldwater Classic so far. So a lot of people are able to surf around town. This event brings heads to bed. So Omar, this sort of moves the needle in Santa Cruz as far as economics. So
it does.
This really brings people into Santa Cruz, and what a great week to show them what we're all about.
Oh, definitely. And you got to check out all the awesome O'Neill merch.
Yeah.
I know Homer Hennard, a good friend of ours, he busted out his 1990 hat. He definitely had that thing on ice. So you got to love all those awesome old school Coldwater Classic merchandise items. I know I found my staff shirt from, I think it was 89 or 90 the other day. That was comical.
Classic.
I was 13 years old when I was a staffer. I don't know how on earth that was legal, but it was. I think we're volunteering for our school.
It could have been
it was fun.
Community hours for the high schools. You can see right there in the back, Omar, looks like some more waves coming. And I think it's a battle for second right now. Kenworthy, even though she's sitting in third, she's in a really sort of a great position, needing only to improve on a 3.17. But Stacy, Pierce, and Engel right now, they're all looking for the same wave basically to try to get themselves more points. And As you see a little wave here, there's that wedge coming up off the cliff, dividing that wave, most likely going to close out. So unfortunately for Pierce, she's using her priority again with 6.5 minutes remaining, almost 7 minutes. That is an error. Hopefully she's able to learn from this or go back and look at that. Would love to have seen you wait a little long, Pierce, for a better wave and give yourself some more opportunity.
Or like you said, position yourself a little bit better. That was her second time utilizing priority and being too deep. I know a lot of coaching talks about this, and that is if you own priority, you want to put yourself in the best spot that gets you the score. So that's your ability, right?
Totally.
If you're goofy foot, might be a left.
You're right.
Your forehand's better. If you're, in a certain type of position, like right here, we're obviously seeing that table rock coming into play. You might want to be on the shoulder, even if you have priority, because that's going to give you the best opportunity to get those scores. And just like you said, look how tight that is. I mean, really,
it's tight.
A 5-1-3 and a 4-6-0 with 5 minutes and 50 seconds. It's anyone's game on that bottom half.
Yeah.
Definitely Bella kind of running away with the win at the moment, but you never know. Scores drop quickly. So just a couple scores could bring them all the way up. You look at Blue right there, for example. Needs a 7:02 to overtake the lead, right?
Yeah, but that's the lead. If she were to say, put a 5 on the board, etch up that 3.77, get that up into, it'll make that, make your fellow competitors need up almost to a 7.
Yep.
So that would definitely sort of help her cause. 5 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. Seeing another beautiful overview, a little saber jet reef in the back there, beautiful point break in the back there.
Oh yeah.
And there's some waves around here that need to be 8 to 10 feet, and then we have waves around here that are really good, and it needs to be flat. So there's what I like too. When we were younger, Omar, I was educated by my good friend Richard Schmidt. He gave us a sort of a lay of the land of our bay, and it's a big cup facing due south, prevailing winds blowing offshore. So any time of the day, there's somewhere in this bay that is offshore. And if the swell conditions are right and you know where to go, intervals are good, you can find a pretty good wave nearly any day, regardless of the size. So a wave-rich little bay here in Monterey Bay. Obviously, that's why the World Surfing Reserve has taken note. And with waves like Steamer Lane, it's worth protecting.
No, super rad. I totally agree. We live in a reverse island. As you see White up and riding a couple little turns. She's looking a 4.60. I'm not a judge, but I don't think that's enough right there. We'll have to keep an eye on the scores.
Yeah.
But if you look at what she's trying to replace, a 3.5, a 0.73. Yes. So keep an eye on that. Looks like her score comes in at a 3.0.
It'll help.
7. It helps.
Yep. And so that'll help her advancement, lower that second wave.
Oh, so awesome.
I
just love the fans. I can't talk enough about the fans here. It's so cool. Everyone is posted up. Hey, aren't you supposed to be at school, buddy?
No doubt. I don't. Well, if you've been surfing in Santa Cruz for the last couple of years, you maybe question if the kids even go to school. I told a couple of kids out at Pleasure Point this last South Swell that between 8 and 3, it's adult swim. So, AYSO or YMCA rules, in the middle of the day, it's adults. But no, there's been a lot of young kids out there surfing. And look right here, it looks like some information studying or some social media.
Or she might be looking at us. Now, who knows?
I hope not. I hope she can spare herself. But we're down to 3 minutes, 15 seconds. Bella Kenworthy out here in the lead right now. Stacy in second, needing a 7 to get into that first position, but really the fight right now. Pierce got a 3.07 for that last wave, so now only needing a 4.60 to advance. So less than an average wave right now for Pierce will get her into that second position. So Stacy definitely wants to try to increase with priority that 3.77.
Yeah, and you can't count Jessie Engel out as well. You look at that; she only needs a 5.13. So I bet everyone is on their toes, making sure they're in the right spot in the lineup.
Mm-hmm.
As you see, White and Green are kind of sharking around on the inside, looking for those smaller scores. And there's great waves on the inside that offer scores like that. So you definitely got to be on point here at Steamer's Lane. Super beautiful. It looks like this is the woman with priority and Blue up and riding.
Yeah, I don't know about that choice right there, Omar. I'm sure she wishes she would have hung back and waited for a better wave. Still 2 minutes, 13 seconds. I would have waited the whole clock out to catch that catch that right wave, just to ensure that my competitors sitting in second and third priority don't give them the chance come 2 minutes left of the heat.
Oh, 100%. When you're there, they say that you want to be in contention, right? You don't want to take yourself out of the competition if you're not paying attention, especially if you're higher up on the priority totem pole. And just look at the tides right now. So what you're seeing right now is we do have a tide dropping to a 2.7 at 11:55. It's 9:39 here. Not sure what time it is online, wherever you are in the world. But we have the tide. It's going to be dropping about another, let's see here, about another half a foot. So you're going to see that Table Rock come into play quite a bit more. I believe once it bottoms out at 11:55 at that 2.7, it'll be increasing to a 3.7. That'll be a 1 foot tidal range. That's probably when you're going to see a little bit of swell push. That rock and those little chunky sections will be less in play. But, you know, tide book. Definitely something the competitors should be taking a look at. There you go. There it is online right now. Looks like we have a 3 to 5 foot swell. West-northwest, like we just talked about, close to dead wind right now. Absolutely amazing winds. Yesterday and the day before, we had a little bit of easterly winds, which can be challenging. An easterly wind here at Steamer Lane comes directly in the face. So if you're a surfer, it kind of feels like you're trying to hit a lip that's hitting you in a sense. So super stoked on the winds today. Look at that, Adam, just buttery.
Certainly is. Well, now we're down 30 seconds remaining, Omar. There's nothing coming in right now. You're seeing some of the surfers looking out into the lineup. Bella Kenworth, they're sitting in first position, though, with priority, sort of locking this thing down. Most likely she'll just watch the time run out. But unfortunately for Pierce and Engel, it doesn't look like there's going to be many opportunities as this heat winds down.
That's right. Heat coming to an end. Just 5 seconds left. It's amazing how quick the heats go, right? Oh, boy, that heat is over and done with. Good job, Bella Kenworthy and Taylor Stacy for coming out with the first and second. Awesome, awesome job. We'll be moving into the next heat in just a few moments. Once again, Cold Water Classic, epic event, so fun to watch.
Crunch time? Double time? Overtime? Shoots. Maybe it's time you try something new, yeah? Island time. One life, right? Mahalo.
Welcome to the O'Neill Coldwater Classic. You're watching our online coverage. My name is Omar Echeverry, and I'm sitting here with Stacy, executive producer of the Sea Odyssey.
Yeah, so my name's Tracy Weiss. I'm the executive director with the O'Neill Sea Odyssey. And if you are watching online right now, you can get a glimpse of our boat with a group of students that are here today joining us. They get to watch the Coldwater Classic from the ocean. So
that's so awesome. I got to do beach commentating. I'm going back and forth.
Yeah.
And you guys got so close yesterday. We're so psyched. We're yelling at you guys. So much fun to see. And what an absolutely amazing and positive thing you guys do for the ocean, for the Monterey Bay. I'd love, we're going to give a little breakdown here. So we do have a heat in the water. This is a round of 16, heat number 1 for everyone out there on the World Wide Web. And, but we'll go through the surfing and then we'll get into the fun stuff of the O'Neill Odyssey. So right here, it looks like Red getting some great waves. Emma Stone, nice bash off the top. I'm curious, do you surf?
I am not a surfer. I enjoy the ocean on a regular basis. I like to be out there kayaking. I am a scuba diver. So I am, exploring from above and below. But, I have a lot of surfers in my family at the moment. So shout out to my daughter who is out here watching at the moment. If you, live in town, this is a reason to miss school for the day.
That's right. I know. I was talking to another fellow parent, and we were talking about strategies on how to miss school correctly.
Yeah,
yes,
right,
yes.
right.
And absolutely beautiful waves here. Look at these sets pouring in for the competitors. We've had some sleepy heats, just to help break it down for you, which can be so stressful. Right here, you see the P, that's for priority.
Yep.
That surfer gets priority to any wave they want out in the lineup, which is a great asset, just almost like common courtesy, like in a free surf.
Right.
So great thing right here. Looks like she's going to utilize priority on the set. And that's when the pressure's on. Do I take the wave? Do I not take the wave? Nice bash into the white water. She surfs really well. And this woman is Havana Cabrero. And what's so cool for a lot of us surf fans out there, her father was a famous pro surfer himself from Puerto Rico.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So super cool to see kind of the second generation of full-on professional surfers and industry people here at the Coldwater Classic. Nice couple waves right there. But I know your time is cherished, so I want to get as much info as I can. And for the public out there and for everyone out all over the world listening.
Absolutely.
What exactly do you do there, and what is the whole meaning of the O'Neill Sea Odyssey?
Look, there's our students right now. So if you're watching online. So the O'Neill Sea Odyssey, as we know, the O'Neill name is synonymous with the ocean. And Jack O'Neill founded the O'Neill Sea Odyssey with the idea that access to the ocean should be free and accessible for all. This is our backyard. And we really want to make sure that every child has a chance to get out and enjoy and understand what this ocean is all about. So we are a marine science program that takes kids out on the water and help them develop a strong sense of place and connection to our one ocean.
That's awesome. And do you work with the individual schools to get classes out there? Is it colleges, high schools? My brain goes wild with questions.
Goes wild, yeah. So we're working primarily with 4th through 6th grade youth here in Santa Cruz, Monterey, and Santa Clara County.
Wow.
So we serve about 200 classes every year out on the boat, working to make sure that all the barriers are eliminated. So it is a 100% free program. And the way that the students earn their trip is by participating in a student action project so that they pay it forward.
Wow.
So they not only get all this curriculum and lessons, but they get a chance to then go back and learn in their classroom how can they make a difference. We're hoping that this is really going to be at the start of the next generation of ocean conservationists.
Oh, that's so cool to hear. And I mean, such an impressionable time in life, right? That elementary, I have 3 kids myself, and I watch their brains just explode in that period. And they all have their goals and what they want to become when they're older. So the fact that you're guiding them that way and showing them that we have one Mother Nature, one ocean, it's absolutely beautiful here. And this place is absolutely blessed.
It is a stunning couple of days to have this competition.
Right.
And it just highlights, right? So we're really working. So many of the kids that come here have never been to the beach, let alone on a boat on the water.
Wow.
So to be able to see what is, our backyard, the boardwalk, what is this famous lane, and they get to see it and to know that they are a part of it. It is amazing. So over 50% of the students that come, have never been out on the water.
Wow.
So, we get groups coming from King City, and we were just talking to the teachers this week and saying, this is monumental for them. Some of them have never been out of their apartment complex community, let alone to here at the beach. So here to the beach and on the water. So it's really life changing.
That's absolutely
It not
amazing.
only nurtures their sense of curiosity and inspiration, but it is such a powerful social, emotional experience of just awe and wonder.
That's so cool. And how long has it been going? I'm curious because I grew up with it.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's been a part of our community for years. So we're getting ready to celebrate our 25th anniversary this year. So we've served just over 117,000 students throughout that duration. So we're so grateful. I mean, again, O'Neill really invests a lot to make this program possible because we know, when you're out on the water and you understand it and you get to be out there surfing, you get to be out recreating and educating and researching and loving, that this is going to breed the next generation of people getting out there.
That's so cool. And speaking of the next generation,
Absolutely.
take a little pause on info to watch this wave. Blue just
Wow.
going to town. Isn't it amazing how well these young women surf?
It is amazing. We are so lucky to have so many great O'Neill surfers out there today, as well as, the next generation coming out here. We're rooting for Maddie Storer for sure.
Oh, yeah. Gotta love Maddie Storer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Autumn Hayes, we're excited to have so many locals here.
So cool, so cool. And I have one question comes to mind. Has someone come back as an adult and said, hey, this is what I do. I'm an ocean expert, or, has that happened before?
It's been, again, for 25 years, we've been providing this program.
Yeah.
So we've not only seen generations of youth come through, but now they come back as parents. And now we have teachers coming back that have been part of the program as well.
So
So
cool.
we're really seeing just the long-term impact. And we've done a lot of those studies where we're seeing kids that retain the knowledge of their experience for years to come. So it's not just a short-term sort of infusion of energy, but it really makes a difference long-term. With that, when you hit these kids at this moment with this kind of opportunity, it's hands-on, it's immersive, it just stays with them. And so we've seen, it really makes a difference for those that are, have the opportunity to get here, but also when this isn't your backyard, it just brings that spark to them.
Yes, no, and I love that saying, if you want to change the world, start with a kid.
Right. And if we know that when our kids and our communities are healthy, that our world is a better place for it. So, an investment into our youth is a good place to be.
Yes, it's a massive investment in our world and in our ocean.
And in our ocean, and our one ocean, right? We really talk a lot with our youth about this as our backyard, that the Monterey Bay National Marine Sanctuary is a national park, and it just goes really deep. You're seeing the surface, but as you see, the waves and this ecosystem are amazing.
Oh, absolutely amazing. We see another surfer up and riding. Looks like Blue is taken away with this heat. She's got a 617 and a 3.5 Mia going nuts, and she's just going for it now. Once you're that far in the lead, it's just like, oh my gosh, I'm going to go for it. Plenty of time left, though. 13 minutes and 20 seconds, as you guys can see online. Great waves. She's did great in her heat yesterday, so been fun to watch her. Once again, we're talking about the O'Neill Sea Odyssey right here at the O'Neill Coldwater Classic. Anyone you want to say hi to out there?
Hi, I'm just looking forward to being here. Thanks for having us today. Everyone here at the O'Neill Sea Odyssey is excited to be a part of this.
Oh, of course. And I would like to direct everyone out there on the World Wide Web, and that is, how do they find out about you and the program that you run, and how do they get involved?
Absolutely. So the O'Neill Sea Odyssey is 100%, we raise all the dollars. It is a free program for every class that participates. So check us out. You can see students out there joining us today. You can find us online at the o'neillseaodyssey.org. Come and join us and make a donation and consider, helping to make this a possibility for other students.
Yeah, so cool. I mean, you think about a sanctuary as well. I did some work with Save Your Waves. I used to be the at their main fundraisers.
Oh,
I was the talker dude. I do talking a lot.
You seem to be good at it.
Yeah.
It's great.
So I was super passionate about what they were doing, creating these surf break sanctuaries.
Right.
Because they're not very protected.
Mm-hmm.
And what I learned from them is you have to constantly protect them.
Right.
So it's almost like they're at risk constantly, even if they're a sanctuary. So there's people that are trying to get in there, whether it's oil drilling, whatever it is.
Whatever it is.
Yeah. So to protect them is a full-time job.
It is, and to know that, again, from our perspective, every year we have a new group of students that come through. We have a new group of students that want to receive this opportunity. So we are constantly working to raise funds and to ensure that no child is prevented from this opportunity. We really want to make sure that they have a chance to immerse themselves in kind of the lessons we teach, which is all about, the land-sea connection. When we talk about ecology, we're talking about oceanography, we're talking about navigation and the maths and the sciences. It is all important.
That's so cool. I'm
Look
sure
at
you see
that.
some crazy stuff out there.
We do.
Sharks?
We see some of those things, and sometimes we've been able to see whales. We've seen a lot of humpbacks coming through lately. Even pretty close here at Mitchell's Cove, we've been able to have some really great whale spottings.
That is so cool. And there it is right there.
And
that
there
is
it
the
is.
O'Neill Sea Odyssey boat. Beautiful boat.
Thank you.
My gosh. I'm curious, how big? What is it? I just want to know about it. I see that. I'm like, wow, that's a real boat. That's a big boat.
It is a big boat. So this is a newer catamaran. This is our, it's been part of our program for the past few years. So it is 65 feet long. We are able to get one class of students out at a time. So, during the school year and during the day, this serves as the Sea Odyssey. During the weekends, it can be used for private and public charters. So it is absolutely available. So it is an amazing vessel that has been really outfitted for the Sea Odyssey students.
That is so cool. So do you see sharks occasionally?
We have before,
Okay.
yes.
That's the
But
good
more
stuff.
so we are, hunting plankton. We're trying to understand we do plankton tows every day, and we take all of this information we gather and take it back to our education center at the Santa Cruz Port District over there at the harbor. And so the kids come in and out, and so the information they collect, they get to apply right away. So we work and pull and understand what are we seeing in this ocean and understanding how is that going to change over time.
Definitely. And like you're talking about plankton.
Yeah.
I mean, it's one of the smallest things, but probably one of the more important things in the ocean.
It
And
is.
that's when you really got to look at our whole ecology and Mother Nature. Everything's important, right?
Everything is connected, and it is changing rapidly with climate, with the climate crisis and those sort of things. We're seeing lots of change over time.
Yeah.
So as you're seeing change in your waves, change in the seasons, this is the season that we really need to make sure we're investing in youth getting access to our natural, environment and what makes our community so rich. This is our backyard. We want to make sure that people have access.
One of the most beautiful backyards in the world, in my opinion.
We are lucky, right? Especially
Yes.
today, just to know that this is, what we get to see all the time.
I know, and a lot of surfers talk about this. So I know that you have family members that surf, but the Monterey Bay is so special for surfing because if you look at it, it's almost a reverse island.
It is, yeah.
So therefore, somewhere within your 30, 40-minute drive, there's a wave.
Yes.
Which in surfing is amazing. It's like and then wind.
And wind, yeah.
The wind is going to be a different direction no matter where you go on the island, right?
Absolutely.
So it's going to be offshore somewhere. Yeah, so we say in surfing and in Santa Cruz, right? If you don't like the weather, wait 15 minutes. If you don't like the waves, drive 30 minutes.
Drive 30 minutes, drive to the other end of the bay.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Exactly. That's super cool. We're joined here with the executive director of the O'Neill Sea Odyssey. I'm so stoked that you came by. And, I know it sounds like it's a vehicle for learning,
absolutely.
but is it also a vehicle for, serious science as well? I mean, do they utilize it too, like people doing big studies, whatnot?
We're always trying to make sure that the information we're gathering and we're collecting is used across the bay, because at some point all this information should be available and accessible to all. So if you're looking at our website, we do collect a lot of information, and we have that up online for anybody to really access or use. So we're trying to build some data over time to help people understand how the ocean is changing, what are we seeing, and what are the trends over time, because as we know, that sort of predictive modeling is really valuable in science.
Yes.
So we're talking a lot, again, the O'Neill Sea Odyssey is about really how do we make this a STEM-based learning model, right? So they get a chance to get hands-on. They're using scientific tools like plankton net and using compasses and using those old school navigation tools of how do we triangulate, know where we're at in the ocean.
Wow,
so they get a chance
amazing.
to put the sail up. They get a chance to really get out there and practice all those skills.
That is so cool. And we're in an era of so much data, right? But I love the connected data you're talking about.
Absolutely.
I was reading an article, it sounds strange, but about during the pandemic, there were so many people that were watching animal migration
Yeah.
that they started compiling the data from all these people that were bored.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they couldn't go do anything, so they're looking at animals, looking at nature, and they were able to track what's going on with Mother Nature much more accurately than they were before.
Absolutely. And again, if we're talking about, looking at tracking data over time, we know that this ocean provided so much respite and, solace and inspiration and recreation for everyone during the pandemic. And for 2 years, we weren't able to do our program. Our classroom kind of sat empty, which was so unfortunate. And we're thrilled to be able to be back now during, after the pandemic. So while we pivoted really quickly and did some amazing virtual program, there is nothing like getting these kids out on the water. So we're happy to be back and to be, having these students come out and join us. So we have a lot of groups coming from Pajaro, Salinas, Monterey, and it is really just that. We are working to make sure that the transportation is covered, the program is free, and we're trying to make sure that no one is prevented, from this critical ocean education because
That's
of
so cool.
lack of money.
Oh boy, and you got to give it to O'Neill.
Yeah.
I mean, that is something that they have kept for so long. The
Absolutely.
O'Neill Sea Odyssey program. It's to me, every time I see it, I live in Santa Cruz, of course. I drive by it and I see it and I'm like, that's just great.
Well, and we know, when Jack was alive, what he always said was the ocean is alive and we've got to take care of it. And that's really what we're trying to do, is to breed the next generation of ocean advocates and stewards. We know that, again, like many of these surfers, when you're out there and you're seeing it and you're a part of it, that you really build that connection. And not everyone has that opportunity. So we're working to make sure that everyone has that chance.
Yeah, it's so beautiful. And I have another question. So is it the competition? I know you come from an outside perspective. I love this.
Love it.
Because Steamer's Lane, to me, is one of the best venues to bring someone that is outside of the surfing world.
Absolutely.
What's your impression of today?
It is stunning out here. And these waves today, I mean, we are just so lucky to have just the top-notch competitors, in this field out here today. And these waves, couldn't have been better for today's competition.
Oh, we got so lucky. I'm
We
sure
got
you know
so
a lot
lucky.
about
We've
wind.
been a lot of wind. In the past, couple of weeks, we have, it's been pretty glassy out there. So to be able to see these waves out here today, it is a perfect day for it.
I know. I figure being a part of a boat, you know a lot about wind and surfers. Boy, we track wind like no other.
Absolutely.
Right, and we've had amazing wind these past couple days. We're talking like 2 mile an hour. It's slight easterly.
The winds are in our favor for sure today.
Definitely, that's awesome. Well, you guys are definitely getting close out there to the peak, which I think is so rad. I'm sure they're checking out some of the action too, as we saw Mia just taken away
on this heat. That is amazing.
I know. Look how dominant it is. So she's got a 6.93 and a 6.17.
Consistently too. She is consistently performing on these waves.
Oh, it's amazing too in the sport because you have two people that only have one wave, and then she has 4 or 5. So
absolutely,
it's the ocean is like rhythm, and heats can be like a rhythm too. So a lot of times you catch a good wave, and that sets you up in the perfect position to catch the next one.
And you got to know when to take that wave.
You do, and it looks like we do have.
Look at that.
Cabrero on this one. Nice slash off the top. That was a great turn. So she's just looking for a 137 with one turn. I would say that is definitely
a possibility.
The score. Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely, and she's looking to build on a 0. So as you'll see right here, she rocketed all the way up to 2nd place.
Moves, and things can change quickly, as we know in these heats.
Yes, I know.
You find the right wave.
Right? It's not over until the horn blows.
It's not over.
It's never over. Never give up. Definitely fun to watch for sure. And we're absolutely blessed to be here at the O'Neill Coldwater Classic. If you're just logging on, thank you for joining us. We're on the webcast for the O'Neill Coldwater Classic. 35 years of the Coldwater Classic. O'Neill, 70 years in the making. Gotta love Jack O'Neill. What an absolute legend bringing it. So how long have you been with the Odyssey? I'm curious.
I have been with the Odyssey for less than a year. So I am probably one of the newer members of our team, but I am thrilled to be there. Right. Getting a chance to be out and really making this program accessible and available it is a dream job for sure.
That's so cool. And how far do you guys travel with that boat? Do you go outside of the bay, or does it somewhat stay in the Monterey Bay?
You know, for our program, it stays right here pretty much in the bay. We're not traveling too far. Really, with this groups of students that we bring, it's really just about getting outside of the harbor.
Yeah.
So we offer, you know, program in the fall, and then we'll take a break over the, you know, winter season and start again in the spring.
That's so cool. And I mean, there's enough to cover here.
There's enough right here,
Seriously.
right? Like, again, we don't have to travel too far.
Oh,
We're
I bet.
always so lucky to be able to have the wharf right here
Right.
and see all of the amazing, you know, animals and plant life that, you know, make this place so unique.
Oh, I know. I love watching National Geographics. From time to time, the camera will pop up, and you're like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
I know that place.
Have you seen the new they have a Netflix special of this specific National Marine Sanctuary.
No,
If
I
you
haven't.
haven't seen it, you'll have to take a look. It's breathtaking, and it reminds you how lucky we are to call this home.
Oh, that's awesome. I have a 4-year-old, 8-year-old, and 11-year-old, so I'm definitely memory banking that one.
You
They're
should.
gonna
I
love
have
it.
an 11-year-old and two 15-year-olds, so, you know,
Not far off.
not far off.
Yep, that's a blink of an eye, right?
It happens quick.
Definitely.
Well,
Well,
here-
this heat's coming to a wind, so I know we have limited time with you.
Yeah.
Please plug whatever you want to plug. It's so positive, and I have so many friends that have been on that boat. So let the World Wide Web out there know how to contact you guys, how to get involved, how to donate, whatever.
Absolutely. Thank you to everyone for watching today. I am Tracy Weiss. I'm the Executive Director with the O'Neill Sea Odyssey, and you can find us online at o'neillseaodyssey.org. Consider making a gift today. It is the end of the year, and we know that without your contributions, this program would not be made possible. We are here from the benefit of our community, based on the generosity of our community, and we thank you for all of your support all of these years. We know that O'Neill is the first name in the ocean, and we hope that we can continue to nurture the next generation of ocean stewards. So thank you so much.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us. All the best of luck.
Yes.
Please support those.
Thank you, and good luck to all of the competitors today.
All right. We're going to throw you to break. We'll be right back. Thank you.
Don't forget about the West Peak. That's the first time I saw that ad. That was pretty cool. Pete Mel here taking over for Omar, but we haven't lost Omar. He moved over a seat. He's going to be our color commentary for this event, analyze everything that's happening. We are in the round of 16 with the women's heat number 2. Great stuff there from the O'Neill Sea Odyssey. You know, what a supporting crew. I mean, that's one of the things that O'Neill giving back and sharing the Monterey Bay Marine Sanctuary with everyone.
How rad is that program? I mean, it's been in the books for so long. They now have a brand new boat.
Is it a brand new boat, or is it just a rekindled one? It's a brand new boat?
Brand new, yeah.
Oh, no way.
Pretty
It's a
new
new
boat.
cat.
Yeah,
Awesome.
things awesome. It can hold, she said, about 40 people. Comfortably one class is what they like to do, about 30 kids at a time.
Believe me, my kids have done it over the years. It's incredible program. And you know, talk about a field trip on the ocean. Take it.
Right? Especially our ocean. Getting back to business, though, we've had some serious heats out here, Pete Mel. And we're coming to that low tide. I see a lot of people getting stuck behind. What's going down out there?
Well, I was just going to say, though, we've seen that pretty much all day long, but the low tide definitely accentuates that even further. We've seen a lot of these waves. You take off on the normal takeoff zone, and the wave just flies off. But then there's the slower ones. And so you have to be able to identify those types of waves. This is a replay here of Kira Pinkerton, and obviously identifying the wave that's going to give her the ton of scoring potential. Even now, seeing that wave was running down the line, carrying that speed in that maneuver. Unfortunate there, not able to finish it, but got some work done in the beginning stages of it. Going to be the best number of the heat so far. One more score to post here for Kira. But look at this. At least the swell is up on the rise, and the consistency seems to be rising as well.
Yeah, definitely. To me, it looks like they're getting used to the new conditions in a sense, right? Because they're getting stuck a little bit behind whatnot. What I've seen a lot, too, in these last couple of heats is kind of like a misused priority whatnot, being a little bit too deep.
There, huh?
Yeah, tons of priority mistakes. But I'm sure, you got your coaches. Look at the coaches' corner, I call it, up there at the point. Those guys are yelling at their athletes on what waves to catch. And, they'll be adjusting throughout the day, right? As the tide, it's not a massive change. I believe it's only about a 1 foot tidal change, but that affects the lane so much, right?
It does. And again, we had touched on this with Adam, and I know that you've been watching all event long, but we've had 3 different swells for the 3 days we've been here. The first day was a predominant northwest swell out of a very northwest angle. Then we kind of went into yesterday. That swell had dropped off. There were still little residuals of it, but we had a new south swell, which is a whole different part of the lineup that you're using. And then today we wake up and we've got a new west swell, another different direction, different looking lane, which is so hard as an athlete to be able to zero in, especially if you don't live here, right? Because you've got so many different swell directions. What do? You're basically adapting on the fly here in the water, and unfortunately, that makes mistakes.
Oh, yeah, totally. I'm sure you've had friends that feared this place that came from all over the world. There is like a love-hate in a sense, right?
There's people that love it and connect with it, and there's people that don't. And Kelly Slater is one prime example of somebody who just does not care for this wave at all.
I know, isn't it classic?
And it's not the cold water, because he's had great experiences. It's literally the lane and the fact that it's just like, hey, he just hasn't figured out where that wedge is to get the extra power. Because sometimes you connect with it and you're all of a sudden you're like, this is the best, this is a world-class wave, and everyone else is going, what?
I know.
Kelly goes, what? I don't even want to go back there.
I'm so glad you brought him up, because I've interviewed him so many times about the lane.
And he says the exact same thing, right?
It's funny. He looks at you. Yeah, no denial. And it's kind of like a perplexed look he gets, because Kelly's so analytical, right? And he's just like, I don't know. It's just that
what
wave.
It is, right? Zoe Benedetto finds a nice solid one here. Replay. This came in at a 4.83. So Kira Pinkerton with the early lead, 5.5, and then the 4.83. But yeah, if you can find, and I've seen surfers, new faces, never seen before, come here. Like example, maybe Zoe's finding a passion and a love here, because if you connect with the lane and all of a sudden the rhythm, and you guys have a good little relationship, generally the waves come to you.
100%.
This is Kira Pinkerton's 5.5, and the work done on the outside. She had to chase it down here, and then gets the unfortunate fall after this turn here. She races it down the line and looking to solidify it.
Boom.
All that speed, and just has, unfortunately, the drift of the fins and goes down. But still a 5.5. I mean, good. 1.5 probably in that turn if she pulls it off.
No, totally. Boy, and it's so down to the wire. Like, those 1 points are so important. I watched a lot of heats yesterday up in the beach commentary booth, and heats were getting decided in the last 30 seconds. Happened a lot yesterday, as you see surfer up and riding right here on the bottom turn, just able to get around that all-important warble, coming into another little slarsh right here. Nice turn off the top. Can't she get one more? Yes, she does. That is more.
Yep,
looks like more. She's looking for a 3.90.
Mia Moore had some success early in this event and is finding herself in this round of 16. Wants to keep it going. So early wave was a 0.93. We'll wait on this score, and this one's going to be better for her.
Definitely. I'm curious, Pete. You have priority. What's your call with sitting with priority at Steamer's Lane? Do you sit wide? Do you sit up the point? I think sitting at the spot that allows you to get the best score. What do you think?
Well, I'm just going to say this, the table rock zone, right? In that zone is where you need to be. But when you see that wave coming or that set coming, identify where you need to be if you need to go closer to the point, because sometimes there is sets that go there. Like this one feels like that's the case, but ultimately it is going to run quickly. If you paddle too far to the shoulder, you're going to look like you're taking off from the shoulder too, right? So I think one of the key elements today is when you are catching the wave, wherever you're in the lineup, get down the line, get the board speed up, right? Don't go straight down into it. You got to angle and start pumping that board. I mean, there's an example of a wave. There's still south sets too, which are actually going to be up in that point area.
Yeah.
So you got to keep your eyes on it and identify it and get to it. So it's like this quick reaction time and move to it. Don't second guess it. Get there, get the wave. Or, if you have to move to the channel to do that, do the same thing. You got to do the exact same thing. Get to that channel and grab it and start moving that board down the line.
Yeah, the word is you got to be on point. That's what I like to say. You got to be on point.
It's easier said than done.
That's right. Yeah,
because it is identifying the set and going, okay, so that's the part is a lot of times the lane it'll pop up. You're seeing the set come from quite a ways away, but is it going to peak? Is it going to the slot? Is it going to the point? And the locals are going to be able to see that a little bit earlier than probably someone who hasn't surfed here much.
Yeah, no, I've talked to a lot of my favorite surfers that have won out here, like you yourself. I know you guys have described to me being a younger surfer coming up under you guys. Was it you're surfing a multiple heat in a situation, right? Like there's 3 different peaks, possibly 4 sometimes, all in one.
Yeah.
So it's almost like
on tide and swell direction and.
Yes, it's almost like you're surfing multiple heats, which is pretty rad, super unique, and you have that gladiator arena look to it, just looking right down on the cliff. Wow, look how
Roman
beautiful
Coliseum.
that is.
That's what it is. I mean, as far as surfing goes, there's not a lot of venues that give you the opportunity to basically talk to the surfer at the takeoff zone. And then watch it as a go all the way in. Plus the fact that you've got 3 different literally takeoff zones. You've got the point, which is around the corner there. You can catch it on south swell. You're catching waves around the corner on bigger days. And then there's the slot, which is the traditional kind of northwest swell. But even then, the point still has waves there, so you kind of like are jockeying between the two. And then, of course, middle peak. And then you even want to throw in a little further. We got indicator, right, which is inside middle peak, which actually is good on a big northwest with low tides. That's the best wave.
Yes.
Right? On a dead low tide, you're going and surfing indicator, and you're surfing all the way down to Cowles and riding 200-yard long waves.
Oh, yeah, definitely. 10 turns to the beach where your heart's going to fall out of your skin.
Right?
Yeah, definitely.
It's crazy. And that's all right here at Steamer Lane. So, I mean, I guess that's why it's such a popular venue here in Santa Cruz. And to top that all off, the fact that we've had 3 different swells in 3 days, and there's been waves every single day, that goes to show how consistent this wave is. It gets, it has surf a good 300 days a year.
That's amazing. I mean, so many places throughout the world do not have that. And
it's seasonal, right? It only breaks on a north swell, so only in the winter. But now, we get the fact that we face the direction we face and where we are on the proximity in the Pacific Ocean, get swell from everywhere. So
true. I know. I mentioned that to my son. He's like, "Why don't we live there?" I'm like, "It's flat this time of year." And he's like,
"We want to be wearing trunks," but no, it's North Shore is an example of that, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's one of the meccas of the surf world, but 2 months out of the year, I mean, conceivably longer. I mean, really, it's about the winter time, which is fall right now. It just started getting their first swells of the year. Yeah, there's occasional swells that show up because it is an island randomly, but ultimately it's a surf season, so you're surfing Pipeline and Sunset Beach only from October to April.
Yes, I think John Florence said it best. It turns into Lake Hawaii. He said in an interview once.
And it gets quiet. There's still tourism people that come kind of cruise the roads, but the actual beaches, quiet. You can literally, it's kind of a cool time of year, but again, you're not surfing. You have to go to the other side of the island, which isn't a horrible thing, I guess, because there's good waves on that side too. But again, if you live and you want to surf your local break, there's 4 months of the year it's quiet. This isn't going to do that for you here in Santa Cruz.
No, definitely. We live in a reverse island, the Monterey Bay. Yeah. So there's always waves. It's always offshore somewhere. Yeah. And if you're here and you don't like the weather, wait 15 minutes. That's Santa Cruz for you. We have about a 20-degree shift today alone.
That's in weather, but the water stays pretty temperate.
Yes.
I mean, it stays within 5 degrees. Anywhere from 50 to 55, and then sometimes it'll actually go from 55 to 60 in our our warmer times. But ultimately, it's very temperate, so it has this kind of region of mid 50s that it plays in. 54 to 57, and you're basically wearing a wetsuit all year round. Most surfers here that live here surf with booties all year round. You may go to a 3-mil for the summertime, but ultimately you're wearing a full suit. It's not like you're going short sleeves.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
What about
People
those spring updwellings? You're dusting off your 543.
It's beautiful. It's 80 degrees out, and the water is 52. You know, like ooh, chilly.
So cold. Another fact that as we go through heats that we touched upon is the surf fans too. Okay, I feel like Santa Cruz is one of the most surf-educated cities in the world, and when the Coldwater Classic comes, it's so much fun, right? I mean, you could be buying.
Missed it a little bit, I would say.
Yeah.
Because I mean, we've had the O'Neill events, you know, in the past couple of years, the O'Neill Freak Show, but that's kind of more of a local event. Whereas finally, you know, this one, the original Coldwater Classic is back, and it's got that vibe, you know, where we can all of a sudden celebrate the history. We can celebrate the event as what it is, Coldwater Classic, and it has the name tied to it, you know, and that legacy name is so awesome because they turned it into a brand, really. The events of the Coldwater, because it's not just here in Santa Cruz. They've had it in Scotland, they've had it in Africa. You know, and that Coldwater Classic, I love it.
Oh, it's so cool to see these surfers. I had an interview with someone who's really young, I believe from Costa Rica, and he was saying how much he wanted to win because he'd been watching the Coldwater his whole life.
Yeah.
That's so cool to hear from another country. I believe it might have been one of his first trips here, too. So super cool to see. It looks like we have heats going through. A nice little replay here.
Right? So she's trying to better her last wave, which she looks like she's going to be kind of matching it a little bit better. 2.9 puts her in the lead. So small little inside waves with the lack of consistency. She's going to move on that inside, outside of priority. Kira Pinkerton has priority right now. Sits in the white jersey, has the best number of the heat. So seems like she's in control, especially if a set comes. She'll dictate which wave she wants. Zoe Benedetto is in second, waiting on a score here for her as well.
Yeah, no, and this heat is a low-scoring affair, but a heat a little while ago had Bella Kenworthy. She threw out an 8.17, just absolutely crashed this combo.
Significant difference in her approach out here, huh?
Yeah, definitely.
Way more lightning quick, punchy, and it was a real distinct point of difference in my eyes, too, watching that heat. Outside of the box and actually live, there was that's why that you saw that we haven't seen a whole lot of 8s in the women's division. So to see that from her was awesome, and it just goes to show the potential of this draw.
Yeah, and Autumn Hayes, I brought up the old school, the power source, right? That's what Peter Townend used to call it. And I watch Autumn Hayes do it. I watch Bella Kenworthy do it. They're doing the snap, coming down, and waiting for that pocket to come back at him, and then just utilizing that speed into another combo.
Yeah, it's sitting off the bottom.
Yeah, right.
It's not an easy thing to do, and you think you need to hurry, and sometimes it's best to just chill and wait it out, let it unfold.
That's right. The wave can dictate the kind of the pace that you have to have sometimes. Definitely. Look at this little set coming in, though. Looks like the pressure's on white. What are they going to do? Boy, that sometimes can be kind of a heart murmur time, right? You're like, what do I do? Do I take it?
Though. Like she did. It's a major set wave. It's like a good size wave, but she didn't like the line on it. And look at that thing, energy-wise, just deteriorated.
Oh, definitely. We're coming up to that low tide. I think it's at 11:55, I believe. Midday. Exciting men's heats coming later too, though. Pete Mel, it's gonna be nuts, huh?
No, that's big stuff. There's a couple veterans in there in the draw. A couple CT Championship Tour surfers that are right there in their prime, and a couple youngsters, a couple locals. So there is a healthy mix of great surfers in that round of 32.
That's right. And being from Santa Cruz, that coveted Coldwater Classic title, I mean, that's just huge here in Santa Cruz. Absolutely massive. Quite a few locals coming up in both the men's and the women's. What an absolutely beautiful day here at the Coldwater Classic. I'm so pumped it's back. Yeah. I'm out of my skin to see this unfolding in front of my eyes. So fun to watch as these surfers shredding these waves. And we have more swell on tap, so super blessed.
You can see, look at White actually liking the way this little wave looks in the line. So not a major set wave, but it has the extra angle, but pretty deep. So is Kira going to pull the trigger? She's way too deep. It's going to be very hard to get to that open face, and that is unfortunate. Knowing full well that was a quality wave, but didn't position herself far enough over onto the shoulder. Identified it, definitely.
Yep.
But unfortunately, it didn't get there quick enough to get to the shoulder. So, again, we'll see that. Even the locals are going to have that issue because you're basically surfing against the surfers in your heat as well, as we see a beautiful gouge there by McCaffrey. Oh. And, again, so 2 nice snaps. This is going to be her best wave. Another one with that corner peeling at you. You can really drive off it, that wedge. She did that for McCaffrey. That's going to be a good number for her. It's going to rival Zoe and Kira with 8 minutes to go. Now she's got her solid number. So, again, you're talking about battle of the backups, battle up of those two waves. With the inconsistency, you're going to see all these heats come down to the very last few minutes.
Yeah, definitely. And we saw people making it sharking earlier, which I think is a great strategy at the lane. Once you utilize that priority, your goal is, I got one good wave, right? Build the house on the way out, especially on days like
there's
today.
There's quality waves underneath, right?
Yep.
That break all the way in the bay through Middle Peak. You can pick up a little left even,
Oh, yeah. Autumn Hayes in her heat, she got a great inside wave. It's similar to this little wave, like a big arc off the top, and followed it up with that kind of 1-2 punch combo, getting a great score. Oh, that combination was awesome by Red. That was sick.
Yeah, I mean, and those have been scoring because, you don't always get that nice vertical lip, but if you actually have the flow and drive through those and dig that rail in and sink it, the judges will take notice. They'll see if you're accelerating out of those maneuvers, that's when they're going to see, okay, they're using the rail, they're committing to the turn, and it's going to get a number. There it is, 5.3, second highest number, goes to the lead with the backup number of a 1.73. So there it is, 4 surfers all within the 5-point range-ish. And now Mia Moore, who is in third, she needs to battle it. Now this priority allocation of her with number 2 priority. With this time in the heat, this is an important period of the heat for Moore. If she wants to stay pace, she's going to have to execute on this next second priority, get herself at least a number rivaling her competitors.
No, you're totally right. Look at that. Sitting with the pressure point, that is the priority. The big P only needed a 1.51.
Yeah,
not much. Oof, gosh, that is a pressure spot. Plenty of time, though. Like we said, when the sets come, they do tend to come in flurries because we have so many different swell directions running in the water. So you just got to keep your eyes on that for sure. Great surfing here by the women. I want to know how impressed. I'm personally so impressed to see so many amazing young women surfers at the Coldwater Classic from all over the world. Talk about a generation that's absolutely pumped, right?
Yeah, it's from top down, really is what it is. Oh, here we go, a left. Beautiful section. Hooking snap there by McCaffrey, looking to better the 1.73, and guaranteed she's done that. Well, there you go. Outside of priority, moved over, identified a Middle Peak option, bang with the lower tide. That's going to be a great number. It's way better than the 1.73 she's carrying right now.
We planned that, right? No, I just got chicken skin because that's exactly what we're talking about, everyone out there on the World Wide Web. It's like you're doing the shark mentality. That's a left. But she's just looking on to build the house, just build on that little score. That's got to feel great to her. She got that completely under priority. She actually had no priority whatsoever. Gets a killer little left, waiting on the scores. What is it, Pete?
4.27. Again, so just that's exactly what you need to do. Now that guarantees her and makes her relax. So another option is she sits outside again. She could go do the same plan, or she can go up and start rattling cages. And again, that's just what kind of competitor are you? Do you want to keep playing offense and go and see if you can find another wave over in that zone, or do you want to go over there and now start shaking it up in the pack and start trying to bait and sell waves and do those things? I mean, there's 2 different strategies there.
That's what I like to do.
Yeah. I know, Omar. I know. I've surfed a few heats with you.
Yeah. I'm going to be
inside.
Oh yeah. You better watch out,
even
dude.
in your free surfs.
Yep. I'm just a little shark, dude. Oh yeah, that's the best. You put the pressure on your opponents, and you can watch them shake it out. And the funny thing about that shark mentality, Kelly Slater's probably the most famous athlete.
Gabriel Medina is my book. I was like,
there you go, another one.
He's the king shark. He's the megalodon.
I know. He should get a shark fin tat on the back, right? Like Donna, like absolutely amazing. I mean, there's actual things in the rule book that should be named after that surfer.
No, he did.
Yeah.
There is the Gabriel Medina rule.
Yep.
No joke.
I know.
It's not actually named that, but
right.
He did a few things that, it changed the rules.
Yes, it did. No, and that's what the priority. So absolutely iconic as our sport grows so much, but super rad to see the priority. And thanks for joining us, right?
Yeah, no, we've been having a good time and lucky that the ocean has been providing once again. Again, another day, another swell direction, another swell. So 3 different days, 3 different swells. And going into tomorrow, I would say forecast-wise, we're going to see this west swell kind of start to, go to the other side of it. So hopefully, fingers crossed, it stayed strong enough for enough time out there in the ocean to provide us waves through tomorrow. And then board riders coming up on the weekend, which will be on Sunday.
That'd be fun. Are you in it?
I am in it, actually.
Yeah.
I got a spot for the 50s. We're up against it's a Northwest Division, so that means there's a new club that just joined with Half Moon Bay.
That's right.
Right, so they're going to be a new team coming into the mix. Ventura will be there. Santa Barbara will be there. And I'm going to say Pismo. So that
Cool.
San Luis Obispo crew. I'm hoping their team's all filled up. If you guys are watching, you probably would be watching some of those crew.
Yeah.
Because this is the lane. This is what it's going to be. Although I will say Sunday is going to be a different day than this.
Might be Lake Santa Cruz.
It could. It's going to be. I mean, it's going to be inconsistent and some maybe fingers crossed south swell. And it's going to be inconsistent with south swell. That's how it is. So.
Oh yeah, we all know those. That means you're going to have a couple amazing waves with super long intervals.
And you're going to be battling the cliff and all sorts of stuff. So look, this is what we see here. Ella has decided to do a strategy that I might have done.
I'm out here.
Right? I'm going over here to see if there's a wave that's going to magically come to me. She's already comfortable with a 9.57 total, although that's not safe, I will say. Although at this point in the heat, with 2 minutes to go, it's pretty darn confident that she can do enough to get the advancement with just that 9.57 points.
Yeah, definitely. Coming to the end, though, you got to look at how low the other scores are. They need a 1.51 and a 3.44. That's got to be brutal for the coaches and the surfers. She's thinking left again. She got one good one. Why not another?
And it could be one big move. So you see Kira identifying the fact that she's in third priority, right? And when she does that, she is going to put herself in a position because she needs to better the 0.83. It comes down to Mia Moore and Zoe Benedetto. You said that. They don't need big numbers. So they have higher priority than Kira.
Yep.
And to see if Kira, is this Kira? No, it is Kira.
It is.
In the white. Well, that little float with 1:20 to go actually probably will improve on the 0.83.
Seriously, my gosh, what a strategy that was. I mean, what do you give that, a stick and a half? I leave it up to the wise men.
It's an extra point. Let's say it's a 1.83.
Yep.
It's an extra point. Then all of a sudden now Mia Moore from 3.44 needed to a 4.44 needed, which is a different wave, right? It's a different style of wave that you're looking for. So 1 minute to go. Strategy-wise, Kira Pinkerton, very, very intelligent.
Yep. She is no stranger to the priority system and surfing a heat. Looks like comes in at a 2.
2.0. So, again, adds above a point. Now, this wave right here, does this have the scoring potential of a 4.61? No, it doesn't. And that's unfortunate for Mia Moore. Now, Zoe Benedetto, one wave. She needs something. Here's an opportunity. Is that Zoe? It is.
Ooh, look at that.
Moment here.
She only needs 2.68.
2.68.
Wow.
Oh,
I'm not a judge, but it's looking good, P-Mel.
Oh, man. How is that at the end?
Wow.
I mean, we were touting the intelligence. There's still more time. Kira still could get one here, and she's probably going to need it.
Oh, my gosh. What
9
priority?
seconds.
Oh, my gosh. To the countdown. This is to the wire. Families are watching.
4, 3, 2.
Oh, my gosh. That was a nail biter.
Barely to her feet. Mia Moore.
What does she need?
I don't know. This was right on the hooter, so it could be very, very close. Although we haven't seen Zoe's wave yet, so at this point, a 4.61 needed. It probably is going to be more like a 5, if this counts. I don't have the guarantee that it counts. It looks like it's going to be after the fact because I don't see a little blue mark by Mia Moore's name, which means that they will be putting in a score.
Now, the question is, did Zoe get it? That's going to be absolutely so close. Just like you said, she's only looking for 2.68.
Tease the crew here and say, you know what? We're going to take we're going to watch the replay. Then you can tease it. Oh, they wanted to see this one. That's why we're seeing it. So this does count. Mia Moore, I'm seeing the blue mark now. So her score did come within time because you can see the little highlighted mark that they owe her a wave, which means that it was right on the hooter, and she got to her feet. So Zoe Benedetto, they saw it again here. That is enough, a 4.4. So she moves to second. Kira is down. Now the score needed by Mia Moore on this wave, a 6.33. I don't think it's going to be enough.
No, I don't think so.
We're going to settle this one before we go to break. We'll wait for the score just for the sake of it, but it just doesn't feel like that's the best wave of the heat.
No, but what an exciting end to that heat, Pete. That was rad. I love it. Last 30 seconds. Dude, that was epic.
There it was, a 3.37 for Mia Moore. Good job. That was exciting. Last 30 seconds. You mentioned how all these heats have been coming down to the bitter end. We're going to bring in a special guest coming up next. And don't go anywhere because we've got still more women surfing as we hit round of 16.
Oh, yeah.
Omar.
I can walk there.
I can surf there.
I could skate there.
I can ride there.
Anywhere you go in Santa Cruz, there's an O'Neill surf shop close by.
O'Neill, first name in the water.
Bad joke.
I couldn't hear anything.
Hello, hello, hello. We're back at the O'Neill Coldwater Classic, straight into a set. Autumn Hayes, the local girl, made it through this morning, trying to get herself into the quarterfinals. This is the round of 16. We'll move into one-on-one competition after this, so this is a huge point in the event. To move into one-on-one competition makes things all that more spicy. So quarterfinals, it becomes a result. And now up and riding, Maddie Storer, another local girl. So the two local women picking up quick waves. A 3.0 for Autumn Hayes, already in the books, waiting on Maddie Storer. But a special guest has stepped in, Nick from Save the Waves. You guys have been working very hard on getting yourselves into the World Surfing Reserves, and globally you've been quite the mission statements. So you guys have been doing a good job.
Yeah, we've been really growing year by year. I mean, you've seen us kind of advance, and obviously we started here in our backyard in Santa Cruz.
Yeah.
And next year is going to be our 20th year. So we've been really focusing on protecting surf ecosystems around the world. And like we said, Santa Cruz is our backyard, and so a lot of it starts here. This is one of 12 World Surfing Reserves across the globe.
There's that many now. So I mean, I mentioned 3, I think, this morning. There was Portugal, Ericeira, right? Yep. There was Bells, and Santa Cruz is one. I'm trying to think of other ones here.
Gold Coast and New South. Last time we checked in and did something like this was on the Gold Coast.
That's right.
In 2016.
Okay. Wow. So that was man, that's a long time.
I know, we're getting old here. I'm getting old. You seem to be kind of staying the same.
I'm trying. You know what it is the ocean. Yeah, you got to keep doing that, right? So we've got Maddie Storer's score comes in. It's a pretty good one, 4.17. And then Taylor Stacy, a quick wave of 1.17. So the two local women are out front early stages of this heat. And, thinking about the Monterey Bay Marine Sanctuary, what a place to be able to I obviously think that was the inspiration to start Save the Waves.
Yeah, I think protecting these places around the globe that are really important. I think surfing is so unique because I've been watching the webcast, and it's just been awesome to see out there. And it's so cool because what other sport are there literally huge animals jumping out of the water or running around the competitors in the background? Like I've seen the otters, we've seen the heron out here, we've seen everything. And really that's what it comes down to for us is protecting surf ecosystems. And this is a great shot really illustrating how unique this place is, the combination of the cliff and the reefs that make the waves, the whole kelp forest that's out there that's just like a host. I go out here fishing on flat days, and I'm sure a bunch of people watching do, right? And you know how rich it is. And then here, this is a culturally iconic spot in the California coast, right? That lighthouse, that jump off, there's a really unique culture that's popped up here. So protecting a surf ecosystem is protecting all of what you see.
And that's not necessarily just the environment, right? It's actually the industry, the economy that comes around with it as well.
I heard you and Adam talking about that earlier. There were studies on the Gold Coast, and one thing that we work on is what we call surfonomics, which is valuing the waves and demonstrating that that thing out there that people have so much fun doing is actually a huge input to the economy. So we also, in protecting these places, help safeguard that, but also help governments and decision makers understand the value of what they have. So we work a lot with the city in doing that. They've been really great supporting all of this.
This kind of segues into an example of working in your own backyard, right? Now, Save the Waves is working on something that's pretty important here right now over on the east side, right?
Yep.
And being basically a seat in the decision making that goes into, say, trying to abate the ocean from taking all of our waves away, but not our waves, but our municipalities, our sewer systems and stuff like that, because of the climate change rising the oceans, which then again, so we're trying to do a happy medium, right, to be able to achieve something, and having a seat at the table is super important.
That's really the biggest threat that we're seeing right now. I think for a long time as surfers, we were really concerned about water quality. Like we can think back Cowles 10 years ago, right? It was the dirtiest beach in California.
But there's been some change, and there's
been some
success,
change.
right?
We've been super successful. Worked with the city, the county, and we brought down the bacteria levels, got it off that list,
so
and made it a place where I want to take my kids now again. Because I remember being like, "But am I going to go to Cowles and get sick and like,
That's
that get
kinda
gangrene
right there,
or something?"
The proof is in the pudding kind of thing, and I love that.
A lot of people are like, "What is this World Surfing Reserve?
Yeah.
Like, what is it actually doing?" And I'm like, "Well,
there you go.
we're going to try to walk the walk and not just talk about it." And so that was one of the things, is bring those bacteria levels down. And I think now
It's
climate
never
change
on the list anymore. It's funny. Like, I mean, as far as it's crazy. So good job. That's awesome.
This is a great replay from Autumn. It's so fun to watch her surf. She's amazing out there. Seeing her in her own backyard, and then Maddie's got some great turns here too. East side, right?
It's east side against west side. The little play story there of the two cultures in Santa Cruz, but ultimately it's really just where you live, right? But they're great surfers and they support each other. I know that Autumn's a great mentor to all the young women here in Santa Cruz, no matter what side of town you're from.
Yeah, totally. And she's just so fun to watch in the water here. And it's great that she's advancing. And I know there's a lot of hometown pride that is watching her. And like you said, all those girls that are looking up to her and following her career, this is the great thing to inspire them further.
Is there anything else going on in Santa Cruz that we're looking at, or even globally?
Yeah,
that
I think
you guys are working on?
Really the climate change is a big one that we're trying to figure out. How do we adapt and make right and smart choices? We've seen both east side and west side. We have the lane collapsing over here slowly but surely. Like its beach is like, wow.
Well, I mean, how long is the lighthouse going to be there when the thing keeps falling underneath it?
And so we're working with the city partners and the county partners on like how do we figure that out so we don't lose what we care about here, the waves. And no one going for that one. Set out the back though, so I won't interrupt. Oh. Look at it go.
It's inside. So there's a little adjustment here for Storer. It goes inside. Ooh, error there. Not enough juice. Now, Downer on the backhand. So Sierra Downer, first wave of this heat at 17
might stand back up for her here.
It seems like to me that she was in a point where she knew that this wave was going to have a shoulder and it wasn't going to close out. Even though it didn't have that nice direct angle, she takes the opportunity and she's going to get a number here. No huge scores, just the Maddie Storer 4.17. So that was a good move. I think she's going to get herself a solid score. Nick from Save the Waves here. Pete, giving you the action. You're touching on, like I mentioned this yesterday, but there's a big experiment going on with NOAA, right, with these buoys that are out here, and there's several universities that are partnered up with NOAA doing experiments with all these buoys, these really smart buoys that are out in the lineup right now. Are you part of that? Are you using some of that information?
We kind of we keep tracking it, I think, and just stay in the loop on what they're doing.
But yeah,
and it's I mean, that's the coolest thing about our backyard and why we kind of use this as a laboratory for what we do around the world is that the best marine institutions in the world are here, dotting from Monterey all the way to
Long Marine Lab right here.
Yeah,
just literally a mile up the road.
The coolest research is coming out of this area, that's applicable globally. So we're working with some of the researchers on a bunch of ways that surf is going to adapt to climate change. And so that's one of the things we're thinking about here. We're thinking about globally. You asked that earlier. What are we doing else around the globe? And I think one really interesting one is a place we just were at in Mexico, Punta Conejo, and that whole series of points in Oaxaca.
Basically, it's it's become like a surf tourism destination for surfers.
It's a big deal for back to the economies there. There's not a lot in terms of tourism going on in Oaxaca, so this is a big deal. The surfers that come down there and spend money, but they're also
in there are surfers.
They're thinking about building a giant industrial port for petroleum export from the Caribbean to the Pacific side that would take out
oil.
It's a big one.
Taking a big fight on. I like it.
But and we just saw there was an oil spill there about 2 weeks ago about 3 weeks ago now.
Timing.
And I think the locals are like, whoa, is this what we want our coastline to look like? And so it's not to say we're going to stop a giant port like that, but can we propose something better?
Yeah.
Can we create a protected area around that point and still have the infrastructure that they need to deal with it, but keep those points, those really important ecosystems, the mangrove systems.
All of this, you think there's options available there? Are they going to listen?
I think we could create a win-win. But we have on SaveTheWaves.org, we had a petition, one of the largest petitions in Mexico around the environment, signed. Almost 300,000 people signed off against it.
That's a big voice.
Yeah, so when we are a little scrappy nonprofit here, sometimes has a global impact, and
so cool.
it's again, like I say, this is our backyard.
Topic,
so
right? I mean, the environment is a hot topic. I mean, look what happened in Florida with all the beach erosion there.
Yeah.
It was crazy. A hurricane goes through there. The storm surges are bigger and gnarlier. The hurricanes are bigger and gnarlier, and so there's a lot of money.
Or even the North Shore. I mean, you just get to spend a bunch of time there. It's
big time.
like what's going on there. That you've got the beaches are eroding, and sort of how to tackle that's a really challenging set of issues without losing what makes that place so great. All the waves and just the surf there is obviously incredible, but how do you kind of balance between those two things?
So
things are changing.
What do you do? I mean, what are the most important aspects of Save the Waves? I mean, obviously science is a big part of it, but there's also economy part of it, right? So you got to talk to the community. Right?
Yeah. I mean, it always kind of starts with the community. We try to go where we're invited. We don't try to just kind of descend and be like, we're here to save your waves. It's like, wait, what?
Yeah, you identify a problem, communicate.
So helping communities figure through that, and really it starts, I think kind of a combination for us is creating protected areas like our World Surfing Reserves or the Monterey Bay National Marine Sanctuary.
It's interesting. Is the North Shore a surfing reserve?
Not yet. Oh,
that's
and up and riding. Is that Maddie again?
It is. Maddie Storer
is
having quite an event.
That was a good finish.
And she's going to bank on a second number here at the halfway mark, just past the halfway, or just at the halfway mark. She's going to ditch that .93, and there is a little slight condition change. We're going to see some of these winds start to pick up a little bit in the afternoon. As we see here, it does happen. And see what unfolds. Hopefully it's out of that northwest direction, which it feels like it is. Here's White. This is Autumn Hayes. So the two local women, can she get out front? Had to work over the wedge. Gets there. That's that.
Oh, that's a good turn.
Another arc there from Hayes. Can she finish and clean this one up? Again, had the 3.0. I feel like that's going to be better than the 3, and she's going to get a second score. She'll keep herself in second place.
Yeah, fantastic surfing. She's got that really clean wrap that she does. It's kind of a bit of a signature, and when she gets a really good one, I don't know if that one stood up enough for her to really execute on that, but she's got an amazing turn that is.
She does. Yeah, she likes to dig that rail in. Plus, in fact, this is probably, of all the people in this event, even in the men's side, she's the one who puts in probably the most time. Second to that would probably be Sean Burns.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
Who I know is part of Save the Waves as well.
Yeah, Sean is the local manager of the World Surfing Reserve here, so he does a lot working with the city and working with the local stewardship committee. They're a great group of folks. A couple legends from the surf world are in there, like Bob Pearson, and so these guys really spend their time figuring out how to safeguard this place. And my hat goes off to them because they've been at it for a long time. It's our 10th. It's been around for 10 years now, and Sean's been a big part of that. And it's amazing. To see, here's a replay
young
from
as
Maddie.
He is,
right?
how much he's already putting back into the community, right? I mean, he's gone to school and has surfed a ton. He's made finals in QS events, and but yet still finding a way to get a degree, and now holding down basically 3 jobs.
Yeah, I told him, I was like, "You're doing okay. This is your big day right now. You're doing all 3 of your jobs: pro surfing, doing stuff for O'Neill, doing stuff for Save the Waves, like all combined." And he goes, "I think I'm hanging on." So
it's funny because actually, it's for a guy like Sean, I believe that staying busy and staying focused on things is something that is that's what drives him, right? So ultimately, I think he's so far so good. He's 100 for 100 as far as I'm concerned. He's gotten through his heats through the first few days. He's been bringing guests in here as he's been helping with the webcast and the marketing for O'Neill, and then of course Save the Waves. Here you are. I got this nice big pamphlet this morning just to remind me about Save the Waves throughout the day today.
Yeah.
What is a World Surfing Reserve? It's a program that Save the Waves has put together that's dedicated area of outstanding waves, environmental characteristics, and strong surfing community, which Santa Cruz is exactly that.
And again, we do the same thing every place. Set up a plan for how they're going to tackle the environmental issues within that place. Set up a committee that's going to be in charge of that. And somebody's up and riding here.
That is, I believe, Stacy in the green. So I'm right. Is that the green jersey? Again, we're starting to get that point of the day.
Yeah, that glares a little bit. I think that was green. I think you're right.
So Stacy there. This is an important part of the heat as they were getting down to that 10-minute mark, and she did have a fall at the end. There was some turns that will probably be one of her better numbers, which exactly is a 3.13, which puts her into third. But ultimately, you look at the surfers ahead; they have higher numbers. So she's going to have to make sure this last 10 minutes is going to go her way as we watch the replay here. And it was a good-looking wave straight to the bottom, and that's one of the things I think that you'll see that the local women have done is that when they take off, they're pumping the board down the line really quickly, whereas she kind of dropped straight in. It did look like that wave was going to shoulder off, but it came up pretty quick. Now here, Maddie, no, I'm sorry, that is Sierra Downer. And unfortunately, again, behind it.
Yeah, they know that inside section is going to run a little bit, so they got to get out in front. And
They get that board speed up.
Rather than going sort of top to bottom, top to bottom.
I have a question, like in regards to, say, the bacteria levels that were coming out of there. We have a sewer plant that runs up the estuary there, and ultimately we have to have that. It's infrastructure that is necessary to the community here. But ultimately you get overflow, you get bacteria that lows there. How did you guys tackle that one and got such good results?
We figured out, actually, the wastewater treatment plant really was not connected to that issue at all.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, they do a great job.
I'd automatically assume that.
No, yeah, a lot of people do. And it doesn't back up. It actually, the outfall's way out past Mitchell's.
Yeah, no, it's the line that goes out there. So that's crazy. So that's actually where that comes from.
So we figured out we wanted to check in. We kind of wanted to uncover all the stones possible, right? And be like, what could this be? So originally there was a broken sewer lateral from the earthquake.
No way.
That the city found, fixed it. Yeah. So it was going for a while. Yeah. They fixed that. And then we were looking at other things that might be the inputs there. And one of the big ones was birds.
Oh, no way.
And so birds on the wharf. So they were resting on the wharf, and in the low tide, high tide zone, that's where the birds were.
Yeah.
Just poop, 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 poop,
so
poop,
every
poop.
time you did a test, you're just getting a full local.
Yeah.
Wow,
yeah. And so we worked with the wharf crew, excluded all the birds off there, so there's no pigeons roosting under there. And that made a big difference. And then so now we've.
So crazy.
I didn't think it was going to be birds. I was like, oh, it's going to be this other. All these different things.
Sewer leak somewhere.
And I think the incredible thing was just to start checking things off and be like, what worked? And then really using, that's the wharf right there. Yeah, that's the wharf. Amazing wharf crew. They were so helpful in solving things and really fun to work with.
There's a sewer system that runs in that right there.
There's a sewer system in that. We thought, maybe it's sea lions out there. So we did testing out there, worked with the Surfrider Foundation local chapter as well. And really found, we thought this whole thing was an issue with bacteria, and we found no, it's really by the wharf. Where people surf is pretty good.
Yeah.
So we made sure we monitored all those different places.
Which is where you're doing your testing, right?
Yep.
Because there is that sewer outfall that comes underneath the wharf, right? So ultimately that's where they do the testing, which you obviously would do that.
Up and riding is blue, I think.
That's right. So that's Downer needing a score here. 2.8, looking for a couple turns on a smaller wave. So Hayes is sitting outside with second priority and 7 minutes to go. She's going to be waiting for those major set waves. Downer is doing exactly what she needs to do, is try and pick up those numbers on the inside.
Yeah, the east side, west side competition is on right now. East side is taking it, but there is a big set, and will local knowledge come to prevail? We will see.
It's funny because Maddie's younger too, so Autumn's one of the more veteran surfers.
She's got priority, so
she's going. Paddle hard. She's got to get to it.
Oh, no.
That was an unforced error right there because that takes priority away from Maddie. And now we're looking at Stacy, who has found herself out on the shoulder, carving it back with some speed on a nice size wave. It'll start to slow up here as it goes into deeper water. So just that one solid move. But now this is Hayes. No. Is that Hayes?
Yeah,
it is.
That's Autumn.
Yeah, it is. She needs to do it. Tags it. Holds on this time. Well, there we go.
That's good. That might have advanced her situation.
That's a lead change. 4.64 needed to change it up. I feel like that is going to be enough. Lots of speed, lots of dedication and commitment to those maneuvers and the finish. So it feels like that's going to be the best way to eat.
I cursed Maddie there by talking about the set wave, right?
Yeah, and that's just, she's young. She's small in stature. She's, she worked hard, everything she could, put her heart in to kind of catch that thing, but unfortunately did not. Gave Autumn that opportunity because the priority would have shifted to her. You can see that now Maddie actually has priority because they've dedicated the slot area as the place that you can gain priority. So all the other surfers, Downer was actually, out of the zone a little bit, and Storer, just by catching that wave or missing that wave, kept her outside, and she gained priority back after Autumn caught it. So at least she has that going for her. And now still has priority with just over 5 minutes to go.
That's interesting. So you actually have to be at the slot. You can't be over middle peak with priority.
Actually, if you leave the slot area, you'll actually have your priority suspended. So if you move away from that takeoff zone, you can have it taken away by the head judge, and it becomes a non-priority situation at Middle Peak. So it's something unique to this venue here, just because we have almost 2 breaks that we're surfing.
That's right. I think it's so interesting. Oh, they got a little paddle battle going now, and Autumn is taking on
Stacy.
Stacy, right? And she's going to get,
Oh, this is a good one.
Okay.
They got to get all the way out.
She's going to
And Green was on the chase there and has given Autumn, although she probably didn't even know she was coming. It's funny how you play those tactics. And
all of a sudden, somebody's sprinting past you,
yeah.
and you're like, wait, what?
Or they came from behind and are quiet, just trying to paddle as quiet as you can. Well, it worked. She got priority. So Stacy, could this be a moment in the heat? 617 though for Hayes, so I think she was just kind of cruising. She's like, I just got my best wave. I'm just cruising out here.
Yeah, it's just like, that was a good one. Yeah.
And Taylor came from behind and got priority over top of Hayes.
Snuck in there.
Is a factor or not.
I think that's what's so interesting with our surf ecosystem concept, right? Is you really look at the lane, and it's just got so many waves within waves.
Yeah.
Right? And that's what's so interesting about it is just this reef complex is totally crazy.
Right.
And the direction of swell,
changes it all.
It one thing will turn on, the other thing will shut off.
Tide. Right?
Tide.
All of a sudden Middle Peak's going to go at low tide. It's what northwest swell. You surf in Middle Peak lefts and maybe indicator, right? And then the tide starts to fill in and the slot starts turning on. And, those are all things that you have to know about this break when, the locals have that advantage. And that's why I think we all get so excited about having events here is because we do know that there's that local knowledge that plays a huge role in success.
Yeah, and there's that kind of, we were watching Sean yesterday in his heat, and he advanced and did great, but you could see him, he doesn't have priority, he's going to go sit next to Table Rock.
Yeah.
And it's just an interesting venue.
I'm going to, before we get too far away here, because you just got 3 minutes left, but you talked about what's currently on. So on the west side, we're doing Westcliff adaptation and management plan, which is basically you're creating a plan. So you're doing the testing, understanding what's actually happening, where the erosions are happening, why they're happening. All of that's going on right now. That's what that study is.
Yeah, working with the city. The city's done some great work kind of underpinning all that.
And how about the east side, which, again, we changed jurisdictions a little bit when we go to the east side, right? It becomes the county.
Yeah, this gets to be very boring local political structures.
I'm trying to understand it, but yes.
No, that's totally right. I mean, the east side's got a different – it's the county of Santa Cruz, not the city of Santa Cruz. Yeah. So how they adapt and how they do the coastal plans are different. Yeah. And so looking at Opal Cliffs, like you've got Pleasure Point's got a big seawall, and then Opal Cliffs does not. It has a bunch of derelict seawalls.
Where Jack O'Neill's house and heading east of there. Okay, we'll get back to that, though. Storer up and riding. Important wave here. Wants to better that 417 in order to keep her in that second place. And if she can build points here, it's going to make it harder for Downer or Stacy to catch. And
there she goes.
Gets to release the fins
that was nice.
We're talking about
was stoked on
that. And sure enough, she felt the vibe.
Yeah, so I guess you don't talk about the lane when she's surfing. You talk about the east side, and she does fine. But yeah, it's different, and I think some of the issues about if you build a seawall there, because there's houses about to fall in the ocean, does that affect the waves? And Blue's up and riding.
That's right. Downer here trying to catch the 4.45 needed, but I think that number is going to be a little bit higher as soon as we get Maddie's score in. It is in already. Oh, no, it's not. Sorry. We're still waiting on it. So Downer there doing what she needs to do with a minute and a half to go. Well, quickly, you're doing the same thing over there on the east side in regards to finding information out how to develop the smartest and most appropriate way to deal with the problem.
Yeah, and it's tricky. You may choose between surfing or houses. And making sure you have the whole community.
And I will throw up my hand. I mean, I'm Pleasure Point, right? I run a business and I would love to see access to the people that come to my store safely, because I will know that I have to be careful as we watch this replay here of Maddie. She's definitely going to go
really good
through.
turn on the end there.
With a minute to go, I'm just safe to say that Maddie's going to get a big number and get herself through. But economically, I want to have access granted to people to get in there, in and out of safely, because I have rentals, I have people that surf the region, and that's just, again, one perspective. You've got other people who probably live and surf there all the time and go, well, we don't want a seawall because of the backwash, which is a viable thing that happens with it, right?
Yeah, you want the aqua, you want both the access and you want the waves. And Blues up. Is this the replay
without the
here?
Backlash.
Yeah.
So find that magic
without the
place,
backlash,
right?
it's kind of and that's a set of issues. Like, you don't want to lose the reef, you don't want to lose the surf that makes that business viable. And we've done studies. We've seen studies that actually walkability to surf increases the value of property.
Yeah.
And so, if you take away the surf, the property values also go down, which is sort of a crazy.
Right? So you don't want to have backwash that takes away the surf, and people won't go there. As we watch the replay here of Downer. Oh no, so that's Stacy. So Stacy had a wave at the end too. That was Green. So she needed a score 6.57.
Autumn on a little insider. Oh wow.
That's it. We're at the end.
She really got that tail up there.
Yeah, man, you can't keep your eyes off the water, huh? You can't trying to pack it all in here, and surfers are saying, no dice. I got to ride waves. So this is after the heat for Storer. came in at 5.67, so she did add to the top there for Maddie. Looks like Autumn is going to hang on here, waiting on a score for Stacy. It's in, a 3.63. And so that wraps it up. The two women, East Side, West Side, and Santa Cruz represented. And
Pretty close.
Nick,
Thank you so much, Pete.
And I'm glad. I hope we covered it all for you guys. If not, where do we find you?
We'll be right out here. We're running the beer garden as well. All donations from the beer garden go to Save the Waves to support our program. So come down. We're right next to the stairs, and you'll see our tent. And
online?
Yep.
Where?
You can see us at savethewaves.org or follow us on Instagram at Save the Waves Coalition. And again, thank you for the opportunity, Pete.
Awesome.
Appreciate it, man.
Good seeing you again.
Cheers.
We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Kona Brewing, Big Wave, Golden Ale. We are having a brew garden here, and it's going to be set up 2-beer limit, but they're 2 really nice beers. Thank you to Kona Brewing and the Big Wave Golden Ale for all your participation in this event. Great heat just went underway there with our 2 local women getting it through, Autumn Hayes and Maddie Storer. Joining me back in the booth, Adam Replogle, after a couple heat break. What are your thoughts coming off the beach?
Well, I was out there talking to some of the spectators and parents.
Yep.
And a lot of them were talking about how good the quality of waves were, but they were also talking about the lack of good waves that the contestants were catching. And so there's some really, really good waves out there. You just have to be in the right spot. Yes, they are. And as this opens up, you can see right here, round of 16, heat number 4. We got a great heat, Pete.
Yeah, Bella Kenworthy, who had an incredible performance earlier today, and she's right back at it. She's already got herself a 6.17 in her score line. Matea Dempfel-Olin also putting up a number. She's in the green, a 4.33, so there was a set at the very beginning of the heat because all 4 competitors picked up waves. So here we go. This is Talia Swindal, who is in the blue. She ends up getting a 2.0 on this wave, so she was the first to draw blood here, catching a little wave that, unfortunately, that little unforced error. But then the next set comes. Here's White. Bella Kenworthy, late drop in here, but this is the best wave of the exchange. 6.17 for Bella.
Yeah, nice little wave to start her heat off. Bella carving right back into the power, Pete. And the women now are looking for they're looking for shoulders, Pete. They're looking for waves that actually taper off and give them the opportunity to do multiple turns. As you see right here.
That's Matea.
Yep.
Matea
Nice.
in the green jersey. 4.33 on this one.
Really liked the flow that she was flowing through those sections with, Pete, and ends up unfortunately falling on that maneuver. That would have definitely helped her cause right there. Wave comes in at 4.33.
Avery McDonald. This was a 2.33 for Avery. Good section in front of her. But then again, that's that section. If you're going to hit it, which is great, I mean, that type of maneuver works well as long as you didn't have the wedge effect, because as soon as you add that element, that is not going to work. You're going to get bucked off very quickly. As soon as that wave comes bouncing off the cliff and the energy comes bouncing off the cliff, it's going to knock you right off your board. That's exactly what happened there for McDonald. As we see another beautiful set. This one a little more south angle to see if it's going to have a shoulder, though, because it's been pretty straight so far. Kenworthy. Beautiful first turn. Maybe getting a second one. Bashing the lip. Wow. She has been one of the surfers today who has been a standout, and it continues.
Yeah, she's been linking into the nice sets. As here we got Swindle up and riding on a really down-the-line wave. And again, Pete caught behind.
Yeah, it just shuts down oh so quickly. Now, randomly, here we are, inside peak. This is Matea. Beautiful arcs, and the middle peak with this lower tide. There's going to be some waves in this zone.
Certainly is, and
right?
That was a great little wave, and it didn't back off like a majority of the other waves through that region, Pete. So
inside peak, right? Yeah. So if you're just like, it's inside of the main takeoff zone for the peak, but it'll actually load up and bend at the point, similar to what we see off the point waves, and that one did it. But not a lot of those out there. You just got to find them and identify them.
Yeah, nice little down the line speed. And this little wave again is showing us the potential that these girls are able to get right here. This is a great section, Pete, slamming that little snap in the pocket. And again, so a nice way to end that wave.
Exactly what McDonald needed to do there. She had the error of the 2.33, but this time keeps it together. Here's Swindoll.
Swindoll flying down the line, and she gets another nice end section and pulls that one off. So she'll be stoked to get rid of that half a point that she's holding on to.
Yeah, and I would say that that's going to be her best wave. We're going to see Avery get her best wave. So again, heat's on her hands. All four competitors are going to have numbers that are probably keeper numbers. And so, of course, you got to have the two best keeping numbers, right?
Yep.
And the swell still kind of coming in and hanging in there. There's some head-high waves. As you see a replay here of White. Wow. That was the drone view we saw of this one. Now, finally, the front angle and two beautiful hacks. It feels like to me that is going to be a gigantic number, best number of the heat.
Yeah, I really like the poise, too. She didn't look rushed at all, Pete. Waited for that wave to materialize. 1-2 punch and does two beautiful off the top re-entries. The judges are going to eat that up.
They are, for sure. And we're seeing some numbers dwindle in for Matthias. This is the score here that we're replaying. This was on that inside peak section, which is a whole different piece of the lineup.
Wow.
And again, scoring potential in those zones. If you can identify it and your timing is right and you're there, you can end up getting a good number, a 5.97 for Matthias.
Would have been up over a 6 had she finished that last maneuver. And this is two angles right here we're going to check out.
This is Avery McDonald, that last wave. Have yet to see a score for here. So these two numbers are big, right? So Bella and Avery. Bella gets it already, 8.0. So into the excellent range, our first excellent number of this round, but our second excellent number of the day, and both of them are done by Bella Kenworthy.
Nice. And here's another look of the same wave. Nice position on her turns here, Pete. Able to get a variety of maneuvers as well as this wave comes to this inside. And she starts to really unload on this section right here. So judges really like it when you sort of stamp a nice big turn on the end of the wave.
And it's significantly different than Bella Kenworthy's wave, right? I mean, we saw Bella Kenworthy go out with the 8, and it was only 2 moves, but it was on a critical section. It was back-to-back, and that's it. Whereas Avery, on the other hand, rode and probably executed 6, 7, 8 maneuvers on that wave. It is a smaller wave. It didn't quite have the steepness of the sections. And so in contrast, Avery gets a 5.5. So the 2.5 point difference there. And if you were new to surfing and looking, you're like, why is that? Usually it feels like the longest wave would be the biggest score. But in reality, no, it's the biggest maneuvers. And that's kind of the judging criteria has changed over the years.
Yeah.
To start rewarding that style of surfing. There's more commitment there. It's more difficult to do what they did it, to find that type of wave to do it on. So that's why you see it go excellent.
Yeah. The size of the wave helped, and the amount of speed too, I think really does determine or shows the difference between someone who is able to execute moves with a lot of speed versus the slower speed.
But it's easier. Like, for example, right, to ride Avery's wave is, because it wasn't as steep, it wasn't moving down the line, it was a little easier for her to ride it, and so it wasn't as difficult, so the degree of difficulty was less. Look at this. This is a big middle peak ball here. Let's see if this one can stand up. Beautiful first arc, wraps that current. That's Matea Dempel Olin, but that's it. So again, when you catch those waves at middle peak and it starts to push off to the side, also have to be careful in that moment, is that you can surf outside of where the judges can see you. And if you surf past that point, these two young men right here, these beach marshals, are definitely telling each and every surfer before they go out and give them their jersey what the rules are. This states that the priority is taking place out there at the slot. Also means that if you surf middle peak and you surf past the view of the judges, you're not getting scored beyond that point.
Yeah.
Part of the rules here at Steamer Lane.
Yeah, and part of the family too. That's Brian Ebert's. Those are Ebert's kids right there, helping out on the beach marshal. And it looks like Swindoll up and riding. See the wind, Pete. Look, a little chatter. Just picked up a little bit.
A little, in hopes that at some point it kind of fills in and it cleans up. This is more of a little westerly wind, right?
Yeah.
So it kind of is affecting the lineup a little more than, say, what we saw out of the east. If it moves more to the north, which is what it's supposed to do,
Yeah.
and that's just what it is. The wind's picking up for the day, so you start to get a swirl effect when it first comes into the lineup, and then as it fills in and kind of settles in, you'll see that this probably will smooth out, at least fingers crossed.
Yeah. Well, I look over here
the
to the
case.
left of my shoulder, Pete, looking at the inside curl and indicator, and it's glassy. It's really glassy. So this is obviously absorbing a lot of the wind out the back. But you're right. As this wind settles down, and
Well,
we start to
settles
see
in, right?
settles in, and we start to see
Yeah.
the push too of the tide.
I hope so.
Well, I think the tide and the wind seem to coincide
Yeah,
sometimes.
you're
So
right.
let's see if this
Agreed. Totally
sort
agree
of
on that.
lays down with the tide.
Yeah, and I've noticed it's just something you notice as a surfer, right? When you're you, all of a sudden you're sitting in a place.
Look at that, Pete. That's a great shot of the overview of the arena out here. It's 200 or 300 yards wide, so there's multiple takeoff spots. It's really confusing to the surfers who are seeing these straight walls. Unless you have your reference points or people on the beach sort of lining you up and getting you in the right position, it can be sort of a mystery out there on where to line up.
Hey, even for the folks that are sitting on top of the cliff, unfortunately today, because of the way we have this swell, especially now with the tide making a move, the swell on the increase, the direction in which it was, because it's not like it was yesterday. You can go, well, yesterday I got the waves here. No, it's a different day. It's a different swell direction.
Yeah.
So you're actually having to adapt, and it can even be tough for the folks on the cliff, although you do get a bird's eye view, so you can see out the back, and that's a definite advantage.
No doubt.
Here we go. White, Kenworthy already with a 14.17 two-wave total. Very comfortable total right there. Most likely will make it through even with this, so much time on the clock.
Wow.
Now McDonald with the 5.5, trying to better a 2.33. Oh, wave shuts down. She kicks out of there, keeps her position out in the lineup, but unfortunately it's still going to be third priority. Now surfer with priority is Swindoll, but no one going on this next set. Again, that's that westerly angle, pushing wide.
Yeah, that if you we saw that pulled back shot, but a majority of these waves do have shoulders, like we were talking about over at Middle Peak. You see it to your far left of your screen, but very little opportunity as far as major maneuvers. So longer paddle, longer wave over there to the other side, but all the surfers staying up off the point. Unfortunately, Swindoll right there going down. She's trying to get rid of that 3.5, Pete, to really get herself up in a position, because right now she needs a 6.73 to get into that advancing position. It'd be nice to see her get a wave up into the high fives or the sixes to really start to play games with the girls up there in first and second.
Well, it's obvious, though. I mean, already Bella has this just huge, distinct lead.
Yeah.
Green sits in second with the next, basically, next highest number outside of Bella with that 5.97. That's why she's in second, plus a pretty average back up at the 4.33. But ultimately, you think that Matea has that opportunity now, especially with priority at this point in the heat.
Yeah.
She's not going to put the the brakes on and just chill. She's going to definitely slam that gas pedal down and get herself another solid wave. This is the round of 16, so this is a opportunity to really kind of solidify a result. You get yourself basically quarterfinals.
Does it go women on women?
Oh yeah,
the next round.
It goes surfer on surfer, which will be in the next round of quarterfinals. So you're going into a whole different style of competing in a heat when you all of a sudden take out half the field in your heat, right? So now one-on-one, so you're guaranteed to get yourself opportunities, and it's fun to surf one-on-one competition. I think it's a whole different level of competitions, different strategies.
Yeah.
And it's like I said, it's going to become a result, especially for one of these young surfers who really hasn't gotten any points yet. And this is an opportunity, example being, Autumn Hayes and Maddie Storer.
Yep.
Those are two surfers. Autumn's already, she's trying to vie for a spot into the Challenger Series, and Maddie's just trying to all of a sudden become a QS surfer for the first time, right? She's in the quarterfinals.
I know, it's amazing. This is really the first time I've watched Maddie surf, too. I haven't been keeping an eye out on her, but I do see the write-ups in the magazines and hear through the grapevine of who the young new kids are, but she's been impressive. And she's surfing really mature, too, Pete, for a young girl. She's out there able to box it out with the girls who have got quite a few years of experience on her.
And I'm gonna take this a little understanding is that you don't necessarily have to be a lane local to have success here, because we've seen success from Eastsiders.
Oh yeah,
yourself included. It's not like this is your home break.
No.
Point was your home break, right?
Correct.
And you were a past champion. Chris Gallagher, same thing. East side, grew up there on the east side, past champion. So it doesn't mean that
Karen Horn as well.
Yeah, right. So I mean, there's probably more East Side champions than there are West Side champions.
Hey, that was a well-ridden wave right there.
McDonald on fire. Sorry, chatting it up there, but this is green. This is Mathia. I don't know. Is it Matea or is it Mathia? Either way, I'm saying both. Stick with Matea. How's that? And until someone tells me not to.
Hey, lots of opportunity here, Pete. So the girls are really able to rotate
the sets.
Yeah, rotate through their priority as well too. So no one's sitting on priority very long, which is sort of nice too, because that gives them a lot of time to think sometimes, and they really make the wrong decision if they sit with priority for way too long. But that was an excellent surfed wave for me right there. Swindoll that was a great variety of turns right there and seamless surfing.
Oh, man. So judges are going to have to sit back on this one. We're going to show some replays. Consistency is literally tripled in this heat for sure.
Yeah.
That wind, all of a sudden it allows, a little bit of the flurry of waves. It all is connected in some way, shape, or form. And look at the numbers coming in for Talia. It's going to be pretty darn good. It's going to be her best number yet. Matea ends up with a score that did not factor in, actually a 4.17. Here's the replay of that last one for McDonald. Yeah,
this is Amy's wave. Nice snap right there as well. So Amy McDonald getting a nice couple of turns.
4.5 for that one, and score in for Talia, which was this, I think, right? Yes. Yeah. This is Talia right now at 6.27.
Yeah, I think the judges really liked her going up into that first section, Pete.
But in fourth position. Her backup only at 3.57, so she still has work to do.
Wow, I think that might have. Yeah, there's a small discrepancy here, a 7 and a 5.8. So a couple of judges seeing
it's under.
It's over a point, but you throw out your high and the low, and it looks like the average is really consistent. So you did see one judge seeing it as a 7, and the majority of them seeing in the 6 in the high 5 range.
Wow, and it's a very great contested heat, and all of a sudden, the level of surfing, given the opportunities, which we've seen a lot more opportunities in this heat, you're seeing the scores lift. I mean, we've got 3 surfers in the double digits, one just a half point out of it, less than a half point out of it was Swindoll, and most likely her next crack at it, she's going to go into double digits. So we'll have all 4 surfers competing at that, and that's what happens as you move through an event. The scores are going to lift because the talent level's higher.
Elevates.
You've got the best surfers are getting through, the surfers that understand the break and have been finding the vibe.
Yeah.
But Swindoll has the second highest number in the heat, but sits in 4th place. Because of that low backup.
Mm-hmm. Watching these young girls, I know that. Well, obviously they have experience out here, but sometimes having the least amount of experience in a really tricky spot like this allows you not to think too much. If you were just out there and you are just focused on one thing versus knowing the little nuances and the little subtleties and looking for this perfect wave. Back to your question about the East Siders versus the West Siders doing really well out here. So the West Siders out-surf us out here. This is their spot. They surf really, really well out here, but sometimes they know it too well.
Until they get picky.
They get really picky.
Yeah, right. And you're looking for a certain style of wave. Yeah,
exactly.
Gotcha. I like that because you're only given 25 minutes, right?
Exactly. So. And you can't go out there and say dominate. There's rules, and you get priority, and you have to let your other surfer.
But also, I guess the point I'm making as well is that too is that it doesn't necessarily mean being a local and a native to the waters is actually an advantage. Not just the break. It's actually the fact that you're surfing with booties maybe, and your equipment's dialed in because it's the same salinity and all of those factors. You've got your wetsuit that you understand and you feel comfortable surfing in a full 4.3. Because a lot of surfers maybe are wearing 3 mils all year round, and all of a sudden they come up here and they have to wear a 4 mil, so it's stiffer.
Yeah.
Like you're wearing a hood. All of these things kind of factor in.
At you. Look at that, 6:40 to go, Pete. We're seeing just basically lines to the horizon now. You see it really windy off the point, but as they come into the cove here at the lane, it really gets groomed out. You'll see this wave really flatten out and look really pristine.
Avery McDonald looking for a 4.81 inside section here, looking pretty darn clean. Can she finish it off?
It was unfortunate. You could tell there was a little hesitation there, Pete, when she was running into that last section. And as we see Swindoll right here, this is the wave.
Middle peak, too.
That she could potentially be looking for. She's off the mark, too, surfing a different zone in the lineup, Pete.
Look at this thing load up. The problem, though, is that at this point,
you
disappear from view, and this wave's still going to stand up with the low tides.
I think she should flick out about right now.
She did.
Good job. Looks like we got...
Yeah, she's looking up, and it's like, what point did the judging stop?
Exactly. As you see some non-contestants sniffing out in the inside curl right there. She kicked out right in front of them, but you're right. As soon as you lose sight of the judges' tower, you want to flick out and make sure you get back out there. As you see, all right, there's Talia Swindoll right there on the
graphic.
screen.
I like it.
Stoked to see this. Right on.
Needs the 4.03. Is she going to get it? We're seeing the first scores for Avery McDonald. Have yet to see anything yet for Talia. Her last wave, Talia's, was her best, the 6.27. So you feel like this is going to be very similar, if not better.
Yeah, Swindoll got a great wave.
Here.
Yeah, okay.
This is of actually of Avery.
Avery, yeah.
6.50. Now in second, and talk about double digits. How about 12? So extra couple points.
Well, I believe that's Avery Swindoll.
Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
this
is the
Avery.
replay of this. We're still waiting on this score. So at this point, Avery is going to need now a 7.27 in order to turn it over. That last score came in at a 4.87. It does go into her top 2.
Yeah, but this wave for Swindoll coming in at a 6.5, Pete.
Yeah.
That is a great score right now.
Peak,
her last two waves. So I've talked to this about with some other competitors. You never want to paddle to middle peak. You want to catch a wave off the point or the slot into the inside of middle peak and then directly paddle out to the channel and try to get one of those waves. And that was a well-executed, well-managed amount of time.
Do that in a very short period of time.
Oh,
right?
Within a couple of minutes, you can catch a wave.
2 minutes, easy.
Beach it, and then get back out to inside curl or the indicator, which you can see her now.
Sometimes the same set will even let you do that, right? You
Yep.
get like the first early part of a set.
And the wide one's coming in.
And then all of a sudden it actually goes and focuses the next part of the set, focuses on middle peak, and you're right there for it.
Yeah, so this is really cool. Swindoll was able to sort of wrap up her and get herself into this advancing position with just a couple of waves within the last 2 or 3 minutes.
Well, she likes middle peak now. She's sitting on it.
Yep.
And again, a wave's coming to her with that lower tide. And again, swell's changing too, right? We're going to see it as it matures. There's, the direction will slightly change, and even just the few degrees will focus on a different part of the reef here.
Yeah, look at this double digits piece. This is one of the better heats we've seen in a little bit. Highly
Everybody.
contested. Everyone is surfing really, really well, and both girls in third position and fourth position need a pretty significant wave. Up in the 7 range, they should be going for 8s to make sure that they
for their best number.
Yeah, and so they definitely need to be matching, say, Ken Worthy's highest score if they want to get back up into that range, because her backup is a 6.17, which exceeds their highest wave.
I mean, you split 14.17.
Yeah.
You split it in 2. That's a pair of mid 7s.
Right.
If you're looking at it, and if you're going to have a low score of a 6, that means you're going to need an 8.5, to turn the heat. So, at this point in the heat too, with 2:45 to go, it is going to be about one big significant wave.
Yeah.
Let's look at priority. Bella with the lead, huge lead, and priority with 2.5 to go. That is the power position to be in. Avery McDonald, who is sitting in 4th position, does have second priority, so she's out there. And at this point, she's probably got the best chance to turn this heat. 7.27 needed. But strategy change here because you've got 2 other surfers who are outside.
The priority too.
Yeah.
They're suspending their priority, correct?
So,
but who's in priority? Who has priority amongst them each other?
No priority between the 2 of them.
So
now
it's close to the curl. It's a point break.
So that's just a unique thing about, and you have to know that. You
You're
can't
right.
just understand that that's the case. So you can't just go and grab priority and then come back to middle peak either, because ultimately middle peak is going to be a zone in this venue where you're not going to have priority play a role. It's going to be back to a non-priority situation where you're looking for the closest to the curl, especially at a peak like this. You got to be the center of the peak, and then whichever direction you're going to head, if it's a better direction, like say a more dominant right or a more dominant left, that's the kind of thing. It's a peak interference style
at the middle of the wave
of
here.
the rule book. Look it up in your rule book as peak interference. You'll see it there. It'll determine how you significant. It's basically the person closest to the takeoff point with a dominant left or right.
Yeah, I mean, I've obviously we're down to a minute and a half, but you've seen people get interferences coming from behind the peak. Unfortunately,
yeah, right?
Because
you're farther away from the peak.
You're farther away from the peak, but you're positioned properly for the first section if you're coming at it from behind. So, I mean, obviously, it's the approach you want to take, but given the context of the rules.
Yeah, and the risk you take, right? I mean, sometimes you can kind of get away with it, right? If it's a more dominant right and it actually unfolds to be a more dominant right, and someone means to be in the center of the peak that's going left, but it's actually a closeout left, you could be in a more power position, and that leaves it up to the head judges and the judges to make that call. And so it's a risky move. Yeah,
totally.
At the end of a heat, if you need a score, you might as well roll that dice.
No doubt.
Look at this,
No
the
doubt.
conditions with this north winds, and now it's kind of come in. It's more true north, especially at Middle Peak. It's just blowing crispy offshore, sparkly, and now dominating the peak and going the opposite direction with 30 seconds to go. Avery McDonald. Again, oh, that was Matea. So she was looking for that number. She's sitting in third, needing a 6.8.
Yeah, both girls with first and second priority are still sitting off the point. You see a couple waves coming in here. 20 seconds remaining. There might be enough time, Pete, for this last wave to come in. We'll see if Bella decides to take a trip in or just wait it out.
That wasn't Matea. That was actually Swindoll. So
okay.
Correcting myself. Yeah, she took that wave there. And so, again, there's no priority there. So even though they're sitting at the peak, they're basically sitting with a non-priority situation. Here we go. Kenworthy, the end of the heat. Already the heat leader. She's won this one, and that's just a showcase of her talents. It's not going to factor in. And congratulations to Bella Kenworthy into the quarterfinals. Talia Swindoll also into the quarterfinals. Great surfing there by other two surfers in third and fourth, Matea and Avery. Good job, double digits. You did well, surfed a great event, so congratulations to you guys. But we move into a new division, Adam. We're into the men's.
Oh, wow.
And it's the round of 32. So we'll be right back, and we'll start heat number 1 of that round.
I can walk there.
I can surf there.
I could skate there.
I can ride there.
Anywhere you go in Santa Cruz, there's an O'Neill surf shop close by.
O'Neill, first name in the water.
Hyper Freak Fire, the all-new 2022 Hyper Freak Fire focuses on the extreme warmth and flexibility, high performance, increased durability, and comfort. The all-new sustainable butter soft heat recirculating Techno Butter 4 material line each of these suits. This sustainable, technologically advanced material plus watertight fluid seam construction have create a new cold water legend. The Hyper Freak Fire. New heat underway. This is the men's division. And in this heat, you're going to have the local boy over there from the east side of Santa Cruz. Been putting, I would say, if you look at Bud Freitas and his performance through this event so far, he's been the standout, putting up the biggest numbers, or only 9-point ride, I think, of this event. Was been surfed by this man, Bud Freitas. He's in the red. Also in a good form at the lane from the east coast of America here, Ryan Huckabee. And then just down the road, Corey Beatty from from Santa Barbara. And then Jet Schilling. I think Corey might even be out of Ventura now. But Jet Schilling, San Clemente in green. So a stacked first heat.
That's an amazing first heat, Pete. This is really an insane heat on paper.
Couple backsiders against a couple frontsiders.
Yeah, and if we see the consistency that we saw in this last heat, we should see some excellent scores here. All four of these gentlemen have been on somewhat of a heater. As you mentioned, Bud Freitas, saw Huckabee hucking some really nice turns. Jet Schilling, obviously, Corey and Beatty. They've obviously made the adjustment. They saw heaps of waves outside, plenty of opportunity up off the point, Pete. But we're noticing
also in the slot too.
In the slot, but we haven't seen anybody really sort of focus on just one little area. You know, they just seems like everyone's
still
sort of
get spread in your mind, right?
Yeah, they're still really searching. We did see Bella Kenworthy in that last heat pick up 2 of her best scores in that slot area, but we did see some fellow competitors get the best score at the peak too. So it's opening up a little with this lower tide.
It is.
But I think
swell increase.
Yeah.
All of those factors are in. I mean, and when you're talking about focusing on one area, it looks to me like you look at Freitas and what was the other color out there with him? Was it Huckabee? Either way, I mean, obviously with without priority, establishing yourself on that outside section, which you see Bud definitely deeper.
I was going to say, Bud's going to try to, he'll buy.
No matter what.
Yeah, he's going to go
he'll
up
put
into
himself
that.
out of position to hold position.
Yes, because then he'll always come back on it.
Yeah.
By default, he would let those people be too far behind if they want to go and he knows they're too late. And then it would just sort of chisel away at priority and by default eventually get position and priority. But let's see what goes down, because this really is sort of the this dictates the way of the
with the
priority.
low tide, there's going to be waves wide as well. We've seen it. I mean, we saw waves at the peak. Here we go. Up and riding, Jet.
Yeah. I'm really impressed by this young man surfing, Pete. Jet Schilling, I believe, from San Clemente, has been really on point and got himself in a great position this last year on that Challenger Series.
Yeah, he in Manly got himself an equal third. So,
yeah.
I mean, that was the second event of the season. He has been at the door. It's been a little tougher road since then. But ultimately, that success in that major event in a venue as important as that Challenger Series in Manly. You got to love it. I mean, and again, that's the type of wave he's won. I guess you could say that since he is slider in build and really strong and has a just amazing arsenal backhand and forehand, but in small waves he really has this distinct advantage because he's so strong and he's a little lighter and smaller.
And obviously he probably has an arsenal of aerials.
Yeah. And both backhand, forehand, so that's always helpful. But that in Manly, that's definitely something you look at it as a beach break being important to know. There we go, a little paddle battle here going up underneath. Look at that. Oh, and Bud does say, nope, he's going to be too deep though, maybe.
Potentially, but nice turn for Bud off the top there, and again able to get that late second turn. He's able to come around this section, but Pete,
not too late, not at all. I put a second doubt into Bud.
He was able to surf from behind. That was good surfing from Bud Freitas right there. Challenging wave to surf, but looks like Corey Arambidi on a heater. Unfortunately blowing that tail a little bit out the back, Pete.
Well, Huckabee not scared to go get underneath Bud Freitas, the local boy. He's like, I know what the rules are. There's no priority, so I'll go and get underneath.
But the judges are watching from the point of paddle. So usually there's a head judge saying paddle because they're noticing this wave coming in. And so they're watching the surfers where they're paddling from. Usually the surfer paddling from the outside in is sort of dictating the position of that wave. If you see somebody in the rat hole coming up underneath you, sometimes the judges will really sort of look at that as sort of a snarky maneuver because they're out of position. They're sort of doing this just as a defensive move.
Yeah, and not necessarily going for the wave.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see. As we see Jet now, this was from the outside section. Got that work done on the outside as this wave starts to fade out. But he definitely had the rhythm for the snaps, but yeah, didn't load up as much as it. But look at that. There's the front angle of it. He came around the corner. And probably a maneuver done outside, out of camera's view from this angle at least.
Yeah. And
another replay here, Bud. This is from the front angle.
See that nice little almost ollie off the bottom, Pete, for him to get in there. And that little late hit right there was really critical.
Outside of Table Rock, so a really, really difficult place to do that maneuver, but he knew that was coming. If he could get it quickly in and out of the rail exchange, which he did, he held it together. So a number in, 5.83 for Bud, and he's up again.
Yeah. See if we can get back to that. Looks like he finishes off that wave. So Bud trying to quickly back up his first score.
Strategically sound, right? This is one of the most savvy competitors in the lineup. I mean, you think about how he's surfed a ton of heats here.
Yep.
And ultimately going, I'm just going to get myself a second number and then move myself up. He did it without even worrying about priority because now, he's going to be fourth priority no matter what. But now he's already got two numbers, 5.83 and a 3.33. Early lead, 9.16. He can build from that. 18 minutes to go. So strategically sound. Loving that from Bud Freitas. Numbers in for Jet Schilling, a 4.17. So even Bud getting the best of the exchange in the beginning.
And then Corey, unfortunately, pushing his tail out the back on that set wave after Bud Freitas. And that coming in as a 1.33. So I'm sure he wishes he had that section over again.
Well, now Huckabee does not going to be hassling anymore, being that now he sits with the priority next to his name. He doesn't need to hassle and get underneath Bud or anyone else in his heat. He's got priority. It means that he can paddle anywhere, and it's his unless he paddles away from the slot and goes over to the peak or something like that. They'll suspend his priority, but ultimately he's waiting for a gem in this zone right now.
Yep, looks like you can tell they're seeing something right here, Pete. Let's see what's able to transpire.
Look at Jet's on the salesman roll. Well, he's going to let him have it, so Jet's going to take off here. See what this wave does. It looks pretty good with the angle.
See how nice and high he's staying on this wave, Pete. He's never going to the bottom yet. Nice blasting tail waft, and again, great combination of major moves right there on the
He
end.
loved it too, you know, and again, those are critical. You know, even though that wave shuts down, it gives you critical sections, and there was 2 beautiful turns at the end of that wave. That's going to be his best number. It's going to be better than the 417, much more critical in the maneuvers and the way he did it. Huckabee let him have that one, and now Huckabee's having a look at this one.
Yeah, curious to see how this pans out. Huckabee pretty far up off the point. We've seen some big scores out of him already in this event, Pete, so we've seen the fireworks. As Huckabee getting some nice seamless turns there, and again, that layback that he's been doing all event, Pete.
Well, and he holds on, so he would say that that was a pretty good choice. It wasn't a horrible decision, but now out the back on a bigger wave.
Wow.
That is Corey Arambidi, so Huckabee pulled the trigger maybe a little early because this wave here, a little bit bigger, although see how it finishes up for Arambidi.
Just standing there for him. He was actually patient, waiting for time. You know, that was an excellent surf wave. I'm curious to see what the judges do with that. I say excellent, but, you know, it doesn't always reflect them going into the 8s and 9s. Yeah.
It's good. It's okay.
Yeah, it's a well-surfed wave, and the judges are already seeing above average wave with Bud with that 5.83. To me, that was significantly better. We'll see what the judges think, but that wave should be one of the...
In relation to Arambidi's wave?
Yeah, Arambidi's wave versus Bud's wave,
Yep.
correct.
And how about Huckabee in that?
Well, Huckabee's going to be up there, too.
How about
I think.
Schilling?
Well,
you have that one to think about.
Well, that's what the judges are doing now. They're going to look at all these replays, P. Here's back to Schilling's wave. I mentioned he doesn't even go to the bottom. Stays at that top third of the wave right here. Nice adjustment. Doesn't go to the bottom again and wafts that tail. And
Twice.
Again.
Yeah, so 4 solid moves there. I mean, you could see this going upwards into maybe the excellent range, at least in the 7s.
Yeah, and then here is Huckabee. His patience paying off a little as he gets a nice couple maneuvers there, and I really enjoyed this layback hack at the end of the wave.
Committed, right?
Yeah.
That was probably one of the better turns we saw on this exchange.
Yeah.
7 in for Jet Schilling.
Yeah, well deserved.
And this is up and riding Arambidi's last.
Yeah, judges taking a hard look at that, and Pete really enjoyed both those bottom turns. Gets a little loose off the top of that second turn, but here's where he just sits and waits and just lets this thing sort of set up. And really smart surfing here for Corey Arambidi, veteran nowadays.
He is a veteran, so that's going to be his best number. We're waiting for scores for Huckabee, Arambidi, and we'll set the stage at the back half of this heat. And now live, actually, no, that's a drone view of that last one. Wow, you got to see the fins from that angle.
Yeah, like that's you know, I like that, man. I mean,
felt like the best of the exchange.
Yeah, I felt that. Yeah, we'll see what
Arambidi,
Arambidi's comes in at now.
6.27. Now score in for Huckabee. They're liking this a big turn, very similar to Arambidi, but slightly higher, 6.73.
Wow, so they're showing you something.
Competitors
Yeah,
are with solid numbers. So Schilling in the lead. He's got 2, a 7.0 and a 4.17. Bud in second.
the judges want to see a little more risk, Pete.
Yeah.
And they're rewarding that. Huckabee had a lot of risk in the end maneuver right there. The majority of the points were in that end maneuver.
Yep.
You know, you're not always able to see your fellow competitor do the turn to get the score. But if you do, sometimes you're able to, okay, look, that's what they're looking for.
Pumping.
You see
Look
pumping
at this
right
set
now,
here.
Pete.
Wow, this is a solid number. If with priority is Bud Freitas. He's looking at this one. He's way outside. He went out to meet it.
Yep, good job.
This one's going to have a corner on it, too. Nice side, solid number. Watch out for Bud. Straight up, glides over the top of that first section. Lays over the second, stuffs the rail slightly, but pulls it out. And again, that's his trademark turn.
wrap. We'll see another third one here. So Bud, maybe a big layback.
Oh, that was more committed. Can he hang on? Got to hang on. Also, Schilling now. 2 hooks in the foamy froth. But critical moves. Man, those were tail wafting, critical sections. Even in the glare, that was pretty gnarly looking.
Well, you could just tell, Pete, there wasn't one hiccup there. Rails were totally clean, really smooth and fast.
Yeah, you wonder if Bud's, you know, that one where he kind of lays it in there. He stuffed it out and he kept the speed going through it, but there was a little dig of the rail.
There was a bobble there, you know, where
where
Schilling's wave was seamless. As you see Bud right up into the soup. Here's where he sort of loses that rail a little bit, but was able to recover. And then he starts just laying down the hammer right here. This is textbook Bud Freitas wraps right here. He's looking here for some variety. Throws that layback a little early. You saw him setting up that layback a second or so before he got into the lip. But Bud able to ride out of that nicely. Then this is the way we really like to watch, Pete. Schilling with that release straight off the bottom, off the top. To me, this is world-class pro surfing right here at its best. and Jet Schilling.
On edge, yeah. That's
Yeah,
I mean, it's
and speed. Doing all this, having really fast whipping off the lips, surfing like that is really easy to identify another level of surfing.
Guaranteed improvement for Jet Schilling. 4.17 is low. That is definitely better than that. As we wait for Bud and Jet, both the surfers in first and second. So just a two-wave set. Both those surfers picking up with their priority, getting numbers. So yeah, there'll be an improvement for Bud Freitas as well because he's carrying a 3.33. So he'll add some points to the total. There it is, a 5.23.
Yeah.
So 11 points, but now the number coming in for Schilling, a 6.47. So again, extending the lead over his competitors, Jet Schilling, 13.47. Bud in second, 11.07. Aaron Beatty with the best number between Bud and Corey, just doesn't have a backup. He has the 6.27 over Bud's high of a 5.83. Huckabee's right in this mix too.
Totally.
He has a 6.73. He's actually higher than both those surfers. So this is a battle for second at the moment. Jet kind of sitting out front, but that doesn't mean a whole lot considering there's 11 minutes and 10 seconds and the talent in the water all able to put up big numbers. And that's what I love about this round of 32. You're going to see these surfers that have excelled in the early days of the contest, and now they're in there. Conditions have improved. Probably some of the best conditions we've, at least consistency-wise, that we've seen all event long.
Yeah. Looks like we have some surfers down here taking notes, getting some information.
That's Reed Platinius, who's going to be up next.
I like that name.
Sitting pretty good up in the rankings as well, within striking distance. So golden opportunity to find some extra points here. He's been looking the goods in his earlier performances. Had that chat with Nick and Save the Waves, man. There's a lot of information again. Like it was, it's funny because one of the things that happened is that talking about the Cowles Beach being, one of the dirtier beaches in our county,
right?
And then looking at that and focusing their attention on why that was the case, and they started doing studies around the wharf and was it Neary Lagoon?
I thought it was Neary Lagoon or maybe like seagull poop.
There you go. You nailed it.
Really?
It absolutely was one of the biggest things was the pigeon and seagull poop at the base of the pier going down into the water and then testing it. And they figured that out. You could have thought it was the pier leaking sewer system because you've got a pier that has a whole sewer system or actually the sewer plant that's up the Neary Lagoon. None of that was the case. It was all about the fact that that was the major contributor to
it's stagnant water.
There was also a broken sewer line that was in the system that they had figured out and found and fixed it. The city fixed that as well. So those two elements right there cleaned up that beach, and now they're eradicating the birds, moving them away, so that you can actually enjoy the beach there and it's safe.
Yeah, no doubt. We're seeing looks like Anthony Rufa there and Dunphy. Probably getting some local knowledge, some information out of Rufo. Oh, no doubt. You watch Nat Young will go right over to Rufo too and just start grilling him. Seeing every different change, every condition out here. But yeah,
look at the otter having lunch.
Yeah,
those animals eat a lot. That's all they do is eat.
That's all they do is eat and make babies. There's a lot of those around here. We're down to 8 minutes 45 seconds remaining now. Looks like Corey Aaron Beatty needing nearly, just about a 5, and Huckabee as well, 4.33. So it still looks really sort of a battle for second right now, Pete. You had mentioned that Schilling's sort of out in front, but still plenty of time. Things can
he's
change.
Got the two best waves. I mean, not two best. I mean, he's got the third best as well as the first. So that's why he's out front, because he's got two solid numbers.
Yep.
Bud's sitting on that second position. Matter of fact, thinking about Bud's positioning here or position in the heat.
Yeah.
In reality, he's got to get himself probably the best number in the heat to start making his position safe, being that he's got the lowest of the three competitors as his high score. Yeah. So it's he's in danger if he doesn't really look at the fact that he needs to better his best number.
Yeah.
Up and riding again. Looks like Jet Schilling. This wave backs off here, so I don't feel like it's going to be an improvement. But then again, this kid has surprised us all, and maybe he gets a section here and just
look,
goes
it's coming right back at him.
Oh, well, see, that's what I was talking about. Those waves backing off. Next thing you know, whoa, that was a brilliant backhand hook.
That was vicious, as you see right here, up and riding. Potentially, this is Huckabee on a nice-looking wall. Great little arc and direction change right down into the pocket again. So nice combination of carves right there. Let's see if he's able to get that blast off again. And as well, wow, if he gets another one.
Didn't go for to the finish there, but man, that was some speed. That was some power. Here's Aaron Beatty.
Corey again on his backside, right up in the pocket. That's a really brilliant turn right there. And again, so a couple of major maneuvers right there. How's the steez he's got right now? You could say he's obviously a man of right points.
Exciting stuff happening in this one, man. And now, well, we've seen now Huckabee and Aaron Beatty pick up numbers. And so Bud could conceivably go all the way down to 4th position with these next two waves. 4.79 needed for Aaron Beatty, 4.33 for Huckabee. So yeah, that's definitely, both those scores are going to be higher than that. They're going to move into in that second, third position, and Freitas is going to move to the down. But now this priority with the 6.5 minutes, this is going to be the choice that Bud has to make sure that he gets through this heat. He's got to choose the best wave.
He certainly does, because it's surfing like this right now with Jet Schilling, and obviously it's not a position Bud wanted to be in right now. He usually is he's pretty good at making sure he gets an excellent score by the end of the heat.
He's going to need it now.
He's going to need it now, because that turn right there by Brett, we'll see if that increases his total. He's still sitting out in front. But Bud is one of the most confident surfers I know. So if he's given the opportunity the chance, because he's going to have to contest with stuff like this. This is Huckabee's second score, and this was a brilliant little turn here at the end, Pete. Nice amount of spray. Some people would have thrown up a late one right there on the end section, but I think just...
But is the fall better than, because that's the thing, you're risking the fall.
True.
Or you actually go up and over and it's another point, right? So the fall affect the score in any way? And it kind of does.
Well, you would say he was cramming in 2 for 1 instead of just focusing on the one. But I really like that wave, too, by Corey Aaron Beatty there as well.
Numbers coming in for Huckabee. It's going to be a goodie. It's going to be the best of the heat.
Wow. Huckabee's going to go from 4th to 1st or 4th to...
He went to first, 7.67 with the 6.73. Huckabee in first. Now Aaron Beatty actually goes all the way to the lead, or second place, with a 7.57. So 2 surfers instantaneously jump into 1-2. Jet Schilling now, which you thought was the standout in this heat. We're still waiting on a number for him. No, it does not change anything for him. 5.9 with that last one for Jet. So both Jet and Bud are in the danger position with 5 minutes to go.
Wow, that was a great exchange right there, Pete. Unfortunately for the local boy, it just catapulted him down into 4th position. Bud is a gamer. Bud performs really well under stress. He's probably thriving in this right now. I really, personally, I would be cracking out there, but he's probably thriving, going, okay, I got this. Look at what he needs to advance, though, Pete. An excellent score. It's just going to, he's produced already a 9 and 8 in the event so far, but that's a couple days ago. But I talked to Bud. I said, hey, Bud, carry over that confidence you had. Forget about what you did today. Just carry that confidence, because when Bud is confident, he is on fire. He really is. So I do have faith right now that Bud could pull this out, but it's against 4 minutes.
Numbers.
Well, he's against 4 minutes basically. It's him in 4 minutes.
The clock.
Yeah.
Jet made a move with 4th priority over to Middle Peak, so he has given himself an opportunity over there. There is some lefts. There's some sections occasionally. If there's a bigger set that came to Middle Peak, this is the dice he's rolling. Needing a 6.85. He's in a much better position to pick out the number needed to get over Corey.
Yeah, and you would think, well, there's been a couple of nice scores over there at Middle Peak, but you would think on an average that he would be able to get back over there, maybe start to hook some other surfers into getting a wave.
He's over here. He's out on his own. Let's see what he can do. He's picking up. Nope, didn't get it. Yeah, it's interesting because, even though Middle Peak will grab swell, the quality of wave is kind of maybe lower than the slot generally.
Well, it is.
But
it's not as critical.
There is some, and here he's going to whip it in this almost looking shades of the 87 cold water.
I was going to say, that was looking very like around when Kern and those guys were surfing in the inside curl.
That's exactly what it is, that north wind. That's that north wind day. It was just howling.
At your back, that couple turn combination that Tom did that year was amazing. As you see again, look at Jet Schilling sort of eyeing down this inside curl wave we call the indicator here. Straight out in front of the judges, Pete. This wave does have a little wall. If he's able to get up and down on it, he'll give the judges something to think about. But unfortunately, that second turn right there.
I was going to say is that it's funny because you get on this wave, you feel like that you have to get it done, early
quick.
in the wave, right, and quick. But the wave pace doesn't call for it, so it looks forced when you start to do it, right?
It totally does, because the wave is actually relatively soft and sort of fat. As you see Jet right here. Able to get away from his fellow competitor, stabs it nicely off the top on that first one. Second one loses a little bit, but you're right. the tempo of that wave sometimes doesn't match your own amped speed, and you sort of have to slow down for that wave. But Jet's obviously thinking of a plan B right now. He's got 2 minutes to go. He's looking to put up a score. So Jet's staying well away from the other surfers.
5.17.
He's surrendering that fourth
Not
position
enough.
priority, but not enough.
Yep, 5.17 on the last one. So, again, that just kind of showcases that type of wave. It hasn't been rewarded handsomely at all throughout this event, really. A couple, it's just if you get a lucky one that actually stands up, which is, again, they're few and far between.
Yeah.
But with fourth priority, Jet's just going to, see if he can roll the dice. But I will say one thing that he must look at, in my opinion, is actually his forehand air. Like, if he
look at that left,
look at that left, and that's
center
where
peak
he's
left.
Gonna,
Yeah.
If he can find
point of
one
difference
those,
there.
that would be one because of the consistency that he does pull those styles of airs. It was interesting though. I wouldn't have called this at the end of this one. When we saw the beginning of the heat, it felt like Jet and Bud were going to be the folks, but Huckabee and Aaron Beattie.
Well, it really does. Yeah, I love I like how Huckabee really was hucking it up there, so to speak,
living up to his name.
Yeah, but he was putting some risk out there, Pete. It really was, and the judges rewarded it. The little more conservative surfing in comparison was downscored a little bit, or just not scored as high, and so the judges really showing now the surfers of this first heat in this round what they really want to be seeing and scoring high on.
Great read, Adam. 40 seconds now, and Ocean has gone a little bit quiet. Freitas has been sitting here for 5 minutes now with priority, and the Ocean really the only thing that it provided was a couple middle peak waves.
Yeah.
And that's a tough one to swallow for Bud because he was the surfer that was definitely in form, and it started out this heat looking really, really good too, but he's just not going to get the opportunity at the end to try and match the score needed.
Yeah, I'm feeling for Schilling as well. Started off incredibly well. He would. I'm curious to see after this round goes through.
What points totals?
What point totals? I mean, obviously it's heat for heat changes the scale, but it is a pretty high score to be losing with.
So true. 13.47. The heat ends, and that is it. Huckabee taking the win, moving on to the quarterfinals. Corey Aaron Beattie, second place, moving on to the quarterfinals. Unfortunately, there we see bowing out Bud Freitas and Jet Schilling. More action to continue here with the men's division of the round of 32. We've got heat number 2, Michael Dumpy, Reed Plastinius, Dimitri Kolos, and David O'Keefe. Don't go anywhere. Right into the next heat. This is heat number 2 of the round of 32. And in the green jersey, David O'Keefe. My name is Peter Mell, and joining me in the booth, Autumn Hayes and John Hunter from O'Neill. Autumn just coming fresh out of the water and looking to go into the quarterfinals. Let's call this action right here as Dumpy, late hit, somehow pulling it off.
Couple crazy opening waves.
Right on. There was a bunch of crazy opening waves there. Michael Dumpy getting his second wave of the heat. And then also Reed picking up a score here real quick with a 4.67. John, you've been part of O'Neill for a very long time, and have the Coldwater Classic back finally in Steamer Lane. It must be exciting stuff for the brand.
Yeah, it's amazing. We're so psyched to have it back, and we're going to do everything we can to keep it back because bringing us all together, it's too much fun.
It is. Just watch the replay there. Autumn, you know, talking about your performance and being part of Team O'Neill's. We watched this replay here of the backhand of, I want to say, that is Reed, right? Green jersey, beautiful. This was the 4.67 that's already been posted. But your performance at the lane, you must have been pretty happy with the fact that the waves kind of increased this morning.
Oh my gosh, I was so happy. Unfortunately, both my heats, the waves. It looks like David O'Keefe on a good one right here. Oh, he's taking it all the way through. That's one of the waves you want for sure.
Right, and it's not easy to choose. Even today for a local, it's still a little confusing sometimes out there as far as finding the right wave.
I was starting to second guess myself for sure.
As we see Dumpy's last there, the replay. This one come in probably around the mid-5. Score in for David O'Keefe, a 6.33. Waiting for Dimitri Polos, who is an O'Neill team rider, right? I mean,
Yes.
I've been watching this kid surf. He's been on fire.
Yeah, he's on fire for sure.
With Reed, a 4.67 again. David O'Keefe, the 6.33. Now priority is with Dimitri. And Michael Dumpy, a solid number. Were you guys able to watch that last heat?
The last heat was out of control.
And yeah, it was. I mean, what were your thoughts on it there, John?
You know, it was unreal. There was just some good sets, a lot of movement in the water, and whenever you get a heat like that, you're going to see some people blow it up, and that's what we saw happen. I was kind of blown away of the level of surfing that was happening, and Bud had a good heat, but there was some crazy surfing going on out there, and he needed something in that final 25 seconds.
That is so true, so true. And you know, touching on Autumn, you know, again, the Coldwater Classic. Have you ever actually been able to compete in a Coldwater Classic? So this is your first.
Yeah, this is my very first time competing. I think the last time I really remember the Coldwater Classic was in 2012, and I was in 7th grade, and I got the wristband, and I was hanging out with everyone.
So you got to witness a Coldwater, but not actually compete in it. And so then it disappeared for 7 years, right? I mean, there's other O'Neill events, obviously, and so it's so good to have it back at the lane.
It's been, I've been thinking about this event, very anxious for it for the past few months, honestly.
And okay, so in that, you know, it as a local, you know, you all of a sudden you kind of set a bar that you want to be in there and exceed. Are you talking win, or are we talking quarterfinals? Have we hit that goal yet, or what?
I want to win. I don't want to just stop at quarterfinals. I have I think in every single 1,000, I got out in the quarterfinals, so I seem to have the quarterfinal
And that
curse.
quarterfinals is kind of one of those things where it's not it's a result kind of keeps you there talking, but it's outside the door, right? You're not slamming the door in. So semifinals is where you're going to see it. So explain in the North America region for the women, how many women qualify for the Challenger Series?
I think it's 6, but usually there's double qualifiers with the CT and girls.
Yeah, so you'll have somebody that'll actually go down the rankings slightly if needed. You know, to solidify all new blood coming into the Challenger Series, right? You'll sometimes have, say, a Katie Simmers, for example, that might be high in the rankings, or Caroline Marks, who just won over there in Florida, right? That she'll have big numbers, but already competes on the Challenger Series, so you'll actually see it slide down slightly.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, cool. Good news. And 6 is a pretty good number for North America. I mean, but it's still not easy.
No, it's not easy at all. Last year I was, I think, 2 spots away from making it, so I needed a heat or two, and I don't really want to have that happen again.
So this is why the bar set here is champion or nothing.
Yeah, I guess.
I love it. Didn't you just have a pretty nice little result out in Florida? Or I know you went out there. How did that go for you?
It was good. I made it. I got 1,000 points, but I made it to the woman-on-woman, and unfortunately,
the round before quarters.
Yeah, and
so that would have been an equal 9th.
Yeah,
yeah. So
I was with Caroline Marks, and she absolutely destroyed
and she
me.
went on to win the event. I guess it's not. I mean, if you're going to be soured by anything, at least you lost to the champion.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I know.
That definitely is a good way to go.
So true. All right, well, let's head downstairs because Ryan Huckabee with the Giant Killer here at Steamer Lane. I got to hear what he has to say about that last heat.
That last set really mixed things up. How are you feeling out there?
Good. I was a little bit of a stressful heat. Everyone got good ones off the start, and I was kind of the only one who didn't get one in the first exchange. So I just knew I had to use my priority well, and ended up working out.
Yeah, awesome. What was your strategy out there?
I don't know. It's tricky. The waves have been switching around a lot today. It was going wide for a little while, and then at the start of our heat, the waves started coming deep again. So I was just trying to sit a little bit wider with priority so I could come and swing up and get the sets, and then also have the opportunity to go wide and get some down there.
Well, awesome. It seems like it's working for you, and can't wait to see you next round.
Thank you.
Right on. Congratulations to Ryan Huckabee. He actually gave little Bud a little run for his money in the early stages of that heat, but in the non-priority situation, Huckabee wasn't scared to go underneath and try and take one from Bud. Bud said no dice.
Yeah, but Huckabee ended up hucking some big turns.
He did.
Did really good.
All right, up and riding there is the green jersey, and that would be David O'Keefe, who is your heat leader so far with the 6.33 to start this heat out. Any of the other, in regards to the changes that have happened within the women's in our region in regards to the change? What are your thoughts on the WSL finals? What are your thoughts on the mid-year cut? And what are your thoughts on the changes for the Challenger Series?
There's been a lot of changes. I like the regional series a lot. The travel is it's very easy, and I'm in school full time, and it allows me to work at home, and it just allows me to do a lot more things.
So just for the folks at home, basically now you qualify through your region, which means in North America, you're going to have a series of events that are in your basically continent, right?
Yeah.
So it's either East Coast, you might go to, the farthest you'd go, maybe Canada, Mexico as far as you'd go as we watch this is actually live action here for O'Keefe. So picking up a second wave here, and this is in Middle Peak zone with the lower tide. There is some opportunity, but you got to risk the judges not being able to see this maneuver. This is way too far down the line for the judges to see. Yeah, and he notices it right now. He probably went 2 turns too far. Now up and riding. Dumpy. This is Middle Peak as well. So Surfer's making some adjustments and heading over to Middle Peak. I haven't seen a whole lot of big numbers come in this zone. That doesn't mean that couldn't change, though, and Dumpy's trying to make that happen. Nice drivey maneuvers here through this inside section. At this point, probably need to look up and see. He knew it. Kicked out.
Yeah, O'Keefe, that's going to be a decent little backup. I mean, he already had that great opener. That's going to add something, even though, like you said, you may not get as high a score. I think there's at least going to be something on that.
And your thoughts, Autumn, on that kind of strategy about Steamer Lane? Is that something that's a good way to go about it?
I've never really sat at Middle Peak during a heat ever, but it stresses me out when I have competitors that sit over there because I start to second guess myself because I've only sat at the slot ever in heats.
Well, and so this is if you're going to think about a wave at Middle Peak, this inside one is a way to do it. Is the one that kind of almost misses the outside Middle Peak takeoff zone and kind of loads up for the inside indicator section, because this is where it's steepened up for sure. I mean, the best part of this wave, unfortunately, was here. And that's kind of past the judges and what they can see. I mean, that was the steepest part of the section, and that's the risk of that indicator wall. So it almost feels like Dumpy gets the work done on the outside, which is in the judge's view. And with that, he'll probably be slightly higher than O'Keefe. We'll see what the judges think, although they have the ability to look at this replay. So if they're looking at the whole wave, they now have seen it.
I think that's a great point. If they're utilizing the replay, then they're going to see that, and we're going to see where the scores come in. It's going to be interesting.
Well, there you go. This is out on the slot bowl. So 2 surfers surfing the slot, 2 surfing Middle Peak. This is Dimitri's first. He had priority for this wave. So Dimitri Poulos, who is a little powerhouse, such great technique in his approach. Wow, look at that. He didn't pull it. That was unfortunate. Because he's been able to really put that exclamation point on the end of his rides with that style of surfing.
Yeah, and that would have been a unique little hack at the end there. So if he could have stuck that, it would have really helped the overall score on that wave.
It's funny, though. You look at that turn and you're like, okay, but it had that impact, right? It kind of like, whoa, it caught me by surprise. Didn't see it coming, and that's the same thing that the judge's reaction is going to get as well. It's too bad that he didn't pull it off. Look at the otter. There's no worries. Having lunch in between set waves. Crazy.
Life at Steamer Lane.
So you guys have a bunch of stuff going on here, John, right? I mean, you guys got a big night coming out happening on 41st Avenue on Friday.
Yeah, we have some fun stuff. I mean, the event is, of course, number one, but Friday night we have a cool thing. O'Neill Surf Shop and Lost is letting out their new 5.5 19¼ century movie, so it's going to be a super fun gathering. That's at 6 p.m. Friday night over on 41st Avenue. 1095 41st Avenue is going to be great. All the Groms, parents, family, hopefully everybody comes out. It's going to be great. Look at White.
And now this is
the
White.
replay.
Dimitri's set wave here that he took and utilized priority. So he sacrificed a little bit of the size of a set wave to make sure that he was going to get himself a bit of energy and wall. So, I mean, again, taking note, this wave did load up through the inside. But, again, I think a little bit of the size, I mean, that was the section that he really needed to capitalize on to kind of send that wave into the good range and be a keeper. But, unfortunately, it did not work out for him. So, 3.67
Ooh, that's tough.
Yeah, it is tough, especially when you had priority there for that section outside.
And it probably would have went to a 5, right, with that
could've.
turn?
I would say so. Yeah, I mean, you have a great knowledge of surfing there, John. So you understand that, especially here at the lane, there's certain styles of waves that you want to choose, and then there's certain points on that wave that you need to capitalize. And that was unfortunate there for Polos, who.
It kind of looked like one of the sneaky waves that Autumn would get, like maybe at the beginning of her heat, like maybe not the biggest one, but just that little runner. So it actually had a lot of scoring potential, but I know you love those ones early on in your heats.
I like those early on, but the section where he fell, like it's so hard to get speed through that section, and there's so much seaweed. So it is really hard to have a lot of speed coming to the section, so it can be difficult.
I'm going to just, do you know who you surf against? Have you already figured that one out?
Yeah, Talia Swindle.
Okay, so you're against Talia Swindle. What's your thoughts on your heat coming up for tomorrow? That will be tomorrow, correct? I mean, you're done for the day?
I'm really excited. I just want to catch the best waves and surf to the best of my ability, and I want to play a smart
you're
heat.
cliche. Come on, give us some dirt. No. Heat by heat. Come on, Autumn. What are you going to do out there?
I'm going
to annihilate it.
That's the goal. That's the goal. But the last few heats I've had have been like one of the slowest heats, so I've played it smart and gotten good waves and managed to get the win both times, but I hope my heat actually has
pumps. I know, right? That's the fingers crossed that this swell, stays around for the next day, which it's forecast to do. I'm looking at the schedule. I did look at it, and I was just looking at it in front of me, but I don't notice. Is it first? You guys going to go first, or is it men's first?
I don't actually know.
Yeah, I had the schedule in front of me. We'll get that information to you in a moment. It was here this morning. Adam probably stole it.
Here we go. White on a nice little insider with just 2 little turns, but it's a good idea. He didn't have priority, so he got up and got busy.
Yeah, I don't see the schedule, but that's Polos with, again, the non-priority, so he's going to start rolling the dice on a little bit smaller waves, looking for sections. First priority is with Reed, and looks like Reed's going to pull the trigger. Already the best number in the heat. Oh, no, is that Reed? That's blue. That's actually Platinius. And on the backhand, so 4.67 already in his scoreline. Quickly out of that one, so energy level was pretty low through the inside, and now Dumpy. So these surfers have chosen to go back to the slot point section. And Dumpy just so good in transition, so quick in transition, and good wave choice here. Another attack of the lip. So Dumpy with the 5.9 and a 5.10 already in his scoreline, trying to improve on the 5.10. John, your thoughts on that? Do you think it happened there?
I mean, there was definitely one really nice hit in there. It's going to be interesting to see. I would think that it should, but I'd have to go back and look at the replay of his other waves. But my gut feeling is it could. I definitely would have liked to seen a little more commitment right in the middle. There was a couple turns there that were like just a little checky, but I think it was some really good surfing, and if he can improve just a little bit, he's right there in first. So, maybe he gets that little bump. But what did you think?
I'm thinking it's right in that same range. I mean, if anything, it'll probably fit between. I don't see it being the 5.9, but right in the middle of it. We'll see where the judges thought, and they have put it in. It's already in, so it's a 5.10. So, it was – wait, no, they haven't given the score yet. They're still thinking about it. And they're going to watch the replay once again. So they're probably wanting to see it again. All right, the first turn was a nice, beautiful hook, and then you're right, the midsection, you had to chase it. But that was a kind of an up and over, right? And again, a little up and over, but then the finish. So there was a nice little rail directional change outside and a good finish. What are you thinking, Autumn?
I think he should have pumped past the first section. I don't think he should have done the first turn.
That's
I've noticed
a local's knowledge.
A lot of people this morning have been hitting the first section and then late to all the other sections after that, when I think it would have been a lot better to just pump past it.
Well,
and the first section, it's usually not even that good of a section. It's usually
true. It's warbly, right? Yeah, and it doesn't give you a lot of speed.
You're giving away some really, really big secrets for the finals day, girl.
That's funny. Score didn't even factor in. It didn't even go into the 5.10, so both of you guys are right. It felt like it went in between. Nope, didn't happen.
Well, after all the years of watching you and AR and all the great people and watching all the WSL heats, I do have a little bit of
knowledge. Yeah, so you've watched a few heats in your time, right?
I would say so, yeah.
And some heats here at the lane. That's another part of it. I mean, you've been part of the brand for, what is it? Again, it was
40 years.
40 years. Yeah. That's amazing to, they're not going to be able to get rid of John Hunter for 40 years of commitment, huh?
Well, anything can happen.
Of course,
but
right?
It's a tight family around
It
here.
is.
So we have a good deal. I think you guys the other day, it was really funny. You guys kept saying, "Yeah, John Hunter, wetsuit designer," and I was kind of like, "Yeah, I just go with it." We were having fun, but I was like, I had the answer for today. I was like, "No, I'm a onesie."
A onesie.
Because you know those things you can just put on and you wear them all day. You can go to the snow in them, go to the beach or whatever. I'm a onesie at O'Neill. Dude, I'll do sales, I'll do marketing, I'll do product,
You do.
I'll do demos, I'll do clinics, and then of course my main thing is the product development. But that is the basis of all of those items. So I'm the one.
And you think back to the original owner of this brand, right? Jack O'Neill. He is the same thing. He was a onesie as well.
He is a master of onesie. I mean,
Right?
He did it all. You think of his airships, you know.
Oh, no, it's
you know,
nuts.
The surfing. That if you think back to the think of the crazy catamaran stuff he was doing on Ocean.
I think you
Beach
should
way
name your
back
new
when.
suit O'Neill onesies.
O'Neill onesies. We don't bring that up because there's
Okay,
something top
sorry.
secret. There's something top secret in the works. So I'm going to have you test it. It's actually pretty cool.
Too
so
funny.
That's some good stuff. But yeah, Jack is he's a definite onesie man. He did it all. He loved everything from, like you said, the surfing, which is where he came up with it. All he wanted to do was surf longer, and he created something that allowed him to do it. He never really realized that would allow everybody else to enjoy the water that much more, and all of us and everybody, and we're still all doing it. But some of the other crazy stuff that he loved to do, you know, he loved to do.
He
it
literally
all.
built his own blimp.
Yeah.
It's like, did anybody know they built their own blimp? He did it.
Yeah, most people catamaran in the ocean. He's doing it on the sand at Ocean Beach, you know, 50 years ago or whatever. Like, just some of the stuff, if you go through the archives and you look at what Jack does and how much fun he had, it's insane.
That's
know,
the DNA of the brand,
a
though,
lot
so
of cool
stoked.
Innovation from the wetsuit to a lot of other things he does. So he's another onesie. Maybe that's where I got it.
That's a DNA of the brand, ultimately, right? I mean, you start to look at a brand, and then what does that instill in somebody? And you look at, for me, it just was the innovation, right? And that's why I always go back to you, John, because you were in the early ages of your, your first 20 years. It was product development. I know it's still part of your.
Product development's the last 25 years, and before that it was retail and
that's
sales
right.
repping. That was from so from the early days of 82.
I forgot about that stage.
82 to
chapter.
90 was retail and working with the team and doing workouts. And I was actually training Adam Rapogel and a lot of the other bros. Galley, they were all like, I was doing workouts like you're doing nowadays with some of the kids in town. And I had the full O'Neill Surf Shop team I was running, and did retail, receiving, management, and then I took on NorCal sales, and that was an amazing run. I got
onesie plus.
Yes, and then the product development's of course been my favorite part, and I'm still doing that, and I'm never going to quit.
Yeah,
So
why would you? It's
really,
the fun.
really
It's a
fun,
driving
and I just
part of the
wanna
brand.
Keep Jack's dream alive and continue making things a little better and allowing us all to surf freer and warmer.
And you touched on with Autumn specifically too, is that Autumn, your focus is as a professional surfer and trying to qualify for the Challenger Series and the dream of making the championship tour. But you do a lot of time and spend a lot of time with the youth as well. I mean, what drives you to do that and add to your time of trying to train and get on tour?
There's just in Santa Cruz, there's such a rad crew of girls right now, and it's so fun to be a part of it and try to help them and push them. And when
you had Maddie Storer in your heat too,
yeah,
for
she was
example,
one of
she was pushing you.
She was one of the very first girls I coached too.
Oh, how classic is that? You've got your sensei and the pupil in the water. You're like, I'm not losing. This is driving you, right?
Yeah, it's driving me. But I was so happy when we
both made it.
When we both made it.
The perfect scenario unfolded, right? You got the win.
Mm-hmm.
She got second, but you both made it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, Autumn goes way deeper than that too. Besides training people and ripping waves to pieces, but she's an integral part in product development and feedback on women's product. She does fit stuff for us. She does modeling stuff. We got a beautiful little wave here. Look at that section.
And that is looks like O'Keefe waited for this opportunity, and goodness.
And Autumn was that was that little thing you were talking about where he hit that first turn. It was good, but then it did kind of get him
set you up behind the wedge.
Behind the next wedge. So that kind of brings into your deal you were talking about a few minutes ago.
Now you're giving away the secrets. Or you're just adding to it, elaborating on the secret.
I think it's okay if that happens already.
Yeah, I gotcha.
But back to Autumn, such an integral part of Santa Cruz and O'Neill, just all the different little parts you do, and working with you closely myself over the last, many years. How long's it been now? I mean, I could throw out a number, but I think you know better than me.
I think I got sponsored by O'Neill. I got sponsored by O'Neill Surf Shop when I was 13, and I got sponsored by O'Neill, I think, when I was 14. I'm 23, so 9-10 years now.
I love it, and I've been able to watch this girl, be in there the whole time, and watch her grow in her surfing, but then also, you know, in everything she's doing. And
well, how valuable. I mean, it's one thing to have a team for marketing, right? That you put out there, you put in ads, and you look pretty, and you surf good. Oh, that's all great. But reality is that since you have the brand in your hometown, and you're obviously a part of product development, you have the ability to go and try the product and go, hey, this works, this doesn't work, this feels weird, let's fix this, you know, this is kind of stiff, or it's, you know, this is really great, you know, and ultimately having that feedback is invaluable, right? And the fact that you kind of, you know, in this community, and innovation being a part of the O'Neill DNA, you need to have that kind of product development program.
Yeah, and having someone like Autumn local, it just makes it that much easier. I mean, I work with a team worldwide. You know, we always like to say, you know, rider developed, rider proven, and she's one of those where, you know, from the base development of something, she can test it, give me some really valid feedback, and then we just work on that fit and get it to the final dialed product. And I think she's been pretty happy in some of the suits she's been wearing lately. We've had a lot of fun.
And touching on that, Adam, I was going to say, like, you know, how has that affected the way you have contributed to, you know, your career with the fact that you get to help, you know, product development? I mean, that must be awesome.
It's so awesome, and I have the most reliable suits, and I've never felt like I need more suits than I already get, and I feel so lucky. And like the Hyper Freak suits are my all-time like favorite suits. So they're so comfy, they're so stretchy, and like it feels like I'm wearing something thinner than what a 3-2 that we would be wearing like 10 years ago would be.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, and I would hope that that's progression keeps happening here. You know, this is what better place to try and, you know, develop product than a place that you have to wear wetsuits all year round.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, well, the minute to go, O'Keefe is holding on with those first two scores early, and it's gone quiet. You know, that last heat was just nonstop. This one had its moments in the beginning. Maybe this last minute, we've got Dimitri, who sits in striking distance and up and riding. This needs to be a 7.33 in this last minute. Well, tagged the first turn there, drives through the second. This wave's still loading up. Plenty of spray off the rail, plenty of speed, finish, up and over and more.
Wow, double finish.
Well, 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 this has got something to think about here. Was it the best wave of the heat? That's what it's going to have to be.
Wow.
Still more time too. This is the surfer in third position, needs a 6.33. Reed Platinius. Similar style wave, but not quite the same rhythm on the outside section that we saw from Dimitri, but now it slows up for him on the backhand, going up vertical twice. And a third. Well, well, well. 1 minute to go, and some stuff happened at the end of that one.
Wow, you guys. That was a pretty cool last minute.
Oh, and we'll say,
one more.
Yeah, Dunphy was up in my eyes before this heat. That's not my decision, though. So this wave feels like it's going to count, and he may need it.
Yeah, and that was a nice little foam climb to a little hack. What's he going to do with this?
Well, well. 3 waves in the last minute, and all of them will most likely factor in.
All
Dimitri
right, Pete,
for sure.
What are you thinking, bro? The 7.33 is the biggest one in question.
It is, the Dimitri, and I feel like it's definitely right there.
Yes.
I would say that it's not something. It's not a slam dunk. I don't see it's excellent. I say it's pretty much in that realm. In the outside section here, that was a really nice turn.
Those are two, like a setup and then another one, and then a nice little wrap.
I love how he held the rail through that cutty too, and then that little point of difference. Even these sections right here pretty much could call for the same exact style of turn.
I love that turn. I know it was a little part, and then I love the style on that.
I would say that yes, that's going to turn it, but
the next one,
yeah,
that was pretty solid too. Not quite as sharp, but there was a lot of turns.
And here's Reed. And so the judges are taking their time at this one. The heat is over. This is exactly the time that we get to see it. So we don't know what the number is going to come in for Dimitri, and oh boy, it's going to be close. As a matter of fact, it's going to come under, unfortunately, for Dimitri.
He's done.
Yeah, 6-7, 6-8, 7-0, 7-0, one more score, and it's most likely going to average out not enough. So now we're thinking about Reed, and we didn't really watch the very end of that. So the 6.33 needed, and then Dunphy. Does he better a 5.1 on this one? Well, 6.83 for Dimitri. It is not enough. So still, Reed went to third or fourth and waiting on his score. He needs a 6.33. This one right here to improve for Michael Dunphy, a 5.61 will take him to the lead.
Wow.
Dimitri,
it's gonna be really interesting.
David could actually slide into third if these two numbers come in for Reed. Reed's is in. it's a 5.47. Not enough. He stays in 4th position, so there you go. Dumpy's going to stay in 2nd. He may go to the lead. Matter of fact, he is going to go to the lead. He'll take the win. We'll probably hear from him. There it is, a 6.63. So Dumpy and O'Keefe are through. Man, what a heat
and
at the end.
Dimitri ended up 3rd. Is that what you said?
It did end up 3rd.
Okay, he bumped it up, but he was very close. That score could have went either way.
It did feel that way.
Going back to that last score that came in at a 5, if there would have been a sharper turn, 1 or 2 at the beginning of that wave, it probably would have gone over. But that first turn, it was just a little bit not sharp enough.
Yeah. Well, let's just wrap it up real quick. We're going to go to a quick break, George. Let's just go take a quick break. We'll come back, and heat number 3, round of 32, will be underway.
Crunch time, double time, overtime. Shoots, maybe it's time you try something new, yeah? Island time. One life, right? Mahalo.
And we're back at Steamer Lane as we have just wrapped up another barn burner. I mean, heat number 1 of this round of 32 was insane. Heat number 2 is insane. Let's see if we can keep that vibe alive going into this one here, heat number 3. Cole Hushman, Tomas King, Jacob Zake, and Tori Meister, your O'Neill team rider, joining me in the booth for this next call here. John Hunter, you've stayed. Autumn has moved on, and she's going to watch the action from out on the cliff. But me and you get to call the action. Tell us a little bit about Tori Meister and his story. He was in the booth, and he gave us the kind of the understanding that O'Neill basically extended his career and gave him a life for the last 10 years.
I just loved it. We had that fun little thing in 2015. Tori, I think that was the year. He came through and won it. And
it's
he
9 years ago. So
yeah, is it?
It's almost 9 years.
No, so it would have been 13.
14.
Okay, 13. Yeah, it's 14. Yeah,
13, 14, whatever. Either
yeah,
way,
well, in there. So, anyways, yeah, how it happened? It was we were giving away. It was a really cool thing we came up with where we were giving away a sponsorship, and we did it a couple years. Nat Yeoman's got one of them one year, and then we had Tori. And Tori, he's really become part of the family. Talk about like a tester and someone who works really closely with me on a product. Tori's just that guy. But the way he got in there and the way it kind of fueled his career in surfing it's one of the greatest surfing stories really. True. With our
Absolutely
team riders. It's like it gave him new life. He fired up in his small wave surfing, medium wave surfing, but then you look at what the guy does in big waves, but then he still comes and competes in this.
And this isn't like his focus now, right? He basically, I was asking him that. He's like, hey, this was fun, part of my chapter in my career, and I like to dabble in it. But ultimately, O'Neill's, it doesn't matter. You just be Tori, right?
Yeah.
And you guys are going to back it no matter what.
Yeah, and going to that, I don't think he's ever going to miss an event at the lane because of that reinvigoration of his career. Like he loves the lane. He loves the vibe. All the people that he met here that trip, and then over the next few years, it's been insane.
It has been insane. Well, real quickly, let's go to Dumpy, who ended up turning that heat in the last 1 second, right? So Michael Dumpy into the quarterfinals. He's down there on the beach.
Michael Dumpy, our heat winner, sealing the deal in the last minutes with the 6.33. How did that feel?
It felt pretty good. Yeah, it was. The waves were really good out there the heat before, and I kind of like psyched myself out. I was like frothing at the bit, and then I didn't really get a hold of one like as much as I wanted to, but hopefully saving it for the next one maybe.
Yeah, awesome. How are the conditions out there? How's the water?
Yeah, it's pretty good. The waves are, it's really fun. Like to have the lane, with like just a few of us out is kind of why I'm here. I always used to come and surf with Nat over the years, and it's such a good wave. It's just, it's pretty busy when the contest isn't on. So yeah, it's fun just to be out there with a few people.
Awesome. Well, it seems like you and your whole crew of friends are all doing pretty well. Looking forward to seeing you guys all surf together in the next couple of rounds.
Cool. Thank you.
Awesome.
Yep.
Right on. And you think about where he sits in the rankings. Michael Dunphy, number 3. And he was on the Challenger Series all through this season, and the results didn't really come for him, unfortunately. Usually, you count on him for a few good, big results, but this year had been a little bit challenging. But now we've got action in the water. This is Cole Huschman, the backhander that we expect big things from. One of the standouts on the North American circuit, and you can see why. Just powerful and precise from Cole. Look at the swinging happening there. Just lumberjack chopping down the redwood. But a fall at the end of that, unfortunately.
Yeah, we always love to see the finish, and that wave he surfed it really good. I was about to say, well, I'll say it. It was really well surfed, but Pete just mentioned if he could have just finished it, it would have even been that much a better score. But I loved it.
Yeah, Tomas King quickly up and out. So utilization of priority there, unfortunate there, being that he did not score. He's going to get nominal points, but he's now going to move to the back of the line, giving Zeke and Meister number 1 and 2 out the back. Huschman is going to get the first real number in this heat. Actually, Meister's had 2 quick waves that we didn't see on screen, so really we're going to see that, unfortunately, he's going to have to start from a lower priority order. Yeah, that was him actually kicking out. Again, me confusing. I thought that was Tomas in blue. In reality, I just got to see. If I say it's blue, I'm just going to turn it to green.
I'll help you with that.
Okay, good. Please do.
There we go.
This is what color then, John?
I want to say green.
Well, it is. It's Meister. So he was able to find one on the inside. You can see that lower center of gravity style from Meister. His first 2 waves, a 0.43 and a 0.6, so just quick kickouts. This one, much better. That's going to be a solid number. Waiting on scores for also Cole and Jacob Zeke, who just picked up waves. Tomas King waiting to see if a P goes next to his name. That would mean that he doesn't have a score coming, which I don't think he does. So ultimately, he's going to have priority. The first already 7 minutes going by. So pretty quick that happens. Let's take a look at this replay here and tell me your thoughts on it for Cole Huschman.
Yeah, so I liked it. That was a nice little setup for the first turn, and then a really good one there. He got stuck a little behind this, but then tossed it up, and then I liked this one right here. I thought that was the best turn, and then this is where I think this next little spot right here is where you and I expected him to ride out of that and just push that score up to a pretty nice little score. I'm sure it was still what did it come in at? Because I think
haven't done it yet. They're just looking at replays, so I guess they're gonna again, comparisons are happening. We have Zeke, who we haven't seen yet the number, or actually any inclination of what it looked like, but this was the one they're looking at first, and there it is, and they're gonna love it. Even with the fall at the end, they're gonna go almost excellent.
Yep.
It is excellent. 8.0 for Huschman, and he's just so strong. That's why they love him so much.
I'm loving that. I mean, I was thinking mid-7s without the finish and 8 with it, but we're right there, and I loved it, and with the finish on it, I would have loved it that much more.
So Meister, there was his score, but this is live action. Nice size set wave here.
Wow.
And this is Zeke. Waiting on a score for him or a quick one, but this is a much better wave for Zeke.
Yeah, a little soft, the wave itself. He's doing what he can with it.
Different style of wave than we saw before where it comes to wrap at you. Zeke, during a little downtime, goes for a little pop, a little chop hop. That paddle here looks like Huschman. You can see by that paddle that, again, down the line style, this wave's going to leave him behind. It does. It leaves him behind. But what a start in 8.0.
Yeah, what a great opener. We knew it was going to go high. That was a job well done.
3.67 for Zeke. So that actually probably wasn't live action. That was an actual replay. Yeah, so we actually saw it. I mean, I could see on my score screen there's a little blue dot that basically says that they're actually now looking at a score. And that's able to tell you if there's waves. But I can see now that was a 3.67 for that wave that they just had. Tomas King has yet. Now he has the P next to his name. That means he has not ridden a wave, and he has priority. You see him up deep on the point. You can see there, looks like the red jersey, Huschman wants to know the situation. He wants to know, it's always a good strategy, right, to wave your arms and let them tell everybody that you got an 8.
That you're ahead, yeah, and you're killing it.
He needed the information, I'm sure.
I think the white is an interesting one because, that wave was bigger, but it just didn't have that juicy, like, low road, bowl to
lane,
it. Yeah, so that one looked good maybe visually to him, but when you got on it, it just had that softer face, and look at the score that came in. It's really, it's interesting.
Score.
Bigger isn't always better.
No, not at the lane for sure. 3.67 there. 5.83 for Meister, though. That's a good number for him to get started in this heat. If we think about what was the 2 scoring numbers for for Dumpy in that last heat. It was a pair of high fives that got him the win. So
yeah, so I think he got a nice little opener. That was a good move. He lost priority, you said, and then grabbed it. I think I saw something happen like that, and then he ended up with that nice 5.83.
And that's experience at the lane. Now, like you said, he's been coming here 10 years, putting in the time in this zone. And so, you know, and it's, every surf is a knowledgeable thing when you're surfing the lane, because it does change with swell direction. We've been harping on that all week long.
Yeah, well, we were tapping into Tori. We were talking about that before that last set rolled through. And, you know, he comes, you know, even when there's not a cold water, and he hangs out, and we do product work, and we do surfs and photo shoots. And the guy is probably one of the funnest people to work with. Super cool. And not just, you know, for the everyday surf, but the stuff that he, the feedback he has for big waves, for innovations and stuff we're working on for the future. It's definitely really cool.
I will say that, you know, he impressed me last season. He showed up there at Mavericks last year. There wasn't a ton of good days, but he was there for one of them. And it was one of those kind of mid-sized day, but he went out there on a small board and just was underneath it. And that's one of the things I'll say about Tori. He's not scared to sit underneath a wave, especially a heavy one. As we watch this replay of Zeke, 3.67, yeah, I'd say a size of wave, but it just didn't have quite the energy.
Yeah.
And so it reflected in the score.
Yeah, well, going back to your, you must have ridden Mavericks with him more than a few times.
I have, but I mean, just specifically last year, like he inspired me to actually get an 8.8. So I have an 8.8 in my quiver because he was riding an 8.8, which is a very small board for Mavericks.
I was going to say that's going to be like a short board for you. I'm gonna be looking for some big turns out of you.
I wouldn't say that. I mean, I think it's just more of like what I was impressed by was the fact of where he was sitting on the 8.8, and like he was looking at the lefts a lot. Not that I'm going to go try and do that, but that's something that was impressive because he was able to get that board and have a little more mobility underneath the ledge, and you know, it inspired me. I think that, I mean, ultimately, I think that in big wave surfing, that equipment should shrink. You know, because you don't necessarily need it for, you know, to ride the wave. It's just to catch the wave, right? So I guess if you're gonna put yourself in a little bit smaller equipment, just puts you in a little more dangerous area, but ultimately probably the right area, because you look at what's happening at Pipeline over the years. Like a big board at Pipeline is a 6.6, 6.8,
yeah,
6.10 on the biggest days.
Yeah, and look at what Slater did. I think it was like, it might have been 5 to 7 years ago. You got to add a few years every time now when you think of COVID. But I remember when he went down and he was riding some pretty big surf out there. Wasn't he riding like a 5.8?
Yeah,
he went out there, and I don't think the judges rewarded him for what he was doing. I remember there was a little weird thing when he went down and was riding those boards. But what
it
he was
felt small to me. I mean,
but what he was doing on it was absolutely insane.
No, you agreed.
Yeah.
You know, and he in his mind he was pushing it, and I still think that part of his surfing. And now he rides a 5.9, right? So he went down to 5.6. I think was what the smallest of it was a 5.6, and then he's kind of settled in a 5.9, 5.10 when the waves are up, right? So that's still a very small surfboard in comparison to what he would have been riding before that as a shortboard was 6.1, 6.2s, right? So 3 inches, and every time you make a substantial 2-inch difference in equipment, it is a substantial difference in paddling, mobility, speed, and transitions of your turns. And he was pushing it.
I was, of course, kidding about the big turns on your 810, your new 810 that you have, but volume-wise, all of our boards, you think of what you and I were riding 20 years ago, my daily board was like 6'1", 18 1/4, 2 1/4, and I know yours, you're a big guy. Yours wasn't much off.
Yeah,
it wasn't much
20,
off of that.
2 5/8.
And now you're riding these, like you're probably riding like a
6.2s.
Yeah, and they're smaller. So has that volume kind of transition into that 810, like from your biggest board that you like to ride is your 810? Would you say it has similar volume, but it's shrunk?
No, it's
it's considerably less.
Not considerably, but I mean, you try to fit it in without making it look weird, you know, because you can make a board look too thick. It's not like you can all of a sudden go 4.5 inch thick 8.8 and expect it to paddle like your 9.6.
No, you need
and not be weird.
You need some stuff done to the rail to make sure it's still going to fit and foil out nice. Yeah,
it does. It does agreed, and I think that works all the way across the board, right? I mean, it's all of a sudden you go to a 5.6 and decide to add, an extra 3/4 of an inch to your board. It's not going to be better just because it's shorter and all's thicker. It has to translate into the foils, and you know this as much as anyone. It has to foil out and be so. You almost sacrifice the volume in order for the board to actually work, because if you don't want to say you shrink a board by 3 or 4 inches, but you want to keep the same volume. it's just not going to work. It just doesn't translate correctly. You know,
yeah, you can get close. I mean, I think sometimes in our smaller boards now, we might be riding more volume than we were way back then.
Yeah, I would say I probably am not, but
okay.
For me, personally, it's lower, and I feel it. I mean, I feel it now as you get older, right? The volume's your friend.
Yeah,
but,
foam is your friend.
Yeah, that's what we always talk about. Well, a bit of a quiet time here with 10.5 minutes to go. Right now, your leader with an 8 and a 2.67. Tori Meister with the 5.83.6. Really, the two substantial scores, or three actually, really. It was AK's 3.67, which really wasn't rewarded for what the size of the wave and what he did on it. It was, again, it just didn't have the same kind of critical sections that we saw from Meister or from Hushman. So these two surfers right now in first and second. ZK is right in striking distance. And Tomas King, quiet already, 15 minutes gone, and has sat there with priority. So he's feeling it at this point.
Yeah, very much. I kind of wanted to talk to you after that last heat. We talk about these heats where there's a lot of activity, and then all of a sudden you'll go on to another heat. In your experience out here, how many times have you been left out there at Steamer Lane without a wave when you needed to advance?
Way more times than I've sat there with all the waves under my belt. It really is one of those places that can do that, especially when you watch how many waves come in a heat previous to yours. You're like, uh-oh, it's going to be one of those slower heats. But yeah, you kind of remember the ones that were easy and get all those waves. But yeah, there's those times that it's a struggle. And Rody was talking about it, and Adam is what we nicknamed Rody. But
he's got a lot of nicknames.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he does. But he was mentioning how that you look at, and we were talking about this together, but Eastside surfers have really been probably the more champions have come from Pleasure Point area than local lane locals that actually surf the lane that have won the Coldwater.
Interesting.
Right, and so how is that translated? And so his thought is that sometimes what will happen is that a surfer that surfs the lane, like Autumn Hayes, is like you know a wave so well that a lot of times you'll let waves go by that you maybe could have gotten a score on because you're too picky.
Yeah, you're looking for that one that you know that you want, and you might let another one go, and all of a sudden a 5.5 goes through.
And you could have been on it, and you could have easily, and you let it go and gave it to a competitor, right? So that's kind of one of those things, you get a little too picky. That's, I guess, if you're going to talk about a handicap to a surfer who's a local in their region, is that will happen. You'll get a little bit too picky or maybe even too confident.
Yeah, I wanted to throw another thing out that I've always wondered, so we have a week of kind of, in my opinion, pretty even tides.
Yep.
And with that, in my mind, sometimes you don't get as much of a draw from the ocean to make it a really big swell, and as you might get when you have the minus tides and the pull and the moon and everything working. Do you have a little opinion on that? Because I love the tide for the rock right now, table rock and everything. Like, it's just this whole week, everything. We're not dealing with kelp. We're not dealing with, too high of a tide drowning it out to where you can't even ride it in the morning. But how do you feel about wintertime, and when you have those bigger tide swings, that maybe you might get a little bit more from Mother Nature? Do you have any theories on that?
I would say it's all connected, John. I mean, and Adam and I have talked about it. I mean, what happened right when the wind kind of started to blow? All of a sudden the tide switched. All of a sudden the sets started pouring in. It was a highly consistent, most consistent we had seen throughout the whole event. And it was literally all those connections to it. So yes, the moon, we've had a full moon. We came into a full moon just before this event. And now, that'll make those tide swings a little bigger. Now we're kind of on the ebb of it. The swell is in the water and it's not as big. So yeah, I would agree with it. I think there's connection there. Now the science behind it, don't know.
Yeah.
But ultimately, as a surfer, I feel it. For sure.
I mean, the reason I bring it up is I think the waves have been amazing this week. Like, we have great waves today. We've had great waves the first 2 days. I actually love the tides because it's been surfable kind of from morning till night, from the beginning till the end.
Which is what you need for an event,
right? For an event, yeah. But I did also see the tides and everything, and I don't know, in past events, you think of all the big ones, there's always been that low, or maybe not all, but a lot of them, there's been that low tide where it gets really kelpy, and then we maybe have too high at tides, and it can be difficult, but you might get the bigger swell. But bigger swell may not be the best conditions for the contest, because of the high and the low and the kelp. Look at this one.
Meister needs a backup score here. Already holding on to a 2.67 as a number. That's not going to improve it by much if it does.
And we've got a little set rolling.
Yeah, we'll see here. But he's looking at the time and going, hey, I better get that back up right away. So that wasn't a bad choice. It just unfortunately had the fall at the end.
Yes. I thought it was going to be like an old school El Rolo there, the way he was going for the board there, but.
So, I mean, you're thinking, okay, and I know where you're kind of going with this, right? You're looking at it going, okay, so when we go do this event next year, what week are we going to pick here? Are we going to have one with a little more tide swings, or are we going to have one that's more even tide? And, you know, when does that develop? Because it is, I think you're right. I think it's all connected.
Yep.
You know, and whether you even throw the moon in there for a mix, right? Like
the moons come through big time. I'm sure you've done that a lot.
100% they do. And
yeah.
you get a full moon. I mean, sometimes you'll get it, you know, full moons come with, I mean, in Indonesia, they count on it.
Yep.
You literally make surf trips over it because they know that during a full moon, there's going to be a swell on one side or the other of it.
Yep, I know a few places I travel. I look at the tides before I book my ticket because I want certain tides when I land there because I want to get the morning surfs, you know, maybe avoid some of the people. So I'll look at the tides, I'll book my flights, and then it usually works out really good. You know, I kind of get that little first few days of the waves that I want and the tides that I want, and then the rest of the trip it rolls, and then hopefully I'm there long enough to where I get that tide cycle again.
Wow, that's you're giving away secrets now. You didn't say the spot.
I'm not telling you where I'm going.
That's so true. Too good. 5-minute warning here at heat number 3 of the round of 32. And a bit of quiet time through this one. Again, that's what the lane will do. I mean, it's every event, right? We have some heats, and that's why it's the ocean. It's a wild card to it. Sometimes you're connected to it. You know, do you need to get those things right out of the gates? Sometimes, you know, it works for you. But that's just the wild card. And I'd love to ask your opinion, thinking about the ocean as a venue, right? And what your thoughts on wave systems are. I mean, is this something that you have actually focused yourself on and you had experience at the Surf Ranch? Do you feel like it's something that we like?
Yeah, I mean, I think harnessing that concept into the actual real ocean, it's something I think we've all talked about a long time, like when it comes to jetties or man-made stuff. But yes, I've been lucky enough to go to Waco a couple times, and it's a little mini shred fest. I did 2 days, and I rode 207 waves. I was having fun just counting them and doing crazy and trying to poach a few and push the limits from my trip before. So that was cool. And then, yeah, I never thought I was going to go to the Surf Ranch just because, you know, it's a exclusive deal. I always wanted to maybe get in there on a gimme bro deal. That didn't happen.
Rather than writing the check.
But then again, I did kind of because of a bro. So, no, I've been in there too. And you know what? I'm not a great barrel rider, but the Surf Ranch gives you an opportunity to get barreled being a great barrel rider. Yeah. So I've had a lot of fun.
Literally, I saw it. Like Joanne DeFay wasn't a great barrel rider, but then had to learn at the ranch because it's part of the wave. And sure enough, she became a great barrel rider because of that venue.
Yeah, so I'm a huge fan of wave parks, and I think they're going to be massive. I'm actually doing a lot of development on some stuff. So it's kind of fun working with a few of them. It's just it's the future, and when I say that, it's bringing, you know, it's kind
addition,
of
right?
It is, but it's also like what I love about O'Neill and working for O'Neill is we are surf. That's what that's why he invented the wetsuit, right? It's to surf longer. But we do the, you know, most insane wakeboard, you know, kiteboard, water ski, like we do everything, our UV. So what that does for O'Neill, which is so amazing, is we're coast to coast, country to country. We're not just on the coast, we're covering the interiors. And
which is water's there too, right?
Yeah, there's all that water I was just talking about, whether it's kiting, wakeboarding, wake surfing, you know, water skiing. There's all these different things that we've been involved in for literally since I've been with the company. So Pioneers, you know, Jack took that technology and made everybody's life more fun and be able to have them be in the water longer. And I think that's what wave pools are going to do for surfing. We're going to have champs someday that don't live here. They live in Texas or somewhere that's not by the coast.
Okay. Meister on the inside, so he pulled the trigger with outside priority, and looks like he's going to build on the 267 with 2 minutes to go. So smart. Now up and riding, though, this is Tomas King. So this long to finally get their first wave with 2 minutes to go, and that's
tough.
That's tough. And now a set finally. So it's been a very inconsistent heat. Up and riding is Cole, so he's trying to improve on a 267, which he'll probably do here.
Yes. Especially with that little finish. That was nice.
All right. Well, now leaving Zeke out the back. So with this 1:45 to go, this is going to be it for him. He's going to need to produce a pretty good darn number because Meister's going to improve, Cole's going to improve, and he kicked out.
All right. Well, it's getting a little nitty gritty here at the end, but some nice little exchanges there.
You saw the lines, right? And all of a sudden, when a set comes, there's opportunities. There's probably 4 or 5 waves at least, right? That's one of the things I have seen today is when the sets come, there is gifted at least 4 or 5. I mean, this is a well overhead set.
Yep.
And the surfers are out of position because they pulled the trigger a little too early. But hey,
Yeah.
you just never know if the set's going to come. And the quality of that wave isn't great, actually.
It isn't, but if you needed a little backup, you could probably pull something off. I was laughing, you laughed when I said that about a world champ from somewhere like Texas or whatever,
Yeah.
and right then it's Tori who's, maybe why he's so darn good in big waves is all of the bull riding and crazy stuff the guy does.
right?
But it was kind of perfect timing because I said Texas, you laughed, and there was Tori on the wave, and I
With
just imagined him holding on.
With his cowboy hat.
Yeah, and just going nuts, So
All right.
we'll see what happens.
Last ditch ever for Jacob Zake.
Ooh.
Starts off beautifully with a beautiful arc. And again, holding the rail, so a little bit of variety. This wave goes over the table rock section, goes and slams it. So this is going to be Zake's best wave.
Ooh.
And holds on for the finish. Yes, he does. More. He does find another section. Well, this is something to think about here. Meister was able to. So this needed to be an 8.03 for Zake.
The wave.
Well, it's up against their team rider, Tori Meister. So.
I'm not saying no, but hey, we got to give it to the best, right? All I would say is there was a lot of bump and chunk on there that took away a little bit of the criticalness that he may have been able to do on a couple of those, but he surfed that wave well.
Well, he's going to give the judges something to think about. That is for sure. So we're waiting on that number for him. Meister was really, it would have been out if he had not taken that wave outside of priority, because I don't know if he would have gotten that opportunity to be able to pick up another wave. So the 5.87, which actually was his best wave, he picked up outside of priority.
Yeah.
And that solidified his second position. He's in with 11.70 two-wave total. Tomas King did end up getting a second wave, but it was just a 0.5, so 4.83. Now waiting on Zake's last score. Looks like Cole, to me, is going to do it. Zake's is going to come in at a mid-6. Here it is on the replay. And it's a 6.10. This heat is over. Cole Hushman with the win. Tori Meister is through. And unfortunately, Zake's wave, as much as it was a pretty nice one, only came in at a 6.10.
Yeah, and like I said, he surfed it really well, but there's a lot of chunk and bump, and some of those turns weren't quite what even he wanted, I don't think. They were amazing, but those little chunks were just sending him a certain place he may have wanted to go somewhere else.
Heat number 4 is underway soon, so stay right here and watching the O'Neill Cold Water Classic.
And welcome back here to the 2022 O'Neill Coldwater Classic. Once again, we got some great surf on hand right now. We're in the round of 32, heat number 4. We do have a couple of waves that were ridden right there in the break. We'll get those replays to you right back in a second. But I'm sitting here. My name is Adam Replogle, sitting here with John Hunter. John, we've been friends for quite some time. If I remember correctly, you probably were the guy that got me associated with O'Neill's when I was a kid. So I'm flattered to be here with you, John, and let's have some fun.
Oh, man, I'm so stoked to be with you, AR. You know, he has a lot of nicknames, you know, Rhodey, Repogle. I loved how you said your name correct right then, too, because it's always said wrong. Can you say that one more time?
Replogle, but not
Replogle,
and
but we love it.
Yeah, let's try to pronounce these names right here.
Oh,
we
boy.
see Wheeler, Hasbro. We got Griffin Colapinto, Taro Watanabe, and Lucas. And we have a great heat right here. I'm really looking forward to seeing both Taro and Griffin surf. Wheeler's a new name for me as well.
I'm kind of freaking out on Lucas Ostin. I actually grabbed him. He's one of our team riders from San Clemente, and I grabbed him yesterday. Just met him the night before and took him up the coast, and we surfed, and he was destructing little waves.
Oh, no doubt.
And one of my favorite surfers really out there right now is in this heat, which is Griffin.
Yeah.
I mean, the way he surfs, the flow that he has, the power, but then just getting it in that critical spot, but not making it look critical. He just has this thing, and
okay. We see right now, looks like we got a little break in the action. So let's see let's talk to the winner of that last heat, Cole Hauschman. Right on, Cole.
Love it.
All right, we're here with our heat winner, Cole Hauschman. Cole, you took runner-up last year in the Freak Show. How's the momentum feeling this year?
Yeah, I did a last-minute entry last year into this contest. I lost to John Mel, who knows this wave almost better than anyone. But yeah, I had some momentum from last year, and I've competed here a lot, so it's been fun to just get back in the jersey at the lane, and the waves are firing. So.
All right, awesome. And one more thing, everybody's wondering, what's next with the hair?
I might go back to the cheetah. I had that before. This one's kind of funny, but yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Kind of a surprise, maybe, I guess.
Well, awesome. Good talking to you. Excited to see you in the next round.
All right, Eden. Thanks a lot for that. And wow, you just noticed the size of that young man. And that's really what's happening nowadays. You're seeing really incredible technique with bigger guys. So that power and that spray, the ability to really show the judges the difference between your surfing and, say, somebody younger is usually the power. As you see right there on your screen. Wow, we'll see the exact breakdown, but we have an early lead here by Wheeler.
Wow. And
we have yet to see Griffin or Taro Watanabe. And you talked about Lucas. You know, he's got a great score right there of a 5.83, so nice couple of scores. Was talking to Brad Gerlach last night. He actually gave me a little text saying he's been working with Taro for about 9.5 years, so he didn't just pick him up as a good surfer. As you see right here, here is, I believe, that is a beautiful, well-surfed wave. It looks like Griffin Colapinto. Can't tell the blues or the greens, but that's a beautiful wave.
Two of those turns I was talking about, just on point.
Yeah. And that's what we've been expecting out of him. And this is Taro Watanabe.
Oh. That looked like a turn you would do.
Ah, I wish. You know. If,
what are you talking about?
Get my tail above the lip, I'm happy. But right there, that was great surfing for both Taro Watanabe and Griffin Colapinto. Waited, you know, upwards to, you know, about 6 minutes, you know, quite a bit of time, 7 minutes for that wave. So quite a bit of time has elapsed. So we'll see on the replay right here of, I believe this might be Lucas's wave.
Okay.
Up and riding. He gets a nice little runner here, John. There's a lot of little board control, a little point of difference right there. Give a little variety in his surf. Excuse me, this is Wheeler.
Yeah, I was like that. I knew the style because I was out with him yesterday.
Yeah, I'm out of my mind here, John. This is the first time I've seen these guys surf, so I'm working on it. And this is White again, so Wheeler again.
Ooh.
I really like that above the lip as well. Nice combination of maneuvers here, and kicks out with some speed and style.
Well negotiated and throwing a few waves down already. Look at the wave count already.
Yeah. And here's your boy right here, Lucas. Nice tail blast there, John. Keeps his board going down the line. As you said, young man from San Clemente, used to the beach breaks, but obviously lower trestles right around the corner, so no stranger to these longer rights.
Yes.
And here we go for Wheeler. Also, I think Brad was telling me he was working with Wheeler a little as well. So a lot of these guys picking up information from ex-pros, getting all that knowledge and wisdom. Great little reverse right there in the middle of the wave.
Yeah,
and some
something
variety.
fun.
and a little hack, little floater. So showing the judges a lot of different maneuvers right here is Wheeler from.
And staying busy. I mean, you were just saying a lot of times passed, but if you look at the amount of waves he already has under his belt, it's impressive.
Yeah, now here's green. Griffin Colapinto. Now we have yet to see the score, so the judges are using this right now, John, as a replay, sort of analyzing and looking at everybody's waves. But those are the turns you were talking about, getting the release out of the lip. Nearly every single turn is blasting the tail out. So Griffin Colapinto looking really strong here today.
Yeah, and you can see in those turns why he's one of my favorite surfers is it's out the back.
Yeah, and now back down to Taro Watanabe with that nice snap right in the pocket. Gets up into the lip here and also showing that variety as he blasts his tail out the wave there. So
impressive 3 little, in a short period of time, 3 nice turns right there.
No doubt. And just seeing a couple of scores dropping right now for Griffin Colapinto is going to be a massive score.
Oh.
9.17, John. Best score I've seen all day, maybe even with the event so far. So the level of surfing has been elevated in this heat with these guys.
Yes, that was exactly what I was talking about. Those weren't just the turns we've been seeing in every heat.
No.
They went into that turn, and then there was the extra flare out the back end, controlled right into another one. Those 2 turns towards the mid end of that wave blew that score to pieces. He was already surfing it well, and it just took it to another level.
No doubt. And you see the just the relations of scores right here. Seeing a couple of 5s right now for Wheeler. Is he in an early lead, double digits at that 11 mark. But everybody's got an incredibly good score already. This is a highly contested heat right here. I'm curious to see what Lucas does with this priority next. It's a major point for him. As you see, everyone's exceeding him in scores right now. So he needs to put up a pretty good score. I'd like to see him match maybe the low or the highest score of Wheeler.
I agree.
Least,
I agree.
To get himself, or even surpass it, get up into that 6 or 7 range to allow himself some moving room.
I'm going with you on that. I mean, the one thing that Pete brought up at the beginning of the last heat, Tori opened up with a 5.83, and he.
Yeah.
Here we go. Here's a little replay, and I'll finish that up.
Yeah. So this is the outside of Griffin's 9.17. This is an incredibly well-ridden wave.
And a great view.
Yeah, beautiful view. But you're noticing he hasn't dug a rail yet. Nothing was sticking on any type of turn. So the judges really like the flow and the ability to get up and above the lip on multiple maneuvers on one wave is extremely hard. And Griffin showed the judges why he deserves that 9.17. That could be a wave that the young men could study for a long time there. Steamer Lane is an exceptionally challenging wave to serve, and Griffin looks like he's right at home here.
Yeah, he likes these types of waves. Yeah. But I see him do that on anything.
Well, yeah, and Griffin comes up here quite a bit. I've seen him up here quite a bit over this last couple of years, and he's no stranger to the lane, and he also rides waves north of here that make the lane look easy to serve. So it's relatively in perspective. He's been riding big, bouncy waves up the coast. So coming to the lane, he's obviously he's taking control of it.
Yeah. Well, going back to that thought I was having, Pete was talking about at the beginning of that last heat. The heat before, there was 2 5s, mid 5s that got you through the heat. And then Tori opened up with a 5.8, and he brought that up, and he's like, hey, he already has this score. A couple of 5s could potentially from that last heat get him through. And what did Tori get? He had like a 5.4 and a 5.8, and he ended up getting second in that heat and getting through. So you were just talking about Lucas. He's already got a 5.83. So if he can come through with that 7.5, I mean, it still puts him right in this heat. He's sitting on priority.
I think you have to get over 12 points to make this heat, or 13 points, I think. Just looking at what Watanabe has, obviously Lucas has a nice 5.83, but it's Griffin Colapinto right now and Taro Watanabe, who are sort of sitting in a really nice position, even though they're in second and third.
They really are.
They got third and fourth priority. Obviously, Lucas is going to have the next pick of the wave. But there is some advantage to having that big score early on in your heat. It takes a lot of pressure off the back end.
Yeah.
Now this is Colapinto again.
Just getting a backup.
Exactly, John. That's exactly what he's doing. Grabbing a backup on the inside. He really wants to back up that 9 right away. And once again, going off the bottom, off the top. Is there anything this kid can't do? I mean, it really is impressive on how much board control he has. I thought I saw Matt Biolis down here as well, so I'm sure it's probably pretty nice for him, too, to see that his boards worked extremely well out here at the lane.
Yeah. That was just insanely surfed for a small wave. It's going to be a great backup.
Yeah,
I'm going to go with maybe one of the highest small wave scores we've seen in a while.
Yeah, watch this turn right here, folks. It's twisting around backwards complete control and able to still grab the end re-entry there. So Griffin Colapinto giving the judges really something to think about. Because the wave was so small, I'm sure they're looking at that a little differently, but he blasted that, John. He surfed that. He went above and beyond what the value and score was to that wave, and I think it'll reflect in the scores. As you can see, some nice bumps out the back.
He's continuing to blow my mind.
Yep. Yeah. He potentially could get an excellent score on a 1-foot wave right there.
It's going to be really fun to see.
Yeah, I mean, it will sort of shake it up because, you know, you've been sticking with sets. Well, there it is right there, John, and a 7.83 for Griffin Colapinto catapults him up into the lead.
Give me some knuckles on that because we knew it was going to be big.
Yeah, well, he has 17 points. I thought it was going to be 12, but yeah, you're going to have a huge point total now.
Look at this little wave. Has it got any wall on it, AR? You know this wave.
Well, you know, sometimes I would wish we would get a little more pulled back, but right there it looks like
it was a softie.
It was a softie. It was going to sort of break down into the shoulder mode, and there is that fine line. You know, there's some of those waves that sort of are steep outside. They back off a little and then hook back into you. It's a surfer who's able to identify. As we see Taro Watanabe up and riding, beautiful turn right up into the lip, negotiating this nice little section. Unfortunately, that layback getting a little away from him.
Yeah, could have been amazing if he scored that. That would have been a 2-turn, pretty high score.
Yeah, and here it looks like we have Wheeler up and riding. Unfortunately, getting maybe a little ahead of himself right there, John.
A little rock warble, which can catch people who aren't here every day a little off guard.
Exactly. You can still see that warble. Even the tide's relatively low right now. It's coming up right to left. See that warble coming across the face. And now again, wow, nice little turn right there. I believe that was Lucas.
Oh, that was Lucas. He came unglued.
Yeah, unfortunately for Lucas right there. He needs a 5.22 to get himself up into that second position. As you see right now, this potentially is Griffin on a heater. He's already got a couple of nearly excellent scores, and he is continuously going back-to-back, John. This guy's surfing incredibly well right now.
Yeah, it's so impressive and so fun to watch.
Yeah. Speaking of fun to watch, it looks like we have some fun stuff to watch up here.
Yeah, well, you mentioned a little while ago that Biolis is in town. He's up here. He's up here with his son River. Let's watch this wave first.
Yeah. And this is another nice. Is this Lucas's wave, I believe?
Oh, maybe he just got a little under priority, snappy one.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see if we missed anything on that.
Yeah. I really like his body torque right there. And great form. You know, he really forms out and gets all.
He's over. He's on top of his board. He's in the right position, and his arm movements and stuff. There's some similarities to somebody that I really like.
Yeah, classic.
Yeah,
hey,
but
you know, I'm noticing too, John. A bunch of these guys from San Clemente came up here in big groups. You know, they're traveling. You know, like 6-8 guys,
and girls.
And girls as well, right, exactly. Obviously, you feel better when you're surrounded by people that make you feel confident, you know, and surrounding yourself by people that are complimenting you, reassuring you about what you're doing and how you're surfing really does help your confidence in surfing, because it is a lot of it's mental.
Yeah, it is. It's a big mental game. Having your tight support staff, it'll just take you to another level. And then, you know, you brought up Matt Biolis. He is in town. He's here with his son and a few of his other members. They're actually doing a really cool thing. They're relaunching the 5.5 19 1/4 2 1/4 video from the late 90s, which is one of my favorite videos of all time. It's called the 5.5 19 1/4 Century. O'Neill Surf Shop is going to be hosting that awesome. At 1095 41st Avenue this Friday night. Matt's going to be there with his son. It's 6 p.m. Friday. We're going to have pizza. We're going to have drinks. We're going to have giveaways from Lost and O'Neill. It's going to be a really fun event for everybody. We want everyone to come out. It's going to be a good one. So that's this Friday. Tomorrow night at 6 p.m. We'll have Kolohe Andino there. We'll have Ian Crane there. We're going to be doing some autograph signings and just having a great time.
Yeah. Now let's see. This is the replay right here of Griffin's 6.47.
Holy moly.
So this is
low score.
It's a low score, and he just ripped the bag out of this little wave. And we saw the wave prior to that was Taro Watanabe. Had he pulled off that second turn, that massive layback, that would have been a great score.
It would have been the highest 2-turn score we've seen in a while.
Yeah. Unfortunately, he fell off on that turn. Here's now another replay. I believe this is Lucas's wave.
This is Lucas's, yeah. So we'll see what he can do here. I don't think he didn't get much that we didn't see.
No, you're right.
But a clean little one. But it's not going to be that 5+ that you needed. But he was under priority.
Yeah. You know, now, we're going to have to see a breakaway score here with both Wheeler and Lucas. They're going to have to get into that that upper range if they want to start competing right now, because Taro Watanabe is sitting on a 7.5. We got 7 minutes, 15 seconds remaining, and that's still a lot of time, but he's going to need to score.
Yeah, what do we got here?
This is Watanabe. I can tell right away his form. He really moves around in his hips, really Gerlach-esque, obviously training with the wave key work.
Wow.
And that was very nice position turn. And again, unfortunately, sort of overcooking that one there, John.
Yes.
But I'm really liking his form. Taro Watanabe is an exceptionally good surfer. Coming from Malibu, surfing right points all the time in L.A., he looks really at home on these longer walls.
That's going to definitely better that 3.87, and he's already got that nice 7.5.
Yeah.
It'll be an interesting little interesting number there. You know, even without that last final move, there was a couple of really nice high performance turns.
Totally. And John, now that we got a little break in the action, we've had some great information on some of the new suits coming out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Saw the. Is it called the Blueprint? Is it
the Blueprint's really unique. I mean, it's a unique wetsuit. Here we go on a beautiful little replay.
Yeah. Let's see this right here. This is Wheeler up and riding. Nice slam right there. Nice hack into this. This is where he starts showing us a little variety. This wave comes into the inside, and he does a nice little reverse off the soup there, John.
Yeah.
I was unexpected. Wasn't really thinking that he was going to do that. But this is the wave right behind it. This is Taro Watanabe.
And this is going to be a decent little score here. There's a couple aggressive turns. We love this one coming up. I think maybe it's this one right here.
You're right.
Boom.
Yeah, really very similar to what Griffin was doing. The judges were really liking that. Just maybe putting just a little too much on that last section. Would have liked to have seen him finish that wave off cleanly and kick out.
I would definitely agree with that. If he could have finished that could have been potentially excellent.
Yeah, well, look at the wave came in too. So I mean,
so it's right there. If that finish turn, it was gonna match the 7.5 or more with that finish on it.
Yeah. So now obviously it's going to take up over to maybe 15, 16 points to get back into the heat for our surfers in third and fourth. And there's our town jewel right now. Nat Young's been wearing the crown for quite some time. You're going to see the crowd increase here to watch Nat Young, I'm sure of it.
Yeah, Nat, he's one of my favorite people on earth. You know, everything he's done, it's really good. Funny background story on Nat. I knew his father really well. I'm sure you did too.
Yeah.
But
when
I was
not really well, but I knew him.
Okay,
Dennis,
I knew Dennis well, and he was a good bro of a bro of mine, and he actually gave me, this goes back to how long I've been with O'Neill. When he was 3, I got Nat's first resume. He was boogie boarding at Cal's, but because I knew the dad, he was already like, you know, giving it. And then later on, I got like the legit, when I was a sales rep, you know, I got a little bit more legit, you know, kind of written resume folder with a couple photos in there, and he was still boogie boarding, he was surfing, and we got, you know, Nat was on O'Neill for a long time, and he is, you know, his whole family, Rosie, Dennis, Nat, now Nat with his new baby and his beautiful wife, like
Rose,
he will forever be one of my favorite people, and his surfing it's just unbelievable. And talk about steamer lane and a relationship. You know, his cold water win that he had was such a great win for Santa Cruz. I mean, we have, you know,
as a junior.
Yeah. So just that was a great year.
It certainly was.
And so fun to see Nat running out there. I can't wait for that next heat.
No doubt. And I think he's been inspired here too, and totally motivated by Griffin Colapinto and Taro Watanabe in this heat. It's not uncommon for the competitors in the next heat to really sort of study what's going on in the water. Usually they're watching out for consistency, where they're taking off, the types of maneuvers that are scoring.
Yeah.
But Nat has an incredible strong backhand, and I'm sure a lot of people are down here to watch him now make sense of this lineup.
Yeah, his turkey drums can throw some gnarly sprays and arcs and just kind of take a wave and just destroy it to pieces. There's not much left of some of the sections when he unleashes on it.
Yeah, and you see right now everyone in double digits, even Lucas in double digits right there. I'm sure he's in a tall order, 8.74, sitting in fourth place. It's a big score. But Griffin Colapinto, 2 of the highest scores and has priority with 2 minutes left. He's in the driver's seat. Yeah, look at the locals coming out. Look at the cliff. There's lining with some of the local contingency down here and the local crew, the family. I noticed that a shot before I saw Marcel Soros, Shane Skelton, you know, a lot of the guys in the industry, local guys down here supporting the locals.
Yeah. Yeah,
who are
look at
total nightmares in the water too, folks. Stay away from those guys if you just saw them on the screen. They're no fun to surf with.
So true, so true. But yeah, it's great to see all the faces. That's what's the greatest thing about the Coldwater Classic is bringing us all together.
Yep.
You know, so much fun having you and Pete running the booth, and then seeing the Marcells and the Roofs and everybody together, East, West, Midtown. We're all here. We're enjoying it. We're cheering the people on, and not just our locals. You know, like you said, we everybody that's here we love and we want to cheer on. It's just one giant family. The whole entire surf industry has become so tight over the last 20 years because you know it can be a competitive industry and it's a competitive sport, but it really is a giant family.
Totally. You know, that was really. I was talking to Dino Andino and he said Kolohe is staying over at the Bartlett's. Staying over at Frog's Place.
Yeah.
You know, and there's got to be 6 or 8 kids over there too, you know.
Yeah.
And so he's right in the thick of it, getting right into the community.
Yeah.
Let's get back to this, though, John.
Let's do it.
23 seconds
Ooh.
left
Ooh.
in this round of 32, heat number 4. We got Griffin Colapinto basically running away with us. Everybody else nearly needing double digits to catch him. 9, 8, 7, 8, 8, 7. Both Wheeler and Lucas looking for the same score.
Giant scores to get into second position.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. But 1 minute remaining, John.
Well, let's just see someone surf a wave, right?
Yeah. Well, Griffin Colapinto got a 7.83 on literally a 1 or 2 foot wave, but he blitzed it.
His throwaway is his 6.83, I think you said it was, on that one that was a little softer or something like that.
Yeah.
That's a throwaway, and it's higher than the
6,
scores.
4, 7,
It's higher than the scores in the 3rd and 4th position.
Yeah.
It's craziness.
Yeah, he is definitely a freak. I'm sure Matt Biolis is sitting there feeling pretty proud right now. You know who else did really good out here on Mayhems was Nat Yeomans.
Oh, Yeomans, man. He was another one who won a spot on the team like Tori, and what a fun, great person he is.
No doubt.
One of my favorite all-time humans.
Yeah, and work with him directly at Lost Surfboards now. I'm sure he might be coming up. Look at this little wave on the inside now. This might be Lucas's.
Glory, just ride it, do something tricky.
Yeah.
Or just go in with a, you know.
Go in standing up.
Yeah.
You know, nothing worse than paddling in and losing.
Yeah, well, I would have loved for everybody to see what he can do because it's pretty amazing.
All right. Well, we have a little break in the action. We'll watch a couple commercials, and we'll be back in a second.
Sounds awesome.
Jeb. Welcome back to the 2022 Coldwater Classic. Beautiful day as you see right there on the screen. We got 3 local surfers in this heat from Santa Cruz in the round of 32. Heat 5 got Nat Young, Sam Coffey. We got Jabe in there as well, surfing next to Sean Burns.
Wow.
So this is definitely bringing down all the community down here today, John. Everyone most likely coming down. All those 3 guys right there, Westsiders, all in the neighborhood basically right here as well.
Just unbelievable steamer lane talent.
Yeah, so this is, I'm sure, a heat that a lot of other surfers are going to be watching, knowing that they have 3 local guys in the heat. As you see the white, the lone out-of-townman on the inside. This is
sneaking into a little early score, maybe. We'll see what happens.
Nice,
Quick
sort of a
Reva.
lumbering rotation there, but was able to pull it off. Now it looks like all 3 of the boys sort of on a sword fight up there. You know, I wouldn't be surprised these 3 guys are going to screw with each other. These are all 3 local guys sort of vying to get into the best wave of the heat early on. But really, you have someone sitting on the inside of you every time, and most likely it's going to be Nat Young.
Yes.
He's going to be he is a beast out here. He's going to sit on that inside. He will take it away. And I believe here this is our man in white up and riding first wave, John. And he's able to get a little rotation off here. Or is it green? Excuse me.
I thought it was white, but you may be right.
Yeah, I think that might be Sean Burns, a 4.5 on his first wave. So
wow. Well, that was a critical, with all that warble and just going past the rock. That was that was a good score for one move.
That was a good score for that wave. That was actually a pretty crappy little wave, and he made some sense out of it. Yeah.
And I love that he just got it started.
No doubt.
That he saw there wasn't really a lot out there.
Look what happened too. They already determined that Nat Young paddled for a wave and missed it.
That is that's an interesting little mistake.
Yeah, without even catching a wave yet, he has been relegated to the third priority. So we'll see now how both white and blue sort of contest now for that wave.
Yeah, well, these heats, and we start getting a little bit further into this. It's when you maybe you start seeing this interesting thing where we get 3 of the Santa Cruz locals, because they can usually negotiate themselves through a lot of the early heats because there's not 3 of them, So you've seen a lot of 1-2s go by where they're getting first and second. But now, we're losing a Santa Cruz guy no matter what. So it gets kind of it's fun, but also a little scary for the local team.
Oh yeah. Here's where he lost priority right here. Here's a paddle. Unfortunately, yep. It was a pretty big dig for that one.
Very, yeah. He like you said, he wasn't going to give it up.
No. And two, he might wait it out the whole time now. I surf with Nat quite a bit, and he has patience that not a lot of people have. He can sit there and wait, and still maintain all that confidence. Looks like we have someone breaking away here, John.
Yeah, let's see. The lighting's playing tricks on us.
Yeah, it looks like Sean Burns maybe taking a little trip to Middle Peak. He might have seen some waves over there to give some scoring potential. But this could be some local knowledge. Now, we haven't seen anyone do this yet, really, John, where they paddle from, say, the slot to the peak there.
Yeah.
Usually guys are catching waves from the slot or the point into the inside and then paddling out. So let's see if this pays off for Sean Burns.
And you do risk getting out of the view of the judges, but the good news is they do have the replay. And I did talk to Burnsy a little bit about this earlier in the day, so it was something that could possibly come up.
Yep.
But it's not something that he really relies on.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure it wasn't Plan A.
No.
There's usually a Plan A and a Plan B. But yeah, what an amazing last heat that was with Griffin Colapinto. I think he might be down there right now. Let's hear what Griffin has to say.
Let's do it.
Eden.
We're here with Griffin, dropping some excellent scores in that heat. How are you feeling?
Oh, felt good. Waves turned on, and yeah, I got some good waves, so it's pretty crucial out there.
All right, so I know you've just released a guided journal. Tell us more about that.
Yeah, Crosby and I came out with our journal. And yeah, you can just write things down that you're grateful for every morning, and if you're having any negative thoughts throughout the day, get it out onto paper. It helps a lot, and it's helped Crosby and I. And even like when we lose contests, we try and write down what we did after we lost, like what we did wrong, what we did right, and just like writing it down, it just kind of like releases all that anxieties and worries that you have in life, and kind of just like you feel like proud of yourself for getting it out of your head. So. Yeah, so we decided to make those, and we're excited to just be spreading that, and yeah, thank you.
Well, awesome, and you will be potentially competing with your brother, maybe in the next couple of rounds. How are you feeling about that?
Yeah, well, we're actually on the opposite sides of the draw, so if we could get in the final together, that'd be insane.
Yeah, that'd be fun to watch. Anyways, looking forward to the rest. Back to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Eden. Nice little insight there from Griffin Colapinto. But seems to be really mature for a young man. He talks about, spirituality, meditating. He's got his journal out. A little different than the young man of my age.
Yeah, we were keeping our stuff that we're doing inside,
totally,
and thinking we're one-upping if we got something special like that. But how cool is it that he's sharing that with the youth and giving people something to work on? Because living living is tough, man. If you can learn little tricks to get your mind right, it's going to help you not just in surfing, but it'll help you in your everyday life. And those little tips coming from someone like that, to me, it helps everybody, but definitely our youth. You know, if they can hear that and take some of these tips, they're gonna roll into the future feeling really good.
No doubt. I had the opportunity years ago at Avoca Beach. I was hanging out with Pat O'Connell. He's right next to Barton Lynch's house, and went through a couple of Barton Lynch's folders and journals, and it was amazing how detailed he was with every single contest and everything he did right and wrong. So that goes directly in line with what Griffin was saying. You know, I usually was told you can only sulk for 20 minutes after your heat, as long as your heat was. And then if you're still sulking after that, start writing it down, you know, to get that out of you.
So you had that little thing going too
a
long time
ago. Yeah, but I would just
ago.
yell and scream 4-letter words. As you see, unfortunately for Nat Young now, he's sitting in third priority. And I don't know if he hindered his wave or not right there with Sam. But that was surprising. That was definitely a mistake. I don't think Nat realized that he had been pushed down into third priority there.
Huh. That's some super interesting stuff.
Nat's a gamer. That's definitely out of characteristic. That's not normal for Nat.
17 minutes left. Still Nat, no really scoreable wave.
Yeah, this is pretty.
But you said he is the master.
Yeah, he is the master.
At that time game too, like waiting till the final minute. You got to have.
Yeah, we're gonna see some. We're gonna see something here. I'm curious to see. I mean, like I said, I don't think he hindered the scoring potential of Sam's wave, but he stayed there long enough to maybe let Sam know he was there, which could hinder him. So you're seeing, it looks like a little breakaway right now. Man in blue, maybe that is Sam Coffey coming over
to get a little
middle
back
peak,
up.
or maybe he's looking at this left with this little ape hanger. Watch this foam coming right at him. He's teleporting up a big air here.
He could have got a little.
Could have, backed up a score right there. But look at Sean Burns right now, sitting on a 6 and a 4.5 out to an early lead.
Yeah, we missed the wide one that he got.
Yeah.
We missed that 6, so it'll be fun to see that. But he made that little breakaway earlier.
He certainly did.
So he did something that's working.
Nat Young just had a brain fart right there, John. Unfortunately, let's see what he is doing right now. Now he's on middle peak left. Nat Young up and riding. Let's see what he's able to do. Get a nice reverse on that. So, hey, that's the first air reverse I've seen on one of the lefts. He's able to combo it up with a nice turn.
Cool.
Looking at Sean Burns' 4.5, I wouldn't be surprised if it's right in that mid-range 5. I'm not a judge. I didn't see the 6 of Sean Burns, just on a feeling alone. So.
Yep, I would say that. And we still haven't seen Coffey's score yet either, but that should be coming at us soon.
Yeah, let's see this here now. Sam Coffey.
Here's this wave again, the little replay to see what happened here.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say anything. Well, the judges aren't listening to us there, John. So
no, they're focused. They're laser focused on what they're doing.
Yeah, they are.
And that was a nice little turn Sam did there at the end.
It certainly was. And there it goes right there. Nat Young is going to get a nice little score. They have not. Yes, they've deemed it an interference. So he will definitely have one of his waves taken away here.
One whole wave
gone. One whole wave. It wasn't a paddling interference, or it was.
So two basic priority mistakes in the first 10 minutes.
Yeah, like I said, I didn't think he realized that he was in third priority. This Sean Burns has a couple of really nice laybacks.
So this must be the 6 that we're now getting a look at, and it looks like a really nice one if that was it.
No,
that was a different one?
I'm not sure, John. I'm just seeing a 4.5 and a 6.
Yeah, I was thinking that might have been the 6 because we saw the 4.5, and that was a replay.
Right. Yeah, you're right.
We'll see. Look at how beautiful that drawback lineup of.
Yeah, I love that.
I mean, how is that?
It's beautiful with the O'Neill cat in there. That's a beautiful shot.
Yeah, it is some good stuff.
You know, you're really starting to see the angles and the directions of these lines. They're coming in from all different directions, folks, so they're really challenging to line up. The tide is a medium tide. Peter Mel was talking about the difference in tide not being very much, but it has made a change in the environment out there. Looks like our young Nat Young coming up like a cobra on the inside here. So he's going to mess things up right now.
Oh, big time.
Big time.
Yeah.
He's going to go out there, probably paddle right into position and just start barking. not barking literally, but forcing his competitor's hand to look at waves, and then, years
so
ago,
maybe
I remember if you got an interference early, we didn't have priority at the time, but it wasn't uncommon for you to be a grenade, and you'd had to stay away from those guys.
Yeah.
They could bring you down.
Here's some movement. Let's see what happens. I do want you to get into a little bit of that priority and then an interference more so than anything. Different organizations have different interference rules. You said you leave an entire wave in the WSL events.
Well, I think there's two types of
Or is
interferences. It's a half of a wave.
Yes, so I'm trying. Maybe you can explain a little bit of that for our viewers.
Well, I'm not totally versed in the rule book here,
Okay.
Don. But
I love it.
What I do know is that when you do hinder somebody's right of way like that, like Nat
Yes,
Young,
we saw.
Nat Young did, it's a full wave. You could see them talking about it right now. I didn't think you were going. I thought I had priority. So there was obviously no communication or talking between the bros.
Which you said was going to happen. You said that was going to happen at the
beginning. I would have thought there would be a little communication early on, so they sort of would roll out priority in a way that I don't want to play teams here, but yeah, 3 Santa Cruz guys against 1 guy out of town. Ideally, it'd be nice to get 2 Santa Cruz guys out of this heat.
Yep.
If you're in Brazil and this same scenario is happening, you would guarantee that 2 Brazilians are going to get out of this heat.
There's some really good
surfing. And the guy in third, the Brazilian who was in third, would ensure, or fourth, would ensure that the out-of-towner doesn't get nothing.
Yeah.
know?
There's some really smart surfing going on down there. They're talking about it. They're planning it, and you were 100% correct with that.
Yeah, look at Nat Young now. He potentially is going to see something a little more, maybe go for a little breakaway. But it's going to be really, really hard for Nat Young to do this on one single wave. Sean Burns already got half a point on him if he gets a 10.
Yep. So it's yes. We would need to see a 10 out of this.
Yeah. And then we'd need to see him come back and do some some shaking it up.
Got
But
the
it's
new
been a slow heat though. Look at this, John. Over 14 minutes, but basically 14 minutes has elapsed out of this heat, and we have yet to see a wave from our surfer in white. So slow moving heat.
Yeah. Well, hey, AR, going back to the old days, bro. Like, talk to me, man. What year was it when you and I were when you were coming on to when I was working at the surf shop back in the early 80s, or maybe it might have been early 90s because I know I'm a lot older than you.
Mid to late 80s, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I really like those early 88s, 89 cold water classics. Those were incredibly cool. The poster of Brad Gerlach on a Ben Ipa chine braille against Potts was an insane year. Relatively low tide, some kelp. Very similar type of look as this year.
How's this view?
Beautiful view. That rain the last week that's done us some justice here. It looks really, really green.
Yeah.
Really pretty. Looks like we got a great group of kids out there on the O'Neill yacht.
Yeah, that's the new O'Neill cat, which is a beauty.
That is a beauty.
Look at how good that
Timo
looks.
out there?
Timo could be out there. He
Nice.
he at least helped to get out there. I know
No
that.
doubt. As here we go. Looks like we have Nat Young up here trying to get away from his fellow competitors down here on the end. That was a nice combination of maneuvers there. And a rolling reverse, unfortunately, really pushing hard right there. Nat Young obviously is trying to create something here.
Yeah, I mean it's sadly a free surf now. So let's show us something crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, not to say he can't pull that 10 off, but there's still 9 minutes left for those 1.7s and zeros to go away from the other competitors.
Yeah, and Jeb here has yet to catch a wave with priority. He's been sitting for quite some time now. That's got to wear on you too. If you're sitting there with priority for multiple minutes, if you're not wearing booties, for one, your feet are getting cold. Two, it can chisel away at your confidence, especially if other surfers are catching waves. And you hate to be beaten too by a guy with an interference.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, going back to those old days, were you around? Do you remember we were talking the other day? I was talking with Pete, and when Martin Potter came, and I had I lined up. I was working at the surf shop, and I lined up bringing him to SoCal High. Were you in that group with all the kids when I had them come and sign posters?
No way. I was
way
probably
back in
cutting
there.
school to go to the cold water.
Okay, well it was in the night.
Okay,
it was when it
okay.
was dark, bro. Like
no.
I thought you were there, but
I
but
don't
you had
remember being there.
a great team of people that were there. It was a super cool deal. But the Cold Water Classic Classic. It's a historical part of Santa Cruz, and having it back is so fun. And hearing you talk about a few of the different years that were so special, like what was one of your favorite all-time years? Because I mean, you named one just a minute ago, but do you have another favorite before this set rolls through?
Well, yeah, I like the year that Martin Potter won, only because my good friend Robert Waldemar was hanging out with Potts at the time, and
that was amazing.
I got one of his boards. So I have one of Martin Potter's boards from that time that he gave to Robert Waldemar. Michael
that's so
Ho,
cool.
Derek Ho, all those guys were hanging out at the time. So
yeah,
I mean, I'm a groupie of surfing, so
I
really love the early era too, the Sean, Shane, Michael, Dane. So that first year when Sean Thompson was here,
yes,
Aki was here, a lot of guys came to this Coldwater Classic. It was really something to be seen, because we'd never seen the lane surf like that.
Yeah, and you remember, like, wasn't it like Gary Elkerton, Kong, and then Curran, and was it Ross? There was a couple heats that I remember that were just power surfing.
Yeah, and that final was incredible. That was Sean Burns right there, trying to replace that 4.5.
Okay.
We'll see what the judges think. 7 minutes, 40 seconds remaining here in this heat. Round of 32, heat number 5. Relatively low-scoring heat right now, just above average and average. We did see an unfortunate interference by Nat Young, a sort of a paddling error originally at the start of the heat, so I'm sure he'll go back and look at that. It's obviously he didn't feel like he gave a full run at that wave originally, so he didn't think he lost priority. And Sean Burns again, see him get right in front of that little bubble there, John. They're looking for a rotation maybe.
Yeah. It gets a little sticky in there with the kelp and everything, but I love that he just whipped it. He already has a couple scores. He saw something. He was under priority. Why not just keep your body warm and loose?
Exactly. Speaking of being warm, that year that they had the hot tub here too was an amazing year,
Yeah.
I remember driving out of here and I saw Robbie Page. He was hitchhiking down the street, dude. That was the type of stuff that was going on.
Yes.
If the guy caught a wave all the way down to the indicator, he was hopping on someone's local's bike or something.
Yeah.
It was really, really cool.
That's
but
good
those
stuff.
years stick out the most to me, and these years most likely are going to stick out to these young kids that are down here being inspired and motivated by this event this year. I was down there. I saw Max. I saw Kai, the young little surfers from Pleasure Point, and they were just blown away. They were watching Cole Houshman surf, and both these young men are goofy footers, and they're going, "Wow, that guy is really, really good." I'm like, "You study him. He's and size up next to him. He's 6'3", 200 pounds with perfect technique." And so that's
he's like the new Jordy, because Jordy's that other guy that came onto the tour. He was bigger, powerful, had every trick in the book really when he hit. Some of his first movies that came out, and what's really interesting about what I saw when I first met Jordy and when he joined the team, which was a few years after he really came into the scene, was he was riding a lot more foam. I was really tripping on feeling his boards. Yes, he was a big guy, but there was even more foam than what I would have expected. And I think that kind of did happen over the next few years. Everyone added a teeny bit of foam, or maybe not everyone. Pete was saying he still likes his similar volume to the old days. But foam can be your friend, and the bigger you are, you might need a little.
For sure. Hey, look at that great little view of those sideways marching from right to left, showing sort of that wedge effect, that cannonball effect that pushes those waves down the line. But yeah, the bigger surfers now with the right technique and are just so much more powerful. It's so obvious even in just their carves. But now they're able to do above the lip tricks as well. So yeah, Cole Houshman is quite a beast and phenomenal surfer. So really fun to watch the progression of him, because I saw him maybe 3 or 4 years ago. He wasn't half the size. So he's definitely grown up. So let's get back to this heat, John. Less than 5 minutes to go. Looks like Sam Coffey in the lead. Sean Burns did increase a little bit, of 4.7.
Nice.
Nat Young still sitting on that, that 5.9, and we have yet to see a wave for white. So unfortunately, getting sort of boxed out here by the locals at the time.
Yeah, and I'm looking at Nat. I don't see that little interference. Am I missing something? Where do they not show it? I mean, they show what.
If you look at
I see the 10.7 to advance, so
but
it's
the
impossible.
Zero is what you're always going to see a zero on his
Yeah,
score.
and you can't get a 10.7.
No, and so he's not going to make this.
Yeah, no, I know that. I know that, but it was just interesting looking at it.
Years ago that you would start to think, okay, look, this is troubleshooting. You're troubleshooting a problem. This is problem solving 101, right? You're going to have to go out there and solve this problem. But look at what Nat's doing. How is he going to solve the problem? he's paddling in.
Hmm.
You know, years ago, if they had non-prioritized type of situation, you could go out there and hustle people and potentially put a triangle back on somebody. You know, it's not uncommon for you to go and just go, hey, look, I'm a grenade. Stay away from me. I'm going to blow up.
And it just shows that he wasn't really doing that on purpose. I mean, because he could do the grenade. He could go sit on the person with priority and go behind him and make it not as easy to get a super high score and get another. But that's just not. That's not Nat.
No, the only thing in the back of his mind, I mean, obviously Nat wants to win the heat in advance, no doubt.
Yeah.
But I think he also sees that our surfer in fourth place has no waves yet.
Yeah.
He doesn't have to go out there and block this young man to allow his 2 other Santa Cruz guys to
True
get
that.
through.
With 3 minutes left, you got a great point.
Yeah. So you do see some lines coming in out the back. Both Sam and Sean sitting outside. Looks like.
And and we're still. It's really interesting.
Our man in white here, Jeb, has no waves in sight. Let's see if he's able to line one up, going relatively flat here.
Very.
We're down to 2 minutes 45 seconds remaining. Looks like Nat Young's nearly on the beach.
Yeah, it's funny because Jabe's almost in the same position as Nat.
Yeah.
If you think about it, when it comes to the score and the amount of time, he has at least a chance if he could get 2 waves in 2:32. But it's very interesting.
Yeah, and wow, that was a pretty big paddle right there.
And that could be the change.
Let's see who that was. Might have been Sean Burns, so it's not going to change him being in 3rd position in priority.
Actually, it did.
Actually, that was Jabe.
Jabe lost priority on that, which was he's getting this wave, so maybe not a huge mistake, but he needs 2.
He potentially could do this, though. If he wraps up a score over matches a 6 right here, I wouldn't be surprised if you watch Sean Burns probably try to paddle in here and try to be by him so he's not able to catch a backup wave.
Yeah.
Exactly what Sean's doing. You can tell that Jabe's is going back over to Middle Peak, hoping an inside curl or an indicator wave comes before Sean Burns can get outside. Because remember, you suspend your priority once you get to the peak.
Yeah.
So Sean Burns, even though he does have 2nd priority, he's going to lose that once he gets to the peak.
Oh, that's
if he's closer
definitely
to the curl,
interesting.
though, it's a peak interference rule. So remember, you need to be closer to the curl in the dominant position of the wave.
Okay, that's real interesting. And this is a good little set coming in over there, but Jabe's a little inside. We got 1 minute and 25 left. It's this is going to be an interesting minute. Yeah. And we got to see what that score was. I mean, there was a couple good turns there.
There's a couple of nice little turns there.
Here's
We're going to see a replay. The judges are watching it as well.
So nice on rail. Perfect positioning.
Got a really nice deep bottom turn too, John. I really thought that wave was well surfed.
I mean,
it might just be a little too late.
Yes, without the time left, he needs to back that up too.
The clock is his nightmare right now.
Yep.
And he does. He gets that 5 points, so he's in a pretty nice position if he can find himself a wave.
That's
away from Sean Burns. Sean Burns got the wingspan of Michael Phelps.
Yes.
He's not going to be able to get a wave. Or position himself away from Sean Burns unless he has a left and he's able to get in on the inside of him on a prominent left.
Yeah, well, he's going to try and get Sean to use his priority right now, right?
Sean doesn't have
any
priority.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, it's Sam. Okay,
yeah.
it's suspended. So he's just.
Oh, so that was Sam. It wasn't Burns. So let's see what he's able to do. If he's able to come back, nice little Larry layback right there. These waves really going sort of flat here, John.
And not being able to hang with it.
Yeah.
That's not going to be enough.
Yep, unfortunately, they were down to the clock here, 5 seconds remaining. So, John, it looks like Sam Coffey unofficially with Sean Burns backing him up. Unfortunately, we're going to lose Nat Young.
Really, just one of the most interesting heats of the entire event.
I don't think I've ever seen
Nat
surf a heat like that. So that is a sort of a brain fart right there.
Yeah.
We'll have a quick little break in the action. We'll be back here for the next heat. See you soon.
Awesome. Good hanging with you, AR.
Please don't, stranger, please don't.
And the Coldwater Classic continues here into heat number 6 in the round of 32. Peter Mel back in the booth here with Adam Repflogel moving over to the color analyst role. And what a heat that last one was. Bit of an upset when you think about Nat Young going down. Unfortunately, picking up that blocking interference, or blocking, which lowered his priority and then ended up getting in the interference, which priority interference, very difficult at this level right now to make it with just one wave. But we've got a new heat. We'll move on, and we're going to move on into another O'Neill team rider, Ian Crane, and he's going to be in the red. Skip McCullough will be in the white. Nolan Raposa in the blue, another one of those surfers that has been very, very fun to watch as of late. And also Trevor Barry in the blue.
Nice.
Here is the white jersey of Skip McCullough. Beautiful first turn there. A lot of board speed to hit that first section, and it showcased that with a bunch of spray. The wave moves into this whitewater froth, but he's still digging through it. Skip's been fun to watch as well. Very well-rounded. Comes from La Jolla region in San Diego, so he's accustomed to the reefs, surfing over rock. Not worried about a big slab. Loves a barrel. Spends a lot of time in Mexico, Hawaii.
Is he the one in the band? Has he got a band?
No, that's Luke.
Okay.
That's Luke Gordon. That's in John's heat. That's coming up next. But yeah, great start to the Skip McCullough's campaign in this heat number 6. Barry with a quick one, just the .50. So we'll start the rotation within the priority order. Trevor Barry with 3rd priority. So Nolan and Ian have yet to pick up a wave. They're sitting on the point. Let's take a look at this replay, Rody.
Yeah, let's see what Skip was able to do. Look at a nice size wave, Pete. Slams it right into the pocket. Beautiful little direction change as well. Like his poise there at the bottom of the wave to let that thing set up. But you've been watching Skip surf. I've never seen him surf in my life. And I'm pretty impressed by how well he's been able to sort of adapt to those bumpy little weird waves at the lane.
And I will say that you can think about, here we go, Ian Crane. Out of frame, and a quick one, kicks out.
Ian Crane there.
And now, another little backhander, Nolan Raposa.
Oh, this guy is a little freak, Pete. He comes up here a lot, hanging with your son. I'd see him up here quite a bit, man. And he has a wicked backside. You get him going like a pendulum, up and down. He's like nearly unstoppable.
Well, and you look at that. He's just already has a nice little 10-pace lead over Ian, and he's still kicking and scratching. So he is very, very intent on making sure that this event he keeps up him in the top 5. Ultimately, you want to finish in that top 8 at the end of the season to guarantee a spot going into the Challenger Series next season, and that is the goal of all of these surfers in this draw.
Now, does Ian Crane make a big effort to qualify?
Not really. I would say that, like, if you think of your sponsor as a brand, right? O'Neill competition is part of their brand, but it is not all encompassing of the brand. You look at their sponsored surfers. There is those competition elements. Look at Honolulu Bloomfeld, for example, a woman, one of the top women athletes on the roster for O'Neill, rides a longboard and doesn't necessarily chase the shortboard, even though she could on the QS rankings, but there's competition element there. Yeah. But yeah, Ian Crane, I think, is just one of those guys that is just a character from San Clemente, a big, huge surf region. He's been a part of the brand for a very long time. Yeah. As we watch the replay here of Ian.
Yeah, Ian Crane getting that board speed up and going. So we didn't see this part of the wave. Wow, what a great release off the top, Pete. And you could see this wave sort of backing off, and that's where we caught up to him in that last segment. He was just slipping out of that. And here's Raposa on his backside, straight up into the lip, Pete, and beautiful bottom turn arcing off the top. So Raposa fading that as well. So great comprehension of the wave, Pete. I've noticed a lot of goofy footers able to sort of study Nat surfing and really sort of get that deeper bottom turn, allowing them to get up into the pocket of the wave. Front side, it's a little hard to do that.
In the exchange, Skip McCullough comes out with the number 1 wave, a 6.17. Nolan Raposa, a 5.17. And Ian Crane, just that one nice little tail release, a 4.5. So those are kind of backup scores, I feel like, at this level. If you look at the very first heat, that was a huge scoring heat. And you mentioned we should watch the draw and see where that 3rd place finish of 13.84 points.
Yep.
Hey, that would have won all of the heats so far. So it just goes to show that heat was a barn burner and some great surfing, even by the surfer who lost out.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. But look, 5 minutes has already elapsed. Everyone's got a wave under their belt so far. But it is Barry now with that half a point sitting out there with priority. Seeing a couple of different sort of strategies here and where to position yourself in the lineup. Seeing Raposa and maybe Ian Crane down here on the inside, Pete.
Let's head down to probably a very elated and somewhat's probably kind of I don't know. I want to actually find out how Sam Coffey is feeling because that was a big heat.
Yep.
Here with Sam Coffey, our heat winner. Sam, you put in more time down at this wave than anyone I know. You're looking good out there. How'd that heat go for you?
Yeah, it was a weird one. I think there's a lot of expectation for a lot of good surfing between Sean, Nat, and Jabe and I. And waves are slow, and then there's that whole, I guess, interference thing at the beginning of the heat, which was kind of weird. So yeah, stoked to get the win though.
Yeah, that's awesome, and it's awesome to have you and Sean moving through for Santa Cruz, and looking forward to seeing you in the next round.
Thank you.
Right on, Sam. He didn't want to touch on it too much, did he?
No, but I'm sure that feels a little weird for him.
I would say so.
Yeah.
I mean, there's somebody you've looked up to your entire life. I mean, he is the man here in town.
Yep.
Championship Tour surfer. Been on there, has finished in finals on the championship tour. He's, the best surfer from our area.
But I like that Sam didn't back down either.
No.
And he wasn't going to get strong armed by Nat.
Yeah, I mean, you guys got to see the imagery, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you actually saw what happened in that situation, and it was literally, Sam had basically inside deep position, and Nat just went up underneath, and it's a tactic you can use here, but ultimately it becomes a block, and that's what happened. It became a block. He got pushed to third priority, which was he didn't know that at the time. And I'm sure, I mean, they did announce it, and the board said it, which is the most important part. The board is God, right? So whatever the board says, you got to look up there and see it. But they had announced it. They did what they could to announce it. But again, Nat wears earplugs, and it's windy. And there's people screaming, like you don't always get to hear what happens. And unfortunately, he was, and you could see that as soon as he rode that wave with Sam, and Sam was in front of him. He's like, what the hell is Sam doing? He thought he had position, and he looked up at the board, and the board said right there that he was in third priority, and that at point they had already allocated it. He knew.
That's a bummer right there. He lost.
Well, it opens up the draw.
No.
And there's, in the big picture, it's not going to hurt Nat's chances at anything.
No.
He was just here as, wanting to win the Coldwater again.
Of course.
But Sam, this is a big moment for him, right? He's trying to qualify for the Challenger Series and get there to meet Nat on the upper echelon. And so this is a huge deal for him. So, why would he back down? Because it's more important to Sam than it is to Nat.
Right. Well, Sam probably knew. Even if Nat were to say something on his inside, like, hey, Sam, hey. Sam's like, no.
Yeah.
Me.
Yeah. No, I've got priority over you, dude.
Yeah. And you can see down here, it looks like we got Rufo and we got Max's dad down there and some of the support group watching these the locals. But a lot of times you see the locals come down here.
Pops from HB, too. He loves hanging out here in Santa Cruz. There's a good kinship with the Huntington Beach crew.
Always, man. Rock and Fig was always over at Wally's house or that. And Parmy.
Yep.
All those guys. And Sheepdog.
And Lamas.
Yeah. Love all those guys. As you see right now, a couple more waves coming in on the outside, Pete. Those subtle little lines seem to get darker and darker as they get closer. But some of those things are peeling so fast and nearly closing out.
Look where Skip's putting himself. So he's got fourth priority, right? And he's put himself deep on the point. And look at this wave's actually going to him. I mean, will the other surfers even give him? They're not even close. So Skip's going to pick up this wave.
Smart move. That's a full local move right there, Pete. A lot of locals would have sat there. Now here comes that Table Rock section. Let's see what he's able to do here. Nice steep turn.
Oh, that was a score. He was there. He was getting a backup number. No worries until then.
Yep. And those waves right there are just unfortunately sort of pushing on and into the inside section and relatively closing out. So those waves not really scoreable.
I was going to say with something with Skip, right, that I've noticed, at least when I've been able to watch him, because even his early years of going to Hawaii, like he used to do some of the QSs in Hawaii at Sunset Beach, and he was really good there. And he's just got a really good innate instinct, right, on how to find waves and where to read him and where to go, and especially if conditions change. He's just able to adapt very easily. It's instinctual for him. And those are the things that, you don't necessarily, it's kind of in the DNA, right? It's just you either know it or you don't. You just feel the vibe. You're like, oh, I'm going to go deep. And he's going back deep again.
Yeah, no doubt. I surf a little bit with young Richie Schmidt.
Right, another one of those guys, right, with that kind of instinct.
Bizarre.
Right?
It is
absolutely bizarre.
Baffling. It's baffling.
Like he'll go to a piece of reef that you're like, what are you doing? And then all of a sudden a wave will boop, pop right up right to him.
All the time. All the time.
Crazy,
yeah.
I know what you're talking about because I surf with Rich as well. And again, it's just in the DNA, right? Richie Schmidt was all of those surfers that was dialed into lineups, and we talked about it when he was in the booth with us.
Oh, really? Cool.
About lineups and how he is the one for me that showcased that is one of the most important things, especially when you're in open ocean type waves, where you need to be able to triangulate, to line up, to dial in where you're sitting to catch the best waves. And
totally.
Sunset Beach is one of those places. It's a big open playing field. The lane, same thing. You ought to know where the peak is, and those lineups can be so critical to help you out and get the best waves.
He drilled it into us. It was our positioning, our timing, and our entry. That's the way to start the game, start the wave, and
then everybody else had the different performance on the wave, right?
Right.
So, but to get the best wave, that's the one thing that everyone has to kind of be in the same mind frame or same kind of style of in the lineup. It's that part of it. Now, the expression on the wave could be up to the individual.
Yeah. I'm noticing the westerly wind looks like it's bringing in a little chatter again, Pete.
Yeah. And hopefully, it's one of those things where the sets kind of come. You'll see like wave
swirl around.
Yeah. Well, that and the face smooths out when the sets come.
Yeah.
It kind of pulls that ocean tight, and there's been some quality waves. Of course, there is these lulls, and man, they must be torture for the athletes, and probably torture for you at home having to listen to us babble away. No.
100%, Pete.
4.7 or 4.1, sorry, for Skip's backup score, even with the fall. So it ended up being a number. He goes into double digits. So early momentum with Skip.
Yeah.
And Nolan and Ian both have pretty good waves. Trevor now is kind of a little bit behind the 8 ball here, but he has priority, so that's one positive sign he could have. If a set comes, he gets first choice. 2 more heats in this round after this. We'll solidify our round of 16 for the men. We're going to go right into that round of 16. So these surfers that have started today in the afternoon are going to surf twice, pretty close proximity to each other.
And so we will wrap up then
tomorrow. Yeah, we're going to most likely see quarterfinals. That's where we'll be set. We'll have quarterfinals, both the men and the women, and that's a half day.
Right.
And looking at the forecast, ultimately the swell
so the
is gonna,
decline,
a little back end of the swell. Plus we'll go to one-on-one competition, and that changes everything because all of a sudden there's double the opportunities. We'll have the same length of heat. It'll be 25 minutes. Not like they shorten the heat just because there's less surfers. So it'll make things a little bit easier because there'll be more opportunities for the surfers in the water for those quarters.
Yeah.
I will say that breeze, coming from the right to left is the kind of breeze you want here at the lane. If you're going to have any wind blowing, that's the one that'll keep things pretty smooth. As we watch the replay here, and this was the early start for Skip McCullough. That first turn solid, huh, Brody?
Yeah, it certainly is. And now looking back at it, in the context of this heat, this could have been a bigger score, really. I think that he did get a really nice little score, that 6.17. But yeah, that was a great little combination of maneuvers outside on a bigger wave and pretty critical.
Then we have Nolan Raposa.
Yeah.
Midway out, nice little drift there. This one came in as the second best wave, 5.17.
Yeah.
About a point less.
Yeah.
So you're feeling like this comparison, and you're probably right because you look at what we've seen all day, but it got a little compressed. Now everything's going to be basically scaled off of these scores, though.
Yeah, like this right there. That felt so good right there, Pete. Ian Crane is a great surfer to mind surf with.
Oh, and think about what some of the airs he does. He's like a video game.
Yep.
That's what you're alluding to?
Yep.
Yeah. Here we go. This is Skip up against the cliff. Loving it. Again, trying to improve on a 4.10. Not enough energy there, but no harm, no foul. He's already in 4th priority.
Yeah. Just trying to increase that 4.1.
He's also gotten his competitors thinking when he's doing all that, right? It's like, whoa, wait a minute, that's the right spot, I think there's enough experience in the water, though, to know that that's not going to work all the time.
Totally.
So the priority is with Barry, who's sitting in the blue.
And he's sitting furthest to the left.
Giving himself some space.
Exactly. He can paddle into the peak or down the line if he needs to. So I'm curious to see what happens when a wave does come right next to him and Raposa, where he positions himself.
It looks like Ian. This is his sponsor's event. Again, I don't think he focuses. It's not like I see him at the Jacks Pro and going to the East Coast.
He's not grinding it out.
Yeah, no, he's not. He's going to go to the venues that he has the best chance to win. And again, it's like, hey, it's a bonus. If it all works out, great. I happen to do a few events and get myself into the top 8, and he'll go do an event here and there. But ultimately, it's not it's not a top priority. Let's put it that way.
No. Looks like skip again, Pete. Uncontested, fourth priority, sitting over there, gets a nice little snap off the top, flicks out. We've actually basically adopted Ian Crane up here.
Yeah.
He's pretty much another SC guy coming from San Clemente, but he's up here all the time with O'Neill's. We see him all the time up the coast. Between him and brother, they're helping
Griffin.
and Griffin. Well, Griffin, yeah, he's a sleepy one up here too. But they're definitely elevating the level of surfing up here. The younger group
By
up here is
coming and
now.
visiting.
Yes,
Yeah.
the younger group is able to see these younger surfers, and they're not shy. They're really outgoing and nice. They're helping the youth of Santa Cruz, and it's a great excuse for them to come up here that they ride for O'Neill's. Well, not Griffin, but he's obviously up here for the waves.
Yeah, no, that's why wouldn't you, right? I mean, San Clemente is great and all, but it's mostly summer. You're not pushing anything in the open water realm by staying in San Clemente during the winter months, because it is pretty protected down there. So there is waves, but you're riding a shortboard the whole time, right? You're not going to ride anything that you're a little bigger. Here's Trevor Barry utilizing that priority now. Smaller wave, but he saw the line on it. It's going to give him the opportunities here.
Consecutive turns right there, Pete. Now it looks like Ian Crane on the backside going over that same Table Rock section. For some reason, it looks like it's gotten lower tide.
I know, right? It's not supposed
as this
to be.
wave coming into the inside, and there's one of those big backsider rotators that he does. Didn't grab that rail.
Usually he'll grab an inside rail, his backhand, which is a very unique backside, basically flip.
To him, right? Is it pretty unique to him? Is there
I mean,
anybody else really doing that maneuver too much?
I would say yes, there is someone who does something similar. Mayola has
yeah.
done that kind of grab.
That guy's a freak too.
Yeah, I know. Well, yeah, but not a lot. Let's put it that way. There's not a lot of people that do it. I remember trying to do one, but I did double grabs, and he does it with one hand, which is way more difficult.
Yeah.
But the rotation looks natural.
Yeah. You were ramping out all the time, Pete.
It was just flyaways. But it was like, that's what we did, right? We were trying to push it. We had, you think about our upbringing, who we had in our group of friends, Barney, looks like boat wake there.
I was just going to say that is quite a few boat wakes right there coming in straight west, straight into the
Or is that just a windy portion?
I don't know. It might be a new phase of the wind coming in.
I was going to say, there's not a big boat out there. That's a pretty big boat. So maybe it is just a little breeze.
That's consecutive wind swells right there.
Yeah, unless it goes away.
Yeah.
Or maybe a tanker moved through the bay. No, it didn't. They're outside.
Yeah, those look like they're out in the ocean.
Look at Rody over here, too. You can see this.
Oh,
there you go. See, thank you for showing that, because there's another set wave moving down into this Middle Peak area, and Barry has moved over there. Look at the left.
Hey, those are really hard. These lefts are sort of pushing away from you, and then a wave horseshoes right at you. And Barry's doing a great little job there of doing some direction changes. Really hard left to surf as it goes away from you.
And the wind pushing right up your face,
yeah.
too, right? It's and it is kind of a neat thing, because we've seen, which I was going to allude to, in the fact that we had this really huge crew that was really pushing the envelope with aerials. You had the Acker brothers. You had, first start, I guess, with even Kevin Reed, Steve Price, pushing the level of aerials type surfing, which was really kind of came, a lot of it was started here with Kevin Reed and in that group. But we had a posse, right, that were pushing the envelope of trying to be innovative, and Barney leading that pack as well. That we did airs, right?
Totally.
So that was kind of the thing, right? So that was the style and approach, and this place right here gives you that opportunity. Remember the Rat Boy air?
Oh yeah, like yesterday. I was talking to Rat Boy yesterday.
And
funnier than heck, dude.
He and that was that at that moment. That was a groundbreaking moment happening here in front of everybody. Expression session during the Coldwater Classic, and he just did this huge explosive backside rotation all the way around, landed, stomped it, rode out of it. Ha ha! I'm Rat Boy, and threw him right into the world of professional surfing. Yeah,
that really helped our whole group, Pete.
Right?
Yeah,
elevated
totally.
Everyone. Even though we were like, yeah, Rat, that wasn't that cool, dude.
Well, we really weren't complimenting each other that much back then, Pete.
No. We were
Relatively sort of jealous and envious of people. Yeah, and that's what I was really going to touch note on, is this group of San Clemente surfers. Ian Crane's involved in it, traveling in a nice group. Always being really cool to the young kids. They seem to be feeding off of each other heavily.
What? Of all of the cultures, right? I mean, in a world right now that's so separated, surfing's gone the opposite way, right? There was the rebel kind of mentality, counterculture. Now there's this inclusiveness and understanding and educating You know, and you're right, because like the group of my kids, like they're lovers. They're hugging each other. They're constantly complimenting each other. That was sick. Oh my gosh, high fiving. You know, like if a guy did a big air in our group,
turn your head.
Didn't see it.
Didn't see it. Straight up.
I know.
You
How
know?
crazy is that?
You know,
thank goodness it's changed.
Yeah.
I mean, there was I guess you know, if I were going to take a positive of all of that, is it, you know, it helped elevate the entire group. We didn't actually celebrate individuality in that sense. We kind of like, oh no, it's the whole Santa Cruz. And so we were the Santa Cruz posse that was pushing each other, which is
we were doing what these guys were doing. We were traveling in 8 and 10 packs, and just ruining people's day. But
they're doing it with a smile.
Exactly, Pete.
Oh, they weren't pissing anybody off. They're like, oh my God, these guys are so fun.
Exactly.
All
As
right.
you see Barry up and riding now. That's a straight no-hander closeout.
This was a tough heat, man.
It was, Pete.
We were down to 345, and there just wasn't a lot of waves.
But look, Raposa's got himself in position with priority. He only needs a 4.14 to get in an advancing position. I've become a huge fan of Nolan's.
Yeah, same.
Over the last couple of years.
I actually never wasn't a fan.
No doubt. But I didn't know him very well after meeting him through your son and then watching him surf and watching him have some success. Post-heat interviews.
Good, huh?
Incredibly good. Oh,
How good was it when he was running up the beach in the Gold Coast, and he's like, they're going to give it to me. Are they going to give it to me? And they had it all on camera. Oh, so good, dude.
Yeah.
They better not give it to him. It was so
you know, and about becoming an honorary member of the Snapper Board Riders Club and stuff like that. I'll be up there for a pint in a bit, boys.
Yeah.
Hold a pint for me, you know.
Like calling it out. It's real.
Yeah,
it's
real.
solid.
Yeah, and two, as a person who loves the sport of surfing, you just love to see good surfing. And so you reward good surfing. You give them a kudos. Hey, man, you surfed incredibly good. Like completely opposite to what we were like when we were younger.
This is true. But, hey, we survived.
Pulled it off.
Right? We're here. And we're and actually recognizing the fact that I love it way better the way these guys are.
No doubt.
Yeah, you know, all-inclusive community, sharing of knowledge, and yeah, it's good stuff.
If I was to assume on paper, just looking at it, I would have put Ian Crane and Raposa in first and second. Unfortunately, they're nowhere near that right now, Pete. Looks like Skip's up and going with an air opportunity.
Oh, watch that. You heard you.
Little grab.
So that feels like that 4.10 is going to go into the hamper.
Yeah, I think it was Tori Meister was telling me about this guy. He's a well-rounded charger,
super
airs, does all kinds of stuff.
And he showed. I mean, because the thing I saw is when he showed up at in Hawaii, right? And it was Sunset Beach. I think I want to say he made the final. I don't know for sure, but ultimately he had a really good showing.
Good run, yeah.
And it was good, solid Sunset Beach. And it's like, here's this California kid going over to Hawaii. And he connected, and it was all about finding the good waves and then not being scared, pulling in and punting airs. So again, well-rounded. That was a slob grab.
It was a slob,
right?
Yeah,
that's technical. So that's
totally.
even not just an ollie. That's a grab. So ultimately, that's going to lift the degree. Yeah, lean air. Sorry, that's right. It wasn't slob. It was lean. Slob's actually the
other
same
one.
hand. Yeah, but on the outside rail.
Oh, Loya would do those.
Yeah,
that's right. Thanks for that. Yeah, we need a skateboarder in here half the time. As you see Raposa, now let's see what he's able to do on this left. Nice hack. Needs a 4.14.
Asking the question.
Well, he's making him think.
Oh, and now Crano.
Ian Crane straight into the wind. Let's see a huge roto right here, Pete.
Oh, in a section. Oh, he wasn't there quick enough. Whoa. Wow, how's the read, though, for Raposa to make the move over to Middle Peak? That's tough when you remember you were talking about that to go and just make that run across. You have to commit early.
You have to go.
Yeah. It's not. There's no halfway going, is there? Because then you're in no man's land.
You're just in the gray. You're in the middle there. Yeah, and it looks like he's making another move now. Looks like Crano as well.
Not enough for Nolan. A 4.03. Needed a 4.14. Got a 4.03. Crazy. Trevor Barry, who is quiet all that time, is holding it on right now. 5.33, a 3.97 in second. 30 seconds to go. This will be I would say, an upset to see Nolan and Ian Crane go down in this heat.
It would be. 20 seconds remaining. Looks like we have Crano going up on this left. Watch out.
And complete. We're looking at a 4.81 needed. Is that enough? Does the O'Neill team rider do it?
What'd they give Raposa on his last wave?
4.03.
Okay. I think he's going to get it.
So I mean, he needs it higher though. It needs to be a 5. Was that a 5 air?
Oh, I don't. Maybe not. But
I feel like it is too. You committed to that. I feel like it's enough.
Yeah,
let's watch it. I mean, we
nice
don't get
section.
to see it. Look,
nice ramp. Let go.
So there's the technicality of the front side air and the grab, the release of it. He didn't like rotate all the way around, so that will take it down a little bit. But we are waiting on a number. See what's going to happen here.
Yeah.
Is it enough?
It's going to be.
There it is. It is 6-8-3-4-5. He's into second. McPhillips hold on to the lead. That's it for this one. Unfortunately, there for Trevor Barry. He had a taste. And Nolan Raposa, they are out. But we've got more Coldwater Classic round of 32 heats coming up. We got 7 and 8 still. Stay tuned. All right, well, we're back. We're going to bring in a special guest, Renee Golder, supervisor, right? We'll call you?
Santa Cruz City Council,
City
councilwoman.
Council, which is kind of like the supervisor of the county, but you're actually doing it in the city.
Yep, that's
right?
what we do. That's
An
what we do.
elected official.
Yeah.
Right on. Well, thank you and for coming on in.
Yeah.
And appreciate the support that all of the council as well as the city has done. We've got a new heat underway. This is Luke Gordon. He's in the blue jersey. He'll be against Killian Garland, who is in the red. My son, John Mell, in the white. And then Brett Simpson in the green. So another big heat, especially for some of these guys who are chasing points. Luke Gordon and John Mell, pretty much I think that age group where they're trying to get themselves into the Challenger Series rankings. We got Brett Simpson, who is a legend, as well as Killian Garland, two older surfers, but ultimately very, very experienced. And so this is not an easy heat for these surfers.
How many people advance from this heat?
2 surfers will advance out of this heat. They'll get their 2 best scores. And funny, we got Sean Burns calling you. We're not going to answer that call.
I'll send
You're
him to
online.
voicemail.
Yeah, he's good. He's good. He's probably trying to figure out where you are. So.
I know.
Well, you're in the booth. And so, Renee, you've got a surfing family, right?
I do.
You're married to
my
Mike
husband.
Golder,
I
who's a
am.
surfer here at the lane.
He is, yeah.
So you understand what it's all about. Do you surf yourself?
I don't surf anymore.
Okay.
I'm too cold and old, so I do other things.
And
this
so
time.
now you focus on city council. What is that? What does that really entail, actually?
So city council, we have a responsibility to balance the budget, oversee different aspects of laws and things like that in the city, and then part of that is finding ways to. Well, look at this.
It's okay. Keep going.
Is to bring economic development opportunities, and that's why I really wanted to collaborate with Sean and get this back up and running, because rather than try and tax everybody, this is a great way to have some fun and showcase our great surfing environment and create some tax base.
Yeah,
totally.
I mean, hey, I'm benefiting from this. Obviously, working the event as part of it, right? But also, I mean, as a surf shop owner over on Santa Cruz, like I benefit from this focus on this event.
Yeah, and all the restaurants and hotels that are hosting events and having people come shop and dine, that all contributes to the general fund. So that's also and it's a great way for kids to get involved and check out all the world-class surfing that we can host here and offer.
Hey, did you just call that my son? World class.
That was
surfing?
awesome. I did. I did. World class.
All right. So now we're gonna throw you on the bus. What is the score?
Oh shit! I don't know. It's 5.
No,
okay, I'm gonna guess it's 6-3. 6-3 maybe.
Okay.
I don't know.
I like that. We'll see. I'm hoping it's more like a 7. But we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. I know we do follow Nat. He's one of our family friends, so we do follow his contests around the world. And
you said you just saw him. He was a little upset on.
He was not happy when I just passed him on my way over here. He was a little disappointed.
Yeah, and it's interesting because it just shows that how much of a gamer he is, right? Because this isn't really something that he has to focus on.
No.
We've got Lukey Gordon here.
All right.
This is a 517 from the score that's already in and posted. So now there's a comparison to, say, John and Brett, who both have scores to post. Killian Garland now has priority. Do you understand how priority works a little bit?
You could explain it.
It's basically taking turns, right?
Yes,
so
yes.
in the beginning of the heat, no priority is set.
Yes.
And then they surf. They have to, whoever's deepest, gets
Yeah,
kind
yeah,
of priority
just-
early,
yeah.
which is standard surfing.
Yeah.
Right? And then they go and they take their turn. So they go to the back of the line.
Got it.
And ultimately, the numbers kind of dictate who is at the front of the line.
Okay.
So, they don't have to battle each other. And that was unfortunately what it was. We saw that beautiful replay here. And then this is John, and I'll let you talk through this.
All right. Well, look at this. He's surfing goofy foot
Good foot,
backhand
yeah, you're
right there. He's got a couple good bottom turns coming down. The conditions are not amazing, but at least it's not freezing outside, right? Like
Yeah.
yesterday. There we go.
Little
Nice.
hooking snap
yeah,
to finish
there
it
goes.
out.
There he goes. All right.
I feel like this wave's going to be right in there. Probably one of the better waves of the heat. We also saw Brett there too, so that comparison's happening. This is actually the replay screen here for the judges as well. So when we're kind of playing it out there, they get to look at it again and post these scores. But Skip McCullough, who just won that last heat, is in the beach commentary area and doing an interview. So let's hear from him.
So how are the
We're here with Skip, our heat winner. Skip, how'd that heat go for you? It went a little flat in the middle there.
It went super flat. Thank God I got a wave right in the beginning of the heat and I didn't fall. So I was kind of able to relax. I didn't have priority, so I just was kind of mellow, just kind of surfing little waves and just letting it unwind. And then for 10 or 12 minutes, it just went flat. It was nothing else I could do. Nobody could do anything. And then Ian got the huge air at the end and made it through. And then I knew it was going to happen like that, where it's just going to be flat, flat, flat. In the last second, something crazy is going to happen. And it happened. So, as long as you know that going in, that it's probably going to be like that, there's no surprises.
Definitely. And what's your strategy going into this next round?
I'm debating whether running back to my truck and turning the heater on full blast for my hands, or just, I don't know. There's a good heat about to start. I'll probably just watch, hang out, wrap up in a towel, and just enjoy the ride.
Awesome. Looking forward to seeing you do that. Go get warm.
All right. Thank you.
How good is that? Skip, you are a legend. That is a crazy one. So Skip McCullough, he took the win. Very true, as we see some waves here. So a replay here of Brett Simpson's first. They're watching this again. This was the last wave. It has yet to score. We're also watching John Mel. Yeah, we're going to see if this one rides out. Does he ride out? Oh, goodness. It's kind of hard to tell. Is there control there? And that's, I guess, what the judges are looking for. Did they give that a complete 17 minutes and 50? I'm here with Renee Golder, and we were kind of explaining what your stewardship, right, as a city council member. You did just go through an election.
I did, yeah.
And everything's good? You're
I
still in
think
the
so.
seat?
I think so. Yeah, but the final
still
numbers
waiting.
aren't in, but we're looking good.
That's
we're
funny.
looking
So it
solid.
takes some time also to count numbers here in the city council too. Huh?
It takes up to 3 or 4 weeks sometimes.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah.
And that's always been the case. I didn't know this. But
yeah, to finalize, they've got to they count them all and then they recount them if there's any discrepancies and they want to be
because
extra
we're
accurate.
a smaller county, right?
Yeah.
Or a smaller city
Mhm.
specifically. So city. What's the population of the city?
Around 66,000.
Oh, geez. So
Yeah.
it's actually huge. I didn't realize that because the sign needs to get changed up on the way up the coast then.
Yeah,
Because it only
probably
says 55,000.
Yeah, that thing's a little out of date, I think.
Classic. And Renee, so what's on the burner now? What's going on?
Okay.
I mean, this is one of them that you've kind
This
of.
is absolutely.
You get
and
to ride this one out.
Absolutely, and I would love to see more sporting events like this moving forward as economic drivers for our community. I think we've got an opportunity with mountain biking, like
Big Santa Cruz
disc
bikes,
golfing,
all that stuff's right here, right?
And other outdoor sports that we could have other events.
Are you going to see a Red Bull rampage up in the mountains?
Yeah, maybe. I know people aren't super fond of all the triathlons and running events, but those events are also huge money
Drivers,
makers
right?
for the city. Yeah, absolutely. And I think people would prefer that to a tax. So I'd love to see collaborating with economic development and Parks and Rec to bring more events.
Oh, we go. It's just Killian Garland's first wave, and he waited very patiently. And this is one surfer that knows how to find a good wave at Steamer Lane, and he has done just that. That was some nice, flowy, solid surfing. And he's going to get a good number. So all 4 competitors picking up pretty good numbers. The scores are in. John Bell, a 5.07. Brett Simpson, a 6.17. We got to put you on the panel, though, because you saw it as a 6, but it only came in as a 5.
Jeesh.
Well, it's just how, hey, they're up there making the calls.
Yeah,
so
it's true.
they got to all the replays. They have the information there. So, again, very tight heat, but Killian Garland is probably going to pick up a pretty good number here. We'll watch the replay. And again, off the slot and had priority, and this wave just kept giving him opportunity. Doesn't even look like he's working very hard here, does it?
No, it doesn't.
He's
It's
just
pretty
kind of
natural.
Almost Golder-esque. Right? Your husband, a big time into surfing. And
he does. He spends a few hours down here a month.
Yeah. And you don't complain, right? It's all good.
Yeah, I don't. No complaints. No complaints.
I know that your kids go to Santa Cruz High.
My son just graduated, so he's over at Cabrillo. My daughter's still at Santa Cruz High.
Okay, cool.
But I saw her actually on the cast here. I got a call from the attendance office, so I'm thinking there's more than one kid ditching class to come down here and check out this event. But you can't blame them, right? Like
it is almost like they should
rite of
ask for the
passage.
hall pass, though,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, they should.
All right, well, here you go. This is John taking a look here at this first wave, first turn. Nice section there. Little hook underneath it. Keeps it together. Thank you. Another snap. More critical. This wave starts to die out here. He stays with it. As he goes into this finish, again, starts steeping up. So, hey, he's surfing good.
There we go.
He had to choose, with surfboards in regards to how different ones feel. He did go for a little free surf down here. I'm trying to understand what he's riding there, but he's been riding the Channel Island CI Pro. A lot of good boards under his feet. He's been pretty happy with those. Waiting on numbers there. Needs a 227 to move into second. There's the score for Killian Garland, 7.33. So, yeah, best wave of the heat, huh?
That's a good one.
So I think I asked about more sporting events.
Right, and then
what would be another great economic driver that's not too invasive, right? That's the balance that we're always looking at.
Exactly, I know, and maybe redevelopment some stuff downtown where we can get some anchor
downtown
businesses downtown that aren't going to compete with the local businesses. I think that working towards that would be great. And then I've just been working with some West Side groups, business groups, to develop a West Side business district. There's been a lot of development out there in the past, like 20 years since Kelly's started to take over that industrial area, right? And so
that seems to be a new zone,
for
sure.
And I think it could be a definite benefit to the city. And then once the rail trail is complete across the county, it'll be awesome to have people biking from North County to South County and stopping in some of those spots on the west side for coffee or beer or whatever.
That's pretty cool. I mean, it is a zone that is already kind of building up and getting a little. I mean, it seems to be, as we watch this replay here, John, what do the folks at home think this is? Well, the judges are going to put a score in. They're now looking at it once again. That was a second look. Paddle here by Luke Gordon. He's in the priority position. He makes a run here. This is from South Carolina. This is where he surfs most of the time. So he's not used to surfing over the rocks very much, but he is very talented and he knows what he's doing. This is a highly contested heat here. So numbers in, not yet. We're waiting on John Mells as well as Luke Gordon.
South Carolina too. He's probably not used to consistent surf. It's probably more
it's
like
not the
hurricane.
Greatest on the East Coast.
It's probably. It takes a lot of work probably
to
get good out there.
It does. And your windows are very, very slim. 6:07 for John. So he is sitting with 11.14. 12 minutes to go. Brett Simpson down to second. Waiting on Luke's last. Priority is now shifted to Brett Simpson in the green. Has the second highest number of the heat. Killian in second priority. Has the best number in the heat. So like I had mentioned, in regards to, all four competitors are right here in contention as see the replay here of Luke Gordon. What do you think of the little South Carolinian?
I'm impressed because he's probably, has less opportunity to get consistent waves. And so it's going to take a little more work. Probably.
Coming here for the venue. I mean, he is one of those surfers that is definitely looking for the points.
Mm-hmm.
He is in the rankings right now, sitting outside of where he needs to be in order to get into the Challenger Series, which is the next level of competing here. So the judges wanted to see this once again before they post the number. 6.50. So Luke to the lead now. John 6.07 and a 5.07 in second. Brett Simpson looking for the 4.97 to catch that second place. Killian Garland looking for a 3.81. 10:50 to go. Priority with Brett and Killian. Breeze has kicked in, and interesting how you get the pelicans. They come in as soon as the wind blows. They like to sit in the zone. I wonder if there's a little afternoon snack happening.
Yeah, there might be.
Yeah, because like this time of the day, there's a pretty much a bird invasion sometimes. I remember I was shooting John the other night, and all of a sudden there was just a flurry of activity. And it was there for about 15 minutes. They were just diving everywhere, all over the lineup, and then gone.
That's crazy. I know. Well,
they know what they're doing.
Yeah, they're skilled hunters. That's for sure. They're better fishermen than us.
That's true. That is true. So what are your thoughts so far on the Coldwater Classic? I mean, have you been down here most of the days, or?
I haven't. This is the first time I've had the opportunity to come down. I've been super busy this week, but it's just been, from what I've heard, everyone's been having a great time.
It's true. Today's the most packed I've seen.
Is it?
Yeah,
okay,
no,
cool.
I mean, if you look up and down, I mean, everyone wanted to see the afternoon, the session, and I mean, this is the most people I've seen, and I mean, I don't know if we could ever get to that 80s, moments when we had the bleachers and all of that, because that was, you had to see live because we didn't have the broadcast, right?
Sure, of course. Yeah. Well, it's so funny. I was cleaning a tub of stuff at my parents' house I don't know when it was, a few months ago, and I found an old picture. I had used to want to be a pilot, and when I was in 6th grade, my parents gave me airplane flying lessons. Yeah. And so I was flying over the Coldwater Classic, and there was like that inflatable, what was it, Budweiser, Coors, like.
Oh yeah, no, the big
like big can and all that, and it was like and it was like you could see.
That's
how much action was down there at that time.
I mean,
and
they literally closed off. I mean, there was activities. It was big. It was a big live event, basically.
Right. Yeah.
And that impact, I don't see necessarily being. It has to be that way.
Right.
I believe that Westcliff is a unique place. We've got Lighthouse Field, so we've got this like basically wilderness right on the beach in Santa Cruz. Yet you still have the Dream Inn and all the hotels and the wharf and the boardwalk, very close proximity. Yet you can actually go get some solitude, literally 5-minute walk.
Yeah, we're pretty lucky.
And so to keep that keep that kind
balance.
of allure is important, and that's why this is a state park, right? I mean, as far as Lighthouse Field is concerned, right? It's
state park.
State park, but city kind of helps with it, right? Because you guys are in the city limits and the trash cans and all that stuff, gates and so
definitely collaboration. And I mean, there's other state parks here, like on the west side too, because you've got Natural Bridges, and is actually a state beach also. Yeah, so.
And there you go. This is a look. And what about that? I mean, I'm sure, does that come on the city's radar?
Actually,
beach erosion?
Yeah, it did. It got brought up because there's this whole Westcliff managed retreat.
Yeah, coming up.
And looking forward to climate change and making plans about what's going to look like. And we're working on making Santa Cruz a World Surf Preserve.
Yeah,
so that
it is a World Surf Preserve, right?
So that we can, but we want to find ways that we can keep that at the forefront of our decisions moving forward.
We did have Nick Hidden here earlier today.
Oh, good,
and it is a World Surfing Reserve, and obviously that the studies that they have done is something that you can use to make educated decisions, right? I mean, that's the whole reason why those guys are in business, is basically to provide that, right? And how much revenue does a surf spot bring, and it's already earned its stripes as being one of the biggest surfing reserves in the world.
I always still wonder why no one's considered like artificial reefs in other parts of the city, like how amazing like the sandbar gets at the river mouth certain years or whatever, those kinds of things.
And they're man-made,
yeah,
right? It's the
so
dredge
it's like,
that does it. Please bring it back.
I was like, wouldn't that be? I think that would be something that would be a cool opportunity to moving forward.
I mean, that's a great topic, because I would say that those businesses profited that are in that harbor region when we had that dredge wave out front. I mean, it's not there now, so there's still still a beach that is attractive to people because they can light fires there. The parking's really close. You don't have to walk the beach and watch your stuff there. But I mean, the surfers were there a lot, and that wave was fun. I'll say that, and I think those businesses profited a bit from it. And I know that the dredging is a whole nother big thing that the harbor has their own.
Yeah, for sure.
Their own steel they're dealing with. But I do agree. I think there's a great opportunity.
What if there was a
Half
place?
Moon Bay is another one of those ones that is trying to dredge their harbor.
Yeah.
And they haven't been able to get through the Coastal Commission to get it done. And it just seems like a logical, clear way to, because the road's getting eroded there.
For sure.
You pump a bunch of sand over there. You got yourself a good surf spot, which is great, and then you're also saving the road. So
yeah, going up against the Coastal Commission can be a bit challenging. So it's pretty arduous, and they have their charge. But yeah, I think
if you can all think about just having communication.
Mhm.
And I think that's why it's so important to have those organizations and people like yourself on the
Mhm.
city council, Save the Waves, to be able to just give good information so everybody can make a good, educated solution to any issue that comes up.
Sure.
That's democracy, right? Isn't that
Right,
supposed to be?
that's exactly why. Yeah, we're so
Communication.
lucky.
It's so simple, right? Can we
I
talk to each
know.
other and not, heckle each other? I was just having the conversation with Adam just before you were in here, and we were talking about how our group of friends were really hard on each other. Golder was part of that too.
Yeah.
Your husband,
Yeah.
he was on the bottom side.
Yeah,
He's younger than us,
exactly.
but he saw it,
Yeah,
right?
for
And I
sure.
think he was part of that generation that said, "Hey, can't we hug each other? Right? Can't we just hug each other and tell each other you
Oh,
rip?"
so funny.
And he was part of that new generation, and the new generation is a bunch of lovers, right? And they are all inclusive. They bring in the young people, they teach them and educate them, and I guess as a community, it's a great place to start to really try and encompass the entire community as a whole. And we're gonna have differences, right? That's part of life. You have differences, but let's communicate about it and let's figure out ways to get a
Work
solution so
together.
that we can, so we can all be happy, right?
Yeah.
The world would be such a good place. We just solved the world's problems.
I know we did.
Right
Way
on.
to go.
Right on, Renee.
That was easy.
Renee Golder here, City Council, and thank you for all the time you put in to get our community solid here, because it is important, and I think you're on the same page for a lot of the stuff that we're talking about.
Yeah, for sure.
I love that the Coldwater's back, and I love that the city is the support that they have there, and I hope it comes more and more.
So do I. Thank you.
Yeah, 4 minutes to go in this one. Luke Gordon's in the lead, John Mell in second, Brett Simpson, and here's a set. You got Simpson with first priority. So with 4 minutes to go, this is where things start to get interesting, as the clock is a big part of this. Paddle here, up and riding, way deep. Who is that?
I can't tell. The glares.
It is. I can't either, but Killian
Blue?
Garland's
Yeah, I
going
was
to
like,
go second
yeah.
priority. He's going to get that 1-2 turn combo, needing a 3-8-1. Not going to be a massive score, but it could be enough to take second place. Also had someone else on that wave. I couldn't see the color. Blue?
Yeah, that's what I thought I saw, but I'm
Luke
not sure.
Gordon was on that wave, so he was your heat leader going from deep. So he didn't have priority. Killian did. So ultimately, not a big deal because there was no contact or interference at all. So ultimately, they're both going to get scores. Let's watch the replay here from the front angle. We
There
saw
we
that
go.
last one from
Now
the
we
drone.
can see.
Yeah, it's tough to see from the drone angle.
Yeah.
Oh, so quick up and down. Not going to be a huge number. Looking for, like I said, the 3-8-1. Not enough. 2-9-3. So now 3 minutes to go. And the clock playing a big role. Killian outside of priority still needs a 3-8-1, which isn't much. This is stressful times for John. This is like the
I'm
worst
sure.
case, right?
This seems really stressful for me.
Stressful for me. Oh, well,
Yeah.
thank you.
I
I'm
was
in
like-
here with you.
No, my kids did wrestling.
What do you do? Like,
and
is
I
he
was
going
like
to
the
cover?
same thing. It was like
See,
so
that's
stressful.
the decision he's trying to make right now. Do you cover Killian? Like, you just don't worry about it, dude. Just chill. Here, listen to me, son. It's okay. You don't need to cover him. Anyway, that's a decision he gets to make
Yeah.
on his own. I'm trying telepathically to tell him.
I know he needs an earpiece.
Well, yeah, and he just needs a wave, right? He's just porpoising, looking up and down, up and down. He's got Matt Myers as a coach down here. If he paddles away, he's going to give himself interference, or the suspended his priority. Spit it out, Pete. So now he sees something. He's going to head back out there. So he's still got to worry about Brett Simpson too, right? Who has the priority. He can't really do anything to protect that lead from Brett.
I think I see some.
He's got second priority though. So if there's a two-way
there, I
set,
see
oh,
a
here we
little
go.
bit coming.
And a paddle here by Luke Gordon without priority. So he takes that first wave. Nice size, solid set wave. John's going to whip it, or is this Brett whipping it? It's Brett.
I can't tell.
Yeah, Brett. Oh, he goes down. 1:30 to go. You see how excited I got. Sorry.
Wait, I am getting heckled for my scores.
Are you?
Yes, I just got a text heckle.
Oh, that's too good. All right, paddle on the inside here for Brett. So 1:20 to go. One section, doesn't like it, kicks out.
Okay.
And now Killian. Uh-oh, this is the score that John needs to worry about. He wanted to go protect him.
Uh-oh.
2 turns, and that's enough, most likely, for Killian Garland. 3-8-1 needed. That was down at Middle Peak, as I can kind of look over my shoulder, but there's still more waves. And 1 minute to go. Paddle here. This is John. Sets it up. First turn. Most likely going to need a score here. Uh-oh.
Oh, man.
That's not going to be it, though. 45 seconds. Nervous times.
I'm sure. This wind's picking up now, too, a little bit.
Nervous times. Will he get an opportunity? He's not going to have priority. That is that Luke?
I think it's Brett. Brett.
It is Brett.
Yeah.
And he misses it. Does John get it? Yes, he does. Okay, here's an opportunity. Nope. Backside air attempt, not enough. We're still waiting on a score from 3 competitors here. 8 seconds. It's going to count it down. So Killian, again, looking for a 3.81. You'd have to say that he's going to get that. John's not going to improve on his situation. So it feels like to me that we'll see Luke Gordon and Killian Garland moving through. Oh, no. Is this after the heat?
I don't know. I can't tell. At the top, the stop. I don't know.
Yeah, it is.
I didn't hear any bells.
I didn't hear a horn either, but it's
but
over.
I see the
It's
clock.
hard to hear here. Again, basically looking at this, you got Killian Garland, who, again, needs a 3.81. And the judges want to see some waves here, which they're going to put together real quick. This is for replay. So first off, Luke Gordon, just a little tap, and then a nice little glide. Does this improve his situation? A 5.17 needed for an improvement. Brett had an unfortunate dig of the rail there, and then now Killian. This is the last score here. That's going to see if there's a difference. Turn the heat over. 2 pretty big turns and a little top of the sky saying I like it. Now I'm waiting for this last one. We'll ride it out. If it takes too long, there it is. It's going to be enough. 5.5-ish. Oh, wait, Luke Gordon's got a score coming too. Not going to change it. Just move to a break. Killian's going to go into the lead. Luke Gordon might go back in the lead. John Bell and then Brett Simpson. So we'll go to break, come back. We got one more heat in this round. And Renee, thanks for joining me.
Yeah, thanks for having me down. Thanks for hosting. This is awesome. I'm
Right on.
glad you guys are here.
And look forward to talking to you soon.
Sounds good. Thank you. Bye.
Well, heat number 8 underway. Kolohe Andino, he'll be in the green jersey, already up and riding. First minute of the heat, looking pretty darn good. Very fluid and quick and thrusty. A lot of compression in that and just a ton of variety. Man, all over the place on that wave. So a good start for Kolohe Andino. Back in the box with me here, Adam Replogle. Kei Kobayashi is in this heat. He'll be in the red. Wesley Santos in the blue. Crosby Colapinto in the white.
Wow, great heat.
Yep, and Kolohe Andino. So Kolohe waiting on a score for him. And just to clear up what happened in that last heat, Killian Garland did get the score at the end. It was a 12.76 total, so he got the win. Luke Gordon moved into second, or was in second, moved down to second. John in third, and Brett Simpson in fourth.
Wow, yeah, I saw the end of that heat. Unfortunately, saw Brett Simpson just bite a rail on a pretty good-looking wave. I'm sure he's going to haunt him. But here's that replay of Kolohe Andino talking to his father earlier. He was mentioning the brother's riding a little board with a little more curve in it, Pete.
And again, it's more rocker. You know, I think that, you know, all the kind of designs, they start to trend different directions within the championship tour specifically, right? And a lot more rocker has been something that has been a choice of a lot of the, you know, basically top 5 surfers. You think about what Sharp Eye was able to do with their rockers. Their boards are a little bit more curved than a lot of the designs that are on tour as of late, and there's been success coming from those surfboards. You see design kind of start to trend a certain way, which is what's been happening, and you see that Kolohe Andino, and you can see why it's that way. I mean, the curve there, it just was turning rail to rail super easy.
Yeah, and you can make a relatively rockered out board pretty flat by putting a huge hole in it or a huge concave in it and making it flat down the spine and then leaving all the curve on the rail. So once you do lay it over on rail, you got a flat spine and curvy rail, and that's where you get a lot of that arc and that turn.
So true. You know, concaves are a big part of surfboard design, and I think it's something that's semi overlooked because I think concave is a part of that magic. It can give your board a gas pedal. Or it could give it a break, right?
Totally.
If it's not done correctly.
Yeah, I mean, it is basically a chemistry project to have those things work together in a really good way. You can look at a board.
Especially if each surfer's different, right?
Totally.
Because you got like a surfer that's a little more front-footed heavy,
right,
or a little more back-footed heavy, and then where they turn and where their arm placement is how much pressure's on that rail. Here we go, red, Kei Kobayashi.
Wow, I like that little fade back into the pocket. Unfortunately, nothing really there when he grabbed back up into the lip, Pete.
And that's that risk of doing those fades is that you're sloughing speed, right?
Yep.
You're setting yourself up for the critical section, but that balance of how far you cut it back and how deep you cut it back.
How much speed you burn off, right? Looks like
Kolohe with a 6.
Nice starting wave for Kolohe. It looks like a pretty good size wave out the back. Let's see if we have any takers. As that glare, Pete, is notorious here in the afternoon at Steamer Lane. It's sort of.
Well, we're going to head down to a winner who did it in the dying seconds. That would be Killian Garland. He took the win there in that last heat number 7.
All right, we're here with our heat winner, Killian. Last couple seconds, you got the score. How does that feel?
Felt good. I wasn't sure if they give it to me, but it was a pretty good wave, and I was thinking on the way back, like, all right, what did I do? I guess it was enough, so I'm stoked.
Do you feel like you thrive under that kind of pressure, or is it difficult for you?
It's definitely tough, I don't know if I thrive, but I try to keep it together.
Well, you look like you're keeping it together just fine. Looking forward to seeing you in later heats.
Right on, Eden, and Killian looks. That's I think his forte is the fact that he is so easygoing. It's not like he's ever working too hard. I'm sure he is in his head, but ultimately his body language, he's cruising.
Totally.
So scores there real quick from Kei Kobayashi. He's going to get a little better number here on that last wave we saw during the interview.
Yeah, I really liked his first maneuver on that wave. Right up into the pit.
Well, comes in and it's a 4.0, so matched with 3.5. Probably not scores he wants to keep in his score line at the end of this heat, but right now it's got him in the first position. And now first wave here of Colapinto. No, he lets it go. Doesn't like it. Hands it over to Kolohe, and he says, thank you, I'll take a backup score. See what kind of section in front of him. Look at that little whip. No worries.
You hate to see that when you let a wave go by and you see that from the back. I mean, obviously it was a small wave. Let's see if it actually plays out into the rest of the heat. But what it does for Kolohe, it actually keeps his rhythm going.
Yep.
Keeps him in his board. Keeps points on the board, and he keeps building. I'm sure he's going to help in his case. He only has one wave on the board, so this is going to be a nice little score to start his heat off
it could go flat. Right?
Totally.
And this could be the next 2 waves. And so what's the harm of going on a little one when you're sitting outside of priority? It's no harm, right? He's going to get a number. It won't be probably a huge number. There it is, 5.5 though, but it's the
average.
2 best numbers.
Yep.
And sure enough, 11.5 points in a heat that goes dead. That's enough. So
that's
really smart.
That's his foundation too in this heat. Now he'll go out there, I'm guaranteed, try to get himself into rotation or maybe even slip away.
Yeah, that's that choice, right? That's the one we saw Skip McCullough in the other heat go straight over to the rock and pick up numbers. But ultimately, those 2 first scores were really important to his campaign in winning that heat.
Totally. Yeah, let's see if Santos right here, if he locks into this little wedge. Looks like
Colapinto's there as well.
Colapinto's in the back, but he might be out a little far. And yeah, both surfers opt not to go.
And again, just remembering on your screen, they don't have numbers next to their names. They haven't ridden waves, so they're still open priority. They don't have it yet. There's not established between those 2 surfers. They have priority over Kei and Andino. You see Andino's now come into the zone. He got that number next to him, so he's 4th in line. Kei's 3rd in line. And then 1st and 2nd are actually being decided by positioning by Wesley or Crosby in this open priority system in the beginning of the heat. You basically don't start priority until
if
you catch a
if
wave.
you have position yet priority still open, you basically have priority.
Yeah, over the two
Over the
surfers already
surface,
ridden.
yes.
Yeah. So here we go, Kay. Nice section. Whoa!
Wow, nice, right out of
that. That's not going to be. Even though he landed, unfortunately, we have been very clear. And matter of fact, a surfer in the water here who has been the most vocal about that kind of, making sure that the judges deem it complete. And if you look at this, look at the rotation, the pop.
Almost all the way around.
He's
Pete.
landed here, but unfortunately, you need to ride out and have control. And the board slips out underneath you, and that's the cliff right there. I mean, that white water pushes it right there, and it's just like the rug being swept from under your feet.
Yeah.
Or you're running, and all of a sudden you jump on the rug, and it's just woof.
Gone. Yeah, I'm still waiting to see Colapinto and Santos here. Still 9 minutes has been taken away, Pete. It's quite a bit of chunk of time right now. Could come down to one of those 10-minute heat, 15-minute heats. As you know, Colapinto's probably served plenty of those 15-minute WSA and SSA heats. This is for the big boys right now. Look at Andino's out for an early lead. Kei Kobayashi sitting on a couple of scores, now has about 7.5 points, but relatively slow heat, Pete.
It is. And again, that's why it's so important in the beginning of the stages to do that. I mean, that he got the first wave of the heat. He put himself in position, made he got the first wave. So it just opens up your chances, right? If you're able to do that, and actually if that first wave is good, which hopefully it is, then you're able to kind of sit back and roam the lineup like we had mentioned here at Steamer Lane, because there's scores to be had in different portions of the reef that people aren't going to be sitting at. And that's what, some of the strategy of doing well at the lane. And, that recipe, and I know Dino, who is his dad and has been cruising with Kolohe, understands that recipe at Steamer Lane.
Oh, no doubt.
I mean, if you're looking at it plan A, that's plan A.
That's plan A.
Get the first wave, make sure it's a solid one, and then back it up instantly. And then all of a sudden it could go quiet, which is happening right now.
Yeah. And then work on your position with priority, as we see a little hiccup here.
We're back.
Back and running here.
Yeah, a little screen glitch, but we're good.
Let's see if Kobayashi's able to capitalize this little teeny inside. We did see Griffin Colapinto on a small wave get an 8. So here Kobayashi flying down the line in a nice little inside wave. And he goes up into the air, unfortunately falling off on that turn there.
He's part of that San Clemente Mafia, then. There's a very talented group of surfers from that region. You've got Jet, you've got Crosby, you've got Kay, you've got obviously Kolohe, the stalwarts, the Gadauskas brothers. I'm not going to be able to remember everyone, but that group is incredible. And I talk about a town that has got the level of surfing that's happening. You go down to lowers on any given day, and you've got probably 10 world-class surfers surfing that break.
Yep, you do. It's pretty humbling.
And you ended up becoming like a product of your environment. And that's why you've got such great surfers. I mean, the majority of our North American surfers that are at the top are coming from from that region.
Yep.
Well, Wesley and Crosby still have yet to catch a wave in this heat. 14 minutes. 10 minutes have gone by. Wesley's, like I said, sitting deeper than Crosby at the moment. So ultimately, the positioning that he's taken is at the inside. So that's what you need to do when you are sitting without priority. There's Nolan Raposa. Looks like his day is done. He's got himself a golden ale. We do have the garden down here.
Two beer limit.
2 beer limit.
Yeah,
it's all about moderation.
Totally. As we see, it looks like this is Kobayashi looking potentially at a left. These are hard to ride, Pete.
Well, yeah, that explains it right there.
Yeah.
That wasn't the best looking ramp. It had several little whispers of lip and foam, and so to identify where that place is to pop. I mean, in talking about Kay, he's got pop. He understands this type of surfing. So if he could find a ramp, that's the guy who could.
Dude, he's a little wedge too. I saw him with his shirt off over there.
Really?
He's just shredded, little dude.
He's
Seriously,
trained. He gets
shredded.
Up. Really?
Oh yeah. Not an ounce on that guy.
Why not? I mean, he takes it very seriously. Again, that's that group mentality. They all train pretty darn hard. And, you know, in his DNA, he's definitely got the ability to go shred.
Santos waited
for that.
13 minutes for that.
Yeah, bummer. And now Crosby will have sole priority. So now he doesn't have to even to worry about
Pushing
what Wesley
himself
did
too,
there.
or push yourself too deep, or go anywhere you don't want to go. Looks like this is brother, no?
Yep, quickly. That was brother.
Yeah.
His nickname for Kolohe Andino. Of course, Kolohe means little rascal in Hawaiian. And at least that's one interpretation of what that name means. Here we go, Wesley. So put him in position probably for this wave. Oh, and a stumble.
Little slip right there. Front foot looked like it came off.
Yeah, like, you know, and I guess if you're from a region, right, and, you know, you all of a sudden change in water temp, no booties, you know, your wax choice is critical.
Totally.
What's your wax choice?
Well, I wear booties, so I don't care what I put on there.
Whatever's there.
Yeah. Hey, but I will stay away from, like, the foo wax and stuff like that.
Is that too sticky for you?
Too sticky.
Oh, yeah.
You know. And two, once you
they
wax.
are a sponsor of the WSL, though. So
oh, are they
so
awesome?
You know.
Okay, but hey, look, I would say it's too good.
Yeah.
Because you actually get stuck too quickly on your board.
With booties specifically, and that's why you're saying that.
100%,
but I mean,
yeah.
if you're barefoot, you'd probably be your wax of choice.
Of course, it would be a wax of choice. But it is really hard sometimes to move your feet once you get them stuck with booties.
Yeah.
And so.
Well, especially with foo. That's the truth of it. There's sex wax, long time. You know, you've got sticky bumps. What else is there? There's and all of a sudden I'm going to get texts. Hey, you forgot me. Yeah, but there is plenty of waxes out there.
And there's a local wax here too that I was just
honey wax?
educated. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It was a honey wax. Got some
So
information.
it's environmentally friendly. There's a Santa Cruz-based company. The name slipped in my mind too, but yeah, why not? Because you know, if you can find something that works, that's not bad for the environment, let's bring it on. Because I think as a surfing industry as a whole, a lot of our stuff is unfortunately petroleum-based. And ultimately, it would be love to be able to at least recycle it, right?
No
if
doubt.
not made with stuff that's so safe for the environment. Santos heading towards the cliff, looking at the left maybe, or is he going to go right? We'll see. He's paddling hard, missing it. He's not going anywhere. Now, with 10 minutes to go, this is where Crosby Colapinto is going to be having to rely on some of the drills he's worked on. 10-minute heat. He's going to have to get 2 numbers here very quickly. Kolohe was able to get those 2 numbers. You know, and I didn't think there was going to be this scenario where I mentioned it, but ultimately I didn't think it was going to happen for Kolohe where it was going to go flat. And it's not going to go flat. There's still 10 minutes. But there's been some period of time there hasn't been a whole lot of quality waves.
No doubt. And early on, you would have thought, well, I don't know if he's going to be keeping these relatively medium scores. And sure enough, these are going to be keeper scores maybe towards the end of the season.
Yeah, well, at least the 6, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you start to get into this time point, it's going to be about, you know, the 2 waves that you can put together. So he's in one of the better positions because he has the best wave, whereas Crosby doesn't even have one, but that can change right now. Nice, beautiful wrap, and then an accelerated snap, which, you know, again, he forced that. That's that pushing in that section, and he set it up with the bottom turns, that compressed bottom turn. So that's why this is one of the best kids out of this North American region. And he's right in this heat now. You know, that long wait, he didn't waste it when he picked and chose the right wave, because he's going to get a number, probably the best number of the heat.
That's how I surf in my mind, is the way he surfed right there. We pushing.
Like in mind surfing is a big part of surfing, right?
Oh, 100%.
Wesley. Yeah. So he needs a number here to contend. And he's on his way into that middle peak section. So he moved away with outside priority, and he's now going to get himself his best number. So we've got 2 coming in for blue and 1 for white. Actually, 1 for blue and 1 for white. But it feels to me like Crosby will be probably putting up the best number, or at least close to it.
I think Crosby's going to have the best wave of the heat so far. But like I said, I'm not a judge yet. Brother sitting on that 6 and that 5-5.
But he has priority now, or at least Kay has priority, and then Kolohe's right there with him as we watch the replay here of Crosby's last.
Yeah, nice direction chain. Really like that. A lot of power in that. Staying back in the power source as well. And again, so 2 really nice hacks. And then a wrap. Chases down the end section right here. Looking really, really strong, Pete. This young man's in great physical shape.
So true. And his timing, very, very good. I mean, brother of Griffin. Griffin had a great performance earlier today. So that obviously inspires the younger brother. Generally the number 2 brother ends up being, or the number 2 sibling in a pairing like that. You think about Serena Williams, so, it was all about Venus there for all those years, and all of a sudden Serena came and just woohoo, and took over all those big titles.
Yeah.
The number 2 brother always it's Griffin's younger brother, right? And then all of a sudden he's going to be, where's Crosby? I'm Crosby.
Crosby looks like a bigger man.
Yeah, a little taller for sure.
Looks like Kei Kobayashi potentially paddling into this one, Pete.
Good looking wave.
Great looking wave. Sort of flying down the line. Let's see, he's able to get a great direction change. Haven't seen a wrap like that in a little bit. Wow, great variety of maneuvers here, Pete, and this wave just keeps going. That's going to be a huge score if he pulls that.
Man, he was close to 2 gigantic numbers. He pulls that air. It's a big number. Kolohe now. This is an opportunity that he needs to capitalize on, in my eyes, because the 7.0 is in for Crosby. Crosby is now moved into priority position, so all of a sudden, very, very quickly, all those patience paid off. I mean, there's 2 different strategies there, right?
Yeah, this is a chess game too, Pete. It's how you play your cards at the start, or how you play your pieces at the start, and how you play them if you've been holding on to your pieces for a long time. Crosby held on to a card forever.
And now gets the best number by a full point.
And has position
and
with priority.
Has priority, and we saw, unfortunately, I was going to say that Kolohe, in that situation, it would have been very important for him to be able to build on that 5.5. Matter of fact, it needed to be something above a 6.
Yeah.
It felt like that wave was almost there. Obviously, it shut down on him very quickly, so not going to happen. But I will say Kolohe does have second priority with 6 minutes and the lead, so it is a power position. The 2 surfers from San Clemente looking the best, as far as I'm concerned, with the situation at hand. Let's watch. This is the other surfer from San Clemente, so you got 3 surfers here in this one. And this was going to be a pretty big number, but already pretty good right here already with the 2 turns. But if he pulls that off,
I don't think he needed to go so radical at the end of that.
No,
I really thought
that's
more
not
of a. I know he goes.
Yeah.
I mean, you could have punched off more of a sort of a lateral turn, as you see right here. Kobayashi again, unfortunately, kicking out of that way. But these waves are all into the middle here, getting pretty good size, Pete.
Right now, looking at it, though, Kei goes into second position with the 5.9.
Nice.
And all these waves have been pushed down into that peak region, which, most of the surfers like Wesley's inside.
Got to watch out for Crosby here.
Yeah, we'll see where he is. But, I mean, this is middle peak, and you see Kei's caught inside.
That's a nice section right there, Pete.
Out the back, though, look at White has a moment here. 2 different breaks, really. And making sure that he's going to go on that one is Crosby. Smaller wave. It looked bigger when he was on the drone angle, but this one's going to build up momentum and speed because you can see that it had that curve on it, and here's where it's going to start to build up. Maybe just the one section. Hammers it, though. Look at that. He likes it.
I would have, too. I thought that looked like it felt fun, huh?
It was literally a little roundhouse kick to the jaw right there.
Chop it at the end, yeah. And that's what's really cool about Steamer Lane as well, is that lefts will come marching at you. Almost, you're going from a low to a high point, and it is pretty fun to get up in there and slam that thing. Now, you saw Kolohe Andino actually forcing him to go on to this wave to allow himself to get that priority in the back. So that's
a ton of experience there.
Ton of experience, yeah. And a couple of turns outside, and then this nice big sort of Sonny Garcia-esque right there.
Frontside hack. That's something we like to see. This wave did look like it had more size, but then you get that front-on angle. A little deceptive with the drone, but did everything he could here. And then knowing that you need to really put an exclamation on the end of the ride, because that was the one section that was going to be nice and solid and straight up, and the most critical section he probably got the entire ride. You got to capitalize on that moment. He did that. So 2.9 gets him to second. We say for sure getting that. So he's going to move into
couple wraps, and a couple shoulder shrugs. Zap.
He's going to lead.
He's going to go to the lead. He's going to. I would say it's a high 4, but I'm not a judge.
Well, it's 6.43. They loved it.
They loved it. They gave it way more.
No, that's kind of. I felt that feels a little. Maybe the selling of the little power fist was enough to get an extra half point.
Yeah. Well, I was just looking at and thinking about Brothers 6. And,
right.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel even close to comparison to me in my eyes.
No, Brothers 6 when his first wave he actually.
So it actually is better. Crosby's is better.
Yeah.
And I don't know if I agree with that.
But that's why we're not judges.
But at the moment, you got Crosby and Kolohe going through, right? So I mean, it's really about Kei now, what he can do, because Kei basically has had the best waves. He should be leading the heat. If he pulls off the air and he pulls off that last move, he's
winning.
Way out front. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so I
so
mean,
the risk is rewarded, but just unfortunately hasn't been able to pull it off.
Yeah.
Yeah. What a great afternoon, Pete. To have swell for the first 3 days of this event is pretty rare. In years past, we could see it being spotty, but to be able to have a couple of swells in one window is pretty rare.
Well, we had 3 swells in one window.
Yeah.
Really.
Underlying south, northwest. Now we got a west.
Yep.
Yeah, we got a lot of. As soon as the swell around here liquors up the ocean, Steamer Lane just sucks in everything.
Yep.
And we're seeing, it looks like, the fitness of Kobayashi here coming to the inside. What's he able to do? Now he looks like he's really trying to find it on one maneuver.
Reaching. Well, he's put himself at middle peak, so he's going to be surfing by himself. And if he was paying attention, there is, like I said, if you can put yourself in the right spot at a middle peak wave, there is a good opportunity to go bigger numbers, but it's just not as many quality waves there.
Yeah.
It's just that you're surfing by yourself, so you kind of, I mean, the focus of the swell is definitely headed that direction, but I mean, again, look at that wave. It's kind of mushy. It's pushing out to sea. You know, you have to kick out before the waves are really truly over because the judges can't really see after that. Here we go, a little wedge. Not going to go for Crosby.
Where's he positioned?
Good question. He kind of no man's land a little bit. I mean, that's that west swell. Almost feels like Kit. There's waves in that middle section, but it's really not. So you either got to go all the way over. Not seeing much urgency out of a paddle here. And he's not. I mean, he's not in position at all because he's not given priority. So there he is on your screen. He has to get over, substantially over before the priority judge will give him the spot. So that is kind of no man's land. There is a wave or two that'll hit there, but ultimately.
I was always educated, Pete. There's 3 takeoff spots out here.
Yeah.
There's the point, the slot, and the peak.
Yeah.
And you never want to paddle from the point or the slot to the peak. But those are the 3 spots to be at. And you're right. Yeah, we have some no man's land, some gray area in the middle there. But really, you can get a wave halfway out sometimes, maybe a shoulder off of one that materializes into the inside.
You can catch a wave right there, but it's not going to be a quality wave.
No.
Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
It generally, if you're going to catch one in there, it looks like it's going to break sometimes, and you take off, and it just shuts down every time.
That's what happens.
So, Crosby, if you're listening, get out of no man's land.
Yes. Looking here, it looks like Santos, he needs a 6.93, Pete. That's not going to be it.
Nope. And then see, if right there, if that would have happened and Crosby puts himself in the spot and gets priority, he moved into second priority. And now he's in a controlling position, but unfortunately he's
suspended.
Not. Yeah, he's suspended. He never got it. He never even gated it because he didn't paddle far enough over to get it.
Right. So he never, yeah.
Now he's there. Wow. But he's still too far inside to get a priority.
It's over.
Oh, it's over. That's what happened. Oh, yeah, the clock. That's something I got to look at too, huh?
Yeah, we got to check that out.
Long week, dude.
Long week.
Long week, but it didn't matter. Again, all of that analysis, and Kolohe and Crosby are through. Ultimately, I could just differentiate the scores or whatever, but hey, the 2 best numbers got through. Kay unfortunately had the opportunities, just didn't quite pull it off as we watch. We'll go to break on that big layback gap. We've got more for you though. Stick around.
Try something new, yeah? Island time.
Back, moving into a new round, the round of 16. There's 4 heats in this round. There's 4 surfers in each heat. There's 16 surfers left in the draw. We're going to axe out and be left with 8 after this round. In this one, heat number 1, Ryan Huckabee. He'll be in the red. Michael Dunphy in the white. Taro Watanabe in the green. And Tori Meister in the blue. We saw them, all of these surfers, surf earlier today in the round of 32. So let's see what we can master. Who is the favorite right now with what you've seen so far?
Well, I believe this was on the break here, Pete.
Quick one for Huckabee. Comes in. It's a 3.17, so just that carve and the second carve. He stays with it. And a little pop, but doesn't pull it off. So that's the score, 3.17. So, again, thinking about all of these surfers in this heat, who do you think has been surfing the best in order to get the heat win here? I'll put you on the spot. You don't have to answer it if you don't want, but I'm asking you.
Yeah, you are. We'll get back to that as you see Tori Meister.
Let it unfold first.
Well,
here we go, Tori Meister.
Let's see what Tori's able to do. Really like how he's able to get above his board all the time on maneuvers, Pete. He stays really on top of the surfboard. Tori Meister able to grab a rail, pull that one off. Personally, I've been really liking Michael Dunphy and Watanabe.
I mean, all 4 surfers have been pretty good in this event so far, I would say.
Oh, no doubt. But, you know, who's been on fire the most? Shoot, you'd have to go back and look at all the scores. We just been watching.
Blending. No, but
Yeah.
I mean, if I think about it, Huckabee has been pretty good with his layback snaps, right? That's something that kind of pops into my mind. Dunphy,
X factor.
Dunphy with his consistency and his flair and speed through transition. Watanabe style with the flowy style, which has been very beneficial here at Steamer Lane. Tori Meister, that very compressed style and how he gets above the board. They all have a little different X factor that plays into this heat.
Yeah.
I would say if Watanabe is able to find the best waves, I think his style and approach fits the lane. You know, we were talking about wave key during this thing, and that's the instruction from Brad Gerlach, who is a past finalist here at this event. His wave key format. This is a kid that's been there with Gur since 11 years old.
Yeah, he's been here 9.5 years. Gur said.
Yeah.
He's
So
been
you
here.
got the same one. You got the same text.
Oh yeah. He Gerbo was educating me really good. You know, it was awesome. He's
Go for it. Tell us what's up. I mean, that wave key. I mean, he's been a master, so it's like a disciple of, from the very beginning of wave key.
Yeah, well, and this is coming off of what Brad has learned off his dad with Joe Gur.
Yeah.
You know, this is a full philosophy and a real sort of an intricate, sounds like, system, almost taking it to the next level of really getting your body and your mind in tune to be doing certain these motions and act.
So you're actually really going out and practicing all of that.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm actually want to get involved in it just a little bit, you know, learn a little more about what he's producing.
Michael Dunphy already has a 3.93. He's moving through this lineup, gliding across these sections, accelerating and chucking the fins through the lip, driving the rail through cutties. So very quick and fast. That's the transitions I was talking about. He's very, very quickly. Let's head down to Crosby Colapinto, the winner of that last heat.
All right, we're here with Crosby, our heat winner. Crosby, you caught 2 waves out there. Being patient paid off?
Yeah, it paid off. It was super nerve-wracking coming down to like 11 minutes. I didn't have a wave, but all you need is 2, so that's what I did.
Well, awesome. You look good out there. How have you been enjoying Santa Cruz otherwise?
Yeah, I've been enjoying it. We got a solid crew up here from SC, the other SC, so we've just been having fun, just cracking jokes and just having a fun time and surfing a lot.
Well, awesome. Let's keep that momentum going into the next round. Good job.
So he was in the last heat of the round of 32, so he'll be coming up in the last heat of the day, not into the quarterfinals yet. So like I said, he was in heat 8 of the round of 32, so he'll be up at the end of the day. Actually, he could be in the 3rd heat as well. I don't know exactly how that
breaks down.
Draw shift. Yeah, I could look it up though.
But it goes straight across, does it not?
Oh,
it's right.
No,
it's down in man-on-man heats now.
Used to.
Yeah.
It used to, but it doesn't now. They kind of mix it up a little bit, which is kind of cool.
They reseed.
Well, they just put like 1st and 2nd don't just go
automatically
right across. Yeah. They actually split up.
Okay.
Which is, I mean, it's kind of new. I mean, it used to.
Go,
yeah, it's just part of the draw, and I think surfing gets the same surfer every single time, and you just move through the draw like that. I feel like it's better doing it this way.
No doubt.
I'm going to go into my trusty WSL app, click on it, and if you haven't downloaded it and you're a surf fan, please do, because this is going to give you all the information. You can see, even if we don't have a broadcast, you can see the scores. All right, Meister.
Tori up and riding again. There's that nice chop off the top, and again, combination of that tail off, Pete. Seems like that is the maneuver of choice today, as we see another couple of nice turns. So Tori Meister really packing in a couple of really nice turns in a small little spot.
Way to go there. And that's, again, he spends a lot of time up here, been a long-time O'Neill team rider, and he was able to win his sponsorship onto the team, and he's turned it in. It was only a one-year deal, right? And then they loved him so much that he's been here now almost 10 years.
That's super cool.
Isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Again, just to understand that, so the heat number 3 of this next round is Sam Coffey, Luke Gordon, Skip McCullough, and Kolohe Andino. And then heat number 4, Killian, Sean Burns, Crosby Colapinto, and Ian Crane. So,
wow.
It doesn't get any easier.
No, definitely not. As you're going to see on your replay here is Tori Meister's last wave. Just a little chop turn right there, and that starting to blow his tail out the wave right there. Stays directly over his board, Pete. He's got really good technique, able to let that tail slide. He's got mad control. It's pretty incredible. Yeah, I believe he's riding those Roberts too. Looks really good under his feet.
Score about ready to post here. Comes in. Going to be a mid-range 5 for Tori. Dumpy with a 5.67. But Tori, with those 2 waves, is in second position. We're still waiting for first wave of Watanabe, who, similar to what Crosby did, is just kind of waited out those last few sets and has found himself with the P next to his name, so hasn't ridden a wave yet.
But it's taken 8 minutes and 15 seconds to gain that, and he's been sitting there that whole time. That's some patience.
Oh, we saw Crosby do it for 11 minutes. Or no, sorry, for longer than that. That would have been 16 minutes.
Yeah, he sat there forever. As you can see some of those lefts on your screen, those coming off a middle peak, it looks like Tori Meister giving them a peak. Really about 1 or 2 maneuvers only on that wave, looking for that side wave coming off the cliff for a ramp. Let's see if he's able to pull the trigger, decides not to. But that wind, too, really does help that board stick to your feet.
I'd love to see it.
Yeah.
You know, you think about what, even go to the Rat Boy Air. It was actually one of those afternoon, late afternoon, just this time, and the wind blowing out of the northwest, and he used that wind actually to do that amazing air that is in history forever.
Yeah, that was mind-blowing. Beautiful lay of the land. You got a new chart there, P. Got some information for us?
Just looking at quarterfinal matchups for the women.
Okay.
It's just been handed to me by the tour manager and Brian Robbins. And quarterfinal number 1, we're going to have Mia McLeish against Zoe Benedetto. Live action, up and riding.
Yeah, now this is Tori. He's gone over into the middle of the lane here, middle peak, deciding to stay away from his fellow competitors, and very small wave.
Quarterfinal number 2 is Havana Cabrero. And, of course, Havana Cabrero is Carlos Cabrero's daughter.
Yeah, I saw him.
It's a huge result for her to get into the quarterfinals, so awesome work there. Ella McCaffrey is going to be up against Havana. Autumn Hayes, Talia Swindoll is going to be in quarterfinal number 3, so local. And then quarterfinal number 4 will be Maddie Storer against Bella Kenworthy. And so if the locals are able to get through, they'll surf against each other in the semis.
That would be super, super cool.
Right?
Yeah.
But either way, there's that bottom half of the draw is pretty gnarly.
Certainly has. And just speaking of the women, Pete, they've been the biggest development in our town, really. We've seen women surfing go from a few to a lot. You're seeing on certain days, more women or more young women out in the water than boys.
I would attest to, I think, something that would be happening is obviously the region, the environment we are in, right? It's very user-friendly for going to take kids to the beach and learn how to surf.
Yeah.
You've got these great learning spots. Capitola, me and you learned at Capitola together, but also Pleasure Point and all that area. There's great ways to learn, and even Cowles here on the west side of town. So that part of it is, I think, a huge part of it. But also, I think the scholastic, the surf clubs, the surf teams that are happening at the schools. Every young woman wants to participate in that.
Yeah.
And, once you start to get the bug, it's hard to get out of it.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, it's been going through the schools. Then you transition into the board riders. You start doing local NSSAs, WSAs years
when
ago.
they show up in your
yeah,
town.
when they
yeah,
show
of
up in your
course. I
town.
mean, that's how the pathway works, and it's fun. It's a fun
Yeah.
thing to do.
But we really don't get as much experience up here, so it is nice to see these events come up here. But as you develop as a surfer, we're usually seeing young surfers in Southern California start to progress earlier, as it is a little more challenging here as you start to grow up to even catch a set wave at some of these surf spots. So let's see what Huckabee's able to do right here, Pete.
Second priority, so he utilizes that over Watanabe. Says, no, I don't need it. And nice compressed style, very similar to Tori Meister. So these guys kind of utilizing that, just really compressed on the bottom turn, driving his rail through these moves. Yeah, Huckabee has been connected with this spot here. He likes the lane, I think. That was good surfing.
Totally. He's
best,
putting
best number there for him for sure.
Mm-hmm.
And now Watanabe is going to pull the trigger. Nice drive through that first section. Straight up through the roof. This wave starts to taper off, but he's going to stay down low in that power surf. The wedge effect happening. Some beautiful push. There's that Gur style, like it's actually the wave key style. And it's body mechanics in order to be able to have that stability to put it on rail, right?
He's just
drive through
torquing it.
moves.
Yeah.
Now it's Dumpy.
Wow, looking really spicy here. Dumpy also throwing that tail out and a nice late re-entry, Pete, up and over that lip. Judges are going to appreciate that.
Yeah, and it's a different way to get to a score. I mean, you see that like Watanabe is driving through rails and stuff, and you can see where his Dumpy's up and above.
Yeah.
He's a little more above and crispy. He's not really driving the rails through. It's more finessey and up and tail chucks, but it's
waiting and unweighting. Yeah.
So it's a different way to get there, but it's just as difficult. And it's part of the criteria, all of that stuff. It's not like you're like the person who digs the rail in the hardest is going to do it. It's, it's speed, power, and flow,
right,
which is kind of where that element comes in. The innovation and progression means that, if you're doing those wild moves and getting the tail wafted and stuff like that, that's part of it. Maybe progressing in barrel riding is something if you're going deeper, but that's not going to happen here at the lane.
No.
But also there's progression in rail work too, right?
There is. You just have to be able to identify it.
Well, I would say that, like, an example, I think, of somebody who defined or helped define new power surfing would be someone like Felipe Toledo or even Kanoa Igarashi, and what's they're able to do, Jack Robinson, where they're able to really move through a turn at a high rate of speed. John Florence
has
no
doubt.
pushed Carving Innovation Park at Margaret River or Bells Beach. Watching this wave here again, sorry, we were talking about other surfers, but hey, this is someone who's trying to progress right through this heat and do some great surfing on the way there. Ryan Huckabee, and then also Taro.
Yeah, I really enjoyed this wave at Taro. Nice cut back into the pocket. Great vertical little slam right there. But you're right, he's driving through all these turns, Pete, almost putting constant pressure on all these rails at all times. But there's two ways to skin a cat, and you've seen a couple of different ways. Would have loved to have seen him just finish that wave off right there.
It's helpful. When you leave that taste in the judge's mouth, it's tough. And then again, a little contrast way of doing it.
Yeah.
But again, to good effect, that quick transition, the tail chucks.
And just the really, really light in transition. Looks like he was able to spring off the bottom and get up into the lip really quick.
That was a critical section. And he went and he popped up onto it and glided up off it and then popped back off of it.
Yeah.
So that unweighting and waiting, has allowed him to be able to hit it that late and still come off with speed.
Yeah.
So again, just a different way to get there, and just as exciting and just as cool. Dumpy 7.67. So that was a math, and the judges loved it, eating it up. Huckabee 6.5, and that all of a sudden puts a bunch of pressure on your competitors. You start hearing those scores, all of a sudden you're like, okay, I got to do a little bit something different. The score is going to come in for Watanabe, a 5.7. Meister with priority now. I will say, thinking of like in the contrast of scores between Huckabee and Dumpy, they're both really appealing waves to me.
Yeah.
But you think about the sections that Dumpy was able to do his moves on, as critical sections.
And they were going down the line, too. There was projecting down the line versus just sitting back on something and letting it present itself right in front of you. Yeah, they like to see you cover some ground sometimes with some speed. Really like that last re-entry too, with Dumpy able to climb up over that section, stay on top of his board, and blast it.
It's not easy to do. And so there is a good point and a quarter difference there. I would agree with the judges, maybe not as big a spread in my eyes, but, you know, dissecting scores, that's what we do up here. They can't hear us. They may review it and come and talk to us. What do you mean? I don't agree with you, and then we'll debate the scores.
Yeah.
You know, you know, we talk.
Well, it's interesting. You know, we'll go out and after a heat or so, and some of the surfers will ask you, you know, what was it looking like from your perspective?
Yeah.
You know,
it's different, I think, if you're watching it from a screen. I mean, we do have eyes on the ocean, but it's not directly eyes on the ocean. We're calling from the screen right here. What you're seeing at home is what we're seeing.
Yeah, we're blocked out from the ocean. Actually, we're staring at this screen, talking to the screen. So, as you can see, this afternoon turning into a beautiful late afternoon here in Santa Cruz. It feels late, but with daylight savings, it's probably only about 3.
It is only 3. That's funny. Here's Red Huckabee. That wave choice, probably not great. That one may have looked like it was going to bend at him, but it never did. So he just kicks out of that.
Yeah, Huckabee needs to improve on that 3.17, Pete.
Heck yeah, he does. Because Meister's right there waiting.
Quick.
And Meister knows what a good wave looks like at the lane.
I know, and he's got priority too. So he's definitely in the driver's seat when it comes to this next set or waves he wants to take.
Even with the fact that he doesn't have the highest number, it just feels like, you know, he's capable of a big number. Yeah,
oh yeah.
And the fact that 317 just is dangling off of Huckabee's scoreline, you would have to say, and fourth priority, 7 minutes. You know, clock's working in Meister's favor.
Totally.
But every click that goes with no real set waves, it's you know, working against Meister. Here we go. Maybe trying to pick up one big move. That layback snap has been used very well into success. Just one turn there. Trying to improve on a 317. Was there enough gusto in that for an improvement?
We'll see as we see Watanabe. Nice turn right there. A little skip in his step. Nice little layback jab. And another really late turn right there, but able to blast the tail. I really like that end turn as well, Pete.
Wow, he got angry. He wants some bigger numbers. Another quick transition for Dumpy. He has a 5.67 as a low. Gosh, he is so good at just keeping that pace and mixing it up.
Consistent. Really consistent.
And it pays off in a big way. I mean, but he's also getting rewarded now, too. I mean, there's trying to improve on a 5.67. I think they're going to see Watanabe. He's going to help his cause. He has a 5.7 as well, right? So he's got a pretty good number. He's only, you know, 3/4 of a point behind Huckabee's best wave. So this is going to be good for him. You know, that 5.7 actually had the fall at the end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Had he wrapped that up, it would have been a 6.5.
He didn't fall this time. Let's see what this one here, the one big layback gap.
Yeah.
Pretty powerful.
But Huckabee was doing those in the last couple of heats that we've been watching him. Huckabee's been throwing it above and over the lip every time, getting massive scores. Now you're watching Taro Watanabe, Gerlach's prodigy right here, flying down the line. Really like the release out of that last turn.
Yeah, that was a fun wave to watch.
Totally was.
Absolutely blast. This is the replay now of that outside move, which again, he's where he hits it, the lip's almost coming down when he hits it.
Yeah, he was. It was all
he's
late.
He's not there early at all. It's almost a little late, which makes that section more critical. The turn's more difficult, but you know he's able to go up and over it pretty easily. Yep. Watanabe's score is starting to trickle in here.
What's it looking like?
It's going to be above his 5.70, which as it should be, and also Dumpy's getting another number that's kind of in the same boat, 6.13. So it actually goes into the 2-wave total for Dumpy. And a major set here. This is see Meister has that priority. Nothing going on the first set wave. Let's see if this one loads up with any energy.
If anything, the second one's going to be cleaner, Pete. Usually pulls the sheets tight here.
Meister's looking at it. He's in the blue jersey. This thing does have a little corner on it. Digging for it. Can he get there? He does. Does this wave have a corner on it? Looks like it does. Look at this wave. Beautiful first turn there for Meister. Drives off the rail. Drives through the move. Stuck up top. Oh,
darn
he
it.
would love to have that back. This is Huckabee now. Huckabee did improve. He had a 3.83, but it wasn't enough for the second position. Taro went there after that last wave.
Hey, Huckabee's throwing away a 3.83, Pete. This has been a pretty nice little wave for him.
6.5 already in his score line, so better than Taro's best wave. He has been on fire all week long. He is loving the lane. The relationship looks alive and well. Looking for a 5.53 on that last wave.
Yeah,
Meister's wave doesn't factor in, unfortunately for him, as we watch Huckabee.
Really like that stab off the first part. Frothy looking wave, Pete, so it's relatively hard to surf. But he's able to put together a bunch of nice maneuvers here on this little wave. He's throwing away that 3.83, so we'll see what the judges give him on this, but this is going to help. He does have a pretty good first wave.
Well, he did improve, like you said, with that one turn, he improved slightly by about a half a point, and now was able to pick up another wave very quickly, and it's going to improve again. There it is. It is enough. A 5.97, so Huckabee into second. Watanabe down to third. 2:50 to go. 6.15 needed for Watanabe, and I would say that if we were going to nitpick on if at that moment is that little fall
at
for
the end of Watanabe, yeah,
it might have been the difference. So is it a half point in that turn? Probably. You look at the totals: 12.47 to 12.03.
But
of course Watanabe knows that.
Yeah. And he obviously having priority with the 2.5 minutes remaining. He's in a pretty nice position, but still needs above average wave of a 6.15.
Right, that's it. Right now, this is going to be. It looks like there's going to get opportunities for sure. You look outside, that it looks like there's waves coming. So this is that moment where all of a sudden your mind, you can play on you a little bit. You have to choose the right wave. The pressure cooker's
You
there.
can't discard the right wave and let your fellow competitor get it, because that's a possibility. You let one go by thinking there's a better one. And things do change pretty quick, but as you see on your screen, bunch of those waves actually sucked into the point of the lane. Didn't really come down into the slot. You see we're down to 1:45 seconds remaining. Tori Meister needing a pretty good score, big score of a 7.24. And it looks like Dunphy's out there wanting a situation right now or a time call.
Yeah, you can see with the waving of it. I don't think there's a great ability when you're pretty far out there to hear.
Yeah, they're probably having a challenging time with scores.
It's a little bit, especially with the breeze blowing as hard as it is now. It's a lot easier when you have it. I mean, because you're literally the sound is going against the wind, so it has to work very hard to get out there. I mean, in moments like this, you can hear, but that's why you got to ask. If you don't know the situation, you need to know it. You can wave your arms, and it's the beach commentary's responsibility to give you the information. And they'll just read through who has priority, maybe some scores.
And some time.
55 seconds. Is there a wave out there for Watanabe? He needs a score. Third priority with Meister. He's also out there.
Look at this, Pete. There is another wave coming. Got to have the patience right here. And the nerve to be able to wait and wait and wait.
Watanabe, again, has priority, turning around, thinking about it, committing. He's in. This is it. 26 seconds. Can he get it done? A 6.15 needed. Good start. Drives the cutty. This wave needs a little bit more on the inside, though, and it's starting to go low road.
It's bending at him, Pete.
It is. This is going to give him opportunity here. He's got to finish strong. He does it. He hangs on. Ooh. Uh-oh, outside your heat leader. This may not make a difference.
Maybe.
As you see, this man already in the front position. The heat is over. So it really is going to come down to Watanabe's last. Was it the 6.15? Because this man has already taken a win, at least second position, depending on where Watanabe's score goes here.
So it's done and dusted.
Yeah, yep. Tori, unfortunately, just didn't get quite the opportunities that he would have liked. But you know what? This is competition. It's not the top goal in this guy's career. Been fun to watch. He's great in here in the booth, too. And the score is in. It is enough. Adam, the 6.53 gets that turn and moves on. You're pretty happy about that, I'm sure, if you're watching. And, yeah, he did it. That time he wasn't going to make any errors in any calls. We'll move to a quick break. We're going to come back. We've still got more action here. We've got 3 more heats to final out the day. Heat number 2 coming up next. As we continue at the 2022 Coldwater Classic, my name is Peter Mel alongside Adam Replogle to call out these final 3 heats of the day. Heat number 2 of the round of 16 is a good one. More San Clemente people involved, and that is Cole Hushman. He's going to be in the red jersey. Corey Arambidi, he's coming from a bit farther north there. In the blue, Griffin Colapinto, San Clemente, and David O'Keefe in the green. And these surfers have been fun to watch, especially Griffin. You know, he hasn't had to get on the best waves to get numbers because his surfing, you know, it's world class. It's championship tour style surfing, and it's undeniable when you see him get up on a board. You're just like, wow, this kid knows how to surf a surfboard.
Yeah, I'm sure his other competitors out there would really be trying to think what it's going to take to beat him. You know, you got Cole Hushman in there. He is a beast of a person too, Pete. He's been shredding. And Corey Arambidi is a veteran of this little spot out here, and competition is up and riding right now.
Yeah, very confident in that first maneuver. Nice deep bottom turn. Good acceleration through that maneuver. Yeah, you can see he's actually putting on a little extra butter there.
He is.
He's pushing it.
He's pushing for a little release off the soup right there. You could tell, Pete. As you see here is O'Keefe up and riding.
And O'Keefe, the forehander in this one, as well as Colapinto. You got a couple goofy foots up against a couple regular foots. So different styles and approaches here to this inside section. O'Keefe's been able to find these little wedges, so he's identified certain style of wave he wants to chase. Won't be a gigantic number for O'Keefe, but hey, an early start.
But after watching a couple of those heats, Pete, you need to get off to a quick start. You need to put a couple of 4s or a couple of 5s on the board real quick to sort of take the pressure off.
See Tori making his way up the stairs, all smiles, enjoying his time here in Santa Cruz. Like I said, he works really closely with John Hunter over there at O'Neill, and a long time O'Neill team rider.
Yeah, I know.
I'm sure he'll be hanging out for the next few days.
He'll be hanging out till the swell's gone, Pete. That guy is everywhere. You see he has got a West Peak sticker on his board, too. Looks like he's got one of the some representation from the...
He's in the ad. I don't know if you saw the ad.
You know, it took me a second. It took me a second to realize that was him.
Yeah.
It was sort of like one of those, you know, I don't mean any disrespect, but I think it was Sanook or something that did sort of some weird ads like that. They were sort of catchy, made you think. Corey Arambidi on his backside, he said it, Pete. Looking really spicy in this heat.
Almost looked like he's got EPS under his feet, huh?
It was almost blue, the board.
Yeah.
It's so bright, it's
you
blue.
kind of see the color difference, and just the way he was riding it, too. It looked crispy.
Yeah.
All right, O'Keefe. And we can go all, and if you want to go dive deep into that little hole of, you know, innovation in materials, feels like to me there's a lot to be had and done there.
No doubt.
Let's watch O'Keefe, though, finish on this inside section. A little tail chuck up and over. Score comes in, a 4.17. Arambidi with his backside hacks, a 5.33. O'Keefe moving on to the inside, found another wave.
Nice little waver here. I really like the projection with his back foot. And again, so O'Keefe coming under fire here, getting some nice little snaps, getting some scores underneath his fellow competitors. Now, you know, obviously these waves that O'Keefe is riding might or might not be a factor come later in the heat, but it sure does build your confidence as you're rolling along, not being able to catch any waves, you know.
Oh, we saw. I mean, Kolohe did it to good measure.
Certainly did.
You know, the quick 2 waves actually got him. You know, got him through.
Did you say a nice looking set here? Let's see if any one of these guys are able to find themselves in position to get a nice little wave. Some of these waves are straight decoys. You don't even want to look at them. Don't even want to touch them.
Well, the two surfers that are sitting with outside priority right now is Griffin and Cole. So 2 San Clemente, you can see Cole has inside position over Griffin. But as soon as you see a wave, there might be a little bit of a shuffle in positioning here. Look at Griffin.
Look at Cole keeping an eye on Griffin, his back of his head.
Yeah.
He's got eyes back there.
You see that? That's funny. Well, Cole's going to be in position. Cole's going to go. Beautiful first accelerated carve out of that top section. The wave starts to slow up, stays with it. Now what he wants is something to come to the inside. There it starts to split.
Come back
goes
at
low
him.
Road.
You know, sort of disconnected here, this little wave, but he's able to weave through this section, keep his board
the right direction.
Totally. Well, he sees something at the end too. He wants to hit.
Wow, and he saved that wave.
He certainly did.
Yeah, right. I mean, because the first turn was good. Let's see what Griffin can do for us now.
Griffin been waiting quite some time now, about 6 minutes.
Oh, well.
One of those.
A very dynamic move there. I mean, that was just, I mean, he could have gone up and just did a tail slide instead. but no inside. So that one, again, split in two, kind of a similar set in the angle. Also going for it now, too. Beautiful little fan of whitewater, and that one a little more strength involved, whipping it.
Wow.
Ooh, again, nice surfing here by Aaron Beatty.
Jiminy Christmas. Good on you, Corey.
That was fun. That was quick and fast. And look, now we're going to do a little battle here. It'd be tough to have to battle Cole Hirschman because he definitely fit. But I say, Corey, look at the pace. Corey's a little faster in the windmills, and then you got the big strokes going there for Cole.
Yeah, this would be fun to sort of see from the air and see exactly who's able to. I mean, both these guys are fit, but Cole's looking, 6'2",
Almost looks like he's
6'3".
gaining ground. Look at now he sees. Oh my goodness! Look at Cole is just motoring. Look at the feet, everything. This could be. He has to separate himself really. Because Corey was the one.
Look at Corey.
Go ahead. I don't want to race you. I gotta save my steam, bro.
Hey, Corey just got a really nice wave. I'm curious to see what the judges give to Corey on his second wave. Usually tie goes to the runner, right? But looks like someone's running away with it here.
Cole got it. Too good. That's fun. I mean, good job catching that, guys. That's the kind of stuff we love to see outside of it. I mean, we don't need bobbing heads. We see paddle races, and look at now they're sucking deep oxygen breaths.
Yeah, that is good stuff right there. Let's see.
Griffin has the tail waft that we get to see. That was pretty mental. Just the one move, really, though. I mean, he did have a couple, little carves afterwards, but ultimately that was the big move. And then
Griff and Cole both have waves coming
Corey's
in.
too,
Corey,
right?
Yeah,
Corey's
exactly.
3, just the hoofy snaps. I mean, here we're going to see Cole. This is that drivey carve.
So much power, Pete, in this young man.
Great acceleration in that move. The next one more of a setup, but this wave does split up. But he's able to get the finish. So, where does this go in relation? I mean, there's the style here for Cole is those power moves, and then we saw Griffin go a little bit more of the innovation and progression.
Yeah. And Tui stuck with it because he saw this little teeny section on the inside and gets a great little release. So finished that wave off nice. Was wondering if there was anything on the inside.
Now Griff, this was that one big move. Look at that, where he times it and places it. That's not easy to do. You don't see a lot of that going on from all the competitors. Griffin's got that kind of move. And there's a few other competitors that do as well, but ultimately the consistency that comes out of Griffin Colapinto for that kind of explosive move. But watch this.
Wow, Corey Aaron Beatty picked off a gem right here, Pete, off the bottom and off the top. And you could just see that he was convinced he was going to just smash this wave.
I mean, the quality of maneuvers was so good. It really was.
Yeah, it was really
and
nice.
3 or 4 of them right back to back. Now this is live action for Griffin.
Yep. Look at this wave coming past Table Rock, and all nice and smooth. Colapinto driving up off the top. Nice flare off that turn. And again, so showing the judges some variety in comparison to that reverse, more traditional surfing, but still nice power surfing, great flow. And Colapinto does a nice little cheeky little way back on the inside.
Yeah, just a good finish, right? Like the accentuation of the finish, even though it wasn't a major section, it still just cleans it up in the last little moment, that extra gusto. And we're so 6.33 for that tail waft all the way through. I like the score. 8.33 for Aaron Beatty. And you know what? That's good. I think there was a distinct 2-point difference between what we saw on Griffin's wave and even Cole's wave for that matter too. So a mid 5.55 for Cole, but this wave right here, pretty well done. I mean, just the transitions from rail to rail work really well. It looks a little extra quickness to it in compared to his competitors. So he's going to go to lead. This number is going to be, rivaling Corey's wave, just under probably. Judges have gone from 7 to an 8, actually 6.5 to an 8. 7.33 for Griffin. 8.33 for Corey.
Point difference there.
Yeah, so Corey's in the lead. He has the 5.33 as a backup. What a performance Corey's. I mean, you could see he came into this one going, I need to show a point of difference. And he basically picked up momentum. He was already surfing well to get to this point, but he knew he had to lift his game, and you could see it right from the
He's
very
elevated
first wave.
He's elevated his surfing for this heat. Yeah,
for sure. I mean, I don't know if there was an equipment change. It looks pretty similar, but that could be, or just a straight up mental change. Another gear. I'm going to the next gear. I'm not going to hold back, and you know what? It's showing.
Yeah.
I think that's his first excellent number of this event.
Yeah. Well, when you're coming up against guys like Griffin and Cole, definitely O'Keefe as well, you're going to put in your you're going to put your thinking cap on to really sort of produce your best surfing, and that's probably felt really well.
It was very helpful for him, I'm sure, to get on those waves too, because those were good wave choices. O'Keefe with those pair of 4s sits in 3rd, but look at the number needed to transfer into that 2nd position. A 9.49. Cole needs an 8.16. Still time, but you know, you're thinking about those two. They're actually tied, Corey and Griffin. But they 13.66 points. You know, for both surfers, they're actually tied. But then the reason how you break the tie is the highest single wave, which is held by Corey and Beatty. Now they've got a new analyst down there, Max St. Dennis. He's going to be there with Michael Dunphy. Take it away, Max.
So we're here with Michael Dunphy. So Michael, how was it out there today?
Yeah, it was really fun. Good day at Steamer Lane. It's like pretty dreamy conditions, you know, light winds, some swell, and not many people out, so it was fun.
Cool. So when you come to Santa Cruz, is this kind of like the ideal conditions you want, you know, for surfing this contest here at Steamer Lane?
Yeah, I would say so. I would say, you know, it's like a little bit overhead, northwest swell, not too much wind, and sunny skies. It's pretty dreamy for surfing a heat out there.
That's great. So pretty big difference from where you're from and here. So do you kind of like this style wave more, or just more used to your beach breaks?
I like this style. It's pretty good. Yeah, it's definitely a lot different. We have little beach breaks and more wind swells, and this is more like a long period. So, you know, you got to be good in everything. But I think today is pretty good out there, so pick that. What about you? What's your favorite?
Yeah, I'm from here, so yeah.
You know where that is.
I heard you rip.
Yeah, it's pretty fun out here.
Wait, come on, Michael, leave him alone. Right on. Way
Classic.
to go, Max. You nailed it, dude.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Right on, Max. Hey,
Max, he's one of our kids that is on the board riders, one of our upstarts. So he's doing interviews, but ultimately you'll probably see him surfing a cold water pretty soon.
Oh, no doubt about it.
Yeah.
No doubt about it. I surf with Max quite a bit. He's really good friends with my nephew Cooper. You see him with Kai all the time. They're Pangies locals.
Yep.
And great to see him.
Save a few for the boys there, kids.
Great. Yeah, exactly. Remember, between 8 and 3, it's Adult Swim here.
Yeah.
But as you see right here on the board, 11 minutes 30 seconds here. Cole needing a nice score, almost a
I like
massive
to see
score.
Cole up against the wall here, you know, because now he's going to have to lift his game.
Yeah.
You know, he's going to have to push a little extra hard and feel the pressure slightly, because that is a good two-wave total. You know, 13.66, and you know, I don't know if he expected it or not, but all right. Well, this is Griffin now surfing outside of priority, and that's the style. Oh man, that was nothing for him. But it's so exceptional compared to his the people that he's surfing against.
And timing within the heat, I'm curious. Well, he's obviously throwing away a pretty good score of a 6.33.
And it probably won't factor in, but I don't know. I mean, you see the bottom of his board upside down.
Pretty dynamic, yeah.
Right.
Pretty dynamic, you know. Obviously, like you said, he's consistently pulling off those maneuvers and brings them out at perfect times to really show a point of difference between him and his fellow competitors.
Love to see that again, guys. So I know
Tied.
it is one big move, but you know, that's the kind of surfing that you have to have, because if you can produce scores on waves that have low scoring potential, you're going to have great success.
Yeah.
Right. And you have to have those airs. You have to have, you know, both directions. As we watch here, Corey, not going to change much for him. And he is trying to, you know, a lower score of a 5.33, but it didn't happen on that wave.
No.
But having that in your arsenal of you know, is going to, that's what you become a top 5 surfer. Is you can pull it out at any time.
And you watch this, folks, just not even a pump, not a shoulder shrug, not a shuffle. He went straight into off the bottom, off the top, rotation. Let's see what the judges gave him. And they're
going to like it. They see it. I mean, they're understanding it. 6.77, so adds 0.4.
Well.
And now he's in the lead solely on his own. So he knew that is a big part of it, because obviously, here we go, Cole. This is an important wave for him. See what this wave does. It's got to build down the line, because if he's looking for the number needed, an 8, it's got to be a solid big wave.
Well, maybe he's looking to replace both, replace that 5 now.
Yeah. Okay, I gotcha. I don't know if that happened there. I almost felt like Griffin, you know, was a little bit of a selling tactic.
And that's what you're doing.
Yeah.
You're baiting and switching, throwing curveballs out there, seeing if people
That's
would bite.
Experience, right?
Yeah.
especially it's that guy Cole. I mean, those two surf together a lot, and I would imagine that Griffin has a lot of respect for Cole surfing.
Oh, no doubt.
Yeah, and it's almost Ryan Callanan-ish kind of style that he brings to the table. A ton of power, but he's also got that ability to go and slide the tails around, and so it's like those powerful releases that he has.
Yep. Yeah, and his front side's amazing as well.
Wow, he grew up on the lower left, right? So what better place to practice it?
Watched him a little while ago up at 4 Mile Lefts. Oh, oops. Watched him up the coast on riding some of these lefts, and I was just blown away by how much power. Usually the speed break we surf up there just throws people around. But him and Ian Crane were just making sense of it. We're down now, Pete. 8 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. Cole did get a score, got a 4.97. Now needing an 8.17 to get into that position. O'Keefe now needing nearly a 10.
Yeah, I mean, that's it, right? No change really in regards to the scores needed.
Needed,
yeah,
exactly.
He did ultimately
get up above O'Keefe.
Yeah, his two-wave total. But, I mean, and there is something to be said. I know ultimately in a QS 1000 that a result, an equal third here in this, it's not a result. I mean, yeah, a little bit.
You have to win or get second?
Well, considering the points differences, you think about it, you're trying to stay in the top 8, which means, this is the round of 16. So you're basically outside of the top 8. You make quarters, it's kind of a result because there's 8 surfers left, and that's how many. Wow, look at that. So he does have that in his arsenal. It's important. And that one was different in the sense that it was all the way around, right? It wasn't the dig tail upside down, tail waft landing backwards, rotate out. That was actually in the air spinning. So is it more difficult? It can be. It depends on the amplitude of it. 6.77 as a one single maneuver. I feel like he's going to improve on the 5.5. That's right.
For sure. After seeing Griff's error, yeah, I think the judges are really going to appreciate it. O'Keefe on a dreamy looking wall right here, Pete, needing almost a 10.
Well, he betters a 4.17 no matter what. It's going to help.
And then it'll help chisel that down. He'll need less of a score.
I like that he's still digging here and doing everything he can to stay through this heat, being that he's had big numbers thrown at him. So again, Cole finds the left on the paddle back out. Now we have Aaron Beatty quickly. No change for him.
Wheels are sort of falling off for Aaron Beatty right now. That's 2 waves actually he's fallen on or taken and not been able to capitalize on.
Sort of making a choice, right? It feels like all of a sudden there's a little momentum shift for Griffin.
Yeah, we'll see what Griff does on this wave, needing to replace a 6.77. Great tail slide there. He just has that fin chuck on lock, Pete. That back hammered foot of his is amazing. He does have a lot of similarities to me to a guy like Julian Wilson, but actually, really square stance, stays over his board, technically correct and perfect. But he slams in that back knee a little more, able to break down his stance.
So youthful knees.
So it's not so wide looking.
Yeah.
So great compression there. Griffin Colapinto just showing us exactly how to surf.
Well, it's also, it centers the gravity. It actually spreads the center of gravity and brings it into a central point, which gives you control.
Yeah.
And it's unique to Griffin. There's some, who else has that same kind of carved snap? Felipe, also Kanoe Garashi. But yeah, that style of surfboard, and I know that the boys over there at San Clemente and that team over there at Mayhem has been working on finding a little more rockered equipment that's going to allow you to have these tighter arcs but still give you lots of drive. But look at that. I mean, that tail chuck there is so much control. But then you talk about the tucked knee. He's actually pushing it straight-legged, but the knee's almost touching the deck of his surfboard. Look at that there. Same thing.
Exactly. Well,
and it's not good for your knees, but if you're doing enough peptids.
Wow. I really like that.
Waiting on these scores. So we're still waiting on that one for Cole. It is one single move. Man, that was incredible. 9.5 for Griffin. Highest single wave of the event so far.
Out of control.
And that was well deserved. I mean, that was just some crispness that you just don't see from anyone else in here in the draw.
That was such clean surfing. Looks like Cole potentially looking at some waves. No, Aaron Beatty might take a sniff at this one.
Cole, 7.17, but it's not enough. It does help. That was what you're saying. It was going to better things here. This is Aaron Beatty up and riding.
Aaron is surfing exceptionally well in this heat, Pete. He's got really good waves. It'd be a bummer if he didn't make it.
And that would, again, trying to improve on the 5.33. That was kind of important, and now Cole looking for a 6.5 on this wave.
Wow, look at that bottom turn, top turn combination. He stays right into the pocket, Pete. He's able to get a couple off before he starts doing cut downs. Let's see what he gets on the end section.
It's safe to say that, yeah, he feels it. I'm pretty confident that that's going to be the number needed. Here's O'Keefe.
Hey, O'Keefe's been on some great waves. And if you're in his camp right now, he's given himself every chance to compete against these guys. That was great.
Nice rhythm, though. It's good. Look at that. And this is a great heat for him to be surfing in because, the level is so high. And he doesn't look like he doesn't belong here.
No, he's elevating his surfing as well, Pete. I'm sure he's feeling really good about it. Yes.
This is great. Great stuff.
And if I have if
and
my
he's not giving up.
up,
Look at he's just like 3 minutes.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's what you need to have. You need to have that little.
Let's see what the big man Cole is going to get on that last wave. That was an exceptionally surfed wave.
He needs a score, right? He needs a 6.5. Pretty clear to me, really. I mean, if you're going to do any comparisons to what he's already put on the board, that was, the air was, I think, maybe a bit lofty, but it went from a 6.4 to a 7.5 as far as the average. So the judges, kind of threw it in the middle of it. Here's a replay of that last one for Aaron Beatty, trying to improve on the 5.33 here.
Digging deep on those bottom turns. Nice torquing wrap into the power. He stays really close to the suit, Pete. All the power source right there, and unfortunately,
had to do this.
He had to pull that. He had to pull that
just
last
because
maneuver
all the
off.
momentum of the wave was happening in that moment.
Yeah.
And then now in comparison, so all the action happening on the outside for Cole, and those two snaps were very solid. And then I was thinking, okay, is it almost enough? And then it opens up in here, and so that was where I felt like this was these two finished it. It's going to be another great number for him, and most likely we're going to see Aaron Beatty move into third, which is crazy.
Yeah, that's going to be close to an excellent score, Pete.
It is an excellent score. It's an 8.23. How crazy is this heat? Corey, Aaron Beatty now down to third. Score needed and scores coming in. O'Keefe's going to get his best number, and Aaron Beatty's going to get a number that may factor in. It does factor in, but it's not enough. He needs a 7.07. And after that heater of a start, he is now in third position, 1:45 to go, and he's getting all this info right now. Oh, man.
Devastated.
Yeah. I mean, especially when you're feeling that good on the 8.33. Just could not find a solid backup number.
Now look who's sitting right now by him, making sure he's feeling comfortable.
Yeah.
Now,
Hi.
Let me come to your inside and play under here.
It's me.
You're up, but I'm on you.
I was doing a Taylor Swift song. Come on.
Yeah.
It's me. It's my fault.
Look at this beautiful day, Pete. This has been a beautiful afternoon. Not a stitch of wind out there right now, and this late afternoon on any other given day, it'd be 50 people out here, 40 people at least. So
and
you're hearing
split up between
two peaks, but you're hearing a lot of the surfers though say that this is what I like to surf competition, and because I get to surf these really great waves with very few people out.
Well, the best number came in for O'Keefe, the 5.6. Didn't help him much, though, because some numbers went in above him. Now needs a 9.8. I think it was a 9.54 before that. So either way, he needs a gigantic number. But I think he can keep his head held up high here, into the round of 16 against some heavy hitters. So I loved how he got himself here. And he gave himself double digits in the heat. So he can hold his head high. Down to 25 seconds. And, Hushman just very, very good, solid heat. He didn't let the pressure get to him, and he turned it at the end of the heat. Incredible stuff.
Yeah. Never think you're out of it.
Yeah, don't give up at all.
Yeah.
So Griffin, 16.83, one of the biggest numbers of the event so far. Not the biggest, but definitely one of the biggest, and the biggest single wave with the 9.5. Cole, 15.40 point, another very, very good heat total. Aaron Beatty, great surfing, man. That was fun to watch. You put on a clinic there in the beginning of this one, but not enough to hold it on to the end. Let's move on into heat number 3. Let's give ourselves some sponsored plugs because they are making this happen, and then we'll be right back with the end of the day. When you make your way to Santa Cruz, one of the greatest places to stay, the Dream Inn, right down the coastline from us right here. You could paddle from the Dream Inn to the steamer lane and surf your way back to the hot tub. So remember the Dream Inn, one of the best places.
Local boy.
Up and riding, Sam Kai Coffee. Going to the rail and the transitions nicely, but the arsenal of aerials is there, and he wants to showcase it, I am very sure. And he might get an opportunity right here. Nope, this is Chuck the Fins. Measured approach first wave for Sam Kai Coffee. Skip McCullough also in this heat. He's in the white. And this man, Luke Gordon, as he snaps across the top of that one.
Nice.
Holds it together. A little chunky on the face, but found the moment as it goes low road.
Yeah, it looks like we have some filling in of the tide, Pete. Looks like the
that helps that low road, right? A little energy
totally
in there.
Yeah, it keeps a lot of water in on the reef in there, and it can actually maintain the size of the wave and push it in.
Looks like Luke Gordon went into the cliff. There's actually a cove right there.
There's a cove, exactly.
Yeah, he's cool. It looks kind of wild, though, if you didn't know, right? You thought, oh, my gosh, he just went straight into the cliff. No, there's a little moment there. He can paddle through.
All right, we got Kolohe.
Yeah.
This is
Didn't forget that guy either.
No, this is an exceptionally good heat. See on the screen right there, some nice waves off the point of the lane.
Oh, golden hour.
Golden hour, getting into that, the later afternoon. It feels late afternoon, but it's only about 3:45. But the sun seems to be
Good job, 3:49. That was off your own little. You didn't even look at the watch.
Didn't even look at the watch. Yeah, let's see who's here. No takers there. That would have been the one I would have wanted to work on my cut back on. But look at that, Pete. 3 minutes. Looks like nearly everybody but brother Kolohe Andino sitting out there with priority, patiently awaiting. This has worked for him in the past.
Well, Skip went for the quick start thing again. Yep. Unfortunately, these two waves here, a 2 and a 1, not the one quick starts that he would have liked. 5-1-7 in for the nice little loosey-goosey outside maneuver for Luke Gordon. And Sam Kai Coffee just slightly under, a 4.43. Although if you are going to take a look and attest to what we saw from the heat previous, feels like those are throwaway scores at this point, right?
It would be if they were in that heat.
Round of 16, yeah, right? The round of 16, again, these are, this is where you start to see, the last 16 surfers who have been on fire for this event. And now they're having to lift their game in order to get into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, there's one of the local little otters again there, Pete, to the outer left right there.
Yeah, well, they're here. There's a bunch of them.
Here to stay. It was looking a little warbly there. That first set looked really jumbled up, Pete.
We see that, though, where you get sets that'll kind of weird direction.
Fill in the water in the pond here, fill up the pool, and then suck it back out. And we do have a lot of these coves that create a lot of that backwash and that refraction. There's nowhere really to dampen this swell as it hits the cliff, except right there at the rocks, right where the people walk in. That is a great place for the waves to sort of get dampened and sort of absorb that energy. But a lot of these waves hit off these cliffs and send waves in every direction.
They sure do. I mean, look at it. It's not just a flat wall either. I mean, it's a crevicey wall. This was the replays of the first two waves from Skip. Just a 2.0 there, right in the very beginning. Kai Coffee here.
See, really bouncy, really sort of bumpy waves. But Coffee able to do a great job just casually waiting for this wave to stand up.
And that's that experience, right?
Yeah, into that green
knowing
phase.
That it's going to smooth out.
Yeah.
As it goes into a flatter portion of the reef right there, and then starts to get a little bit wild and more rocky.
And there's that turn seems to be the turn of the event to me so far. Griffin's got that. Tori, Griffin, everyone seems to got that front side karate chop. Well, Huckabee too, yes. And this is.
That was committed.
It was. Luke Gordon on a nice looking little wave here. This wave coming back into the inside curl has that wall coming back at him, Pete. I like that rebound too. He's grabbing off the whitewater. And he's able to bounce off with some speed and comes to the inside section with a nice little release, too. So let's right out of that.
He didn't, though, unfortunately. Remember, he kind of cartwheeled and disappeared behind the rock there.
Right.
Yeah. So, and that's why it went 5-1-7, because, again, that was probably one of the more critical sections, especially towards the end. He had that first turn and then the finish there. It affected it. I mean, it's probably half point. It would have been a 5-5-7, high 5. All right, well, let's head down. We have the man of the hour with the 9.5, Griffin Colapinto. Wow, great stuff.
So, Griffin, looks like you had a pretty good heat out there. How are you feeling?
I was feeling good. Had my friend Cole Hausman. We're staying together, so it was sick that we both were able to make the heat together. And the waves got really good, so couldn't ask for a better day.
That's awesome. So how does it feel to like surf with one of your friends that you're staying with? Is it kind of competitive or just like having fun out there?
Oh, it was super competitive. I mean, him and I were hassling each other up the back of the rock up there, and so I let him have the inside, and it actually paid off better for me. So, yeah, that was funny.
That's awesome. Well, hope you're having a good time in Santa Cruz, and yeah.
Right on, Max.
Cool.
Yeah, brother.
Thank you, and we're going to head back to the booth.
Thank you, Max. And right on, Griffin. That was solid stuff because 9.5, he should be pretty happy about that.
Totally.
I love that he's just, it doesn't matter you're staying.
He's grinding his bro.
Yeah.
For sure.
It's part of it, right? It's
Yep.
yeah, the heat's on.
Oh.
It's all good and it's all positive.
Wow.
Sam had a little slip.
Sam looked like his back foot slipped off right there. Unfortunately, it looked like he was going for a nice little layback. Yeah, that was a bummer. But, yeah, just listening to what Griffin was saying right there, you know, it's nice that he's not, say, pulling back because his friend's in the heat. If anything, he's paddling up his back behind the rock, you know. And then tonight they'll probably have, you know, dinner together.
Exactly. Well, they will, for sure. All right,
Wow.
Skip. So Skip now found himself a nice little wave. Look at that, little body English. He does. He rotates shoulders, everything. We're just into the maneuver, and it doesn't. It's not like a go-to turn. Everyone looks just a tiny bit different.
Yeah.
Right. And whatever the wave's calling for, he kind of moves his arms and his body to kind of conform with it. It's a unique style to Skip. I love it.
Yeah, no doubt. And just love being educated on these new names, Pete. You're telling me that he's, you know, bucking huge arcs at Sunset and a really good, well-rounded surfer. He's got an aerial arsenal. Steamer Lane is not an easy wave to surf at all. And you can tell that this guy's been a student of the sport, been studying surfing for a long time.
Well, his environment, too. You think about, you know, La Jolla and those reefs there. It's not perfect reefs like that. It's a lot of this kind of stuff, right?
Yeah.
There's uneven bottoms, and so you have to read and react to those uneven bottoms. And the lane's one of those places. It's like you're given an opportunity or you have to wait for the opportunity. You know, and those reefs, like I said, all through La Jolla there, you know, kind of give you that same flavor.
No doubt. No doubt.
And then the punchy stuff when he gets to go to Bells. He goes, like now completely scripts. Why is it slipping my mind? Help me out. End of the day, dude.
End of the day, Pete. We're excused. Anything, we're excused.
Thank you. I still can't pick up the name of the surf spot.
Well, there's all kinds of good waves down there. They probably wouldn't like us announcing them, but this is a nice little wave. Oh, there we go.
Man, I had to dig deep into my head. Look at that. Okay, yeah, Black's Beach with the canyon.
Yeah.
But the body English here on this wave is awesome.
Yeah, I really liked his form on this wave, Pete, as well. But you're right. Coming from that area, you have a variety of different surfs, very similar to here. You got the reef breaks. You got the really powerful big wave beach break, which help you transition into places like Hawaii.
And then you got Mexico just across the border. So
yeah.
4.83 for that last wave, which is his best. 5.17 in comparison. But Skip was able to get himself out front, so an early lead. Once again, I think he likes to surf from this area. All right? I think most surfers do, but to be in the lead.
No doubt. Well, you ask anybody who's coming out of a heat that they just won and ask them how they like the surf spot. They usually say they like it.
Yeah.
For sure, unless it's Ashley Held.
There's that's funny. You slipped that one in.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, she's an East Sider and she loves Pleasure Point. Doesn't come in the lane often that surf to
She'll
surf.
still come over here and get a 10. Look at this wave. He's sort of in the middle, down over past the slot. That side wave can get underneath you sometimes. Let's see if the surfer's able to get in front of it.
That's Skippy. So it wedged away from him. Now he's surfing from behind it. You can kind of find the second wedge. It's almost like those tidal bore where you've got two waves kind of following each other, but the ultimate is to be on the big wedge, right?
All right, here's the first wave for Kolohe Andino.
Oh,
wow. One of those, huh?
Oof.
Almost,
wow.
Is he riding a different board?
He is. Why not? I mean, he's got a quiver full of probably awesome boards.
Yeah, I had a friend up north here a couple days ago said Kolohe Andino had 4 or 5 boards down on the beach up at Scott's, just riddling through them all. But yeah, really impressive surfing right there.
And one of the things I think Dino has instilled is that equipment is very important, right? And Dino spends a lot of time, a lot of surfboards tweaking and refining, and and Kolohe has learned from that, and especially that relationship with Matt Biolis.
Yeah.
They're so tight in the same town, going through equipment together to improve. And this is a new set of boards that they're working on some different stuff, and it's changed Kolohe's approach. It's definitely out and arky and fast in transition. That was 3 turns that were very, very unique.
Oh, here we go, local boy. Sam Coffey up and riding. Let's see, this has an inside section on just a couple of nice swooping wraps, but there looks like there has a little ape hanging wall coming up back at him, Pete. This could be a rotation setup here.
He wants it for sure. There it is, lofty, and pulls it down. Nicely done. I mean, what's kind of cool about what his approach in the air is that he does
Lofty.
hang time, right?
Yeah, I was going to say that was lofty.
He does. It's unique to Sam, and he knows how to do that. Look at that attempt.
That was
But yeah, that's the lane. It's almost like he matches the rotation speed to the wave.
Yeah.
It really is kind of unique to what he does.
He has a little of that rat boy in him.
There you go. Like that comparison.
Yeah, he's
Gordon.
got. Let's see what Gordon's able to do on this one. This wave also sort of shouldering off at that south little angle. If he's able to get a couple more turns here, this could be a nice score, Pete.
Can he hold on? He does. He's not going to. Oh, maybe he jumped off tinge early. It was with control, so he maybe sold it.
Yeah.
Man, I don't know how much is going to factor into that. I mean, the big maneuver there at the end, it was more of a just tap, but.
So let me mind surf. So Sam, wrap, sort of some downtime, lofty rotator.
Yep. I mean, and the rotator saved it. I think it when it's going to be a number rivaling Luke Gordon's for sure. I mean, the 517's comparison, that the outside stuff was not as difficult. It was a bigger size set wave because he's doing those big carving wraps, but at least he kept the flow of it, so he showcased the speed. But there was that downtime, and again, the air saved it because the air was unique in the sense there was some loftiness to it, and he pointed the board at them. You start thinking about airs and what the points of difference are.
Kolohe Andino getting a couple of massive turns out the back. Here's the replay of that wave we were just talking about. This is
the best wave of the heat.
Yeah, that little layback slash into this is a perfect combination of major maneuver speed. I really like the form.
And that.
Yep,
even
everything.
though the wave was soft right there, I mean, it was just a full extension of the rail and then wrapped it all the way back up. There's the carve. It is a nice carve, I will say, and the tap back off the whitewater is huge. This one here is just more of transition to me. I mean, yeah, he held the rail, but that he had to have this section here, and he saw it coming. Look at he's telegraphing it.
Yeah. There was almost like a pause in the air there, Pete. It was really, really cool. You could tell he was really stoked on that.
And this is live action here. Luke Gordon. Oh, replay. Sorry. My bad.
This is that wave we just watched. We were talking about Luke. If he had ridden out of this last turn, let's see if he really does it. This is a nice snap here. This wave converges coming in front, right in front of the rocks.
And that's kind of why he had to bail out, too. Is
He's coming right towards the rocks.
Now, this is live action.
Yeah, this is brother live action.
Oh, he's behind the wedge, and he's trying to get around.
Now he's in front of it.
Yeah, you saw that, right? The got over the crease.
Ooh. Wow, even that jab back off the soup, Pete. This board is looking really spicy under Kolohe's feet. Look at the control as he comes to the inside. Not really the release he wanted to out of that last section, but
I don't think it mattered. 817 for the last one, and best number of the heat. 7.5 though for Coffey. So
nice.
3/4 of a point difference there, and then to the lead, 6.27 for Kolohe, straight up there, 14.44. Sam down to second. Gordon now in third, looking for a 6.77. 10 minutes too. Lots of time. Skip. The best number he has is the 4.83, so he needs a 7.11.
Yeah.
Sam's not out of the woods. I will say that, yes, that 7.5 is a good number, but, Luke and Skip, needing 6.77 or a 7.11 is it's not a huge number. So,
and both those surfers have produced those scores throughout the event so far. So we're definitely still can jumble and go either way. 9.5 minutes remaining, Pete. We're into the round of 16, heat number 3.
So one more heat after this. I mean, it's this back half of the day has been very, very exciting. The waves have been here and held out. You've got some of the performances that we've seen, highlights. Griffin, stands out in my eyes. The comeback for Cole.
Yeah.
You know, earlier, I mean, Sam right here, you know, unfortunately stuff we had with Nat and Sam earlier in the heat.
Yep.
And early in the event, sorry.
And really enjoyed watching, even though Corey Aaron Beatty lost that heat, I thought he surfed an excellent heat. Unfortunately,
Made it exciting, right?
Yeah, totally exciting. Also, he fell on the inside. I'm sure he'll go back and look at that and realize, hey, look, if I stick that last maneuver, I'm making that heat. But he surfed an exceptional heat too. So some guys were able to lose, but they should hold their head up high. They surfed really well.
8:45 as the wind is still holding out of that north direction, northwest. Sun is setting. We're up 4 o'clock now, right? Gotten that point? Yep, 4:03.
Isn't that nice to have quietness?
.805 left in the heat. Skip McCullough obviously needing a number here with priority. So he's going to be patient and hope that there is one more set. I would say good opportunity, good solid opportunity that that's going to happen. Of course, we just never know. That's the ocean too, right? That's the wild thing about this is that there's, you know, you just don't know if you're going to get the opportunities. And there's a clock ticking the whole time.
Yeah. I mean, the ultimate goal is to go out there and get a quick start, sit there and wait, get another one, and then nail them. But there's
control with priority, right? That's,
yeah.
I mean, that would be the plan A that we had touched on.
Yeah.
You know, the plan A would be, okay, you pick up a good number, you grab a backup number, and then you paddle out, and all of a sudden you get yourself into priority, and then you slam it down with an 8 or a 9. I mean, Griffin was one of those examples. I mean, there's different ways to get there.
Totally.
I guess that's just plan A.
Well, yeah, and then we watched Cole Hausman wrap up his heat in the last end of the heat. So you know you could do it a couple of different ways. You'd hate to, you know, you're going to lose some fingernails if you wait to the last couple minutes to get your score. You know, that's sort of the nature of the beast. We're watching guys now that are really able to do it consistently in the clutch. You know, it's really, really, really hard to do.
Nice set here. Looks like Adam.
Again,
Skip with priority. He's going to let the first one go. No one's going to go on the first one. No, maybe it's pushing out to sea a little bit. It looks pretty, but nobody jumping on it.
Yeah, you see it sort of shoulders off feet.
Same with this set. So maybe no one's going to even go on this set. It looks like it's pushing towards middle peak.
Yeah, you never know. Let's see. Somebody might think it's a good one, and then they go and realize it's a decoy, or it's not. Let's see what this wave's
Coffee knows what's happening on this wave. He's going to go with it. Yeah, he kicks out. That was probably a smart move. But sometimes, like you said, the one that you stay on it, it could go to the left.
He had second priority. If that was Sam, I really wish he would have waited.
Sam.
Okay,
it
might have been Luke.
It was Luke. Sorry,
okay, good.
My bad again. I'm colorblind.
I can't see these colors either, Pete. But
yeah, so Sam kept priority there, so that was not Sam.
Wow, that's a nice shot right there. Let's burn our tritiums. Just keep staring at that all day.
It's going to be a good sunset. There's enough cloud there to get pink.
Yeah. Hey, the sunsets and sunrises this week for the event have been awesome. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I've definitely nailed every sunrise. I almost was in bed by sunset last night.
Jeez, me too. Had I not gone by Freeline Design, I would have been there.
You're funny. Oh, it's actually Maya's fault.
Yeah, we'll blame it on her. Look at 5 minutes. 5 minutes ago, Pete, and definitely looks like Kolohe Andino's in a nice prime position, and also sitting outside too. I like where people are positioned. Sometimes, given the opportunity, you're catching the wave before any competitor even has an opportunity to see it or catch it. See that wave peeling off on the inside. We have one more heat after this, Pete.
Yep, 25 more minutes, so 30 total till the end of the day.
Yeah, you see these lines too out the back. Little Saberjet Reef over there to the right, picking up that swell, showing you what's coming in. That westerly direction grabs all the reef around here, especially when the interval's a little big. You see it as the interval drops, starts to fill into some other spots, but west swells are pretty nice around here.
So Sam liking the looks of this one. He's going to utilize that second priority. Beautiful arc here to start it off. Not mixing it up, a little stab off the top, and then going back to the rail. Will he get another opportunity on the inside with the curve of this one? Yeah, probably he'll get it, but it's going to be very close in.
Oh, he will jump on those rocks.
Watch out for the rocks, dude.
He don't care.
Wow, look at that. Like, literally kicks out. That's a little LK there. Of course, the judges can't see that, but either way, does it improve on the 4.43? Man, it's
I
right
think
there,
so.
right? Just if it does, it's just going to be ever so slightly. I mean,
Yeah,
down
4.9, 4.93. But we are down to the nitty-gritty through 3 minutes, 20 seconds. It's obviously
so what was
Luke
that?
and Skip.
Was it a 4.33 before, right? So
Yeah.
he added a half point
Yep.
with that. I mean, job done. It's, it's not necessarily a 1.5 difference, but it's going to now make the 7.27 needed for Luke. And it adds, goes from a 6.5 to a 7 to turn the heat for both these surfers, both Luke and Skip. And that's a special wave, right? So good job there from Sam.
And if he can come back out there, add a little pressure, potentially hooks or psych him into a little wave.
He is a good paddler. He's a coffee.
They are some of the best paddlers around here. No slouch is their father at paddling either. Ward Coffee is a paddling little beast, positioning master.
Looks like the next heat's already entered the lineup. Someone's sitting over there at Middle Peak. That's Sam. After that wave, decided to go over there. So maybe give himself an opportunity for left. He's also one of those guys that can harness the lane left for an air. Not shy to go for it. I actually had some video of him warming up the other day that I grabbed a beautiful little rotation that he pulled super clean. It would have been a big number. It would have bettered the 493, I'll say that. Similar time of day.
Yeah.
2 minutes now to go. Looking out the back, doesn't, maybe might be a line or two here. Again, priorities with Skip, and it needs a 7.6.
Pressure's on. Look at these waves coming out the back. Looks like they're going to get here in time, Pete. We have what, about a 17-second interval today?
It's shortened up now.
It's shortened up now?
Yeah, it was. It started out that way.
Yeah. As it fills in. Really.
I mean, if it was still, I haven't even looked. Let me look at the buoy real quick just to see where we're at there. I haven't looked in a while.
Looks like Kolohe paddling down here into the Table Rock section. He is going a big effort for it. He's going to have to dig. He did. He's going to lose that. If that was him, he's going to lose that second priority.
6 at 15.
Yes.
That was at 2:50 this afternoon. 6 at 15. That's Half Moon Bay, so that's on its way.
Yeah.
There we go. Skip. 7.6 needed. First turn, more setup, but now board speed's up. Gonna have to need a big turn to start this one off there. There it is. Oh, I like the thinking.
Yeah, he had
to do that.
The right idea.
Luke Gordon now looking for the 7.27. So they've been given the opportunity. A little Kieran Horn-esque right there.
Yeah.
In those two turns. Just to throw down out another Coldwater Classic winner. Air attempt, grabs, rotates out, pulls it down.
Giving the judges something to think about.
Always. And we're right down to the 20 seconds. Sam Coffey, is this half point going to make the difference, considering where the score comes in for Luke? 7.27 needed.
Down to 10 seconds.
Up and riding, but not a lot of scoring potential there. So the heat is over. We're left to the judges for Skip McCullough, which basically with the fall isn't going to factor in. And Luke Gordon, did that score come in enough? Looks like we're waiting on it now. No, are we? I don't see a blue mark on Luke. Oh, it's over. Luke stayed down. Sam got coffee through. No worries. 5.93 for the last wave of Luke Gordon. Not enough. Sam got coffee. 12.43 points. With the win. One more heat to go, guys and girls. Thanks for staying with us. We'll be right back and finish up the day.
Aloha. Crunch time, double time, overtime. Shoots. Maybe it's time you try something new, yeah? Island time. One life, right? Mahalo.
Coldwater Classic continues through today and most likely finals day tomorrow. If you want to come in and check the vendor village, we've got Kona Brewing down here, Guayaki Yerba Mate, the Sunridge Farms is there all the way through Saturday, and Bonsai Bowls, and also the Santa Cruz Surf Club. If you want to help out, there is a raffle there. We'll most likely be raffling off 3 surfboards. So last heat of the day, but if you're in town tomorrow, come in, see finals day, and hit up the vendor village. This is a good one underway with Killian Garland in the red, Sean Burns, he is going to be in the blue. That is a surfer right here from Steamer Lane. Crosby Colapinto able to pull it out yesterday from San Clemente. Ian Crane from San Clemente. So a lot of San Clemente surfers still in the draw here. And it continues because we saw Kolohe through as well in that last heat. And a local boy, Sam Coffey.
Wow, Crano up on a nice little wave, Pete. Combination of turns right there, looking really spicy.
Drives through that maneuver there. Good release on that first vertical section and just staying with it. Looking really good and feeling confident on his surfboard here. Another Biolis shape.
Looking really, really in control of that board.
Waiting on a score there. Now, Crosby Colapinto, he's not going to wait this time.
No way, he just long-armed into that wave. Pete is pretty far outside with no priority. He was able to position himself nicely, and this wave standing up perfectly on the inside.
You see the arm placement through, driving.
I love his form.
It's great form. It really is. Now battling here, position, pushing deep. This is Killian.
I believe he just was working with Sean Burns right there. Took Sean Burns out of that wave. Nice little release right there for Killian. Unfortunately falling off. Let's see if there's a way behind it for the local boy, Sean Burns.
He's looking at this one. You would have to say there's going to be something down the line, or else he wouldn't have even tried to paddle for this one. With this fuller tide, too, this wave's going to load up with a bunch of speed. Can he get to a section, though? He finally does. Gets around the corner. Vertical hit up off the top, so some combos there.
Had to chase it for quite a bit, Pete, but he was able to get some nice turns off on the end.
So you had Killian, also everyone got a piece of that. It felt like to me Ian definitely get the best of the exchange.
Yeah.
Scores in for Killian a 1.5. You would say that he probably got the worst of the exchange.
Yep. I liked Crosby's
Although we got
wave.
another score. Oh, no, Killian's is in. Crosby now gets a priority and still waiting on a score for him. Golden hour today at Steamer Lane. A lot of action to unpack. We will have a little highlights package for you from our crew who's been putting it together. We'll wrap up the day and just go straight into those highlights. There's some good doozies too, man. Some good aerials. Some beautiful transition rail surfing. And this is one of those waves. Let's take a look at this one. Judges want to see all of this exchange. You have to say that the surfing done right here by Ian Crane, just so crisp and good.
Speaking of form.
You see how his hand, he likes to keep that hand open.
Yep.
It almost, it acts, I mean, it's like wings, right? So
Yep.
you have feathers and wings out there. I mean, here we go for Crosby.
Nice turn there for Crosby. Waves to start stand up. And he gets another beautiful bottom turn off the top. Wave comes here to the inside peak. It's a little flat, so he decides to flick out. But like you mentioned, he didn't want to sit and wait again for a long time, so he got his campaign started quick. Looks like Sean Burns here chasing down a section. Unfortunately, not able to get a maneuver nearly like 30 yards right there, Pete, not getting a turn off. But there starts it off. And again, combination of nice maneuvers there. So Sean Burns getting a couple nice turns towards the end of that wave right there.
You utilize the speed that he was able to gain with the pumping there. He did it to good use. I mean, especially since the section didn't really give him an air section or anything like that, so he utilized what he could. And this is live here for Killian. A little rock and roll, glides the roof up and over one more time for lateness, but no more moves after that. So quickly.
Couple floats.
Yeah, and that horizontal style of surfing, unless you can back it up with something else, generally won't score too high. And still a bunch of numbers has to come in here. We're going to see Ian's first because that was the best. Now, live action, Crosby.
Yeah, no, let's see. We haven't even seen Crosby's first wave yet, but that was a really nice turn. Unfortunately, pushing the tail out a little too far.
Yeah, a little error there.
A little error there and left some meat on the bone, so Colapinto will get back out there. We have yet to see that score, but it looks like a massive score for Ian Crane, Pete.
8.0. Sean Burns, 5.0. So he salvaged that score. That's a good backup number. As we see Rufo there telling the crowd, go in. Come on. You got to go down. You got still 18 more minutes before you can come up here. I just read his lips.
No doubt.
He does not put sunscreen on that little brown dome of his.
Ever.
It's like a leather cap.
It's suede, actually, Pete. And here we go. Crosby. This almost looks like the first wave, actually, that Crosby took. Very similar to his second wave. So the judges are looking at both of these waves again from Colapinto. Make sure that they get the number right.
Yeah, and in comparisons, right? We already know the 8's there, the 5 is there. So where does this factor in comparison? You'd have to say in between, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, he has 2 waves coming.
5.6 for Colapinto.
And then the second one where he pushed out a little far out the back. See Rufo on the shoulder here. It looks like
Garland.
He must be over at Middle Peak, Pete.
Carves it back. He did make the escape over there to Middle Peak. Remember that he has to understand that the judging will stop at some point.
Yeah.
But at the fuller tide, I don't know if this calls the best or not, but I mean, he's probably trying to utilize the success he's had in past experience. But I mean, you're in that Middle Peak zone. And plus, Killian's one of those guys that he can move around the lineup. It doesn't even look like he's trying, and all of a sudden he's there.
He has he has a massive wingspan.
Like he almost uses the Star Trek, just beams himself to places.
Totally.
You're like, whoa, where did you come from? I didn't even see you paddle out.
Dude, he must paddle from Santa Barbara to Pleasure Point because I see him there enough to think, man, you got a place around here? It's big South Swells. You see him, he's showing up.
He shows up, yeah. And he knows. Well, there's no South Swells in his area, so why not make, He's going to go to Trestles.
All right.
Yeah, Crano.
Looking pretty deep on this one there, Pete. Sort of caught a little nose right there on Table Rock, sort of a weird little section.
Yeah, it did look like it maybe was going to give him a section. Of course, those types of waves, you can load up with speed and probably have one big section. Or maybe it loads up, but either way, that it was a little too hard to get to the shoulder. Now looking at Killian over at Middle Peak, but we're going to transition to Burnsy. So Sean Burns up and riding. Pushing a little too hard there. That wave did shut down pretty quick, so maybe not really a mistake. I mean, ultimately you'd like to see him pull it down, but maybe he knew that it was going to shut down quickly.
Maybe he'll be able to get back out second priority, having the other surfers down the line, so maybe no harm, no foul. But yeah, you're right. As far as building your confidence, you want to stick everything you do, 100%.
Yeah, he's going to get himself back out there with the second priority most likely. Haven't given it to him yet. Actually, Crano ended up with second priority. So that was that situation where, taking turns. Yeah, wow. I mean, look at this. Killian has put himself over at Middle Peak, and the biggest set we've seen the entire event. It's just showed up on him. He may actually have to punch through unless he takes this first one.
Unless he goes left.
He's not even worried, though. He's just standing there. What? Oh, yeah, there's a set. Oh, he's going to look at this and get himself for left. Nope. And they'll come over the top and see this one. He pretty much has to go left, though, right? I mean, this is too big a set to be actually anything good. Oh, he's too far inside.
If he was...
he's still looking at it. He's still looking at it.
If he would have been over further, if you were to pull back and see the right-handers off both of these waves breaking right now, there was plenty of opportunity, big, long walls. But as you see on your screen, he's looking at it as a left. There could be a huge ramp coming towards him. I don't know about this left, Pete. I don't like the look of it.
Okay, well, he went. Let's see what he can do here. It's going to wedge up. I don't know if it's going to give him a whole lot
See
of
how those
opportunity.
waves? Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
okay.
He made the most of that.
3.17, trying to improve on it. I mean, ultimately, I think looking at his scoreline, he needed something to better the 4.43, and I just don't see it happening. Maybe. If it does, it's
He just made it easier for him to get to the slot.
It was a transition move.
Transitional move.
Well, it's funny about Max St. Dennis. He's probably had to interview 3 of the gnarliest San Clemente surfers in the world, and he's got another one. Kolohe Andino and Max St. Dennis. Kill it, Max.
Okay, so we're here with Kolohe Andino. So it looked pretty sick out there. Was it pretty sick?
Yeah, it was super fun. Nice to have some glassy walls in the afternoon. Got crane on a wave, snap to kick out. Yeah, the afternoon glass is epic, and always love surfing at the lane right before dark, so it's cool to have a heat right then.
That's really cool. So do you think it got better as the day went on?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the conditions are really good right now. The tide's a lot higher, and you know, that northwest wind is straight offshore here, so it's perfect.
Cool. That board on your feet is looking pretty good. Is that the Lost? What model is it?
It's a 511 and a half. I think a driver 3.0. Yeah, works good. I'm stoked. Thank you.
That's cool. Thank you.
Right on, Max. Way to go, Kolohe.
Beautiful stuff right there. It put a huge smile on my face right there.
Didn't it?
Yeah, I just watching brother really relishing in working with Max right there.
And you know, and all 3 of those guys did that worked with Max right there. They're so gracious, and like they care about the kids so much. And Kolohe instilled that behavior in all of the other San Clemente kids there. Is like, hey, he's been supporting the Groms, the youngsters, putting time in, giving them energy, focusing on them, and talking to them. And it gives me chicken skin because it's again, that's where that next generation is mentoring and showcasing this community and embracing the youth, and it's just it's fun to watch. I'm gonna go tears.
I'm proud
Good
of
job,
all
Kolohe, and Max for that matter. Yeah, Max is a great kid and a great surfer.
You're noticing the angle right there, Pete. It was coming in really, really west. You see one of the surfers paddling, looked like Ian Crane. But that westerly angle, as you'd mentioned early on this morning, is a really challenging angle for the point in the slot of the lane. Not every wave is good. So it does really make you focus on the quality of wave you're taking off on.
It actually makes the takeoff, spreads it out. It doesn't focus it to the point. It does.
Yeah, stretched it out.
It's all of a sudden no man's land, looks like a spot you can sit. And you can catch waves on a west swell there, but they're not great. So it just all of a sudden limits where the best waves are at, and it spreads you out, spreads you thin. You're like, oh man, where do I need to be?
It throws you decoys at the same time to sort of lure you off those key spots.
So key, yeah, you're right. You're right, and then you just don't know what you're going to get in 20 minutes. So all of a sudden you pull a trigger on a wave that you can actually catch. All right, well here's Colapinto, first section.
Wow.
Beautiful arc there to start it off. Real good with the direction of the board, whipping it all the way back and forth. That's commitment to the maneuver. But again, he has that unforced error where the wave dies out and he goes out. So short ride for Colapinto, leaving the door open. Well, he's actually trying to claw through the door. A 3.53 will get him there. I think he's got enough done there for the 3.53. But it's going to, still, that means that he's leaving the door for the rest of the competitors like Sean Burns with a pretty good number, and Killian as well. Killian's sitting in second for the moment.
Hey, Pete, it looks like it's the biggest it's been all day. I mean,
I'll say right now, looking at the buoys, it's a foot bigger and it's shorter interval. So it's 6 at 15.
It's filling in, it's breaking it up.
Exactly, and even a shorter interval actually makes it feel taller. It's not going to have the same energy.
Right.
I mean, a perfect example of that is like
the draw. Yes.
If you think about the wave at the Surf Ranch, right, they have CT number 1.
Yeah.
Right? CT number 1 is a smaller wave, but it barrels, and it's because the foil is moving faster.
Oh, okay.
It's just like a swell, right? It's moving faster, and it's like it has energy in it, but it doesn't have the tallness. And all of a sudden, you slow down the foil, and it becomes less of a energy-wise. As we watch Burnsy here, nice, beautiful start to this wave, and again, that was a good gouge. Finish it here, boom. Hold on. You have to hold on.
You have
to hold on. He knows it too. He did it. That was awesome. Oh, that's great stuff. Now, Crano adding to the 8-point ride here. Another beautiful little wall. Whoa, loosey-goosey.
I like that. That was loose right there. Unfortunately, it looked like he lost his balance and poked. Let's see.
Now, Colapinto.
Colapinto sort of hung up a little bit on the entry right there, not able to get that first turn off, decides to flick out.
Smart move, really. Keep himself at second priority. Killian now. 9:20 to go. A little paddle. Did he commit? Are they going to change priority? No, I don't think so. I mean,
he might still be out there by himself, too. So.
That as well. Yes, you're right.
With priority, it would be probably a little wiser to come down to the end so you're not really having to, put yourself in the position where you're taking off on a closeout.
Yeah, and then there's also those sets, though, right?
That
and if
creep
you're not
up.
out to it, right?
You're not able to
That's
maximize.
why it's a confusing lineup. It really is, and you just touched on it. That west swell does that. I mean, especially one that's like this, where all of a sudden you're going to get a wave that's going to break out, 20 yards or 30 yards outside of you. Let's watch this wave again. This was something that was pretty special for Burnsy. It's going to be his best number yet.
I really like that turn right there. And to be able to recover off this as the conversions come together, Pete, laying back.
Laid back. He wanted to get, he was literally getting pushed by two huge men, one pushing one way, one pushing the other, and he was able to stay on his feet.
Yeah. Here we go. Crano, that nice hack down into this is where he gets a little loose right there, unfortunately. Sliding out that tail. And obviously this is a wave of no consequence right here for Colapinto.
Yeah, and there's wave number 3, which is Colapinto's third wave, and they're waiting on that to produce it because that's the score that could turn it. 6.24 needed now because Burnsy just went into second position. It was interesting because Burnsy's wave came in quicker than actually Crosby's.
Let's see when he goes to the air here. Looks like a nice position.
What the heck?
As he's able to pull this down, he's got a huge score.
That was, it was definitely would have been a huge score. Talk about a section to be able to do something so wild. That was one of them.
Just watching the consistency, Pete, this has been a great event. That we've had some slower heats, but a majority of these heats, guys are catching 5, 6, 8 waves. So giving themselves a lot of opportunity. Yeah, you're not going to be finding too many surfers bummed that they didn't have the opportunity.
7.5 minutes, and we're still waiting on one score for Crosby here, and that was wave number 3. And with that, Burnsy's score is already in. Let's watch this again.
Really enjoyed that first tail huck and release.
Straight
nice blast.
Up.
Little fade right there. What put him back just a little bit. Pete, he burned off a little too much speed right there.
That moment of not completing the ride with great control.
It's a different than kicking out, right? There is that difference. Looking in control, kicking out. As you see on the outside right here, these waves coming from multiple different angles, coming in, making some nice wedges up off the point of the lane.
Finally, the score is in. I like what they did here, really.
What they do?
It's a 5.0. There was some good surfing out there, but again, it just wasn't a complete package of a ride. 2 turns there, got the 5, so he sits in third, needing a 6.24. Burnsy, way more committed in relation to that, right? I mean, there's a great comparison there. The 5 to the 6.83. It felt like clearly Burnsy's was way more critical, and a 1.8 difference, and it's really a difference in the heat. It's having Burnsy through. So, Burnsy falls right there. It's the flip, right? Crosby most likely would be out front.
Yeah, 100%. There was only 2 maneuvers on the wave. He made them count just by pulling it off that last little conversion. Down to 6 minutes remaining. Now, Pete, the last heat of the day, round of 16.
Feels like there's going to be another set. So this action's not going to stop. And if it's the tone of the day has been said about how these last few minutes has played out, there's been exciting stuff here. And
look at 4 5-footers over Middle Peak, Pete, and just flat over off the point. So
incredible, right? I mean, it's almost, you're right. I think the meat of the swell just shown up. It's not like it's a lower tide any means. It's actually it's on the other side of the tide, full tide, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, look at the lines. The consistency is lifted.
Yeah, this has been a great event.
Well, it's not over yet. One more heat today, but we'll have finals day tomorrow.
And what is that looking like tomorrow, Pete? Are they still
Leftover
forecasting about 3 to 4 feet?
If we can take the vibe of right now, I'd say that's going to be pretty darn fun tomorrow. I mean, especially when we go to one-on-one competition, all of a sudden it can be a little inconsistent.
And it's okay.
You're just going to have to listen to us babble a little bit more.
Well, they're just going to have to sit on priority a little longer.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So they're going to listen to us babble a little more.
I know.
I don't know. It's been fun working with you, though, Rody.
Yeah.
It's been a while since this, and it is like we're talking on the cliff, having a good time.
No doubt. And when I leave here, I go talk to somebody, some dad, talk to Kolohe, his father, Dino Andino, or go sit over there and talk with Max's dad, the young beach announcer, talk about the future. But boy, this is really setting the stage up. This is really helping the young youth of Santa Cruz surfers to come down here and watch this this type of surfing and really see what surfers are able to do in their own home spot. You know.
As we hit that golden hour once again, I got to go pick up some chairs. 4:30. They close at 5.
Yep. And you see this. Sometimes you're able to catch a wave right off the wall. See that out there off that point, Pete? I've watched Flea before. Jump into a wave.
Off the top of the point, I've done that. It's pretty cool.
But then have an ape hanger go out all the way out to Middle Peak, chip into Middle Peak, and go all the way into the Dream Inn.
Yeah, no, it's actually the only place that you can really actually surf is you catch it off that point, and it's the one wave that'll actually make it down into Cowles. And
it will make it to Cowles.
That's my longest ride out here was exactly that same scenario. I caught a wave from, it literally is off the furthest point you can see outside, and it actually connects.
Yeah.
It's a northwest swell. That's when it happens. I think Flea actually did go all the way to
I think he
Cowles.
went all the way.
Yeah, I just made it to the stairs, but I was like, the potential was there.
Yeah.
For sure.
I mean, as soon as there's sand at Cowles, you could have a really, really long wave. So Ian Crane right now has been sitting on that 4 for a minute. And
that's longer than a minute.
Well, I know that. And
but yeah, I know what you're saying.
He's been there for a bit. And so...
And leaving the door kind of open in reality for, if a set were to happen at the end and 2 surfers get 2 excellent rides, all of a sudden he finds himself, blipped down into third. So he does have to be careful here. And this is with that second priority.
He's in a little better position with that,
that your next choice is a good one.
Yeah.
Jacobs, AK, Skip McCullough. Oh, you
Everyone
got his
got
check.
their chips.
You got his checked. That's so funny. Skip, you're the best, dude. Don't spend his money, Jake. Give it back to him.
Tonight. For years, the Cold Water Classic was notorious for having parties. I remember I think Dane Johnson for years was throwing some ragers here around town. But I'm sure it's still like that. I'm sure these young guys are still going out having a good time. Santa Cruz loves to have these traveling surfers come into their establishments, have a beer, kick back, talk story. Very surf-friendly town. Look at this nice left, too, Pete, coming off Middle Peak.
There's been a lot of focus over there, at least in this back half of the day.
Yeah.
This is one of those lefts that, look at, there are some sections there. And a little ramp at the end.
Fascinating. You can see now Monterey in the background there facing due south, Pete. So
I thought that was Hawaii.
We do tell people that occasionally when they come from Japan. We say that is the island of Hawaii.
It does look like an island, even though it's connected.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny.
But that is right down there on the opposite base, and big waves down there as well.
Oh, look at some of the fans literally laid out a towel over on top of the point there. You're not supposed to be hanging on that side of the railing, but
when it's not wet because it's been raining either. Is that who's going out there really wet?
Someone's going out there for a surf. I mean, it's pretty good surf. I mean, considering the lane has been taken over by the O'Neill Cold Water Classic for most of the day.
That's been taken over by guys from San Clemente.
Sure has.
They have been beating up this wave, Pete.
Yeah, and there's a bunch of them. They ended up getting their own pad together. They're all staying together here. Yep. So the vibe is real. They're all competing within the household.
That's sick.
All right, this is a pretty good looking little wall over here, but very fast.
Yeah, there's that bump too rolling in front of him. So if he's able to get in front of that bump trying to chase it down, I can't even see who this is.
That's
maybe
Red.
Burnsy?
No, Killian.
It is Killian.
And he was able to get there for the finish. 7:13 needed.
I think he might not get
choice.
It. All right, here's Crano up and riding on his backhand. He looks like he might be thinking about something above the lip and does a nice late jam. But he's throwing away a 4.10. That's going to help. 30 seconds remaining. Sean Burns now with priority being forced to take this wave. Hopefully it's a good one for Sean.
And I guess if you think about it, it's not guaranteed for Sean because we have Killian's score to come in. So he's trying to better one of his low scores with a fall.
I don't think Killian got a 7, though.
Yeah, no, I hear you on that. So I'm just saying, we're still waiting on that score, so we have to be careful of it. Here's Crosby, which is another deadly man, right? You never know what he's going to throw at you like that.
And he did. And he did, Pete. He needs a 6. He needs a 6.24.
Well, unless Burnsy improved, but you probably
Burnsy fell.
Yeah. So, man, does San Clemente just throw another hatchet in the works here?
Yeah, it potentially did. That potentially is knocking out Sean Burns up 0.2 of a point from him. As you see, Kilgar.
Yeah, Kilgar's score not going to be enough. 2 turns, not even close to the 7. Rufo.
There's Papa.
Papa, he ends and he gets his waves. This is reminiscences of his win. This is a past champion, the Lighthouse Pro. There you go, Daddy.
He serves
Right
as
on.
much as anybody.
Wow, we're going to wait for the score here. It's important for the end of the day. The competition is over, but we still are going to wrap up the scores. Ian Crane will be basically safely in the #1 position. He is going to improve here on his last score, probably adding 3/4 of a point. Sean Burns, probably not going to improve. We're waiting on Crosby's last, and that's a big one. I think those are the ones that are question marks in my eyes.
They are.
I'm sure they're going to. Yeah, of course. We're going to wait this one out. We're going to have the judges see this last and Sean Burns last.
And
First, we're going to watch Ian Crane's, which is already in. This is a 5.13. So, again, an improvement for him. And he adds to his total. He's going to finish this heat with a 13.13 total. Now, Burnsy. Low score of a 5.0, a little air drop. And then this gap.
This is a different,
which,
this is a different wave, yeah.
Different wave.
This
You're right.
is
This
his
is the score.
7, I believe. Or 7 range. 6.83.
Now, Crosby.
And this,
that's it. That's the
that was
last
clutch.
wave.
That's clutch surfing right there, Pete.
And the claim. Probably could have did without that part of it. But, man, the air at the end. That score waiting to be posted. We still have one more, I think, for Sean Burns as well. Here's the score. Burnsy's score's coming in. Yeah, it's not going to factor in most likely. This is the score right here. We're going to keep the camera on this guy. Crosby score. Looking
one not.
One high, one low. 2, one high, one low again. Now we're looking at the last score. It's going to, the average.
If it's
there
up,
it is.
it is. It's not.
It's not. Wow, he gave it his all, though. Burnsy holds on. So Burnsy is going to find himself into the quarterfinals as well as Ian Crane. So we have 2 local boys, Sam Kai Coffey and Sean Burns in. We got a lot of San Clemente surfers. This is the final of the day here. We're going to wrap it up. We actually had the light out. Sun is setting. Adam, always good calling with you today.
A lot of fun, Pete.
Watch these highlights. We'll be with you tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. We're going to start the quarterfinals. It'll be finals day.
Yep, it will.